Introduction. Intern Wang Yang inadvertently damaged an antique at the auction house, unexpectedly acquiring the legacy of the heavenly eye. Upon awakening this mystical sight, Wang Yang discovered that he possessed the ability to see through objects. Yet, this power was merely the most rudimentary of the heavenly eye's capabilities. It also enabled him to appraise treasures and heal others. Initially, Wang Yang intended to leverage his newfound abilities to achieve modest aspirations, such as marrying a beautiful wife. However, as time progressed, he realized that his wealth was accumulating to such an extent that it could alter the very fabric of the world. Chapter 1. The inability to restrain his gaze. Wang Yang, I am utterly exhausted. May I take a break? It will be over soon. Please endure a little longer. In the storeroom of the Golden Dragon auction house, a man and a woman engaged in breathless dialogue. The woman was strikingly beautiful, tall and leggy, adorned in a fiery red gown that exuded a captivating allure. Yet her current demeanor was far from graceful. Seated upon a stool, she vigorously pushed against the ground with her legs while clutching a peculiar leather pouch, gritting her teeth as she strained to stretch its opening to its limits. Opposite her was a man in his 20s, standing at 6 feet tall, with a youthful, somewhat naive appearance akin to that of a college student. At this moment, he was wielding a cylindrical wooden stick, forcefully attempting to insert it into the pouch. However, the stick was slightly too thick, and the opening of the pouch was somewhat too narrow. After several attempts, they found themselves unable to succeed. If it can be extracted, it can surely be inserted, Wang Yang insisted obstinately. Pushing forward with determination, as he exerted his strength, a sudden crack echoed, and the stick shattered. In Wang Yang's line of sight, a flash of golden light appeared within the stick, resembling a constantly rotating bagua, directly colliding with his third eye in an instant. Wang Yang found himself momentarily dazed. He realized that his perspective had shifted. It was as if a third eye had emerged at his brow, an eye invisible to others yet undeniably real. Moreover, the vision granted by this third eye was distinctly different from what his two normal eyes perceived. His conventional sight. Xiao Xen appeared resplendent in her red gown, her radiant, captivating face and fiery red lips evoking an irresistible desire for intimacy. Yet Wang Yang could assure that despite the low neckline of her gown, it concealed a modest undergarment, eliminating any risk of indecency. However, through the lens of the third eye, the red gown gradually became transparent, revealing the layers of Xiao Xian's skin, veins, and bones, everything unveiled before him. Not even the most advanced X-ray scanner could rival the clarity of his vision. That I possessed the ability to see through objects, Wang Yang marveled, astonished and barely able to trust his own eyes. Instinctively, he began to contemplate how to limit his vision to merely the skirt, rather than having it operate like an X-ray machine, exposing everything in its entirety. The fleeting glimpse of Xiao Xian's flawless figure had undeniably captivated him. While Wang Yang was engulfed in astonishment, a torrent of information surged into his mind, swiftly elucidating the reason behind his newfound eye. The wooden stick was no ordinary object. On the surface, it appeared to be a cane from the Tang dynasty, yet it was in fact a treasured relic of the Heavenly Eye sect. The golden light within it was a unique inheritance power of the sect, and upon acceptance, it would unlock the Heavenly Eye and grant the mystical techniques of the sect. According to the inheritance lore, the origin of the Heavenly Eye sect was rumored to be the divine figure Erlang Shun. Yang Jian IT encompassed a myriad of skills, including the ability to see through objects, medical expertise, ancient martial arts, Feng Shui, and antique appraisal. Across from Wang Yang, Xiao Xian observed his sudden daze following the destruction of the cane and presumed he was merely startled. Looking at him, she comforted, Wang Yang, we broke this together. I will share the responsibility and ensure you are not alone in this. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's willingness to share the burden, Wang Yang was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. For the cane was no trivial expense. Though it was merely wooden, its antiquity traced back to the Tang dynasty. The starting bid for the auction was a staggering 188,800 yuan AS, and in turn earning around 8,000 yuan monthly. Wang Yang was acutely aware that he could not afford such a sum. Xiao Xian, a regular employee, earned only 20,000 yuan a month. Dividing the cost would equate to half a year's salary for both. Indeed, she is a woman of integrity. No one can match her in that regard. She has shown her loyalty, yet I cannot be the opportunist here, and I must quickly close the heavenly eye and cease pondering how to relinquish this X-ray vision, focusing solely on the beauty before me. Overwhelmed by guilt, Wang Yang began to contemplate how to deactivate the third eye. As this thought took root in his mind, he felt the intangible eye at his brow slowly shut. Is it as simple as a single thought to toggle it? Wang Yang's face lit up with excitement upon confirming that he could freely open and close the heavenly eye. He turned to Qiao Xin with a smile, saying, "No need, since I caused the damage. I shall bear the cost myself." Having acquired such an extraordinary boon from the heavenly eye inheritance, Wang Yang had no intention of imposing the financial burden upon Qiao Xin. Upon hearing Wang Yang's refusal to allow her to share in the compensation, Qiao Xin's eyes widened with surprise. She was well aware of Wang Yang's background, hailing from a small county where his parents were farmers, leading an exceptionally ordinary life. Recent graduates, she doubted whether Wang Yang could muster such a substantial amount of money. Cautiously, she said, "Wang Yang, this is not the time to put on a brave face. You are merely an intern, not a wealthy heir. If you bear this cost alone, can you truly afford it?" Wang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at Qiao Xin's words. Indeed, he could not currently afford to compensate the company with such an amount. Nevertheless, he felt no panic within his heart. The heavenly eye inheritance was all-encompassing. What fascinated Wang Yang most was its ability to appraise antiques. The heavenly eye allowed him to perceive the historical glow of antiques. The more ancient the object, the more profound the radiance. With this ability, combined with his knowledge of antiques, profiting from them would become as effortless as consuming food and drink. The Golden Dragon Auction House was situated on a renowned street for antiques, even boasting a replica of Beijing's Panjiayuan in the magical city of Shanghai. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Yang beamed at Qiao Xin, declaring, "I'm certain I can come up with this amount." Chapter 2. The 3 million Qing Dynasty Enamel Vase. Wang Yang fled. In a flash, he darted out of the warehouse, setting his sights on the imitation Panjiayuan in the magical city. Qiao Xin watched Wang Yang's hasty retreat, filled with doubt that he might be escaping. However, recalling Wang Yang's character, she suppressed that thought. Despite his modest background, Wang Yang had always been resolute, not the type to shirk responsibility. He must be out gathering funds. He could not possibly be running away. This notion provided Qiao Xin some solace, though her eyes betrayed her worry. With only a few $100,000 in savings, she could manage to shoulder half the loss alongside Wang Yang. Yet, if he absconded, the entire burden would fall on her, a sum she could not possibly cover. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, as he departed the warehouse, Qiao Xin's heart was heavy with concern. Having left the company, he soon arrived at the end of the antique street, where a grand square, dubbed the magical Panjiayuan, awaited. This locale, reminiscent of the Panjiayuan in the capital, was brimming with vendors selling antiques. Although 99% of these items were fakes, occasionally, genuine treasures would surface. Just a month prior, an expert from the auction house where Wang Yang worked had discovered a genuine antique vase worth 300,000 yuan for merely 3,000. Wang Yang's purpose in coming here was clear: to unearth a similar treasure to fill the 200,000 yuan gap. Upon entering, he discreetly activated his keen perception, scanning the stalls for any glimmer of authenticity amidst the sea of replicas. One stall after another, Wang Yang wandered through a dozen booths, only to be met with disappointment. None of the antiques emanated the glow of authenticity under his discerning gaze, indicating that they were all forgeries. Although he had heard tales of the fakes at Panjiayuan, the absence of a single genuine artifact after so many stalls was still a bitter surprise. Just as doubt began to creep in about whether he could indeed earn the needed 200,000, his eyes suddenly lit up. Before him stood a stall specializing in various porcelain wares, and under his perceptive scrutiny, one solitary piece radiated a faint azure glow. It was a vividly colored vase, less than 20 centimeters tall, a quintessential Qing Dynasty enamel vase. Its body was adorned with vibrant floral patterns, and a pair of beastly ears encircled with copper rings lended an exquisite charm. Wang Yang had seen a similar piece at auction, fetching a staggering 3 million yuan. The vase appeared to be impeccably maintained, its colors more vibrant than many crafted pieces. Had it not been for his extraordinary perception, he would have walked past without a second glance. However, now that he had confirmed its authenticity, Wang Yang refrained from approaching the vendor immediately. The merchants at Panjiayuan were astute. Any hint of eagerness would alert them, making it far more challenging to negotiate a fair price for the Qing Dynasty enamel vase. Stealing his breath to maintain composure and avoid revealing any signs of intent, he approached the stall, feigning casual interest in the porcelain items on display. As he did so, the stall owner eagerly stood, directing a friendly gaze toward Wang Yang. "Esteemed guest, which era's antiques are you seeking? From Qin to Han, Tang to Song, or Ming to Qing, whatever you desire, I can procure it for you." Wang Yang, taken aback by the vendor's audacity, chuckled in disbelief. My good sir, I am well versed in this trade. I am quite aware of the situation at Panjiayuan. I merely wish to acquire a beautiful piece of porcelain to adorn my home. With a gentle smile, Wang Yang maintained a casual demeanor. Sensing the potential loss of this sale, the vendor quickly responded, since you are an expert, I shall forego any pretense. For a pair of enamel vases, I will only charge you 300 yuan, the cost price. A pair for 300. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. After a seemingly casual selection, he chose a pair of Qing Dynasty enamel vases, one being the radiant historical piece, and the other a genuine forgery. With a swift motion, he extracted his phone to complete the transaction, casually carrying one vase as he strolled toward the exit of Panjiayuan. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he was merely toting a pair of ordinary decorative vases, and anyone who observed him would never suspect he held a 3 million yuan antique. Had he not gathered the funds? Was he planning to use the vase as a form of payment? Xiao Xin, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the pair of vases in Wang Yang's hands. At that moment, Wang Yang casually set the fake vase aside and lifted the genuine one before her. We once auctioned a similar Qing Dynasty enamel vase that sold for 350,000. I won't auction this one. Selling it directly to the auction house will surely yield 3 million, more than enough to cover the company's compensation. Wang Yang's casual explanation left Xiao Xin momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend his words. In such a short span, he had acquired a genuine Qing Dynasty enamel vase valued at 3 million, an assertion so fantastical that it seemed almost implausible. It took her a considerable time to muster a response, her expression laced with skepticism. Wang Yang, are you certain that the Qing Dynasty enamel vase in your possession is genuine? To ascertain its authenticity, we need only visit the acquisition department at the company. He replied with a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with an unspoken confidence. Seeing Wang Yang's demeanor, Xiao Xin could no longer restrain herself and chose to accompany him to the acquisition department for verification. The Jinlong auction house not only conducted auctions for antiques, but also directly acquired them. Those in urgent need of money often opted to sell directly to the auction house on non-auction days. The acquisition department was dedicated to sourcing antiques for Jinlong. Upon their arrival, the colleagues in the acquisition department immediately focused their attention on the Qing Dynasty enamel vase in Wang Yang's possession. Chapter 3. The second Qing Dynasty enamel vase. My colleague just discovered a vase at Panjiayuan, believed to be a genuine Qing Dynasty enamel vase, and wishes to sell it to the company. Could you assist us in evaluating it? Xiao Xin greeted her colleagues upon entering the acquisition department. Her striking beauty and figure outshone many popular stars, making her the object of admiration among countless men in the company. Upon hearing Xiao Xin's words, the colleagues promptly set aside their phones and approached Wang Yang. Let us place the vase on the table for inspection. However, given that most items from Panjiayuan are replicas, do temper your expectations. It is unlikely you will find a genuine piece among 1,000 antiques. As they examined the vase, their casual banter continued. Clearly, they were skeptical that Wang Yang could procure a genuine Qing Dynasty enamel vase in a single trip to Panjiayuan. Observing their skepticism, Wang Yang merely smiled and placed the vase on the table, allowing them to assess it at their leisure. As time elapsed, the initially nonchalant expressions of the colleagues gradually shifted to seriousness and focus. The blue and white Kangxi imperial mark on the bottom was authentic without a doubt. The vase's yellow glaze was also flawless. The pair of beastly ears was standard cloud ears, showing no signs of forgery. This Qing Dynasty Qianlong enamel vase appeared to be genuine, though it seemed the copper rings had been affixed later, likely an attempt to obfuscate its authenticity. A chorus of astonished voices resonated from the acquisition department. Observing the discussions around her, Xiao Xin couldn't help but whisper to Wang Yang, Wang Yang, your vase is indeed a genuine artifact. You are destined to strike it rich. Wang Yang felt more assured about the authenticity of the Qing Dynasty enamel vase than even his colleagues in the acquisition department. Thus, he merely smiled at Xiao Xin's astonishment. At that moment, he was more curious about how much the department would offer him. After some deliberation, the head of the acquisition department turned to Wang Yang and began to quote a price. Previously, we auctioned a similar genuine Qing Dynasty enamel vase for 3.5 million. As an employee, you should be aware of this. However, auctions require time and entail commission fees. If you need cash urgently, the company can only offer you 3.2 million, as we must also ensure profit. Upon hearing the offer, A satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. All right, I'll sell it to the company at that price. Upon his agreement, preparations for the contract began immediately. Once the contract was signed, the company's finance department promptly transferred the funds. Within half an hour, Wang Yang received a text message confirming the deposit of 3.2 million. Xiao Xian, still in disbelief, followed Wang Yang out of the acquisition department. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Wang Yang, did you really buy that Qing Dynasty enamel vase outside? And it's not an heirloom from your family? Clearly, the fact that the vase had fetched 3.2 million left her utterly shocked. Wang Yang looked at her and replied with a faint smile, I assure you, I bought the vase from Panjiayuan. After work, I plan to visit Panjiayuan again to see if I can uncover more treasures. If you don't believe me, you can join me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's eyes lit up with interest. She nodded eagerly. All right, after work, I'll accompany you to see if you can find more hidden gems. But you've already made so much. Isn't 3 million enough for you? 3 million won't even buy a house in the city, Wang Yang sighed, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. A single lucky find can yield 3 million. I firmly believe that if I visit Panjiayuan daily, I will soon accumulate tens of millions and purchase a large house of my own in this metropolis. With determination, he soon arrived at the office of the head of the logistics department to report the damage to his cane. He faced no difficulties. Upon learning of Wang Yang's willingness to compensate, the director didn't charge him extra, simply requesting a transfer of 188,000. After completing the transfer, Wang Yang turned to the director and said, Director, I feel this job isn't suitable for me. I wish to resign. Having secured his inheritance and made 3 million on his first venture, he had already resolved to resign once he confirmed the authenticity of his acquisition. The director, upon hearing of Wang Yang's intention to resign, nodded with a smile. The acquisition department mentioned your fortunate find of 3 million. I suspected you would resign, and I even have your resignation letter prepared. Wang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing the director had prepared the resignation letter in advance. However, he quickly signed it once it was presented. As night fell, Wang Yang enjoyed his last meal at the company before returning to Panjiayuan, this time accompanied by Xiao Xian. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Xiao Xian appeared like a vibrant flame, exuding an irresistible allure. As they arrived, countless male gazes were instinctively drawn to her. But she was already accustomed to such attention, casually following Wang Yang while curiously asking, Wang Yang, which stall did you buy the Qing Dynasty enamel vase from this afternoon? Wang Yang pointed towards the stall where he made his purchase. Let us go there first. Perhaps we can uncover another treasure. Xiao Xian, filled with excitement, eagerly took his hand and led him to the stall. Wang Yang, amused by her enthusiasm, followed her. Finding genuine antiques among the myriad of items in Panjiayuan is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Yang did not believe that a mere afternoon would yield another genuine artifact from the same stall. Nonetheless, with Xiao Xian's insistence, they soon stood before the stall. Activating his discerning eye, Wang Yang casually scanned the area and was instantly captivated by another Qing Dynasty enamel vase, identical to the one he had purchased earlier, radiating a unique blue light, indicating its authenticity. Am I about to uncover another hidden gem here? He thought, excitement bubbling within him as he discreetly shifted his gaze from a vase. Chapter 4. Qi Baishi's 100 Shrimp Painting. The stall owner, seeing Wang Yang return with a beautiful woman, greeted him with a warm smile. Are you looking to purchase more vases for decoration? He inquired, eager to facilitate another sale. Wang Yang replied with a soft chuckle. Yes, I need 2 more vases, and I'd like to choose 2 enamel vases at the same old price of 300 each. As he spoke, he casually picked up 2 enamel vases. Once he made his selection, the stall owner promptly presented the payment code for Wang Yang to scan. Soon, the transaction was complete with a payment of 300. Xiao Xian, observing Wang Yang's swift purchase of another pair of enamel vases, wore a look of astonishment. So quickly, you bought another set. Could there be a genuine piece among them? Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned in closer to Wang Yang and whispered, Wang Yang, is there another genuine piece among these enamel vases? At that moment, engrossed in her inquiry, she didn't realize how close she had drawn to him, her body almost pressing against his. Given her stunning figure, it was a challenge for Wang Yang, a man, to remain unaffected. Yet, he understood that Xiao Xian was merely curious about the answer and not intentionally flirting. He maintained a respectful distance, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. Responding to Xiao Xian's eager curiosity, he nodded slightly, indicating that he had indeed acquired another genuine piece. Upon confirming Wang Yang's success, Qiao Xin's joy intensified, devoid of any jealousy. She was simply delighted for him. However, noticing his effort to maintain distance, she felt a hint of annoyance. Women often find themselves in a quandary. If a man takes advantage, they view him unfavorably, yet if he doesn't, they may think him lacking in taste. Nonetheless, being a straightforward girl from the Northeast, she brushed off such thoughts and smiled at Wang Yang. To find hidden treasures twice in a single day is incredibly enviable. Tonight, I must treat this nouveau riche to a hearty meal. Wang Yang, amused by her playful threat to treat him, replied, "All right, I'll treat you to supper tonight. But it's still early. Let us continue exploring to see if we can unearth more treasures." Qiao Xin, surprised by Wang Yang's intention to keep searching for hidden gems, was filled with intrigue. In her perspective, Wang Yang's ability to stumble upon hidden treasures twice in succession was merely a stroke of luck. The likelihood of encountering 3 fortunate finds in a single day was nearly non-existent. Despite her internal skepticism regarding Wang Yang's chances of another fortunate discovery, she nonetheless nodded in agreement and continued to accompany him as they wandered through the stalls. One stall, then another. Wang Yang casually carried an enamel vase in one hand, guiding Qiao Xin as they surveyed the myriad of vendors. His demeanor was relaxed, akin to a tourist leisurely shopping for crafts. No one would suspect that the pair of Qing dynasty enamel vases he was holding included a genuine piece valued at 3 million. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had slipped by as Wang Yang and Qiao Xin explored the entirety of Panjiayuan. Disappointment loomed in Wang Yang's eyes. Although he had heard tales of the abundance of forgeries and the scarcity of authentic antiques at Panjiayuan, the realization that he had failed to uncover even a single genuine item in an hour left him utterly disheartened. Even with the advantage of his keen eye, finding 2 genuine Qing dynasty enamel vases in succession could be chalked up to sheer luck. He reminded himself to be content. Knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future to seek treasures and earn money, there was no need to rush. As they neared the exit of Panjiayuan, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another stall at a different exit, specializing in calligraphy and paintings. The stall displayed an array of artworks, paintings by Tang Bohu, calligraphy by Wang Shiji, and works by Zhang Daqian and Qi Baishe. If they were all authentic, the combined value of these pieces could easily reach a staggering 1 billion. Yet, under Wang Yang's discerning eye, only one painting radiated authenticity, a watercolor piece depicting nearly 100 shrimp. However, as Wang Yang scrutinized the painting, confusion filled his eyes. The shrimp were rendered in a haphazard manner, entirely inconsistent with Qi Baishe's renowned style, which was celebrated for its depictions of shrimp. Wang Yang recalled that his auction house, Jinlong Auction, had previously sold a 100 shrimp painting by Qi Baishe for 15 million. Given the rising value of Qi Baishe's works, even the auction house's acquisition price would now be around 15 million. Yet, despite appearing authentic under his scrutiny, the sloppiness of the shrimp's rendering suggested it was a forgery. Normally, he would not spare a second glance at such a painting, but this time felt different. Under his watchful gaze, the piece exuded an aura of historical significance, indicating it bore the weight of time. Recalling a technique he had heard about for preserving ancient paintings during wartime, where collectors would cover their artworks with a special layer of paper and replicate the originals, he wondered if this painting was a double-layered piece hiding an authentic work beneath. Excitement welled within him as he discreetly led Qiao Xin to the stall. Appearing nonchalant while selecting pieces, Qiao Xin, observing Wang Yang's focused demeanor, felt an inexplicable thrill. Throughout their journey, he had not lingered at any stall, and this sudden determination made her realize there might be a genuine masterpiece hidden among the artworks. Curiosity sparked, she scrutinized the calligraphy and paintings, attempting to discern any authenticity. However, to her trained eye, every piece appeared to be a forgery. Just as her confusion deepened, Wang Yang made his move, selecting 3 paintings attributed to Qi Baishe. He approached the stall owner and inquired about their price, stating he was seeking decorative pieces for his home. The stall owner, sensing a potential sale, beamed and exclaimed, "These 3 paintings are genuine Qi Baishe works." Wang Yang, unimpressed by the attempt to deceive him, replied dryly, "I am merely looking for a few decorations for my new home. Please provide a fair price. If you continue with such inflated claims, I shall seek other vendors." Chapter 5. 3 months post-graduation, 2 million in savings. The stall owner, realizing Wang Yang's expertise, quickly adopted a more conciliatory tone. "Since you are an expert, I won't embellish. These paintings were acquired from a descendant of a painter. Though not a famous one, they are certainly superior to mere crafts. I can let you have each for 200 yuan. What do you think? 200? Wang Yang was taken aback by the price. Paintings from lesser-known artists typically fetched around 50 yuan each. In bulk, they could be even cheaper. The stall owner's markup left ample room for profit. To mask his eagerness, Wang Yang adeptly countered 3 paintings for 500. You still have a good profit margin. If we agree, I can pay immediately. 500 it is, then. Consider it a friendly deal. The stall owner quickly presented a QR code for payment. Wang Yang, no longer inclined to engage in further negotiation, promptly completed the transaction, rolling up the 3 paintings as he and Qiao Xian exited. Once outside Panjiayuan, Qiao Xian could no longer restrain her curiosity and leaned closer to Wang Yang, whispering, "Do you think any of these paintings are genuine Qi Baishe works?" "I'm not certain," Wang Yang replied with a faint smile, quickening his pace toward the company. Although he had resigned, he still intended to sell the Qing Dynasty enamel vase to the company. He needed to utilize some tools available at work to peel away the surface layer of the painting and validate his hypothesis. Before long, they reached the company's acquisition department. Placing the forgery aside, Wang Yang laid the genuine Qing Dynasty enamel vase on the desk. "I was fortunate enough to uncover another authentic Qing Dynasty enamel vase at Panjiayuan. Please take a look. If everything checks out, I plan to sell it to the company." Upon hearing this, the staff in the acquisition department were taken aback, rising in astonishment. "Another Qing Dynasty enamel vase? Do you think these antiques are as common as cabbages?" Finding 2 genuine pieces in a single day is an extraordinary feat. The odds of stumbling upon even one authentic item in Panjiayuan over several months are slim. The room buzzed with incredulous voices as the staff promptly retrieved various inspection tools, meticulously examining the vase. After a thorough examination, a collective silence engulfed them. After a prolonged moment, the head of the team finally addressed Wang Yang. "It is indeed genuine. The company will acquire it for 3,200,000. Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction at the deputy director's confirmation. Yet, just as the director prepared to contact finance for the funds, Wang Yang interjected, "There is no rush on the payment. Please find a painting expert to help me remove the surface layer from this painting. I suspect there might be an authentic Qi Baishe work underneath." With a gentle smile, he placed the painting of the 100 shrimp back on the table. The head of the team's face lit up with intrigue, promptly instructing his subordinates to prepare the necessary tools. The procedure was straightforward, requiring only a small bottle of specialized solvent and a unique measuring tool. After approximately half an hour, they successfully peeled away the surface layer. As the final layer was removed, a pristine depiction of the 100 shrimp emerged before their eyes. In the painting, 100 shrimp appear vividly lifelike, showcasing various forms that create the illusion of them swimming. This is the famous 100 shrimp painting by Qi Baishe. Many artists attempt to depict shrimp, yet none can reach the level of Qi Baishe. Should this painting go to auction, it would fetch no less than 15 million. "Wang Yang, if you sell it to the company, I will personally ensure you receive that amount." Excited voices echoed within the acquisition department. The duty manager took it upon himself, offering Wang Yang a purchase price of 15 million. Thus, Qi Baishe's 100 shrimp was sold to the company. Wang Yang beamed with joy, signaling the manager to proceed with the payment. The duty manager wasted no time preparing the contract and notifying the finance department to transfer the funds. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Yang found 18,200,000 deposited into his bank account, including the 3 million from earlier that afternoon. His total savings soared to 21 million. Having graduated from university less than 3 months ago, while his peers were still awaiting job confirmations, his savings had already surpassed 21 million. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave everyone astounded. Even without external confirmation, Wang Yang felt a surreal sense of disbelief as he gazed at his bank balance. "Tonight, I shall treat you all. Choose any restaurant in the bustling metropolis," Wang Yang proclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable exuberance as he turned to the strikingly beautiful Qiao Xian beside him. Having earned a fortune in a single day, an amount he had previously only dared to dream of, Wang Yang was eager to indulge in lavish spending. Hearing his words, Qiao Xian sharpened her resolve. "Since you insist, I shall not hold back." Facing her determination, Wang Yang nodded in agreement, encouraging her to make her desires known. However, despite her bold words, Qiao Xian ultimately led him to a well-known seafood stall in the metropolis, where dining would not be excessively costly. With the menu in hand, Wang Yang chose the most expensive options, a king crab and an Australian lobster. He focused solely on the price, disregarding taste. Observing Wang Yang's extravagant judges, Xiao Xin swiftly snatched the menu from him, declaring, "Enough. We can never finish all this." Once the waiter had stepped away, she turned to Wang Yang. "You may have earned a significant sum today, but luck is fickle, and you should not squander it. 20 million sounds substantial. It wouldn't even cover a large flat in Tongchuaniping. You must be prudent with your spending. You cannot indulge every day." Wang Yang acknowledged her wisdom, realizing he had indeed lost his composure. As Xiao Xin pointed out, while 20 million seemed like a fortune, properties in the metropolis commanded prices of 4 to 5 million for a flat, and villas cost well over 100 million. He needed to continue working hard to establish himself in the city. "Look over there, isn't that Wang Yang? It seems to be him. The beauty beside him is stunning. How does a pauper like him deserve such a woman? We should find a way to approach them." Nearby, a group of men whispered, eyeing Xiao Xin with palpable greed. Chapter 6. The outburst of the northeast girl Wang Yang remained oblivious to the intentions of those eyeing Xiao Xin. As he patiently awaited his meal, contemplating where to make money tomorrow, a few individuals with designs on Xiao Xin approached. "Old classmate, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Wang Yang, you haven't spoken to class group since graduation. We thought you'd left the metropolis. Yet here you are. Since fate has brought us together, shall we share a table?" The three, without waiting for Wang Yang's consent, plopped down at his table. Wang Yang's brows furrowed deeply at their arrival. These three were his university classmates, Zhao Hu, Lu Dong, and Yang Hui. Wang Yang had scarcely exchanged a word with them during their time at university, as they were worlds apart. They were all born and raised in the metropolis, looking down on Wang Yang, whom they viewed as an outsider from a small town. In fact, he had once clashed with Zhao Hu, even coming to blows. Now, seeing them approach so eagerly made Wang Yang uneasy. He coldly remarked, "We are not of the same ilk. There is no need to share a table." Zhao Hu and his companions frowned at Wang Yang's outright rejection of their invitation. They knew well how stubborn he could be. After all, it took a certain audacity for an outsider to confront a local like Zhao Hu. However, their eyes lingered on Xiao Xin, dressed in a striking red skirt, making it difficult for them to leave. After a brief exchange of glances, they attempted again. "Wang Yang, you had a quarrel with Zhao Hu back in university, but we've all graduated. Why hold on to past grudges? Zhao Hu has landed a big deal today and even ordered a 5-pound Australian lobster. You, as an outsider, are saving up for a house. You wouldn't ordinarily indulge in such luxuries. Let's have a good meal today and bury the hatchet." They shamelessly continued to persuade Wang, boasting about the 5-pound lobster. Wang Yang chuckled at their attempts to flaunt superiority through a lobster. He found it absurd that, even when he had little money, he would not have joined them simply for the allure of a lobster. Now, with wealth in hand, he was even less inclined to share a table with them. As their superiority complex persisted, Wang Yang's demeanor grew colder. "I'll order my own lobster. Please leave." Zhao Hu and his companions were taken aback by Wang Yang's demand. Zhao Hu's face darkened, and he retorted, "Wang Yang, you're just a country bumpkin from small county. You think you can afford a 5-pound lobster on your meager salary after rent?" Just then, several waitstaff arrived at Wang Yang's table, bearing an array of seafood, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Good evening, sir. This is the king crab you ordered, the largest in our restaurant at 8 pounds and 8 ounces. Good evening, sir. This is the Australian lobster you requested, also the largest we offer at 7 pounds and 6 ounces. Good evening, sir. Here are the abalones, all top-quality double-headed abalones." The respectful voices of the waitstaff rang out continuously. To further reassure Wang Yang, they proceeded to weigh the seafood in front of him. It was a glaring slap in the face. With every announcement of weight and price, Zhao Hu and his companions felt as though an invisible hand was ruthlessly striking them. By the time the waitstaff departed with the seafood, the trio's faces had turned an ugly shade, reminiscent of liver. Observing their discomfort, Xiao Xin, who had been quietly enjoying the spectacle, could no longer contain her laughter. "Haha, I usually don't mock people openly, but I simply cannot help it. A 5-pound lobster? How precious." Her laughter rang out, sharp and cutting. As a girl from the Northeast, her wit was particularly incisive, effortlessly transforming the already mortified trio's faces into a sight as grim as a charred pot bottom. Despite being mocked by Xiao Xin, the three did not leave, nor did they confront her. Zhao Hu, glancing at Xiao Xin, expressed his unwillingness to relent. "My dear, I am well aware of Wang Yang's family background. Even if he splurges on this seafood feast, it's merely an act of bravado to impress you. At Zhao Hu's words, Lu Dong and Yang Hui nodded vigorously, their faces alight with agreement, instinctively joining in to disparage Wang Yang. Observing their antics, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile disdainfully. If he were indeed pursuing Xiao Xian, she might entertain doubts about his character due to their words. However, as colleagues, Xiao Xian had witnessed Wang Yang earning 20 million in a single day. Their slanderous remarks served only to embarrass themselves, lacking any other effect. True to this, Xiao Xian could no longer contain her outrage as she witnessed their relentless disparagement of Wang Yang. Enough. You three have gone too far. Your attempts to tarnish Wang Yang's name stem only from your envy of my beauty and your desire to win me over. Do take a moment to reflect in the mirror. Even if Wang Yang and I had no connection, I would never look your way. I know well the caliber of Wang Yang's abilities. This meal is but a trifling expense for him. In our northeastern culture, we have no respect for those who covet another man's woman. If you dare utter another word, I shall not hesitate to crack open a bottle over your heads. Xiao Xian's furious tirade echoed through the air. With the tenacity characteristic of her northeastern roots, she seized the bottle in her hand, ready to confront them should they persist in their insolence. The reputation of northeastern women for standing their ground was well known, and as she brandished the bottle toward the trio, the attention of the patrons in the eatery was immediately drawn to the spectacle. Chapter 7. Both were intoxicated. Those three lack integrity, someone remarked. Their character is as poor as their abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so readily reprimanded by that northeastern lady. The fierce reputation of northeastern women was indeed well recognized, and it seemed these three had met their match. Excited whispers filled the air as onlookers regarded Zhao Hu and his companions as fools. Amidst the chatter, Wang Yang cast a cold glare at the trio and commanded, "Leave immediately. Do not force my hand before I have even begun my meal. I have no desire to dirty my hands because of your nonsense." Initially taken aback by Xiao Xian's sudden rebuke, Zhao Hu and his companions were the quintessential petty individuals from the metropolis. They could talk big, but when it came to confrontation, they faltered. During their school days, Wang Yang had boldly countered their provocations. Now, with the added presence of a fierce northeastern woman, their resolve waned. Fearing that Wang Yang and Xiao Xian might indeed strike them with the bottle, they quickly decided to retreat. Let us not stoop to bickering with a woman. We merely wanted to share a meal with an old classmate. If you're unwilling, so be it, they declared, attempting to save face as they exited. Leave? Wang Yang's expression grew colder as he observed their feeble attempts to maintain dignity. Mimicking Xin. He too picked up a bottle, ready to retaliate. With his current wealth and strength, he had no intention of indulging their provocations. If he were to maintain a facade of polite civility in the face of their insolence, it would be a disservice to the teachings he had received. Seeing Wang Yang brandish the bottle, the trio immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word as they hastily made their exit. Once they had departed, Wang Yang turned to Xiao Xian with a relaxed smile and remarked, "Next time we dine together, I shall ensure we have a private room. With your looks, I cannot fathom the troubles you might attract." Xiao Xian, far from offended by his words, laughed boldly. "Are you implying that I am beautiful?" Her face radiated joy as she boldly met Wang Yang's gaze. Although Wang Yang had received his inheritance, he was still the same naive graduate, unaccustomed to such bold attention. As Xiao Xian's fiery gaze bore into him, he found himself unable to hold her gaze. Fortunately, at that moment, a server brought out the cold dishes, providing him with an excuse to bury his head in the food, feigning hunger. Seeing Wang Yang devour the meal, Xiao Xian's smile grew even wider. "I never expected you to have such a charming side," she teased. "Today, watching you rake in 20 million, I momentarily thought you had become a figure beyond my reach. Yet now I realize you are unlike those high and mighty individuals. For them, women are merely playthings, but you treat women with respect." As she beamed at Wang Yang, her admiration for him deepened. Working at the auction house, she had encountered countless wealthy individuals, many with fortunes exceeding $1 billion. These men typically viewed women in one of two ways, as objects or not at all. Wang Yang's bashful demeanor was a rarity among them. It was precisely this attitude that made her reconsider her previous notions. Not all wealthy individuals looked down on women. If he were to pursue her, she might grant him an opportunity. If he did not, it would merely indicate that he was unworthy of her beauty, which would ultimately be sought after by others. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao Xian did not allow Wang Yang's newfound wealth to cloud her judgment. She was still Xiao Xian, the fiercely loyal and beautiful northeastern woman. The wealthy men she encountered at auctions had never gained her favor through monetary means, and she would not compromise her principles for Wang Yang's sudden prosperity. She held her pride close. Unaware of Qiao Xian's internal transformation, Wang Yang, as the seafood dishes continued to arrive, became fully engrossed in the feast before him. These were delicacies he had long desired, but could only experience vicariously through food vlogs due to his prior financial constraints. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was determined to savor every bite. As Qiao Xian watched Wang Yang relish the meal, admiration filled her gaze. She had dined with affluent individuals before, yet they always brought an air of pretentiousness to the table. As a northeastern woman, she preferred hearty meals and robust drinks, and she found Wang Yang's unrestrained enjoyment refreshing. His seemingly rough demeanor carried an indescribable charm, embodying the generosity of northeastern women. "Wang Yang, we must truly indulge ourselves today," she exclaimed. "Do you know, deep down, I hold disdain for those wealthy patrons at the auctions. They act as if their wealth elevates them above others. We're all human, after all. They have no right to look down on anyone. In the Northeast, we do not tolerate pretentiousness. If you ever try to flaunt your wealth in front of me, I shall not hesitate to put you in your place." Before long, Qiao Xian found herself somewhat tipsy, while Wang Yang, oblivious to her state, had already succumbed to intoxication. Under the influence of alcohol, two individuals, somewhat dazed, settled their bill and unexpectedly embraced each other as if they were a couple, hailing a taxi. Chapter 8. The Confusion of Intoxication. Driver, to Fuyuan Community. Zhou Xen mumbled the name of her residence, leaning immediately against Wang Yang, who had entered the vehicle first. The two nestled closely together, resembling an authentic couple. The driver, observing their closeness, gave it little thought and promptly headed towards the address Zhou Xen provided. Approximately half an hour later, the driver arrived at the entrance of Fuyuan Community. "Ladies, you have arrived," he announced. Upon hearing the driver's words, Zhou Xen, still in a daze, opened her eyes and grasped Wang Yang's hand, stepping out of the taxi. "Let us drink more. I have some homemade liquor from the Northeast. We should continue." With a look of amusement, Zhou Xen pulled Wang Yang toward the community. As for Wang Yang, he was even more inebriated than Zhou Xen. After being pulled from the taxi, he struggled to maintain his balance, leaning entirely against Zhou Xen. Fortunately, being a robust northeastern girl, Zhou Xen had the strength to support him. Had she been a petite southern girl, she might have been overwhelmed. Yet, despite her drunken state, Zhou Xen allowed him to wrap his arms around her waist as they staggered into the community together. "You are so heavy, Wang Yang. You can't even outdrink a woman. You need to practice your tolerance," Zhou Xen said, her face flushed with intoxication as she guided him to her room. Her accommodation was quite modest, a standard apartment with only one bedroom. Upon entering, they found the bathroom at the door, the kitchen on the balcony, and, in the center, a large bed. The room was exceedingly simple. Supporting Wang Yang as they entered, Zhou Xen soon found her breath becoming heavy. After closing the door, she instinctively laid Wang Yang onto the bed. With a thud, as soon as he sat on the bed, Wang Yang instinctively fell back, inadvertently pulling Zhou Xen down with him into his embrace. So fragrant, Wang Yang suddenly sensed a delightful aroma wafting through the air. The scent was subtle, yet incredibly enticing, reminiscent of the girl he had secretly admired in high school. She sat in front of him, her long ponytail swaying freely during breaks, brushing past his nose and leaving behind an unforgettable fragrance. At this moment, encountering that familiar scent, Wang Yang's face betrayed a look of intoxicated longing. His instincts urged him to seek more. He leaned in closer, his face nearly touching Zhou Xen's, their breaths mingling in the intimate space. "This scent, it's so alluring," Wang Yang thought, lost in his intoxication, and instinctively leaned in to kiss her. Zhou Xen, taken aback by Wang Yang's sudden advance, momentarily froze. If she had been sober, she would have pushed him away immediately. However, being equally intoxicated, she responded with a silly grin. "Wang Yang, are you thinking of women? A sister is loyal. If you desire, I'll accompany you just this once. Today you caught me in a good mood, and since we drank together, I'll indulge you. Otherwise, with these long legs of mine, you'd never get close." After arriving in Shanghai, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed herself. Tonight, she decided to let loose. "Wang Yang, you made me happy today." With a dazed expression, Zhou Xen turned the tables, initiating kisses and tugging at Wang Yang's shirt. Night fell, and before they realized it, time slipped away. The absence of drawn curtains allowed the morning sun to flood the room as it rose. Under the glaring light, Wang Yang slowly awoke. Before even opening his eyes, he felt somewhat disoriented. His body, enhanced by inherited powers, possessed heightened senses. At that moment, he distinctly felt a woman lying beside him. Had he been picked up after a night of heavy drinking? He had only heard of women being picked up, never men. He silently hoped she was not unattractive. With a quiet prayer, he cautiously opened his eyes. To his bewilderment, he found Zhou Exan lying on him. Was it possible that they had drunkenly engaged in intimate acts the previous night? Wang Yang contemplated this, his feelings complex. He held a degree of admiration for Zhou Exan. She was straightforward, loyal, and quite attractive, fitting his criteria for a partner. However, he had his principles. If they had indeed slept together, he wished it to have been in a sober state, allowing him to fully savor the experience, rather than feeling like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, oblivious to the flavor. Yet he quickly grew puzzled. Their clothing was not completely removed, suggesting nothing had truly transpired. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. They had merely slept together, wrapped in each other's warmth without any deeper engagement. Just as this thought took root, Zhou Exan, still lying beside him, opened her eyes. Dazed upon seeing Wang Yang, she instinctively exclaimed, "Hey!" However, as soon as she uttered those words, she realized that a man was in her bed. Even for a bold northeastern girl, she instinctively let out a scream. Chapter 9. The 8-9 Mysteries, the Master of Horizontal Training. With her scream, Zhou Exan quickly grabbed the blanket, wrapping herself tightly within it. Her demeanor suggested she was not keen on engaging in any post-drinking encounters. After all, she was still the forthright northeastern girl he knew. Had she been one of those opportunistic women, she would have seized the chance to consummate their encounter. Wang Yang reflected on this, wishing he had taken a closer look earlier. He hastily reassured Zhou Exan, "We didn't do anything last night." Upon hearing this, Zhou Exan ceased her screaming and began to check herself. Once she confirmed that nothing had occurred, immense relief washed over her. Memories of the previous night flooded back. It was merely an accident, and they had simply shared a bed without further intimacy. "You should leave now, as if nothing happened. We can remain friends moving forward." Wang Yang, relieved by her insistence to send him away, nodded, grateful he wouldn't have to confront Zhou Exan in this awkward situation. In truth, had something truly happened, it would not have been entirely unacceptable. After all, Zhou Exan was not only stunning, but also possessed an admirable character. As he pondered this, he quickly got out of bed and made his way to the door under Zhou Exan's watchful gaze. Zhou Exan, watching him prepare to leave, sighed in relief, pointing towards the door. "You should go. I need to collect my thoughts." "All right," Wang Yang nodded, pushing the door open and stepping outside. With his departure, Zhou Exan finally felt at ease. She was fully aware of the allure her appearance held for men. Lying on the same bed, it was exceptionally challenging for a man to restrain himself from making a mistake. Yet Wang Yang had managed to do so. Indeed, a gentleman. Beneath the surface, his heart was undoubtedly a maelstrom of thoughts, his eyes wandering restlessly. Last night, he could only speculate how much advantage he had taken. Countless musings echoed within Xiao Xin's mind. Ultimately, she could only reveal a wry smile, hastily retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. Yet even during her shower, she found herself unable to shake off her reverie, as Wang Yang's visage incessantly surfaced in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang remained oblivious to the changes in Xiao Xin after his departure. He resided in a shared apartment in a village within the city, where the original 3-bedroom layout had been transformed into 7 rooms and 3 bathrooms. His own room lacked an ensuite. The realization that 2 million lay coldly within his bank account made him feel that such a humble share house was beneath him. However, in the bustling metropolis, 2 million could only afford a modest dwelling, hardly enough to procure even a spacious flat, let alone a villa. He resolved to strive harder for wealth, setting his sights on a modest goal first, aiming to eventually upgrade to a larger flat or a villa. As he surveyed his cramped surroundings, he swiftly made up his mind. Nevertheless, despite this determination, he did not immediately rush out to earn money. His experiences from the previous day had taught him that places like Panjiayuan thrived only at night. To discover hidden treasures, one must venture out after dark. Furthermore, the use of his heavenly sight drained his physical energy significantly. His indulgence in alcohol the previous night had been a response to his body's instinctive need for nourishment after such exertion. Had he mastered the 8-9 profound arts of the heavenly eye sect, he could have substantially mitigated the toll it took on his body. Since obtaining the inheritance, Wang Yang had yet to formally practice the 8-9 profound arts. He aimed to seize the daylight hours to strengthen his physical constitution. Resolutely, he seated himself cross-legged on his bed and commenced his training. As he practiced, he was astounded to discover that his body was infused with an abundance of spiritual energy. Clearly, the inheritance from the Heavenly Eye sect had left remnants of spiritual energy within him after unlocking his heavenly sight. As he circulated the 8-9 profound arts, that energy was instantly transformed into pure, true qi, integrating into his dantian, allowing his realm to ascend continuously. From a third-rate martial artist to a second-rate, and then to a first-rate martial artist. Before long, Wang Yang found himself at the pinnacle of the first-rate realm. Even so, his accumulation of true qi did not cease. Only when his dantian was nearly filled with true qi did he finally digest the overwhelming spiritual energy within. Realizing he had achieved the apex of the first-rate realm, Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback. According to the inheritance he had received, since the Tang dynasty, spiritual energy had been nearly depleted. In this current era, it was deemed an end of the Dharma age, where true qi could only be cultivated through the aid of medicinal elixirs. Under normal circumstances, one would require 30 arduous years of cultivation, even with a steady supply of elixirs, to attain the first-rate realm. His brief session of practice had equated to what an ordinary martial artist would achieve in 3 decades. However, this was merely a transformation in his realm. In reality, his combat prowess was even more formidable than his realm suggested. The classification of martial artists includes third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and master. Although Wang Yang was merely a first-rate martial artist, his practical abilities would rival those of any master. This was due to his training in the 8-9 profound arts, a celestial martial art that harmonizes internal and external cultivation, making him a true dual first-rate practitioner. His true qi strength had reached the level of a first-rate martial artist, and his physical conditioning had also attained that caliber. Enhanced by true qi, his physical prowess could temporarily elevate to the level of a master. In this age of decline, a master represented the pinnacle of martial achievement. With his training, the operation of his true qi rendered him akin to a martial artist of master caliber, leaving him in awe. Chapter 10. The Blossoming Wealth of Humanity. The profound spiritual energy he felt must have been infused into him during his acceptance of the inheritance yesterday. Indeed, being linked to the legendary Erlang Shun's legacy was incomparable to ordinary martial arts traditions. Regrettably, in this world where spiritual energy had nearly vanished, it would be challenging for him to continue breaking through. Wang Yang contemplated this, soon furrowing his brow. He caught a whiff of strong, acrid odor emanating from himself. There was the scent of alcohol, but more prominently, a thick layer of black grime had accumulated on his body. Had his practice of the 8-9 profound arts purged the impurities within? Filled with reflections, he promptly rose and made his way to the bathroom. Quickly washing away the filth and donning a clean outfit, Wang Yang set off towards Panjiayuan, eager to continue his treasure hunting. Typically, the afternoon at Panjiayuan saw few customers, with some vendors even opting to stay closed. However, today was an anomaly. The market was bustling, more crowded than even the evenings. Have you heard? Someone unearthed a pair of Qing Dynasty cloison vases at Panjiayuan yesterday and sold them for 6 million at Jinlong Auction House. Your information is incomplete. Not only did someone find a pair of cloison vases, but another individual also discovered a painting by Qi Baisher featuring 100 shrimps, fetching 15 million. I've heard about it too, and both discoveries were made by the same person. Various discussions echoed throughout Panjiayuan, each gaze fixated on the antiques with fervor, as if they believed themselves to be the next fortunate finder. Wang Yang, upon hearing the chatter, was rendered speechless, realizing that news from Jinlong Auction House had leaked. He reflected silently, discreetly activating his heavenly sight to scrutinize the antiques at the stalls, concerned that due to the influx of treasure seekers, the genuine artifacts that should rightfully belong to him might be snatched away by others. Yet, just as he neared a few stalls, a voice rang out in surprise. Wang Yang, are you here to hunt for treasures too? At the sound, Wang Yang instinctively turned his gaze toward its source, where several university classmates materialized before him. The one exclaiming his name with delight was Tian Tian, the class monitor, affectionately nicknamed the Flower of Wealth. Upon seeing her, a smile inevitably spread across Wang Yang's face as he approached. Upon reaching her, Tian Tian playfully delivered a punch to his shoulder, her expression a mix of grievance and reproach. Wang Yang, are you planning to forsake our friendship? Wang Yang felt a pang of embarrassment at her complaint. Tian Tian was one of the few friends he had made during university. However, her family was exceedingly affluent, owning numerous hotels and various enterprises in the metropolis, with fixed assets exceeding 10 billion. As the sole daughter, she was destined to inherit everything. Hence, she had earned the moniker Flower of Wealth. Logically, a super-rich second-generation heiress like her and Wang Yang should have existed as parallel lines, never intersecting. Even as classmates, their interactions were limited. Yet, fate had intervened. One day, when two individuals attempted to assault Tian Tian, Wang Yang had rushed in to defend her, leading to a brawl. Despite the odds being against him, his physical strength, honed from labor, allowed him to rescue her, solidifying their friendship. However, as time passed, Wang Yang sensed a shift in this bond. Specifically, Tian Tian's feelings towards him had begun to transcend mere friendship. Only with empty sleeves can one dare to mislead a fair maiden. Although Tian Tian does not care about his financial status, he himself is deeply concerned. Lacking wealth, he feels inferior in Tian Tian's presence, unable to bear the weight of his own dwindling self-esteem. This discomfort intensified after an outing with her, where he faced both overt and subtle disdain from her social circle. Consequently, following his graduation, he deliberately severed contact with Tian Tian, hoping to create a clear boundary between them. However, that was in the past. Now, having inherited a legacy, he no longer perceives himself as inferior to her, and thus feels no need to evade her. As he caught sight of Tian Tian's resentful gaze directed at him, Wang Yang awkwardly chuckled, "I've been exceedingly busy lately, but now that I've wrapped up my obligations, I will certainly make time for you. Should you extend another invitation, I promise to join you." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the frown on Tian Tian's face began to dissipate. Nevertheless, she retorted, "I shall remember your promise. If you dare to decline my next invitation, I shall have to give you a good thrashing." After a moment's pause, Wang Yang continued, "Tian Tian, what brings you to Panjiayuan?" To which she responded with a smile, "Today is my grandfather's 70th birthday. He has a penchant for collecting antiques, and I wish to purchase a piece to gift him. I've scoured numerous antique shops, but found nothing satisfactory. I heard that someone here stumbled upon a treasure, so I thought I might try my luck. After all, an antique I discover myself would hold greater sentimental value." Wang Yang's face brightened at her words. "I will accompany you. I can offer my advice." "Wonderful!" exclaimed Tian Tian, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with joy. At that moment, she completely disregarded her classmates and immediately sought Wang Yang's opinion on a Qi Baishe painting she had chosen, depicting 3 roosters in celebration of longevity. If it were authentic, it could be valued at nearly 20 million, even surpassing the worth of the shrimp painting that Wang Yang had purchased the day prior. Noticing Tian Tian's determination, Wang Yang discreetly activated his discerning eye to assess the painting's authenticity. To his dismay, he soon realized it was an unequivocal counterfeit. Just as he prepared to close his discerning eye, another painting on the stall caught his attention. It too was a depiction of Qi Baishe's 3 roosters, but executed with a hasty hand, immediately revealing its lack of authenticity. Yet, under Wang Yang's discerning gaze, it radiated a unique historical aura, confirming its genuine status. Not only was this piece authentic, but several other seemingly fake Qi Baishe works also emitted this special historical glow, affirming their true identities. In total, there were 7 genuine Qi Baishe masterpieces. Wang Yang felt his heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excitement. On the stall lay 7 authentic Qi Baishe paintings, the least valuable among them worth several million, while the most prized could reach astronomical sums. Although none were in the billion range, he conservatively calculated that their combined worth could easily exceed 100 million. "Stay calm, remain composed," he repeatedly reminded himself, determined not to reveal his excitement to the stall owner. Once his heartbeat steadied, he turned to Tian Tian with a light-hearted smile. "This painting appears to be a copy by a Qi Baishe enthusiast." Upon hearing this, Tian Tian promptly set down the painting, clearly placing her trust in Wang Yang's judgment. Once she relinquished the painting, Wang Yang casually addressed the stall owner. "I am preparing to move and need some artwork to adorn my new home. Please refrain from showing me any more high-quality replicas. I prefer pieces that look like they were painted by myself. When guests arrive, I can claim I casually created a few artwork for decoration." Initially displeased by the loss of a potential sale, the stall owner's demeanor brightened at Wang Yang's intent to purchase. These paintings were recently acquired from a late national painting professor, Although they may not compare to those replicas, they are evidently original and fulfill your requirements perfectly. All 7 together. I can let them go for 1,000, the stall owner eagerly proposed. Wang Yang quickly grasped that these paintings were intentionally rendered plain to conceal the true masterpieces beneath. It was evident that the late professor's family remained unaware of the painting's true nature, leading to their collective sale. Understanding this, Wang Yang wasted no time, promptly transferring 1,000 yuan to the stall owner to secure the paintings. Once the transaction was complete and he had possession of the artworks, he casually inquired, "These paintings seem few in number. Does the old professor have any more of his early style pieces?" The stall owner shook his head. "No. We bought everything from his family. I sell at the entrance of Panjiayuan, while my brother sells at the exit. If you feel it's insufficient, you can check with my brother when you leave." Realizing that the stall owner's brother was the same vendor where he had discovered a treasure the previous day, Wang Yang recalled that the painting he had seen was executed with much greater finesse than these hasty pieces. It appeared the late professor had decided to conceal the authentic works for safety after realizing the copies were too convincing. Feeling a sense of admiration, Wang Yang smiled at the stall owner. "All right, when we exit, we shall visit your brother's stall." Satisfied that the stall owner had nothing further for him, he turned to Tian and suggested, "Shall we explore other stalls to see if there is anything else you need?" "Yes, let us check out the other stalls," Tian replied, her face brimming with happiness as she followed Wang Yang onward. Behind them, her classmates watched, their expressions filled with disbelief as they noticed Tian's singular focus on Wang Yang, completely disregarding their presence. They could not fathom Wang Yang's charm. Whenever he was around, Tian's heart seemed to belong solely to him. However, they were acutely aware of the disparity between them. Tian was the heir to a billion-dollar hotel empire, while Wang Yang hailed from humble beginnings. Would it be possible for them to bridge such a vast divide? It seemed unlikely, for Wang Yang possessed a deep-seated pride. Unlike many from the city, he had not simply passed the entrance exams. He had excelled despite coming from a rural background, scoring over 200 points higher than his peers. Indeed, Wang Yang was inherently proud. Despite his less affluent background, he possessed a relentless drive to overcome the socioeconomic gap, and he would never consider lowering himself to rely on anyone else. Meanwhile, his classmates whispered amongst themselves, casting doubtful glances at Wang Yang and Tian. Yet, Wang Yang, now a master of his craft, was acutely aware of their conversations. Despite their hushed tones, every word reached his ears. In the past, such remarks would have pricked his pride, prompting him to distance himself from Tian. However, this time, he remained unperturbed, engaging in lively conversation with her all the while. Though he felt an urgent desire to reach the exit of Panjiayuan and procure the remaining genuine Qi Baishe works, he refrained from hastening Tian's pace. The vendors here were astute. A hurried demeanor would only alert them to his intentions. "Wang Yang, when will you invite me to your new home?" "Wang Yang, it has been 2 months since we last met. Have you missed me?" Along the way, Tian was like a cheerful lark, continuously chatting beside Wang Yang, her eyes brimming with joy. It was evident to any observer how deeply she cherished Wang Yang. Before long, the group arrived at the exit of Panjiayuan. It seemed I must select a gift for my grandfather's 70th birthday from the antique shop. With a look of disappointment, Tian began to ponder which antique store to visit. Observing her demeanor, Wang Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry. I have the old man's gift right here. When evening falls, I will join you in celebrating your grandfather's birthday, and it will surely be a delightful surprise." Upon hearing this, Tian nodded enthusiastically, completely disregarding the notion of what kind of gift Wang Yang could afford given his financial situation. Soon, the two of them arrived at a stall, beaming with smiles. However, as Wang Yang scrutinized the stall closely, his brow furrowed slightly. There were no beginner's paintings that he sought. Had they been purchased by someone else in advance? Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Wang Yang turned to the stall owner and inquired, "I heard from the vendor at the entrance that you have some early works by a national painting professor. Why can I find them here?" The stall owner, upon hearing Wang Yang's question, immediately opened a box beneath the stall, retrieving paintings while smiling at Wang Yang. "They're all here. Those paintings aren't of high quality and aren't worth displaying. There were a total of 7 pieces. If you want them, I'll give you my brother's price, 1,000 yuan for all." Chapter 12. Let us showcase. "All right, I'll take them all." Wang Yang stifled his excitement and discreetly activated his observation skills. Confirming that the 7 paintings were indeed authentic, he promptly completed the payment via QR code. After receiving the 7 artworks from the stall owner, He quickly led Tian and the others out of Panjiayuan, carefully securing the paintings. Wang Yang then turned to Tian and said, "Take me to your grandfather's birthday banquet." As they prepared to leave, the group waved goodbye. Once Wang Yang and Tian departed, the crowd could no longer contain their whispers. Wang Yang is actually going to celebrate Elder Tian's birthday. Has he finally made up his mind to rely on Tian? They feared that while he may have come to terms with it, the Tian family might not look favorably upon him. With so many suitors vying for Tian's attention, and many bringing lavish gifts for Elder Tian, how could Wang Yang hope to compete with his modest collection of hastily acquired paintings? His classmates exchanged anxious glances as they watched Wang Yang's retreating figure. Unaware of the gossips swirling behind him, Wang Yang followed Tian to a five-star hotel. Despite it being just past 5 o'clock, the entrance was bustling with luxury vehicles. Upon entering the lobby, they were met with well-dressed individuals engaged in animated discussions. Both men and women adorned themselves in high-end designer garments, exuding an air of opulence. In stark contrast, Wang Yang's attire, reminiscent of budget shopping, fell out of place. Nevertheless, as he stepped into the lobby, many eyes instinctively gravitated towards him. Who was the man beside Tian? Has anyone seen him before? They wondered, perplexed by Tian's apparent closeness to someone who appeared so unrefined. It was universally understood that Tian's partner should be capable of upholding the Tian family's billion-dollar fortune. Without such capability, even if he had won her affection, he would lack the qualifications to marry her. A collective murmur spread among the crowd, their disdain palpable as they scrutinized Wang Yang's inexpensive attire. Particularly, those who had long pursued Tian huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Soon, they had formed a plan and began to approach Elder Tian. "Elder Tian, today marks your 70th birthday, and I have specially crafted a large longevity peach for you at the gold shop. Elder Tian, here is a Republic of China-era painting I prepared for you. While it may not be from a master, it holds significant collectible value. Elder Tian, I present you with a Ming Dynasty painting of the 8 Immortals, wishing you blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and longevity that rivals the Southern Mountains." One by one, Tian suitors presented their gifts to Elder Tian. However, after delivering their offerings, they surrounded Wang Yang and Tian, casting sidelong glances at Wang Yang. Tian, who is this man beside you, and what gift has he prepared for Elder Tian? Today is Elder Tian's grand celebration. He surely hasn't come empty-handed? They sneered with his shabby appearance. What could he possibly offer? Perhaps a trinket worth a mere few dozen yuan? If that's the case, it's better he doesn't present it, as it would only invite ridicule in such a setting. Tian's anger flared as she witnessed the group's incessant jabs at Wang Yang. Furiously, she pointed at them. "Silence. All of you be quiet. Wang Yang is my classmate, and no matter what he gives, my grandfather will appreciate it." In her anger, Tian rebuked them while cautiously glancing at Wang Yang, concerned that their taunts might upset him. Having finally reunited with him, she did not wish for their words to drive him away again. Wang Yang, noticing Tian's apprehensive demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair. "Come, let's present our gift to your grandfather." With a gentle smile, he began walking towards Elder Tian. As Wang Yang disregarded their remarks and moved directly toward Elder Tian with Tian, the surrounding individual's expressions darkened. He manages to keep his composure. But as soon as he reveals that cheap gift, everyone will mock him, and we shall see how he maintains his calm. I strolled through Panjiayuan today and happened to spot Tian with that man. All 13 paintings he purchased there were under 200 yuan each. How dare he offer such gifts? They thought. 200 yuan paintings? They would be easily mistaken for fakes. To present such low-quality replicas as a gift will make him the subject of ridicule today. When everyone laughs at him for his meager offering, he will come to realize that he and Tian inhabit entirely different worlds. At that point, he won't need us to mock him. He will leave in shame. The group continued their chatter, their eyes fixated on Wang Yang, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Yang and Tian soon approached Elder Tian. "Grandfather, this is my classmate Wang Yang, the one I mentioned who saved me once." Tian joyfully introduced Wang Yang to Elder Tian. Upon hearing Tian's introduction, Elder Tian beamed at Wang Yang. Come, sit beside me. Today, we must share a few drinks. Old man, there's no rush to drink. First, let me show you the gift I prepared." Wang Yang continued. Tian mentioned that you have a fondness for the works of Master Qi Bai Shi. Today, I chanced upon a collection of his paintings at Panjiayuan. Among them, One featuring 3 roosters is particularly fitting for a birthday celebration, and I wish to present it to you, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. With a composed smile, Wang Yang regarded Elder Tian with respect. Upon hearing that Wang Yang had found a batch of Qi Baishi's paintings, and that he intended to gift one of the rooster paintings as a birthday offering, Elder Tian's eyes filled with surprise. Having frequented the antique scene for years, he understood just how rare it was to stumble upon genuine Qi Baishi artworks. Due to Qi Baishi's immense reputation, the larger his fame, the more people are acquainted with him, diminishing the chances of finding hidden treasures. Discovering even one piece would be a miracle, let alone a dozen. Instantly, his interest was piqued. Ordinarily, I should not accept such a valuable gift. However, Wang Yang, your paintings have thoroughly ignited my curiosity. Today, I shall shamelessly request to examine the artworks you acquired from Panjiayuan. If possible, I would like to view all the dozen pieces you discovered. Grandpa Tian gazed at Wang Yang, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Observing Grandpa Tian's enthusiasm, Wang Yang smiled gently, saying, "Very well, since you wish to see them all. I invite you to inspect them closely." With a confident grin, he promptly began clearing the table in front of Grandpa Tian. Once the table was spotless, he began to unfurl the paintings he had collected one by one. 1-2. As Wang Yang laid out a series of Qi Baishi's works, the onlookers who had been waiting to mock him could no longer contain their laughter. Did you hear that? Those paintings are all by the esteemed Qi Baishi. When did his works become so inexpensive that one could present a dozen at once? While I am no expert in antique appraisal, these paintings are blatantly fake. Any child could tell. Surely he doesn't believe they are genuine? It seemed Wang Yang had been fooled by the vendors in Panjiayuan, mistaking those commonplace items for authentic masterpieces. Derisive comments echoed throughout the hotel. Yet Wang Yang appeared oblivious to the ridicule, continuing to unfold the paintings before him. In order to display all of them, he even brought over 2 additional tables to combine with the one in front of Grandpa Tian. Chapter 13. Tian's wealthy and beautiful friend. 1-2. Ignoring the chatter surrounding him, Wang Yang unfurled all 14 paintings. Once the last piece was laid out, he turned to Grandpa Tian and said, "Grandpa, these 14 are all authentic works by the esteemed Qi Baishi. This 3 roosters celebrating longevity is a gift I have prepared for you. I would appreciate it if you could carefully authenticate these paintings." Grandpa Tian observed Wang Yang's confident demeanor and turned his curious gaze to the 14 Qi Baishi paintings on the table. Although they appear to be fake at first glance, he scrutinized them intently. He understood that both Wang Yang and Tian were exceptional students in history. A history major would not be easily deceived by such obvious fakes. Moreover, Wang Yang had specifically requested his assistance in identifying their authenticity. These paintings must possess something extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Grandpa Tian examined them closely. As a seasoned antique collector, having initially determined that these paintings were more complex than they appeared, he soon noticed the paper was unusual. His face lit up with excitement as he looked at Wang Yang. The paper of these paintings is not right. Could it be that they are layered works? The surface may look crude, but beneath it lies Qi Baishi's authentic pieces. If that is the case, Wang Yang, you can make a fortune, earning more than an average person would in a lifetime. Wang Yang admired Grandpa Tian's keen insight, saying, "You are correct, Grandpa. These paintings are indeed layered works. However, I cannot guarantee that the underlying artwork is genuine. Thus, I need you to unveil the surface layer and personally authenticate these pieces for me." Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, Grandpa Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately instructed the Tian family to prepare the necessary tools. In approximately 10 minutes, a set of art preservation tools and special solutions were delivered to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he approached the 3 roosters celebrating longevity and carefully dripped the solution onto it, gradually revealing the hidden layer of the painting. As the surface was unveiled, the onlookers who had mocked Wang Yang were filled with astonishment. Wow! Beneath the 3 roosters celebrating longevity, there truly is another painting, vibrant and seemingly authentic, as if it were Qi Baishi's genuine work. What do you mean seemingly? That is undoubtedly Qi Baishi's 3 roosters celebrating longevity, an irrefutable original. Qi Baishi's works can fetch up to 20 million. With 14 such pieces, the value is staggering. While the worth of Qi Baishi's paintings varies, with some reaching hundreds of millions and others still worth hundreds of thousands, the total value of these 14 pieces, as Grandpa Tian pointed out, would surely amount to at least 100 million. Gasps of shock reverberated throughout the hotel, and those who had previously derided Wang Yang fell silent. fully aware that if these paintings were authentic, each would be worth tenfold or 100-fold compared to the gifts they had offered. As their spirits sank, Grandpa Tian confidently turned to Wang Yang. This painting is indeed an authentic Qi Bai Shi, starting at a market price of 15 million. Are you certain you wish to give it to me as a gift? Hearing Grandpa Tian's words, Wang Yang replied with a smile. While I am not a person of great stature, I understand that a gentleman's word is his bond. Since I have declared a gift for you, Grandpa, it shall be so. Grandpa Tian, hearing this, ceased to be polite and directly accepted the painting. He frequently glanced at Wang Yang and Tian. His eyes filled with unspoken satisfaction. Very well, I shall accept this 3 roosters celebrating longevity. When you and Tian wed in the future, I will present you with a generous gift. Grandpa Tian's face was radiant, clearly having accepted Wang Yang. Wang Yang, however, noticed that Grandpa Tian had misunderstood his relationship with Tian, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Before he could clarify, Tian had already taken his hand, cheerfully saying, Wang Yang, my friend over there is calling me. Let us join them for dinner. Grandpa's companions are all business partners of the Tian family. It would be rather dull to stay here. Wang Yang nodded in agreement and began to gather the remaining paintings. Soon, the 13 remaining pieces were rolled up casually and placed into a large bag provided by the stall owner. Observing Wang Yang's nonchalant manner. Undeterred by the newfound value of the paintings, Grandpa Tian regarded him with even greater approval. Wang Yang remained oblivious to the admiring gaze of Grandpa Tian, akin to a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Walking alongside Tian, he soon arrived at the table occupied by her friends. To be precise, it was the table of Tian's social circle. There were 8 individuals, 3 men and 5 women, all adorned in luxury brands, clearly part of the affluent second-generation elite. Much like Tian, as Wang Yang settled in beside Tian and placed the bag of paintings at his feet, expressions of surprise and envy emerged among the group. Despite their parents' assets totaling around 10 billion, none of them possessed Wang Yang's poise to casually place a painting worth over 100 million at their feet. Tian, don't you think you should introduce us to your boyfriend? Tian's friend, Yang Mi, teased. Blushing at the comment, Tian replied, his name is Wang Yang. He is my university classmate. For now, we're just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. Upon hearing Tian's words, Yang Mi immediately teased. Would an ordinary friend gift you such an expensive present? It seems that by tonight, you will transform your ordinary friendship into a romantic relationship. Yang Mi's playful remarks caused Tian's cheeks to flush even deeper. Yet, she refrained from rebutting Yang Mi's words, silently gazing at Wang Yang. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern her feelings through the longing in her eyes directed at Wang Yang. This time, however, Wang Yang was determined not to shy away. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Mi, who had been stirring up the atmosphere, suddenly clutched her chest. Her expression tense as she pointed to her bag. Seeing her in such distress, Tian hurriedly rushed to Yang Mi's side, skillfully retrieving a bottle of emergency heart medication from her bag. In one swift motion, she poured out over 20 pills and fed them directly into Yang Mi's mouth. Despite this deluge of medication, Yang Mi's condition showed little improvement. Her breathing became increasingly labored. The once vibrant and beautiful Yang Mi now appeared as if she were on the brink of collapse. Witnessing her friend in such a state, Tian could no longer hold back her tears. Weeping, she turned to the wealthy heirs nearby, exclaiming, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly call for an ambulance." It was only upon hearing Tian's urgent plea that someone finally reacted and dialed for help. Chapter 14, A Life-Saving Intervention. Cough, cough. Yang Mi weakly jogit. Reaching out to touch Tian's face. With a feeble smile, she wiped away Tian's tears and said, "Don't cry. The fact that I've lived this long is already a blessing. Many specialists from prestigious hospitals declared I wouldn't see my 20th birthday. Yet here I am at 24, 4 extra years. After I pass, remember to visit my grave each year with 99 red roses. Please, no morning flowers. I only like red roses. It's a pity my heart condition has kept me from experiencing love or knowing the taste of a man. I had hoped you could describe that feeling to me, but alas, you have failed to secure Wang Yang." Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she listened to her friend speak so candidly about matters of life and love, especially in such a dire moment. Just as she contemplated offering words of comfort, a large hand reached out from beside her, wrapping around Yang Mi. "Stop crying. She isn't going to die. Just let me take care of her, a calm voice interjected. It was at that moment that Tian realized Wang Yang had come to their side. Trusting him implicitly, she immediately relinquished Yang Mi into Wang Yang's care. With utmost gentleness, Wang Yang laid Yang Mi down flat. Looking into her eyes, he spoke in a steady tone. I possess ancestral medical knowledge that can temporarily heal you. But the process may require my hands to go beneath your clothing, which might seem inappropriate. Please bear with me. Wang Yang was not jesting. He indeed had inherited medical skills from his grandfather, the village's traditional healer. Having learned under his grandfather's tutelage as a child, he felt confident in his abilities. He knew he could invoke his grandfather's legacy without arousing suspicion. Unaware of Wang Yang's thoughts, Yang Mi eagerly nodded at the prospect of being saved. I won't shy away from treatment. If you can heal me, do what you must. Wang Yang recognized that Yang Mi was not a woman prone to theatrics, and without hesitation, he lifted the hem of her short sleeve, placing his hands over her heart. What a remarkable opportunity, Wang Yang thought to himself as he began to apply pressure to certain acupoints around Yang Mi's heart, channeling his vital energy into her. As his energy flowed into her, Yang Mi's pallor transformed, her color visibly improving. Those familiar with her condition gasped in astonishment at the sight. Yang Mi's health appeared to be on the mend. It seemed that Wang Yang possessed genuine skill. Yang Mi's congenital heart disease had seen her consult renowned doctors both domestically and internationally. Yet no one had been able to provide a cure. If Wang Yang succeeded, it would be an extraordinary feat. The Yang family was a colossal jewel empire, and gaining their favor would yield unimaginable benefits. As whispers of curiosity and goodwill circulated among the onlookers, even the wealthy heirs who had previously cast disdainful glances at Wang Yang found their expressions softening. A doctor is always a respected profession, and a healer with exceptional skills commands admiration. Yang Mi's illness was well known within their social circle, so even Wang Yang's mere intervention elevated him to the status of a near-miraculous healer in their eyes. Should Wang Yang fully restore Yang Mi's health, he would solidify his reputation as a true physician. Wang Yang remained oblivious to these implications. His sole intention was to save a life, unwilling to watch such a beautiful and vibrant woman perish before him. As he observed Yang Mi's complexion brighten, he gradually ceased channeling his energy and withdrew his hands from her chest. With Wang Yang's hands removed, Yang Mi instinctively let out a long sigh, her gaze lingering on his hands with a hint of longing. She had never felt such comfort before. Wang Yang's warm hands felt like a pair of furnaces, enveloping her in warmth, even invigorating her heart to beat robustly. This sensation of a strong heartbeat was a novel experience for her, one that she had yearned for all her life. Wang Yang, unaware of the emotions swirling in Yang Mi's heart, instructed her, "Your condition is stable for now. It won't relapse within a week, and you can engage in normal activities." With eyes brimming with excitement, she looked at Wang Yang and exclaimed, "If you can heal me, I will repay you handsomely. Money, gifts, anything you desire. If it comes to it, I can even offer myself." Yang Mi was overwhelmed with joy, her thoughts racing as she sought to express her gratitude without considering Tian's connection with Wang Yang. She desperately wanted to live, and despite her usual nonchalance and assertions that each day was a gift, deep down, she feared death. It wasn't just a fear of dying. It was a longing to experience everything life had to offer before it slipped away. Chapter 15. You should stay at my house for a few days. Witnessing Yang Mi's fervent declaration, Wang Yang felt an air of awkwardness. After a long pause, he finally responded, "Yang Mi, there is no need for such grand gestures. You are Tain's close friend, and I am certainly inclined to come to your aid. However, your condition is rather unique, requiring medicinal ingredients that have been sought for centuries, if not millennia. Until I can gather these rare materials, I can only employ the previous method to sustain you temporarily." Upon hearing that Wang Yang not only has the capability to cure her completely, but can also keep her alive until then, Yang Mi's face blossomed with joy. Looking at Wang Yang, she cheerfully inquired, "What medicinal ingredients do we need? I will persuade my family to procure them." She added, "But until we have gathered them all, may I stay by your side? Even during meals and while sleeping, we must share a room. You mustn't let me out of your sight. This way, if I experience a sudden episode, you can assist me immediately." Wang Yang, upon hearing Yang Mi's request, displayed a contemplative expression. Though the ancient healing arts claim to infuse vital energy, ensuring Yang Mi remains unscathed for a week, this is contingent upon the absence of unforeseen circumstances. Emotional upheaval or the consumption of heart-stimulating foods could potentially shorten that time frame and lead to an early onset of cardiac distress, endangering Yang Mi's life. Thus, her concerns were not unfounded. Yet, the idea of a male and female alone in a room made him feel somewhat uneasy. After all, Yang Mi possessed an extraordinary beauty and a physique that would rival even the most exaggerated figures on social media. Only the strikingly curvaceous Russian women could compare to her in that regard. Nevertheless, in reality, who would prevail remains to be seen. He worried that being alone with Yang Mi would make it difficult for him to control his gaze. However, considering her life was at stake, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. Very well, you may accompany me. Until your health improves, you can remain by my side 24 hours a day. Upon hearing Wang Yang's agreement, Yang Mi's face lit up with a radiant smile. I knew you were kind-hearted. You wouldn't refuse such a modest request. With joy evident on her face, she stood up and promptly moved to Wang Yang's side, clearly intent on staying close to him. Once Wang Yang took a seat, she sat beside him, occupying the space that rightfully belonged to Tain Tain. Her gaze toward Wang Yang was filled with an indescribable intimacy. Tain Tain, observing Yang Mi's actions, felt an inexplicable discomfort. Despite understanding that Yang Mi's proximity to Wang Yang was merely an instinctual response to her dire situation, she couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. It felt as though something precious of hers was being claimed by another. I'm overthinking this. Yang Mi and Wang Yang are simply doctor and patient. Yang Mi is my dearest friend. She knows I have feelings for Wang Yang and would never harbor any intentions toward him, Tain Tain reassured herself, soon taking a seat on Wang Yang's other side. As the two of them settled beside him, others began to take their seats. However, after sitting down, the gaze of the assembly inevitably gravitated toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang, let us add each other on WeChat. In the future, if my family encounters a medical issue that the hospital cannot resolve, we will need your assistance. Wang Yang, let us connect on WeChat as well. My family sells cars, so if you ever require a vehicle, you can count on me to find you anything, even luxury cars. Wang Yang, my family is in real estate. Though we may not be as renowned as the big companies, we possess many luxury properties in the metropolis. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. One after another, the affluent heirs gazed at Wang Yang with enthusiasm, eagerly pulling out their phones to add him as a friend. Those who initially regarded Wang Yang as someone beneath their notice now looked at him with a newfound respect. The wealthier a person, the more they cherish their lives, and consequently, the more reverence they hold for physicians. It was evident that these wealthy heirs were no exception. Wang Yang, witnessing their eagerness, helplessly retrieved his phone to accept their friend requests. After all, they were friends of Tain Tain or guests of the Tain family, making it difficult for him to decline at the elder Tain's banquet. However, despite adding them, he had no intention of maintaining close ties with them. They were not on the same wavelength, destined for different circles. At other tables, affluent individuals of significant stature in the metropolis began discreetly inquiring about Wang Yang, eager to cultivate a rapport with him. Even the elder Tain's old friends were animatedly discussing Wang Yang. Old Tain, your granddaughter has found a remarkable son-in-law. Old Tain, if any health issues arise in the future, we must rely on your granddaughter's husband to treat us. The ability to heal that young lady of the Yang family is undoubtedly the mark of a true miracle worker. And to think he is so young, your family is truly fortunate. The excitement of these discussions echoed among the elder Tain's old companions. The older one becomes, the more one understands the formidable potential of an extraordinary healer. Hearing the chatter around him, the elder Tain couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. He gazed at Wang Yang from afar, increasingly recognizing his worth. Initially, Wang Yang had been unaware of just how remarkable his act of saving Yang Mi had been. Yet, as time passed, he began to realize the profound impact of his public display of medical prowess. As the banquet commenced, countless individuals approached him to toast. Some were the same affluent third-generation heirs as Tain Tain and Yang Mi, while others were second-generation heirs who had begun to manage family businesses. And some were even first-generation entrepreneurs who had achieved success. Regardless of their background, when facing Wang Yang, they all adopted a humble demeanor. It seemed he had underestimated the influence of medicine. After countless rounds of toasting, Wang Yang finally recognized the significance of his inherited medical skills in this era. Ultimately, after adding over 100 friends on his phone, the stream of toast diminished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, for he was nearing intoxication. Despite having cultivated his strength significantly, enhancing his tolerance for alcohol, the sheer number of toasts had begun to overwhelm him. With a long exhale, Wang Yang sensed a slight dizziness and turned to Tain and Yang Mi. I have had enough to drink. I wish to find a place to rest for a while. Let us depart. Upon hearing Wang Yang's desire to leave, before Tain could respond, Yang Mi immediately stood up. Chapter 16. Being attended to by Yang Mi, Wang Yang appeared composed, yet he had already indulged more than was wise. In a clear state of mind, he would never have chosen to stay at Yang Mi's home, especially since they were at Tain's family hotel. With a simple word to Tain, he could have secured a long-term suite without issue. Yet his current muddled thoughts urged him to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment. Thus, upon learning that Yang Mi could escort him out, he instinctively nodded, picked up the bag containing his painting, and followed Yang Mi outside. Due to having indulged a bit too much in drink, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Yang Mi's waist after she helped him up, relying on her to support him as they made their way outside. As for Yang Mi, upon realizing that Wang Yang had embraced her waist, she merely blushed momentarily before continuing to assist him, seemingly unfazed by his gesture. Observing their intimate departure, Tian was immediately engulfed by a sense of possessiveness. Feeling as though her treasure had been snatched away by Yang Mi's intention to assist Wang Yang was solely for medical reasons. Their relationship was purely that of doctor and patient, yet Tian couldn't help but feel she was overthinking it. Deep down, she repeatedly admonished herself. Yet she longed to rush after them and join Wang Yang and Yang Mi. However, today marked her grandfather's grand birthday celebration, and she felt obliged to stay until the end. Ultimately, she could only manage a wry smile, constantly reassuring herself that nothing could transpire between Wang Yang and Yang Mi. Unbeknownst to Yang Mi, as she escorted Wang Yang away, Tian was consumed with worry. While supporting Wang Yang out of the hotel lobby, she felt the warmth of his hand firmly clasped around her waist, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. This was the first time in her life that a man had held her in such a manner. She discerned that men were entirely different from women. Their hands not only seemed much larger, but exuded an indescribable warmth, a warmth that felt almost magical. Although his embrace was confined to her waist, she sensed an uncontrollable heat radiating throughout her body, even her heart racing beyond her control. Was this the power of male hormones? Such a simple embrace made her heart race, as if she might faint. If they were truly to engage in a romantic relationship, doing what couples do, her heart would surely leap from her chest. Thankfully, she had always heeded her parents' advice and had never engaged in romantic pursuits with any man. Otherwise, she might have already met her demise. Yang Mi's mind was flooded with various thoughts, and she felt grateful for her adherence to her parents' wishes, consciously avoiding any romantic entanglements. Fortunately, her vehicle was parked just outside, with the driver waiting. As Yang Mi helped Wang Yang out, the driver promptly approached to assist them. Without his help, given Yang Mi's current state of flustered excitement, she might have struggled to get Wang Yang into the car alone. Once inside, after briefing the driver, Yang Mi turned her gaze to Wang Yang, who, having succumbed to his inebriation, had closed his eyes and drifted into a semi-conscious state, completely oblivious to her watching him. Upon noticing that Wang Yang had fallen asleep, an impulsive urge flickered in Yang Mi's eyes. She adjusted her position, leaning against him, nestling into his embrace. Thump, thump, thump. As she felt the forceful rhythm of his heartbeat, a wave of joy washed over her. I am merely experiencing the sensation of a man's heartbeat. There is no other intention. Just before Wang Yang reached for her, she felt as if she was in the presence of the legendary duality of life and death, standing beside her, prepared to take her soul. In that moment, she felt a yearning to surrender herself entirely. For the first time, she experienced a flutter of emotions toward the man. However, due to Tian's connection with Wang Yang, she had consistently suppressed her feelings at the banquet. Moreover, with Tian seated nearby, she behaved appropriately, refraining from any overt displays of affection. In the absence of Tian, Yang Mi found herself less inclined to stifle her emotions. Once I am fully recovered, I will maintain my distance. I will not vie for his affection. Let me be close to him just for these few days, I promise you. Deep in her thoughts, Yang Mi eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep against Wang Yang. The two appeared as though they were a couple deeply in love, their chemistry palpable. It was not until the vehicle halted in front of Villa, and the driver called out to her, that Yang Mi stirred awake. In stark contrast, Wang Yang remained oblivious, having drunk enough to lose consciousness, showing no signs of waking. Ultimately, it was Yang Mi, along with the driver, who managed to support Wang Yang out of the car. Take him directly to my room. Yang Mi instructed after a moment of hesitation. The driver was momentarily taken aback by her request, but under Yang Mi's steady gaze, he quickly complied, assisting her in guiding Wang Yang into the villa. They carefully deposited him onto the bed, and the driver promptly exited, leaving Yang Mi alone with Wang Yang. Although they had done nothing inappropriate, the air was thick with unspoken tension. Water, water, water. It was only when Wang Yang, parched, instinctively called out for water that Yang Mi snapped back to reality. She quickly filled a cup from the water dispenser and, with utmost care, settled beside him on the bed. To her astonishment, she found herself pulling Wang Yang's head onto her lap, gently tilting his face down as she slowly fed him water. As she did so, she tenderly wiped his mouth, her actions infused with an indescribable gentleness akin to that of a newlywed wife caring for her drunken husband, her eyes brimming with affection. Yet, Yang Mi underestimated Wang Yang's state of intoxication. Despite his good character, his behavior while drunk left much to be desired. In his muddled state, Wang Yang vaguely sensed the presence of a woman nearby. After quenching his thirst, he suddenly pulled Yang Mi toward him, causing her to tumble onto the bed. In the ensuing chaos, the water from the cup spilled all over them, soaking their clothes. Realizing that both of their outfits were drenched, Yang Mi furrowed her brow in mild annoyance. Chapter 17. Trapped in bed by Yang Mi's parents. After retrieving a set of pajamas, Yang Mi glanced at the inebriated Wang Yang and confidently changed into them, tossing aside her damp attire. As she changed, she caught her reflection in the mirror and was evidently pleased with her figure. Once she donned the pajamas, she turned to face the still drunk Wang Yang, her expression shifting to one of concern. He must be uncomfortable in wet clothes. I should wash his shirt, she muttered to herself, hesitating momentarily before struggling to remove Wang Yang's shirt, intent on washing it. However, upon removing it, she became entranced, gazing at the unconscious Wang Yang. His physique was remarkable. Though he appeared slender in clothing, he possessed a well-defined, muscular build. It was not the rigid, bulky musculature typical of gym-goers. Rather, it resembled the sleek, powerful physique of Bruce Lee. His form was not exaggerated, yet it emanated an unexplainable sense of strength and security. As Yang Mi prepared to wash Wang Yang's shirt, she found herself deeply captivated by his physique. In truth, Wang Yang's body was even more perfect than Bruce Lee's. His practice of martial arts was a genuine embodiment of celestial prowess, with the ultimate goal of honing his body into the most formidable weapon on earth. To unleash the utmost strength from every muscle, all must engage instantaneously, forming a cohesive whole. Thus, Wang Yang's physique resembles a complete, streamlined form, undulating like gentle waves. This musculature appears strikingly different from that developed in conventional gyms. Its firmness is uncertain. It exudes an aura of power, unlike the rigid, lifeless muscles of many fitness instructors. Yang Mi, filled with curiosity, could not resist reaching out, her hand gently resting upon Wang Yang's body, absorbing the sensation of his muscles. Upon truly feeling his physique, her face radiated an indescribable astonishment. She suddenly perceived that the muscles of Wang Yang seemed to flow subtly, akin to genuine ocean waves. However, this motion was so faint that only by placing her hand directly upon him could she sense it. This phenomenon exemplifies the extraordinary nature of the 8-9 profound technique. At the moment of mastering the skill, all muscles involuntarily flow, perpetually enhancing Wang Yang's physique. Currently, he must still harness his true energy to elevate his muscle strength to the level of a martial arts master. In the future, even if he ceases training, the passage of time will allow his muscles to naturally attain that mastery, with the augmentation of true energy and various inherited techniques. Wang Yang could very well become unparalleled in his time. Yet, Yang Mi remained oblivious to all of this. As she felt the movement of Wang Yang's muscles, she gradually realized that this rhythm resonated with the cadence of his heartbeat. Due to a congenital heart condition, Yang Mi harbored a secret penchant for listening to the sound of heartbeats. The rhythm brought her joy. Typically, she would cuddle with her beloved pets to hear their heartbeats, keeping this unusual affection hidden from others. Now, sensing Wang Yang's heartbeat causing a ripple through his muscles, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed her ear against him, attentively listening to the rhythm of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Yang's heart pulsed steadily and powerfully, akin to drums echoing in her ear. Each beat resonated not just within her ears, but struck deep within her heart, leaving her feeling weak all over. Initially, She intended only to lean against Wang Yang and listen to his heartbeat, yet she unexpectedly drifted into a deep slumber. The two appeared as a newlywed couple, enveloped in an indescribable intimacy. Night quietly passed. As the sun rose in the east, Wang Yang stirred from his slumber, groggily waking. He felt as though he had been beset by a weight throughout the night, struggling to shake off an unseen force. Fortunately, this pressure did not inflict any harm beyond the weight itself. Eventually, realizing he could not rid himself of it, he ceased his resistance. Upon opening his eyes, he clearly discerned that the weight upon him was not a specter, but Yang Mi. The moment he recognized her, his breath quickened. Yang Mi's figure was undeniably alluring, and any normal man would feel a surge of desire in her presence. Moreover, at his youthful age, strengthened by the 8-9 profound technique, he was far more robust than his peers. Instantly, Wang Yang's adrenaline surged. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart echoed powerfully, like a relentless drumbeat. Even without pressing against Yang Mi, the sound was unmistakable. This was before he had achieved mastery in martial arts. Once he fully breaks through, the intensity of his heartbeat could resonate like war drums. The term tiger and leopard thunder epitomizes the heartbeat of a martial arts master. However, even at his current level, the sound was sufficient to rouse Yang Mi from her slumber. Groggily opening her eyes, she was startled to find herself lying atop a bare-chested man. As her eyes opened before her mind fully awakened, she instinctively let out a piercing scream. The shriek was sharp, imbued with an indescribable intensity, immediately echoing into the living room. In the living room, Yang Mi's parents were preparing breakfast. Upon hearing the shrill cry from Yang Mi's room, they instinctively rushed toward her door. Yet, upon entering and witnessing the scene of Yang Mi and Wang Yang together, they were left dumbfounded. Yang Mi, do you not realize the danger posed by your heart condition? You must not engage in such activities with a man, nor risk pregnancy. It could endanger your life. Her parents exclaimed, their expressions fraught with anxiety as their gaze bore into Wang Yang with the intensity of daggers. If glances could kill within that brief moment, Wang Yang would have faced 100 deaths at their hands. Had they known the truth, they would not have reacted so vehemently. Chapter 18. Even if pregnant, one must endure. Hearing her parents' admonitions, Yang Mi finally recognized their misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Wang Yang. She hurriedly attempted to clarify, Mom, Dad, you've misunderstood. Wang Yang and I are not involved in the way you think. Please wait in the living room. I'll explain everything shortly. Despite her assurances, suspicion lingered in her parents' eyes, casting doubt on the purity of her relationship with Wang Yang. Nonetheless, it was too late to argue. They left with stern expressions. Heading downstairs. You have 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I expect you both to be dressed and in the living room, they declared, shutting the door firmly behind them, leaving the space for the two of them. As her parents departed, Yang Mi sighed in relief. She then turned to Wang Yang, succinctly recounting the events of the previous night. Although she understood how she ended up there, he was puzzled as to why he had ended up in Yang Mi's room. After all, in such a large villa, there should have been accommodations for him elsewhere. It made no sense for him to share a room with her. Even if it was for safety due to her health, there was no need for him to be in such a state, let alone his upper garment being removed. However, time was of the essence, and with her parents waiting in the living room, he had no opportunity to delve into the details. Hastily, he gathered his clothes from the bedside and began to dress. Noticing the damp stains on his garments, he was left with a myriad of questions, subtly sensing the reason for his disrobed state. Meanwhile, Yang Mi retrieved a simple yet elegant black dress from her wardrobe. With her fair complexion, the contrast of the black gown and her fiery red lips gave her an air of undeniable sophistication, though her voice retained a hint of youthful innocence. As she called for Wang Yang to join her outside, her commanding presence faded. Let us go. We need to clarify things to your parents to ease their worries. Upon hearing Yang Mi's invitation from the bathroom, Wang Yang immediately rose to follow her into the living room, where her parents awaited on the sofa. As Wang Yang and Yang Mi descended, he promptly gestured for the two to take their seats across from him. Once they were settled, Yang Mi's mother immediately turned her gaze toward her daughter, demanding an explanation of the events that transpired the previous night. She inquired how this man had found himself in Yang Mi's room and insisted that a thorough clarification was in order. Although Yang Mi's father remained silent, his eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Wang Yang, gripping his teacup tightly. Wang Yang had no doubt that if Yang Mi's explanation failed to satisfy her father, he would not hesitate to confront him directly. Unbeknownst to Yang Mi, her father's tension and anger went unnoticed. After some contemplation, she recounted the events of the previous night, detailing her sudden illness that nearly claimed her life. While her account did not elucidate why they had ended up in the same bed, the inquiries ceased. As long as they could ensure Yang Mi's survival and restore her to a semblance of normalcy, they were willing to overlook everything else. They would accept even the most scandalous of circumstances, even if it meant Wang Yang had fathered a child with Yang Mi, as long as she could be healed. Everything could be settled later, once Yang Mi was fully recovered. They were prepared to put aside their pride to seek Wang Yang's assistance, as they did now. After Yang Mi had explained all that had transpired, her parents, who controlled a billion-dollar jewelry empire, knelt before Wang Yang, expressing their profound gratitude for saving their daughter's life the previous night. They pledged to offer him $100 million in medical fees if he could restore Yang Mi to health. Yang Mi's parents gazed at Wang Yang with excitement, making fervent promises. Observing their fervor, Wang Yang quickly extended his hands to help them up. "Uncle Auntie, I have already promised Yang Mi that I would ensure her complete recovery. There is no need for you to kneel." He continued, "The reason I have not yet healed her is merely due to the unavailability of certain rare medicinal herbs." Upon hearing Wang Yang's assurance, joy illuminated the faces of Yang Mi's parents. Yang Mi's father, brimming with happiness, responded, "Wang Yang, our family is in the jewelry business with partners across the globe. Just let us know what herbs you require, and I assure you we will gather them in the shortest time possible." He elaborated, "Currently, in our country, many resources are being depleted due to extensive development, leaving us with insufficient medicinal herbs." Wang Yang realized that his perspective had been narrow. The wealthy possess avenues far beyond the reach of the ordinary. Yang Mi's father, with connections spanning the globe, could procure rare herbs from even the remotest regions, where they thrived despite technological limitations. Those regions, rich in various gemstones, often lack the means for extensive development, making them the perfect sources for aged medicinal herbs. In contrast, areas of high development often saw these resources harvested before they could mature. Thus, he came to understand that what he deemed hard-to-find herbs could soon be within Yang Mi's family's grasp. With this revelation, he promptly added Yang Mi's father on WeChat and shared the list of required herbs. Observing Wang Yang send over the list, Yang Mi's father beamed with delight, immediately taking Yang Mi's mother with him to gather the herbs, leaving Wang Yang and Yang Mi alone in the villa. Chapter 19. Yang Mi also wished to seize the opportunity. Watching her parents rush off without even having breakfast, Yang Mi felt a wave of emotion wash over her. After a brief moment, she turned to Wang Yang and suggested, "Let us go out for breakfast. After we eat, I'll take you to a fun place. I promise to keep you company every day until we have gathered the herbs." Although Wang Yang understood that Yang Mi's words bore no deeper meaning, he instinctively scrutinized her figure, which was straining against her short sleeves, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Yang Mi, noticing his gaze, flushed and retorted, "What I meant by keeping you company is to take you out for fun." Wang Yang chuckled, amused by her defensive stance, while she unconsciously accentuated her figure, leaving him momentarily speechless. He found himself perplexed by whether she intended to reject him or playfully lead him to misunderstandings. Not wishing to dwell on it, he replied, "Rest assured, I am not so impatient. I simply wish to explore Panjiayuan today. We could discuss other activities at a later time." Upon hearing Wang Yang's desire to visit Panjiayuan, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you hoping to find treasures like you did yesterday? You uncovered so many Qi Baishe paintings that you nearly left everyone in shock. Many people are saying they want to go to Panjiayuan today as well. We must hurry for breakfast. Otherwise, the good finds will be snatched away by others." Yang Mi displayed a sense of urgency, even more anxious than Wang Yang, as if treasures waited for them at Panjiayuan, ready to be seized before they vanished. Observing her enthusiasm, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile in bemusement. Many newcomers to the antique collection world mistakenly believe that treasures are plentiful and just waiting to be discovered. They think they can easily profit by merely stepping out, unaware that the odds of finding valuable antiques are akin to winning the lottery. Moreover, even successful finds typically yield only modest gains, while discovering antiques worth millions is exceedingly rare. In fact, while lottery winners emerge weekly, the chance of unearthing antiques of significant value is less than 3 times a year on average. Wang Yang knew that prior to his own successful finds, Panjiayuan sometimes went an entire year without a single noteworthy discovery, even with his past successes yielding around 200 million. He did not harbor expectations for further success on this visit. Panjiayuan was, after all, a vast market for counterfeit goods and crafts, where genuine antiques were a rarity. These are considerations Yang Mi appeared oblivious to, believing instead that finding treasures at Panjiayuan was a simple endeavor. Shielded by her family's overprotectiveness due to her congenital heart condition, her understanding of the world was naively simplistic. Without experiencing setbacks, she would find it challenging to mature. Not wishing to dampen her spirits, Wang Yang refrained from dissuading her enthusiasm. Soon enough, they finished breakfast and made their way to Panjiayuan. Along the way, a thoughtful Yang Mi even stopped to buy new clothes for herself and Wang Yang, selecting matching outfits that evoked the feeling of a couple. As she donned a black skirt while he wore a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Upon their arrival at Panjiayuan, Wang Yang found himself profoundly astonished by its bustling atmosphere. Typically, Panjiayuan in the morning is rather desolate, with activity only picking up in the afternoon and reaching its peak at night. However, at just after 9 in the morning, the place was already teeming with visitors, far exceeding the usual evening crowd. It appeared that news of his fortunate discovery of 14 Shi Baishur paintings had spread, drawing throngs of eager collectors hoping to uncover hidden treasures. Beside him, Yang Mi, noticing the crowd, became increasingly anxious. Wang Yang, we must begin our search for bargains at once. With so many people here, if we don't act quickly, all the good finds will be snatched away. In her urgency, she grasped Wang Yang's hand and hurried toward a stall. It was only upon reaching the stall that she realized her grip on his hand, prompting her to release it hastily, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Avoiding his gaze, she immediately turned her attention to the stall, intent on seeking out hidden gems. However, as her eyes scanned the antiques, she found herself momentarily stunned. Although she possessed some knowledge of antiques, it was limited, as she assessed the items before her. A few pieces caught her eye, and she instinctively recognized that they stood apart from the obviously counterfeit artifacts. Unbeknownst to her, the influx of bargain hunters had prompted the vendors at Panjiayuan to acquire a batch of remarkably convincing replicas, designed specifically to deceive those with a modest understanding of antique appreciation. Believing she had stumbled upon a genuine piece, she picked up a Tang Dynasty horse riding on a flying swallow porcelain, her face alight with hope as she inquired of the stall owner, "How much for this?" This Tang Sankai porcelain, the classic horse riding on a flying swallow, is truly a remarkable find, the owner replied with a composed demeanor. However, I acquired it for a substantial price of 200,000. If you wish to make it yours, it will cost at least 500,000. The stall owner's audacious demand was not lost on Wang Yang, who chuckled softly at the absurdity. The genuine Tang Sankai horse riding on a flying swallow would typically command a starting price of 5 million. 500,000 would indeed be a remarkable bargain. As Yang Mi prepared to scan the QR code to make the purchase, Wang Yang gently placed his hand over hers, halting her transaction. "Let's observe a bit longer. Do not rush into a purchase," he advised with a calm smile. Yang Mi, having complete faith in Wang Yang's expertise in antique appraisal, understood that relying solely on luck for a bargain was impractical. Wang Yang had demonstrated his prowess multiple times at Panjiayuan, substantiating his competence. Upon hearing his words, she recognized the dubious nature of the antiques before her and promptly set her phone down. "I'll take another look," she said with a faint smile toward the stall owner, continuing her examination of the wares. Yet, despite her keen intentions, she remained unable to discern any flaws in the antiques. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned closer to Wang Yang and whispered, "Wang Yang, what exactly is wrong with this horse riding on a flying swallow? I can't seem to see it." Her eagerness to uncover the truth caused her to overlook the closeness of their bodies, her form pressing against him. Wang Yang, a young man of fervent spirit, felt the heat rise within him as she leaned in, her breath brushing against his ear. He silently lamented her proximity, but maintained his composure, gently creating some distance between them as he began to explain, with a background in history and an in-depth understanding of antique appraisal. His keen perception had already confirmed the authenticity of the piece as dubious. As he quietly conveyed his findings to Yang Mi, realization dawned upon her, and she understood her misjudgment. "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have lost 500,000 today. While it's not a vast sum, it would have been quite embarrassing," she expressed, her face brightening with relief. With that, she abandoned her interest in the stall's offerings and guided Wang Yang to explore other vendors. Hours slipped by as they wandered from morning into noon, thoroughly exploring Panjiayuan. Disappointment settled over Wang Yang as he realized that while the antiques appeared plentiful, they were predominantly fakes. Despite their efforts, he had failed to uncover even a single genuine treasure. Yang Mi, had it not been for Wang Yang's timely interventions, would have fallen prey to deception on numerous occasions. Her enthusiasm for bargain hunting had dimmed significantly after their experience. I'm not inept. It's just that antiques are my forte. That's why I nearly got duped several times, she remarked. After lunch, I'll take you to a jade exhibition where many uncut jade stones will be displayed. My true talent lies in selecting jade stones for gambling. While you can profit from antiques, I could do the same with jade. I've come to realize that finding bargains isn't a daily occurrence. Even with skill, poor luck renders one's efforts futile. But with jade gambling, opportunities abound every day. If I were to engage in jade gambling daily, I'm confident my earnings would rival yours from Panjiayuan. As they exited Panjiayuan, Yang Mi turned to Wang Yang, expressing her frustration. The repeated mistakes in front of him had left her feeling unsettled. She was determined not to reveal her shortcomings and wished to showcase her strengths instead. Her lack of success that morning only fueled her desire to prove herself in an area where she excelled. Wang Yang, having learned that even with his extraordinary ability to discern genuine antiques from forgeries, relying solely on this skill for profit was exceedingly challenging. It was likely that for days or even months to come, he would struggle to find valuable antiques at Panjiayuan, where authentic treasures were scarce. Before leaving the market, he began contemplating alternative avenues for generating income. Though the teachings of the Tianyin sect were vast, his personal growth had yet to reach a level that would significantly enhance his financial prospects. In his mind, the pursuit of wealth remained paramount. Especially after awakening that morning in Yang Mi's villa, his desire for financial stability intensified. Despite his current wealth, in the opulent city of Shanghai, it barely afforded him a modest apartment. Yang Mi's villa was beyond his means, and he yearned to bring his parents from their hometown to live with him in such luxury. However, constrained by his limited experience, he struggled to devise a swift and effective method for accumulating wealth. It was at this moment that Yang Mi's words sparked a new idea in Wang Yang's mind. After all, the Tianyin ability possessed the power of X-ray vision, allowing him to see through not only clothing but also uncut jade stones. Wang Yang had witnessed the phenomenon of betting on jade stones on television. He understood that prior to being sliced open, no one could ascertain with absolute certainty whether a jadeite gem lay within the raw stone. Thus, purchasing jadeite rough could yield a fortune or result in utter financial ruin. Hence, this practice was colloquially termed stone gambling. While for many, this gamble could lead to devastating losses, for Wang Yang, such a risk was non-existent. With just a glance, he could discern the presence of jadeite within the stone. To him, the act of gambling on stones was akin to picking up money, even swifter than robbing a bank. In that instant, clarity washed over him. Turning to Yang Mi beside him, he smiled and said, as fate would have it, I've recently watched videos and learned much about stone gambling, though I have yet to engage in practical application. This afternoon, accompanying you to the jade exhibition, I shall put my acquired techniques to the test. Upon hearing Wang Yang's intent to personally try his hand at stone gambling that afternoon, Yang Mi's eyes filled with concern. She had witnessed too many individuals lose their fortunes due to this perilous gamble. One of their former business partners had squandered 100 billion due to stone gambling. Consequently, those truly engaged in the jewelry trade preferred to acquire cut jadeite, accepting limited profits rather than risking further gains. Even in gambling, it was merely for amusement, a trivial pastime, with losses deemed inconsequential. As she observed Wang Yang's keen interest, Yang Mi pondered how best to dissuade him from the notion of stone gambling. At the dinner table, after a moment of contemplation, she began her subtle persuasion. Wang Yang, allow me to share a few anecdotes from the jewelry industry. Wang Yang, intrigued by her offer, gestured for her to continue. Yang Mi, no longer hesitating, commenced her carefully orchestrated narrative. We once had a partner worth billions, who exclusively supplied jade jewelry to our family. However, during one instance of stone gambling, he won a jadeite worth 10 billion, which led him to become engulfed in the thrill of the gamble. Ultimately, he lost not only the winnings, but also his entire fortune. She recounted tales of newlyweds who, while on their honeymoon, purchased a jade rough and earned 8 million, only to lose their entire fortune in the end, culminating in divorce. Yang Mi recounted several such cautionary tales, hoping to impart the gravity of the situation to Wang Yang. After sharing 5 or 6 stories, she earnestly gazed at him. Wang Yang, my earlier words were somewhat exaggerated. Earning from stone gambling is far from easy. Many esteemed experts in stone appraisal have faced ruin due to this gamble. It should only be a modest, occasional diversion, never an obsession. Wang Yang, amused by her concern, smiled in response. After a prolonged moment, under Yang Mi's watchful gaze, he replied, "Rest assured, I grasp the concept of moderation in gambling. I will not become ensnared. I merely wish to validate the techniques I have learned. Should I encounter consecutive losses, I will cease immediately. However, if I possess a natural talent for stone gambling, I am aware that the annual stone gambling convention in Tengchong often sees those who earn the title of Jade King rarely lose. Perhaps I shall be the next Jade King." Yang Mi, noticing Wang Yang's resolute demeanor and his apparent assurance against becoming obsessed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a playful smile, she remarked, "If you indeed become the next Jade King, you must support my family's jewelry business. All the jade you win should be sold to us." Wang Yang, brimming with confidence, assured her, "As long as the Yang family can handle the volume, I shall not sell to any other." He was merely concerned that his frequency of gambling might yield an abundance of jade that the Yang family could not accommodate. However, he kept this thought to himself. He understood from Yang Mi's words that the jade market was currently flourishing, with eager buyers ready to purchase high-quality jade freshly cut, leaving him unconcerned about finding buyers. Unaware of Wang Yang's inner thoughts, Yang Mi was elated at his willingness to sell all his jade to her family, and she happily served him more food. By the time their meal concluded, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon, and the two of them promptly headed to the Jade Rough exhibition. Initially, Wang Yang harbored doubts about the scale of the event, fearing it might not provide ample opportunity for him to gamble on stones profitably. However, upon arriving with Yang Mi, those concerns dissipated. The exhibition was located at the Aegean Sea Square in the western part of the city, occupying nearly half the space. While there were only 7 or 8 booths selling various finished jade products, there were hundreds of stalls offering jade rough. These stalls featured 2 types of rough jade: semi-gambling stones, which had been partially cut to reveal jade within, and fully uncut gambling stones. The semi-gambling stones allowed glimpses of jade, yet the size and purity remained uncertain. Nevertheless, such semi-gambling stones commanded a significantly higher price than their fully uncut counterparts. There were even fist-sized stones, which were technically still jade rough. However, under normal circumstances, such stones, unless exhibiting exceptional external qualities, would rarely yield any jade upon cutting. Consequently, these stones were relatively inexpensive, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, primarily appealing to tourists seeking novelty. Under Yang Mi's guidance, Wang Yang approached a booth dedicated to selling jade rough to visitors. These stalls primarily featured palm-sized pieces, none of which were particularly valuable. Yang Mi proposed Wang Yang, "Let us each select 3 pieces of jade rough, and see whose yields the most valuable jade." Wang Yang smiled faintly, acquiescing to her request. Although he found these pieces somewhat beneath his regard, he decided to experiment and test the efficacy of his clairvoyant abilities in relation to stone gambling. As Yang Mi began selecting her jade rough, he discreetly activated his third eye and observed the pieces on display. Instantly, the true nature of each jade rough became vividly clear to him. The distinction between waste stone and genuine jadeite was unmistakable. Yet, as he surveyed the booth's offerings, a look of surprise filled Wang Yang's eyes. Originally, Wang Yang believed that the stall primarily offered low-priced jadeite rough stones, catering only to ordinary tourists, and that it was unlikely for any exceptionally valuable jadeite to be present. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to Wang Yang's assumptions. Indeed, most of the jadeite rough stones at the stall were worthless waste stones, and even those containing jadeite were of mediocre quality and lacked significant value. Yet, there was one unexpected find: a fist-sized jadeite rough stone that appeared remarkably round. Under Wang Yang's discerning gaze, he discovered that this rough stone was covered by merely a thin layer of stone skin. Beneath that layer lay a completely red jadeite. Chapter 22: 50 million chicken crown red jadeite. It was crystal clear, devoid of any blemishes. According to the knowledge Wang Yang had acquired online, this kind of flawless blood red jadeite is referred to as chicken crown red, a premium among jadeites. A superior chicken crown red jade bracelet is valued at no less than 10 million. Given the size of this jadeite, it could yield 3 sets of bracelets in various sizes, with enough remaining for pendants and ring faces. When all was taken into account, Wang Yang conservatively estimated the total value to start at 50 million. Furthermore, the value of high-end jadeite has been steadily rising, and Wang Yang anticipated that the final selling price could far exceed 50 million. However, despite the jadeite's exceptional quality, the rough stone encasing it was exceedingly ordinary. Priced at only 300, even among the stones at the stall, it was the least valuable. Without hesitation, Wang Yang selected this stone, along with two others that contained jadeite but were of average worth. "I'll take these three," he stated, pointing out his selections to the stall owner and promptly completing the payment. The three jadeite rough stones were priced at 300, 400, and 500, totaling 1,200. After he finished paying, Yami also selected three jadeite rough stones. Turning to Wang Yang, she boasted, "Let's have the owner reveal the stones on the spot and see whose selections are worth more." "Sounds good," Wang Yang replied with a faint smile, curious to see Yang Mi's astonishment upon discovering her own premium chicken crown red jadeite. Unaware of Wang Yang's thoughts, Yami immediately called the owner to assist them in revealing the stones. The purchase of jadeite rough stones typically includes a free revealing service, albeit only for smaller stones that require only edge polishing. For larger jadeite rough stones, cutting must be done at a plaza and cannot be revealed at the stall. Upon Yang Mi's request, the stall owner promptly arranged for assistants to begin the revealing process. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yang discreetly used his discerning vision to examine Yang Mi's three jadeite rough stones. To his amusement, he almost chuckled aloud, as Yang Mi had previously emphasized her high level of skill in selecting stones, claiming she almost always profited. Yet this time, Wang Yang clearly saw that all three of her selected rough stones were entirely worthless waste stones, lacking even a piece large enough for a ring face. Indeed, the practice of betting on jadeite stones often leads to financial loss. If someone well-versed in the jade trade like Yang Mi could suffer losses with 3 consecutive selections, one could only imagine the fate of an average person attempting to gamble on stones. Fortunately, Wang Yang's ability to see through the stones allowed him to discern their true nature. Otherwise, relying solely on the jade betting techniques he had learned online might have left him in dire straits. He reflected on this as he calmly observed the worker revealing the stones. Under his gaze, the previously casual worker suddenly exclaimed with delight, "It's a hit! It's a hit!" As the worker called out, he poured water over the polished surface, revealing the stunningly clear chicken crown red jadeite before everyone's eyes. Witnessing this scene, onlookers couldn't help but cheer. A premium chicken crown red. This entire surface alone could be worth 10 million. The next step would be to assess the thickness of the jadeite to determine if it could be fashioned into bracelets and how many could be made. "How about you let me have this jadeite rough stone for 20 million? I'll take on the remaining risk," one shouted. "I'll offer 30 million for that jadeite rough stone. Unless the thickness allows for 2 bracelets, it won't sell for that price," another chimed in. Excited bids echoed around them, with some high-risk gamblers rushing to Wang Yang, hoping to purchase the revealed jadeite rough stone as if it were a gamble. If one were unaware of the jadeite's interior condition, they might be tempted to accept a 3 million offer for a 300 rough stone that had just revealed a value of 30 million. Yet, Wang Yang was acutely aware of the internal situation of the jadeite rough stone. How could he possibly sell a premium chicken crown red jadeite worth at least 50 million for a mere 30 million? "I'm sorry, but I wish to continue revealing the stone," Wang Yang replied coolly, dismissing those who sought to buy the jadeite rough stone. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he turned to the stall worker, signaling him to quickly polish the other surfaces. Perhaps due to the presence of the premium chicken crown red jadeite, the worker's movements became much more careful. He polished a bit and then quickly wiped it down, fearing for the jadeite inside. Soon, another delighted shout rang out. "It's a hit again. This side is also revealing a large expanse of red. Quick, pour water on it so we can see the quality. Premium chicken crown red, yet again. If nothing unexpected occurs in the middle, this jadeite could fetch around 50 million. The excitement among the gathered tourists was palpable, with more than half of them drawn in. Everyone anxiously urged the worker to continue revealing the stones, as if the premium jadeite were somehow tied to them. Only Yang Mi, standing beside Wang Yang, showed no signs of excitement. Instead, her expression was filled with deep concern. Coming from a family entrenched in the jade business, she had heard countless stories of jadeite gambling gone awry. She had witnessed firsthand how worthless rough stones occasionally yielded remarkable jadeites. But she also knew that none of those who gambled big ever ended well. Those who had won fortunes through luck eventually lost everything through sheer determination. Many had even lost their family fortunes, becoming burdened with debt, while some, unable to withstand the pressure, had tragically taken their own lives. She was already worried about Wang Yang becoming obsessed with jade gambling, having previously recounted stories of those who had suffered devastating losses. Now, witnessing Wang Yang's remarkable fortune in selecting such a premium chicken crown red jadeite for his first gamble only deepened her anxiety. If Wang Yang continued to gamble and sought to purchase jadeite worth millions, she would have to intervene and dissuade him. He was her savior. She could not let him stray down this perilous path due to her influence. Yang Mi glanced at Wang Yang, silently resolving in her heart. Chapter 23. Emperor Green. 50 million jadeite. Wang Yang remained oblivious to Yang Mi's growing concern over his fortune in selecting a premium chicken crown red jadeite, and her fears of him becoming addicted to jade gambling. Once the chicken crown red jadeite was revealed, the other two rough stones were quickly cut open as well, as Wang Yang had foreseen with his discerning vision. While both rough stones contained jadeite, it was merely of very ordinary quality. The combined value of the two jadeites amounted to only 5,000, utterly negligible compared to the worth of the chicken crown red jadeite. Despite the circumstances, the value of the two jadeite stones still surpassed that of Yang Mi's jadeite rough. Yang Mi's 3 pieces of jadeite rough, as seen through a celestial eye, were all mere worthless stones, yielding nothing of value. Guesting a glunche et Yang Mi. Wang Yang remarked with a faint smile, "In this round, victory is mine. It appears that the knowledge I acquired from videos has proven quite beneficial." Observing Wang Yang's confident demeanor, Yang Mi felt a surge of anxiety within her. In the realm of gambling stones, those who exude confidence are often more susceptible to significant failures. Confidence leads to reckless bets. Cautiously addressing Wang Yang, she said, "Wang Yang, the world of stone gambling is profoundly intricate. Many seasoned veterans in the jade industry cannot navigate it successfully. While you have indeed triumphed this time, I implore you to exercise caution in future bets and refrain from acting impulsively." Yang Mi was not adept at masking her emotions. Wang Yang could easily discern her concern. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm demeanor, assuring her, "Rest assured, as a distinguished student of history, my guiding principle is meticulousness. If I choose to act, I shall ensure my decisions are sound." As Yang Mi realized that Wang Yang was determined to continue gambling on stones, her anxiety intensified. Yet, observing his resolute gaze, she understood that persuading him was futile. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately refrained from further admonitions, opting instead to follow closely behind him as he took hold of a chicken crown red jadeite valued at a minimum of 50 million. This time, Wang Yang merely glanced at the surroundings, deliberately ignoring the stalls directed at tourists. These stalls featured small jadeite roughs, with the priciest merely valued at 1 or 2,000. Under Wang Yang's celestial gaze, he could swiftly ascertain that none of these jadeite roughs held the potential to yield pieces worth over 10,000. Although his celestial eye eliminated the possibility of losses, he realized that spending an entire day at these stalls wouldn't yield substantial profits. Thus, he resolved to seek out the high-end gambling zones. In these areas, the jadeite roughs were genuine masterpieces, with the smallest comparable to the size of cantaloupe, while some larger pieces were akin to watermelons. There were even jadeite roughs that required the embrace of a person to encircle. However, the prices of these jadeite roughs soared exponentially compared to the smaller tourist-targeted ones, with the cheapest starting at 100,000. Some of the more expensive pieces even surpassed 10 million. This was no longer an entertainment zone. It was the true gambling ground. Here, a single cut could elevate one to celestial heights or plunge another into despair. Though the crowd was smaller than in the tourist area, the excitement was palpable. Whenever someone gambled on stones, a throng would gather, cheering fervently. If someone were to unearth a precious jadeite, a swarm of jewelers would swiftly approach to negotiate, ensuring rapid liquidity. After keen observation, Wang Yang soon arrived at a stall featuring 2 types of jadeite roughs: semi-gambling jadeite roughs with openings and wholly gambling jadeite roughs that had not been touched. Wang Yang's focus was primarily on the latter, as the prices of the semi-gambling pieces were exorbitantly high. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend. Rather, he could immediately discern the true value of those roughs. While many semi-gambling jadeite roughs could indeed yield valuable jade, their worth fell just short of the stall's pricing. Some roughs would only reveal jade on the side that had been cut, with the rest being worthless stone, turning a million or 10 into merely a few thousand. Thus, after a cursory glance at the jadeite roughs on display, Wang Yang decisively opted for the wholly gambling pieces. However, upon closer inspection of these wholly gambling jadeite roughs, he quickly deduced that the stall owner must have an expert behind them, as most of the roughs contained waste stone. Even when jade was present, it was often of little value. It felt as if someone had meticulously selected the better jadeite roughs beforehand. Noting that the semi-gambling pieces were cut precisely on the side containing jade, Wang Yang was nearly certain that the stall owner had a skilled gambler backing him. allowing him to achieve such a feat. Yet, no matter how adept that expert might be, they could not rival Wang Yang's celestial eye. After surveying the holy gambling jadeite roughs, he identified two pieces worthy of investment. One was priced at 300,000 and was the size of a large cantaloupe. With vibrant green jade, although it did not reach the pinnacle of imperial green, it was of commendable quality. Wang Yang estimated that such a piece would fetch around 10 million. Betting 300,000 for a potential 10 million was undoubtedly a lucrative gamble. The second jadeite rough was the size of a watermelon, and its price reflected this, set at a staggering 10 million. Despite being only a few times larger than the 300,000 piece, its price escalated exponentially. Nevertheless, Wang Yang chose to acquire it, as well due to the significant jade content within. Half of this watermelon-sized jadeite rough was composed of jade, with the outer layer being a medium green, growing increasingly vibrant toward the core. The innermost section, based on Wang Yang's online research, likely belonged to the category of imperial green, the most valuable jade. An imperial green jade bracelet could command a price in the millions. The core's jade alone could potentially create 3 imperial green bracelets, with the outer jade contributing to a total worth of at least 50 million. Thus, even at a price of 10 million, there remained a profit margin of 40 million. Chapter 24, a talent comparable to the Jade King. Another jadeite worth 50 million? Online jade experts claim that the probability of gambling stones to yield jadeite worth millions is exceedingly low. The high value of premium jadeite stems from its rarity. Why then have I encountered two so quickly? Is it sheer luck, or has the merchant linked to the Lin family sourced exceptional jadeite? Wang Yang gazed at the two pieces of jadeite rough, his mind swirling with questions. Yet, he did not dwell on this conundrum. Instead, he promptly pointed to the two pieces he coveted and proceeded to make the payment. Young me, observing Wang Yang's immediate payment of over 10 million for the two pieces of jadeite rough, felt her anxiety intensify. Several times, she had considered advising Wang Yang to remain calm and refrain from impulsively purchasing such expensive jadeite. However, after much hesitation, she ultimately remained silent. Sometimes, enduring short-term pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. Only by allowing Wang Yang to face a significant setback in gambling would he comprehend that the venture was not as simple as he presumed. Once he realized that his previous success was merely a stroke of luck, she could then counsel him, and he might refrain from gambling in the future. After all, even if he lost 10 million, he had still profited 40 million. Yang Mi continually reminded herself of this rationale, suppressing the impulse to advise Wang Yang. Unbeknownst to him, after completing the transaction, he instructed the stall owner to arrange for his staff to transport the two jadeite roughs to the cutting machine outside. As such large jadeite roughs necessitated specialized cutting equipment, the stall did not possess such large cutting machines. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the proprietor immediately arranged for someone to push a cart, assisting Wang Yang in transporting two jade raw stones to the cutting machine. As the two jade stones were brought over, a few onlookers, drawn by curiosity, instinctively gathered around. Some were eager to see the stone being uncovered, particularly those high-end jade raw stones from the gambling zone. I had just inquired and learned that both jade stones were entirely speculative, with one valued at an astounding 10 million. To purchase a jade stone worth 10 million is beyond my comprehension of the wealthy world. The crowd buzzed with various discussions, and several jade merchants drew closer to Wang Yang. Should jade be revealed, they would be the first to make an offer. Each merchant, akin to snakes in their dens, thrived on the margins of first-hand transactions. When they encountered quality jade, they would swiftly purchase it and then resell to smaller jewelry companies, which lacked the stable supply channels of Yang's jewelry. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Yang began to sketch lines on the two jade stones with a pen. Typically, jade uncovering requires meticulous grinding and cutting over a considerable duration. These two stones alone would demand over an hour, and if exceptional jade were to be found, utmost caution would be exercised to avoid damaging the precious interior. The process could consume an entire afternoon. Wang Yang had come today with intentions of making a significant profit and could not afford to linger. Thus, he drew the lines according to the jade's internal shape, allowing the cutter to proceed accordingly. This way, when the cutting was completed, the jade inside would be visible yet undamaged, requiring only minimal polishing. Cut strictly along the lines I have drawn. Do not cut within them, Wang Yang instructed the cutter earnestly. The cutter, taken aback by Wang Yang's directive, was filled with astonishment. Normally, when dealing with such high-value jade, most would implore the cutters to proceed with extreme caution often preferring to grind rather than cut. Even renowned gambling masters would make numerous careful incisions before proceeding. Wang Yang's approach, with just a few swift strokes outlining the overall shape and lacking even tentative cutting lines, was a rarity in his professional experience. Could he possibly be a master, surpassing even the skill of those gambling experts? The cutter, though surprised, complied with Wang Yang's wishes, activating the cutting machine to execute the task as instructed. The onlookers, astonished that Wang Yang would forego the usual polishing process and allow the cutter to proceed directly, gasped in disbelief. How reckless! He is cutting without hesitation. One misstep could ruin the jade within. If the jade is cut beyond salvageable form, its value would plummet significantly. Such daring was unheard of among the elite gambling masters. The last time I witnessed such confidence was a decade ago with the Jade King, Sima, Tuesday. Did he believe himself to be the Jade King too? Skeptical murmurs arose from the crowd, all concerned that Wang Yang's actions would jeopardize the jade's integrity. However, as time passed, these doubts transformed into sheer astonishment. Both jade stones, simultaneously being unveiled, remarkably revealed green hues. The two cutters, witnessing their work produce jade, immediately halted their efforts, cautiously rinsing the surfaces of the stones. Both raw stones had yielded jade, and they had been cut precisely to where the jade resided, without damaging it in the slightest. How extraordinary! This young man was undoubtedly a top-tier gambling expert. Such accuracy and technique was rare. The jade raw stones he selected were bound to yield exceptional jade, and one could only wonder about their true value. Excited voices erupted around, and those knowledgeable about the depths of the gambling stone industry looked at Wang Yang with growing admiration. Only Young Mi, by Wang Yang's side, regarded him with a complex gaze. Could there truly be a genius in this world? A prodigy who, having merely learned some gambling techniques online, could rival the legendary Jade Kings of yore? Yang Mi's emotions were tumultuous. She no longer wished for Wang Yang to incur losses, hoping instead to persuade him to steer clear of gambling stones. Chapter 25, The 2.8 billion Villa. Wang Yang reminded oblivious to Yang Mi's inner turmoil. As the jade was on the verge of being cut, he turned to Yang Mi and said, "Notify your company personnel to come over. Have them watch over the jade for us. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for us to continue gambling with these stones." Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, Yang Mi nodded emphatically and promptly called her company. Approximately 3 minutes later, company representatives appeared before the two. The Jade Raw Stone exhibition had been organized by Yang's Jewelry, which had consistently stationed personnel to maintain order. Even the security staff were part of Yang's Jewelry. However, Yang Mi was not directly involved in the company's operations and was unaware that so many employees were present until they introduced themselves. "Once the jade is cut, please keep an eye on it. We still need to return to the gambling area," Yang Mi instructed the company's staff. Her gaze fixated nervously on the jade at the unveiling station. At that moment, the two jade stones were fully cut and undergoing final rinsing. As the jade was revealed, some of the onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment. Exceptional jade, both pieces were of the highest quality. The smaller one was valued around 10 million, while the larger one, with its core area displaying the color of imperial green, could fetch over 50 million. I recognize that individual. He just cut a jade worth 50 million, and now he has produced another one. His luck is extraordinary. Winning once or twice could be attributed to fortune, but winning 3 times in succession was no mere stroke of luck. Excited discussions erupted around them. Some believed Wang Yang's successive unveilings of exceptional jade were merely a result of good fortune. Yet, considering the difficulties in discerning the interior of the jade raw stones, many instinctively dismissed this notion, attributing his success to skill. After all, there were many legends within the gambling stone community, the most renowned being those who held the title of Jade King, known for their exceptional gambling prowess year after year. Although Wang Yang had made 1 billion, it was still a notch below theirs. "Let us continue our gambling," Wang Yang declared with a broad smile. "I feel particularly lucky today. I believe I can still uncover a few more pieces of exceptional jade and make a handsome profit." With that, he led Yang Mi back to the gambling area. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Wang Yang, as if possessed by the spirit of a gambling deity, selected 9 more jade stones in rapid succession, each valued at over 10 million. However, as Wang Yang had observed online, exceptional jade was indeed a rare find. Even though Wang Yang possessed an extraordinary insight, capable of discerning the condition of every jadeite stone, he could not uncover a single piece valued over 50 million. The most expensive jadeite merely reached 35 million. Nevertheless, despite this, All the jadeite were sold to Yang Mi's family's Yang jewelry, and Wang Yang still garnered 380 million. After deducting costs, he profited 330 million. Ultimately, Wang Yang's savings swelled to 350 million, and with the unsold paintings factored in, his assets approached 600 million. This was after Wang Yang had exercised restraint over his avarice, choosing not to purchase every lucrative jadeite stone he encountered, but rather to select only those with substantial profit margins. Even when he saw those that promised immediate profits of hundreds of thousands, he refrained from acquiring them. It is wise to leave some room for future encounters. If he were to exhaust all the profitable jadeite stones, there would be no one left to profit, and the exhibition would falter. This event was organized by Yang Mi's parents and their partner, and he could not bring himself to sabotage it. Money could be earned gradually. There was no rush. Wang Yang reminded himself of this as he departed the venue with Yang Mi under the encroaching darkness. In the restaurant, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi and inquired, "How much would a villa like yours cost?" "Around 200 million. Yang Mi pondered before smiling. "Why? Are you considering purchasing a villa? If so, I can recommend one that surpasses mine, newly renovated and ready for immediate occupancy, for only 2.8 billion. He had previously assumed that villas in the bustling metropolis were valued at 4 to 500 million, or even upwards of a billion. He realized he had vastly overestimated the value of those villas. The prices were not as exorbitant as he had imagined. Enlightened by this revelation, he expressed interest. "All right, please contact the seller. If possible, we can finalize the deal tonight." Yang Mi, noticing Wang Yang's eagerness, promptly took out her phone to assist him. After establishing contact, Wang Yang said, "We've agreed on a time. After dinner, we will head directly to view the property." The villa spanned 3 floors above ground and 1 level below, featuring a 200 square meter yard. The property had only been renovated 6 months prior, prepared as a wedding home for a wealthy heir within their circle. Unfortunately, due to business troubles, the family faced bankruptcy, leaving the villa in his name untouched. However, they were struggling to pay the property fees, prompting the decision to sell it as a means to regain their footing. At 2.8 billion, it was 2 million below market value, a remarkable bargain. Wang Yang, upon hearing this, became increasingly intrigued by the villa. After all, Yang Mi was not a mere second-hand property agent. Her assurance indicated the villa was indeed newly renovated. Below market value and luxuriously refurbished, he had truly stumbled upon a great opportunity. After their meal, Yang Mi guided Wang Yang straight to the villa they intended to purchase. The community, named Tontian Garden, bore a commanding title. It was an exclusive villa enclave, modest in scale with only 40 villas, each boasting private entrances and gardens. Each villa provided 3 parking spaces, catering to family needs. According to Yang Mi, such villas belonged to the upper echelon in the metropolis, with only renowned villa districts surpassing them in prestige. However, properties in those areas began at 10 billion, reserved for the elite of the internet age. Ordinary merchants like them could not penetrate that aristocratic circle. Upon arriving at the villa, Wang Yang meticulously examined the property. With a total area of over 1,100 square meters and a 200 square meter yard featuring a modest swimming pool, the interior was entirely modernized, equipped with the latest smart home technology and appliances. Most importantly, the beds were devoid of any linens, as Yang Mi had indicated that the villa had never been inhabited. "I will take the villa. Tonight we will sign the contract, and I will pay a 30 million deposit. The remaining balance will be settled upon the transfer tomorrow," Wang Yang stated, addressing the weary-looking middle-aged couple who owned the villa. Recognizing that Wang Yang was not trying to take advantage of them, the man readily agreed to his terms. Subsequently, they signed a contract drafted by the lawyer Yang Mi had called. Once everything was finalized, the middle-aged man promptly placed the villa keys before Wang Yang, declaring, "After the transfer tomorrow, this villa will be yours, Mr. Wang. I will hand you the keys now. If you wish to move in tonight, a quick trip to buy some bedding will suffice." Wang Yang's eyes lit up at this prospect. Although Yang Mi's home was spacious, he preferred not to stay there in his current state of awareness. However, his rented place was too dilapidated to accommodate Yang Mi. If he could spend the night here, all problems would be resolved. Thus, he accepted the keys and prepared to visit a nearby store to purchase bedding. As soon as the couple departed, Wang Yang took Yang Mi to a nearby mall to buy the necessary items. Initially, he intended to buy bedding for 2 rooms, planning to sleep apart from Yang Mi. However, upon expressing his intention to sleep separately, Yang Mi immediately shook her head in refusal. "No, I cannot sleep apart from you. What if I suddenly fall ill at night? You have said my condition could relapse at any moment, and if it does while you're not here, I could be in real trouble." I had resigned myself to fate, but you have given me hope for living on. I do not wish to squander that. As a girl, I am not concerned about preserving my modesty. Why should you, as a man, be? With a resolute expression, she disregarded Wang Yang's consent and swiftly entered the bathroom with her nightgown. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. Wang Yang watched as Yang Mi treated him without reservation, filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Well then, if she is not afraid, why should I? He consoled himself, picking up his phone to engage in a game to pass the time. However, what usually captivated him felt tedious now, and he lost interest until Yang Mi emerged from the bathroom, fresh from her shower and clad in her nightgown. She appeared as though she were waiting for her new husband. Upon seeing Wang Yang, she naturally patted the space beside her, signaling him to lie down. This is truly lacking in discretion, Wang Yang mused, giving up his plans to practice and lying down beside Yang Mi. Soon, the weariness of the day overcame Yang Mi, and she drifted off to sleep first. She, merely asleep, did not exhibit her best behavior, as she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Wang Yang. Although she had done the same to him the previous night, he had been intoxicated, rendering him largely indifferent to the sensation. However, today was markedly different. He was completely sober, and being held so tightly by Yang Mi was genuinely discomforting for him. To be precise, it was from a moment Yang Mi had bathed earlier that he had begun to feel a surge of impulse. Now, with her clinging to him, it felt as though he was adding fuel to a fire, igniting his inner turmoil even further. He admonished himself that this could lead to mistakes, compelling him to forcefully shift Yang Mi's arms away from him. However, he had exerted too much strength, and Yang Mi, just having fallen into a light slumber, was abruptly awakened by his actions. She looked at him with a displeased expression and asked, "Why are you pushing me so hard?" To which he replied, "If I don't push you away, you are the one who has burrowed into my embrace. I am a grown man, a man with both physical and psychological normalcy. If you continue to nestle in my arms, I cannot guarantee what I might do." Wang Yang, suppressing the fire within him, cautioned Yang Mi in a serious tone. He had hoped that such a stern warning would intimidate her, but her single response caused the barely contained fire to erupt completely. Chapter 27. The herbal ingredients are complete. Do as you wish. Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang with dreamy eyes, her arms subconsciously encircling his neck, drawing his head closer to her. Deep down, she understood that Wang Yang was the man her dear friend Tian fancied, and she should not behave in this manner. Yet at that moment, she could not control herself. She yearned to surrender herself to him. However, in front of Tian, she had refrained from expressing such sentiments. But after spending the day watching Wang Yang shine in the stone gambling venue, her admiration for him had deepened significantly. "I will not compete with you. I merely wish to avoid leaving regrets in my life. I will only be with him temporarily, and once he has completely cured me, I will maintain my distance and will not vie for you," she reassured herself, ultimately unable to resist, and kissed Wang Yang. By then, Wang Yang was already on the verge of losing control, and with that kiss from Yang Mi, he finally relinquished all restraint. The night passed without their notice. The following day, they were awakened by a phone call from Yang Mi's mother, who simply stated that the herbal ingredients Wang Yang needed had been gathered: 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hisho Wu, and 100-year-old Ganoderma. What seemed to Wang Yang like a task that would take years to accomplish had been effortlessly completed by Yang Mi's parents in just one day. I have underestimated the capabilities of the Yang family and the conveniences of modern society. The Yang family's business connections span the globe, making the collection of herbs even more accessible than in ancient times. In the future, he could utilize the Yang family's channels to gather materials and concoct special elixirs to aid his cultivation, allowing him to achieve breakthroughs to the master realm sooner. Not only that, if the herbs were sufficient, he could even establish a solid foundation and become a true cultivator. A multitude of thoughts surged through Wang Yang's mind. Having initially sought merely to be a wealthy man, the prospect of cultivation ignited a newfound ambition within him. He did not aspire to become an immortal in the exaggerated sense, but at least wished to strive for a lifespan of 500 years, becoming a modern-day Pengzu. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, Wang Yang was immediately pulled by Yang's father to inspect the herbs. It was only after confirming their quality that Yang Mi's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Mi's mother cautiously inquired, "Dr. Wang, now that the herbs are ready, how long will it take to cure Yang Mi's condition completely? Prepare the stove for me to brew the medicine this afternoon. Once the medicine is ready, prepare a set of silver needles. I will use them to assist Yang Mi in taking the herbal decoction, and she will be completely healed, Wang Yang assured her. Noticing the anxious expressions on Yang Mi's parents' faces. Upon hearing that Yang Mi would be fully recovered by the afternoon, their faces lit up with excitement. They promptly instructed the chef to prepare lunch, but refrained from serving alcohol due to the impending brewing session. However, during the meal, Wang Yang s'était yami apparait somewhat discontent. She was on the verge of being cured of her heart condition and would soon lead a normal life. Yet her brow was slightly furrowed. It's odd. Hasn't she always wanted to return to normal? Wang Yang pondered, perplexed by her demeanor. Yang Mi, oblivious to Wang Yang's scrutinizing gaze, was grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. After struggling with her heart ailment for years, she should have felt immense joy at the prospect of recovery. Yet, the very thought of having promised herself to maintain distance from Wang Yang post-recovery weighed heavily on her. She had not anticipated her healing to occur so swiftly. It deviated from her plans. She had intended to spend at least a month with Wang Yang. In this moment, her feelings were tumultuous, leaving her unsure of how to adjust her emotions. She even questioned whether she could truly distance herself from Wang Yang once she was healed. Chapter 28. The purpose behind the gift of medicine from the influential individual. I will not maintain distance from Wang Yang today. Even if I must return him to Tian Tian, I will wait until after tonight, Yang Mi resolved internally, her eyes revealing a glimmer of determination. Wang Yang remained unaware of Yang Mi's inner turmoil. After finishing lunch, he promptly headed to the kitchen to brew the medicine for Yang Mi. The ingredients were precious. Aged herbs, and the value of a single pot, by current market standards, was no less than 10 million. There was no room for waste. As Wang Yang prepared to begin the brewing process, Yang Mi's father hesitated for a moment before addressing him. Dr. Wang, please be cautious while brewing. Some of these herbs were sourced through our Yang family suppliers, while others were gifted to us by a prominent figure in Mo City. If anything goes awry during the brewing, it may be quite difficult for our family to gather the necessary herbs for a second prescription in the near future. Yang Mi's father looked at Wang Yang, his eyes filled with concern. Hearing this, Wang Yang was taken aback. He had considered relying on the Yang family's channels for future herb procurement, but this revelation made him realize he had underestimated the situation. While the acquisition channels were undoubtedly advanced, the real convenience lay with the influential individual his father had mentioned. The Yang Jewelry Company was already a conglomerate with assets in the hundreds of billions. He could scarcely fathom the wealth required to be deemed a prominent figure by Yang Mi's father. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. The immediate priority was to brew the medicine and heal Yang Mi. Thus, under the watchful gaze of Yang Mi's concerned parents, Wang Yang confidently assured, Uncle Yang, rest assured, since I am personally handling this, there will be no issues with the herbs. Upon hearing Wang Yang's assurance, Yang Mi's parents finally relaxed, patiently observing him as he brewed the medicine. The process lasted a full 4 hours, aided discreetly by Wang Yang's true energy. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, extracting the full potency of these century-old medicinal herbs would require several hours. He presented the decoction and signaled for Yang Mi to drink it first. As Yang Mi swallowed the potion, Wang Yang promptly produced silver needles and began to insert them into her body. The decoction, made from century-old herbs, was immensely potent. Without the assistance of the silver needles, the overwhelming restorative effects could very well overwhelm Yang Mi before she could be revived. However, with the silver needles channeling Wang Yang's vital energy to protect her heart meridian, the issue of her body being unable to absorb such nourishment would not arise. At that moment, as the medicinal essence was absorbed in abundance, Yang Mi's heart began to beat vigorously. Her complexion visibly brightened, a stark contrast to her previous pallor. Feeling the strength of her heartbeat, Yang Mi's gaze towards Wang Yang was filled with excitement. I can feel my heartbeat, as strong as that of a healthy person. No, it beats even more forcefully than most. Yang Mi's face was lit with elation, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection for Wang Yang. Observing her reaction, Wang Yang simply smiled gently. Your heart is now in better condition than many athletes, hence its vigorous rhythm. You will soon be completely normal. Once I remove these silver needles, you need not worry about the recurrence of your congenital heart disease. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi nodded eagerly, anticipating the moment Wang Yang would remove the needles. Wang Yang did not disappoint her, swiftly reaching out to extract the needles from her body. As the last needle was withdrawn, Yang Mi could no longer contain her excitement and burst into joyous laughter. She leaped and embraced Wang Yang, exuding the pure joy of a child. Caught in her embrace, Wang Yang felt a sudden dryness in his throat, stirred by an impulse to act. Yet, recalling that Yang Mi's parents were still waiting outside, he forced himself to calm down. Your parents are still outside. We should inform them of the good news. To avoid any missteps, Wang Yang quickly instructed Yang Mi, hearing his words. Yang Mi regained her composure, understanding that her parents awaited news of her recovery. She promptly followed Wang Yang out. Soon, they emerged from the room together. Seeing Yang Mi and Wang Yang, her parents' faces lit up with excitement as they inquired about her condition. Mom, Dad, I am completely healed. Dr. Wang has fully restored my heart. Now it beats even stronger than that of a normal person, Yang Mi exclaimed, sharing her joy with her parents. However, after their initial excitement, both parents instinctively turned their gaze to Wang Yang, a hint of shyness evident in their demeanor. Noticing their unease, Wang Yang smiled gently. If you have something to say, please feel free to speak up. Realizing that Wang Yang had noticed their discomfort, Yang Mi's father candidly stated, when the esteemed individual delivered medicine to our family, he mentioned that once Yang Mi had recovered, we should take her to the hospital for a checkup and inform him so he could send someone to await the results. Chapter 29. The esteemed individual Ouyang Zhenhu. In this world, love has never existed without reason. The esteemed individual not only provided medicine to the Yang family, but also insisted on accompanying Yang Mi for her checkup, which could not merely be an act of concern for her well-being. Wang Yang immediately surmised that this esteemed individual was likely interested in him, perhaps seeking to ascertain the efficacy of his medical skills through Yang Mi's miraculous recovery. It seemed that someone in the esteemed individual's family required a highly skilled physician, and they had turned their attention to him. Countless thoughts surged through Wang Yang's mind. Although he lacked substantial evidence, he felt certain that the benefactor who provided medicine to the Yang family was indeed interested in him. Yet, despite this realization, he did not feel particularly anxious. Throughout history, no patient has ever dared to offend a physician. Although he was unaware of the identity of this mysterious benefactor, the fact that they sought to validate his medical skills assured him that they were likely in need of his assistance. With this conviction, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi's father, smiling calmly. If the esteemed individual wishes to send someone for a visit, let them come to the hospital. It would be prudent to conduct a comprehensive examination for Yang Mi, ensuring peace of mind for both of you. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's parents exchanged awkward smiles. Despite Wang Yang's life-saving intervention at the banquet, proving his medical prowess, they still harbored doubts about whether a mere decoction could cure Yang Mi's congenital heart condition. Thus, feeling a bit embarrassed, Yang Mi's parents promptly began to arrange transportation. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. As Yang Mi entered the examination room for her heart checkup, a young man approached Yang Mi's parents. Recognizing his presence, Yang Mi's father immediately greeted him with a smile. Ouyang San Shao, the Ouyang family has sent you over. You need not have come personally. I will notify the Ouyang family as soon as the results are available, he added. Ouyang San Shao, whose real name was Ouyang Zhenhu, responded coolly. Some matters require my direct confirmation. Also, I wish to meet Dr. Wang in advance. Hearing this, Yang Mi's father quickly introduced Wang Yang. Upon realizing that the young man beside him was Wang Yang, Ouyang Zhenhu's expression changed dramatically. The prideful demeanor he had exhibited moments before was replaced with one of deep respect and deference. Dr. Wang, I am Ouyang Zhenhu from the Ouyang family. A family member is unwell, and I would like to request your consultation, he said with utmost sincerity, devoid of any trace of arrogance. Witnessing this transformation left Yang Mi's father in a state of bewilderment. Ouyang Zhenhu, a recently prominent and enigmatic figure in the Magic City, had recently gained notoriety after a confrontation with a well-known second-generation wealthy heir who boasted of his power. The altercation resulted in the latter being severely injured and subsequently detained in the Magic City. It was only through extensive connections and considerable cost that the wealthy heir's father managed to extricate him from the situation. This incident catapulted Ouyang Zhenhu into fame, unveiling the existence of the Ouyang family, a historically significant lineage dating back to the Republic era. Investigations revealed that the family had long been influential members of ancient secret societies. Despite having maintained a low profile since the establishment of the nation, their power had never truly waned. Rumor had it that even the wealthiest family in the Magic City, the Qin family, had ties to the Ouyang family. With such a background now exposed, Ouyang Zhenhu no longer felt the need to conceal his status, swaggering with an air of superiority in every encounter. Now, witnessing Ouyang Zhenhu display such courtesy towards Wang Yang was nothing short of astonishing. However, the following revelation left him even more astounded. Wang Yang outright refused Ouyang Zhenhu's request. Looking at Ouyang Zhenhu, Wang Yang replied calmly, I apologize, but I'm not a doctor. If someone in your family falls ill, you can come to the hospital for an examination. However, he was rejected by Wang Yang, no less. Ouyang Jinhu gazed at Wang Yang in disbelief at this unexpected denial. In the Magic City, no one had ever dared to refuse him. No one had ever dared to show him a glum face. Even the billionaires and tycoons, who were considered lofty figures in the eyes of the ordinary, had to force a smile in his presence. This was because he bore the Ouyang surname, belonging to the most prestigious family in the Magic City. Those listed among the wealthiest had to pay their respects to the Ouyang family upon arriving in the Magic City. To establish a business there, one must gain the Ouyang family's approval. Without it, no enterprise could take root. Wherever he went, he was met with obsequiousness. The audacity to refuse him was something he could scarcely fathom. Yet, despite his astonishment, he forcibly suppressed his anger and turned a face full of ingratiation toward Wang Yang. Dr. Wang, I may not have introduced myself clearly. Although my Ouyang family may seem inconspicuous to ordinary people, we are indeed the true elite of the Magic City. Here, with just a word from my family, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. I, Ouyang Jinhu, hold the lowest status within my family, yet even those billionaires and tycoons must wear a smile in my presence. If you would accompany me to the Ouyang family, regardless of whether you heal the patient or not, my family will reward you handsomely with a generous fee and a debt of gratitude. Wang Yang, however, remained expressionless, utterly disregarding Ouyang Jinhu. He was not a doctor. If everyone turned to him for treatment, he would be overwhelmed. It must be noted that countless powerful figures in this world endure the agony of illness. Yet they remain helpless, waiting for death due to the inadequacies of hospitals. If he were to extend his hand to every person in need, he would be exhausted for life. He only intervened to save those with whom he shared a close bond. His rescue of Yang Mi was motivated by her being a dear friend of Tian Tian, whose tears had stirred his compassion. The power and influence of the Ouyang family had no bearing on him. With the heritage of the Heavenly Eye sect and his unparalleled inner strength, he possessed the combat prowess of a master, standing at the pinnacle of personal martial ability in the current era, allowing him to live freely without relying on anyone's power. Chapter 30. Ouyang Jinhu's changing attitude. He was denied yet again. Ouyang Jinhu, seeing Wang Yang dare to refuse him a second time, instinctively clenched his fists. But before he could act, the door to the examination room swung open. The head of cardiology emerged, announcing that Ms. Yang Mi's heart was entirely normal, healthier than that of many athletes. Mr. Yang, your daughter will soon be a normal person. You need not worry about her safety any longer. Upon hearing this, joy flooded the faces of Yang Mi's parents. Ouyang Jinhu, who had been tightly clenching his fists, immediately relaxed them. The doctor's words confirmed Wang Yang's extraordinary medical skill, surpassing even the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and Western medical experts. After all, the Yang family had sought the best doctors, both traditional and modern, to treat Yang Mi, yet all were at a loss. Wang Yang's swift and complete recovery of her health could only indicate the strength of his medical expertise. No, he must endure. Ouyang Jinhu desperately pondered how to persuade Wang Yang. Turning to him, he continued to ingratiate. Dr. Wang, I implore you to visit the Ouyang family. If you agree to treat my uncle, you will become a great benefactor to my family. The Ouyang family will ensure you can navigate the Magic City with ease for the rest of your life. Wang Yang observed Ouyang Jinhu's persistent attempts at persuasion and understood that the person awaiting his intervention held a significant position within the Ouyang family. This supercilious second-generation heir was clearly willing to swallow his pride and seek favor. Yet, despite this understanding, Wang Yang remained resolute in his decision not to visit the Ouyang family. He had no need for their favors. Addressing Ouyang Jinhu coldly, he reiterated, "This is a hospital. If you are ill, please consult a doctor. Do not waste my time here." Ouyang Jinhu, taken aback by Wang Yang's continued refusal, was utterly bewildered. He believed he had sufficiently lowered himself. Wang Yang had no reason to continue denying him. After exhausting all pleasantries and failing to persuade Wang Yang, Ouyang Jinhu could no longer contain his rising anger. Dr. Wang, I have repeatedly approached you with good intentions. I hope you do not fail to recognize this. If you push me too far, offending the entire Ouyang family, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Ouyang Jinhu's face was a mask of fury as he finally cast aside the facade. When bribery failed, he resorted to intimidation. Witnessing Ouyang Jinhu's rage, Yang Mies Barensk weekly advised Wang Yang. Dr. Wang, the Ouyang family's influence is immense. Even Ouyang Sanshao has humbled himself before you. Please consider accompanying Ouyang Jinhu. They approached Wang Yang, cautiously attempting to persuade him. To them, the Ouyang family was an untouchable behemoth that could not be trifled with. Wang Yang was the savior of Yangmi, and if anything were to happen to him, they could not simply stand by. Thus, they sought to mediate, hoping their words would provide Wang Yang with an easy exit. They were unaware of Wang Yang's steadfast nature. Had he been one to easily compromise, he would not have had such contentious disputes with wealthy heirs during his university days. Even when given the chance to soften his stance with the beautiful Tian Tian, he chose to maintain his distance without hesitation. His character was intrinsically stubborn. Even with their urgent pleas, Wang Yang resolutely shook his head, saying, "Uncle and Annie, there is no need for your counsel. I will not go to the Ouyang family." Seeing Wang Yang's unwavering refusal, Yangmi's parents were thoroughly alarmed. They understood that these powerful families had no boundaries in their dealings, especially when it came to someone like Ouyang Jinhu. As the two stood there, tense and uncertain, the door to the examination room swung open completely. A fully dressed Yangmi emerged, unaware of the tense atmosphere outside. Upon exiting the examination room, she excitedly rushed to Wang Yang, her face alight with joy, and embraced him. "Wang Yang, the doctor just told me I am completely healed. My heart is even healthier than that of a normal person. In fact, many athletes do not possess the vitality of my heartbeat. You have completely cured me and given me a second chance at life." Yangmi beamed with happiness, nearly wanting to kiss Wang Yang in celebration, but restrained by the presence of her parents. Nevertheless, her actions revealed the extraordinary bond between her and Wang Yang. Both her parents and Ouyang Jinhu noticed the closeness between them. Witnessing Yang Mi's intimate demeanor, Ouyang Jinhu's eyes lit up once more. He turned to Wang Yang, his expression once again filled with ingratiation. "Dr. Wang, while your remarkable skills have contributed to Ms. Yang Mi's rapid recovery, the Ouyang family's medicines have also played a significant role. Some of the herbs from your prescription would take the Yang family 3 years to gather. We, the Ouyang family, have provided such rare and precious medicinal materials for Ms. Yang Mi. Might you, in light of these contributions, consider visiting the Ouyang family?" Wang Yang fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing Ouyang Jinhu's words. If Yang Mi were merely his patient, the Ouyang family's medicine would not concern him. However, Yang Mi was now his woman, a fact Ouyang Jinhu had discerned. The Ouyang family had also provided Yang Mi with numerous rare medicinal herbs, many of which even the Yang family could not procure. Thus, this debt of gratitude must be repaid. Wang Yang had never been fond of being indebted to others, a sentiment that only intensified after he inherited the legacy of the Tianyin sect. Sighing, he resolved to accompany Ouyang Jinhu, viewing it as a means to repay the Ouyang family's generosity. By settling this debt, he hoped to prevent any future entanglements with them. Deep down, he felt a pang of compassion, and his expression softened. He gestured for Yang Mi to release him before turning to Ouyang Jinhu. "I shall accompany you to the Ouyang family as a repayment for their medicinal gifts. However, I must clarify that I am not a miraculous healer. Whether I can completely cure your family's ailments remains to be seen upon examining the patient. I cannot guarantee results." Ouyang Jinhu, relieved by Wang Yang's willingness to visit the Ouyang family, sighed deeply. "Regardless of whether you can heal my uncle, Wang Yang, our family will remember your kindness. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." He looked at Wang Yang again, singing his praises as if the earlier threats had never transpired. It was undeniable that the upbringing of these aristocratic families was commendable. Their ability to mask emotions was unparalleled by ordinary folk. Meanwhile, Yang Mi's parents, observing Wang Yang's agreement to visit the Ouyang family, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the sight of Yang Mi embracing Wang Yang so intimately upon her exit left them unsettled. As seasoned individuals, they could easily ascertain that there was more than mere doctor-patient dynamics at play between the two. Their relationship was undoubtedly romantic. The thought of their cherished daughter being whisked away by another filled them with discontent. They exchanged glances, silently understanding one another's sentiments. Despite their realization, they refrained from confronting Wang Yang and Yang Mi. For them, the prospect of Yang Mi's complete recovery was sufficient. Unaware that his relationship with Yang Mi had been thoroughly seen through by her parents, Wang Yang was taken aback by the revelation of Ouyang Jinhu as a recently emerged figure of prominence. "Yang Mi, astonished!" exclaimed. You mentioned wanting to see me in uniform last night. I'll purchase a few outfits and wear them for you this evening. Wang Yang nodded, anticipation building within him. Having recently experienced the pleasures of romance, he found himself captivated by the thought of Yang Mi's perfect, long legs adorned in various uniforms, from stewardess to nurse, accentuated by elegant stockings. Yang Mi's parents, witnessing the blatant affection exchange between their daughter and Wang Yang, felt their expressions darkening. They suppressed their emotions, reminding themselves that Wang Yang was Yang Mi's savior, and such a monumental debt of gratitude warranted a certain degree of leniency. Though Yang Mi's congenital heart condition had improved, the uncertainty of its recurrence loomed large. Thus, they rationalized that her association with Wang Yang was the best course of action. They continually reassured themselves, quelling their ire to avoid disrupting the budding relationship. Go, leave the hospital with your parents, Wang Yang advised Yang Mi, suppressing his own anticipation. He turned to Ouyang Jinhu. Shall we depart? Of course, Wang Yang. Ouyang Jinhu replied with a respectful demeanor as they made their way outside. Observing Ouyang Jinhu's formality, Wang Yang smiled contentedly. You need not be so courteous. My visit to the Ouyang family is merely to repay their kindness. After this, we shall part ways and likely have no further dealings. Outwardly, Ouyang Jinhu was a figure of high status, yet within his family, his standing was far more precarious than others perceived. The individual needing salvation was his uncle, Ouyang Xiao, the family's beacon of hope. The Ouyang family had long upheld a martial legacy, and Ouyang Xiao was the most gifted martial artist among the younger generation, the sole one with a realistic chance of ascending to martial mastery. Despite being 3 years younger than Ouyang Jinhu, he was already an elite martial artist, on the verge of entering the realm of mastery. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, Ouyang Xiao was destined to achieve this milestone. Thus, he was regarded as the family's future. However, a tragic accident had resulted in Ouyang Xiao sustaining a broken leg, abruptly halting his martial journey. Should Wang Yang succeed in healing him, it would be akin to restoring the family's future. The Ouyang family understood the stakes. Without a martial master to protect them, they were vulnerable to collapse. Wealth could not endure without strength, and the family's survival hinged on martial prowess. Therefore, they would spare no expense to save Ouyang Xiao. If Ouyang Xiao's leg could be healed, Ouyang Jinhu's standing within the family would rise. Hence, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect towards Wang Yang, acutely aware that failure to secure his assistance would further diminish his already tenuous position. After approximately half an hour, Wang Yang and Ouyang Jinhu arrived at the heart of the old city, before a grand estate that exuded an air of antiquity. Had Ouyang Jinhu not mentioned it, Wang Yang might have mistaken it for a historical landmark. Such a storied family estate in the core of the metropolis could easily be valued at over 10 billion. The depth of heritage in this family was indeed incomparable to the newly wealthy of recent years. As they entered the estate, Wang Yang felt a swell of admiration. Upon entering the main hall, several middle-aged members of the Ouyang family welcomed them warmly, swiftly ushering forth a young man seated in a wheelchair. With a face etched in anxiety, the wheelchair-bound individual addressed Wang Yang. Respected Dr. Wang, as a patient, I should have sought you out in person. Alas, my leg is in such a dire state that even being wheeled out here inflicts excruciating pain. I apologize for the inconvenience of summoning you. Ouyang Xiao's words bore no embellishment. Beads of cold sweat betrayed his suffering, evident even in their brief encounter. Wang Yang regarded Ouyang Xiao with a gentle smile. Let us proceed inside for an examination. I will endeavor to treat your condition, if possible, but I must caution that I cannot assure success until I have assessed the situation. Upon hearing that Wang Yang was not entirely confident, the members of the Ouyang family immediately grew anxious. They implored the esteemed physician to exert his utmost effort. Should he succeed in curing my brother, Ouyang Xiao's affliction, our family shall bestow upon him a substantial fee for his services. Regardless of the outcome, we assure you, Wang Shini, that Ouyang family will compensate you generously. Ensuring your visit is not in vain. If Ouyang Xiao can once again stand, we will forever remember your kindness, and you may seek our assistance in any future troubles. The Ouyang family continuously made promises to Wang Yang. Given Wang Yang's esteemed status as a physician, they held him in high regard, irrespective of his ability to heal Ouyang Xiao. Clearly, they were far more astute than Ouyang Jinhu, who merely wielded power externally, a fact influenced by his experiences that had cultivated an arrogant demeanor. Soon, the group returned to the hall. and Wang Yang approached Ouyang Xiu to meticulously examine his leg injury. As his vital energy flowed into Ouyang Xiu's legs, he immediately comprehended the source of Ouyang Xiu's agony. Even while seated in a wheelchair, Ouyang Xiu was afflicted by a peculiar and malevolent poison, with the poisonous creatures congregating at the wounds on his legs. When he remained still, the creatures entered a dormant state. However, upon movement, they would awaken and begin to gnaw at his severed limb. Each creature was no larger than a tenth of a sesame seed, yet there were thousands infesting Ouyang Xiu's knees. As long as he was in motion, he endured the torment of thousands of these vile creatures biting him each second. This suffering could drive an ordinary person to madness within a minute. Remarkably, Ouyang Xiu not only bore this torment for so long, but also managed to engage in simple dialogue with Wang Yang, showcasing an extraordinary level of fortitude. Had I found myself in such a predicament, I might not have endured as he did, Wang Yang mused, observing Ouyang Xiu as pale face, which still managed to muster a faint smile. Before receiving the inheritance of the Tianyin sect, Wang Yang had been an ordinary individual. Although he had persevered through hardships, rising from a small county to a prestigious university, he could not be certain he would withstand such inhumane suffering without first-hand experience. Deeply moved, Wang Yang addressed the anxious Ouyang Xiu and his family with a gentle smile, stating, Ouyang Xiu's legs are afflicted by a venomous curse. I can heal them, but I require some rare medicinal ingredients. Among them are a few potent herbs that are not easily acquired. I will prepare a list of the necessary materials, and once the Ouyang family has gathered them, you may come to find me. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiu's face lit up with excitement. Enduring the pain in his legs, he quickly urged Wang Yang to write down the required ingredients. Our family possesses a dedicated medicinal repository filled with various herbs. Perhaps we have what is needed to cure me. The Ouyang family had previously supplied ample medicinal materials to assist Yang Mi, so Wang Yang was well aware of their extensive stock. Upon Ouyang Xiu's request, he readily accepted the paper and pen offered by a family member and meticulously listed the herbs required to eliminate the poison. Once he completed the list, a member of the Ouyang family eagerly took it and said, Esteemed physician, please wait here for a moment while I verify our inventory to see if we possess all the necessary ingredients. Without wasting a moment, he dashed off, clearly eager to expedite the process. Wang Yang, witnessing this fervor, took a seat and was soon presented with a cup of tea. Although he was not particularly fond of tea, preferring cola, he was parched from his earlier exertions and accepted the beverage. Upon tasting the rich aroma of the tea, he instinctively took another sip. This tea is exquisite, far superior to what I usually drink. I typically prefer cola, yet this tea is even more delightful. Where can I procure some for myself in the future? Wang Yang inquired with curiosity, envisioning the possibility of serving such tea to guests at his home, rather than offering them cola alone. The individual who had prepared the tea appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, This is Huangshan Maofeng, but it differs from commercially available varieties. It is a private tea cultivated in our family tea garden in Huangshan. It is overseen by a dedicated master, making it superior to store-bought options. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare 2 pounds for you to take home, and we can arrange for 2 pounds to be sent to you each month. Taking too much at once may compromise the quality. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Initially, he had assumed the Ouyang family tea was merely a more expensive commercial brand. The opulence of such a family surpassed his expectations. They even owned a dedicated tea garden. It was likely that their staple foods were of a quality far removed from that of ordinary folk. Chapter 33. Return to the Ouyang family. Esteemed physician, regarding the herbs on your list, only 3 are currently unavailable, but we have already contacted suppliers, and they will arrive by tomorrow morning. I must return to Yang Mi as well. He was eager to reunite with Yang Mi, not wishing to squander any time. As Wang Yang prepared to leave, someone promptly presented him with the 2 pounds of tea that had been prearranged. We need not worry about our future now. As long as Ouyang Xiu's legs can be restored, with his innate talent for martial arts, he will surely ascend to the rank of martial arts master, safeguarding our family for many years to come. Our elder is already 90 years old and has yet to cultivate his second master. Finally, we can rest assured. It seems the heavens have favored our family by granting us Ouyang Xiu, a prodigious talent. The news of Ouyang Xiu's recovery must remain strictly confidential. It cannot leak to the southern regions until he achieves mastery, as that would invite trouble from that woman. The anxious voices of the Ouyang family echoed, revealing their awareness of the venomous curse Ouyang Xiu had suffered and the identity of its source, someone not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the Ouyang family, boasting a master among them, would not fear her return. However, Wang Yang remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, it is unlikely he would be concerned, for the profound nature of the 8-9 profound art rendered him immune to all poisons. Though the curse was unique, it posed no threat to him. This was merely the initial effect of his preliminary training in the 8-9 profound art. The ultimate mastery of this technique would render him impervious to all forms of harm. In myth and legend, the Erlang god subdued the Monkey King with the 8-9 profound art. Yet, in this current age of decline, it was improbable that Wang Yang could achieve such an ultimate state. Even the ultimate effect of being impervious to all poisons is something that would evoke envy from any master warrior. After all, even the most skilled practitioners cannot achieve such immunity. Possessing this characteristic eliminates the need to worry about any deceitful schemes. Upon returning home, he found Yang Mi waiting for him in her freshly donned flight attendant uniform, allowing him to temporarily cast aside concerns regarding the Ouyang family. The night was fleeting, and he yearned only to indulge in joyful pursuits. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by quietly. The following morning, at precisely 7 o'clock, Wang Yang awoke. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he even took a shower. He was well aware that the Ouyang family would be eager to collect him early that day. He certainly did not wish to present himself before them with the lingering scent of Yang Mi. Although youth should be filled with romantic escapades, Wang Yang believed that one should maintain decorum when necessary. Private indulgences aside, he felt it imperative to present himself appropriately in formal settings. As anticipated, once he completed his morning routine and breakfast, he received an impatient call from Ouyang Zhenhu. Dr. Wang, the 3 missing medicinal herbs have been delivered this morning. Do you have time now? If so, I can come pick you up. On the other end of the line, Ouyang Zhenhu cautiously inquired, clearly having learned respect through yesterday's lesson. Upon hearing Ouyang Zhenhu's voice, Wang Yang smiled lightly and replied, I just finished breakfast. Please come to the entrance of my community. When Wang Yang exited the community, Ouyang Zhenhu was already waiting at the entrance, having arrived there well ahead of time. Although Wang Yang was aware of this, he chose not to dwell on it and promptly got into the car, heading towards the Ouyang family. Upon arriving, he noticed that besides the enigmatic old master, many members of the Ouyang family were already awaiting him outside. Even Ouyang Xiao had been brought out to greet him. Clearly, Wang Yang's promise to heal Ouyang Xiao had led the entire Ouyang family to regard him with utmost respect, thus affording him such treatment. There is no need for such formalities. Since I have promised to heal Ouyang Xiao, I shall certainly fulfill that promise. His leg injury is incredibly painful. There is no need to subject him to further discomfort by bringing him out to wait for me, Wang Yang remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he addressed the gathered Ouyang family members. He was not one to concern himself with superficial appearances. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Xiao managed to muster a smile, despite the pain. Dr. Wang, I insisted they bring me out. You may not care for such formalities, but I cannot help but do so. Your healing of my legs is akin to granting me a second chance at life. I must personally welcome you, or I would feel uneasy. I, Ouyang Xiao, will forever remember this kindness, and as long as I draw breath, I will be at your service for anything you require. Ouyang Xiao's gaze held unwavering determination, clearly indicating that he intended to honor his promise for the rest of his life. Seeing Ouyang Xiao's earnestness, Wang Yang chose not to say more and led him and the rest back into the Ouyang family estate. Upon reaching the designated room prepared for brewing medicine, he began to inspect the herbs. Once he confirmed their quality, he promptly set about concocting the medicine for Ouyang Xiao. Chapter 34. Ouyang Xiao stands up. The brewing process lasted a full 4 hours. Once the medicine was ready, Wang Yang immediately brought it to Ouyang Xiao. Once you drink this potion, I will use silver needles to help you dispel the medicinal properties, and all the poisonous insects within you will perish, he instructed. Ouyang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that he was on the brink of being fully healed. He nodded vigorously and accepted the bowl from Wang Yang, tilting his head back to consume the bitter concoction as if it were the most exquisite wine, filled with an inexplicable sense of grandeur. Observing this, Wang Yang swiftly retrieved the silver needles he had prepared and began to apply them to Ouyang Xiao's acupuncture points. The sharp sound of the needles piercing through the air echoed as he executed each insertion with remarkable precision. The members of the Ouyang family, witnessing Wang Yang's astonishing speed, were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. While an ordinary person might only marvel at Wang Yang's swift and accurate technique, the Ouyang family, steeped in martial tradition for over a century, recognized the exceptional skill he displayed. Aside from Ouyang Jinhu, who was a failed martial artist, the rest of the Ouyang family were genuine warriors. Although they could not match Ouyang Xiu's innate talent, their discerning eyes could easily discern Wang Yang's terrifying prowess. It was evident that, with such speed, no one in the Ouyang family, save for the elder master, could rival him. Such remarkable speed suggested he was on the brink of becoming a master warrior himself. This young man, possessing both medical and martial prowess, appeared to have an illustrious future ahead. Given the significant favor he had bestowed upon the Ouyang family, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with him. The members of the Ouyang family whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with growing respect for Wang Yang. Only Ouyang Jinhu remained in a state of shock. Realizing that Wang Yang was not only a formidable physician, but also a martial artist whose talents rivaled those of Ouyang Xiu, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The thought that he had once underestimated Wang Yang and even offended him left him feeling weak in the knees. Grateful that he had not forcibly brought Wang Yang to the Ouyang family, he mused that otherwise he might have found himself on the receiving end of a harsh blow. With a newfound determination, Ouyang Jinhu resolved to find ways to ingratiate himself with Wang Yang, recognizing that once Ouyang Xiu was healed, his own status within the family would undoubtedly rise as a result of Wang Yang's influence. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, his simple act of needling had sparked such revelations among the Ouyang family members. He continued to deftly insert needle after needle into Ouyang Xiu's legs, ultimately exceeding 1,000 needles. As the final needle was inserted, a terrifying shriek erupted from Ouyang Xiu's knees, a sound sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a cacophony of insects in their final throes. The sound was so intense that even seasoned warriors felt their eardrums threatened. This was the agonized cry of countless poisonous insects meeting their demise. With the last needle in place, the medicinal properties surged into Ouyang Xiu's knees, enveloping them entirely. In an instant, the specialized medication targeted the poisonous insects, effectively annihilating them. Given the unique nature of these insects, their death throes were exceptionally loud. Ordinary insects would not make a sound, even in death. Wang Yang, reflecting on the situation, turned to Ouyang Xiu and proclaimed, "Your legs have been restored." The medicinal properties not only eradicated the insects, but also healed the wounds in your knees. However, you must take care to rest for a while before you can fully recover. Before I depart, I shall prescribe a concoction for you. For the following month, you are to consume a dose each morning and evening. In approximately a month's time, you shall be completely restored to the point where you can resume your martial training. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Xiu was immediately struck with disbelief. In his mind, his legs had been incapacitated for an entire year, and such a rapid recovery seemed implausible. He envisioned a prolonged healing process, ranging from a week at best to a month at worst. The notion of standing up in a single day and returning to martial practice within a month was something he would not have dared to dream. Yet, compelled by his trust in Wang Yang, he tentatively exerted himself to rise. To his astonishment, he discovered that his legs could indeed muster strength. The excruciating pain that had plagued him was absent. Gradually, he managed to stand upright, taking one step after another, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He took several steps, confirming that his legs had truly recovered. However, having been immobile for a year, his leg muscles had atrophied. Even these few simple steps left him feeling utterly fatigued. Clearly, a complete recovery, to the point of resuming martial arts, would still require the month of treatment that Wang Yang had mentioned. Nevertheless, the realization filled Ouyang Xiu with uncontrollable joy. I am healed. I am truly healed. I can walk again. In the southern frontier, once I attain the realm of a master, I shall return. With a beaming countenance, Ouyang Xiu laughed heartily. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Wang Yang and said, "Divine Healer Wang, my leg was rendered useless by the saintess of the southern frontier Esku God sect. She is a person who harbors deep grudges, capricious in nature, and prone to dragging others into her vendettas. If word of my recovery spreads, she will undoubtedly retaliate against you as well. Therefore, the fact that you heal my legs will remain a secret within the Ouyang family. We cannot publicize it to bring you fame. I hope you understand. However, aside from the lack of public acknowledgement, the Ouyang family will not be stingy with rewards and will ensure you are satisfied. Antiques, treasure appraisal, and gambling stones for profit." He believed that the art of healing was sacred, meant for alleviating suffering. He wished to keep his medical practice free from the taint of greed. Observing Ouyang Xiu's obvious inclination to reward him handsomely, Wang Yang could only chuckle softly in bemusement. "Yang Mi is my beloved. The Ouyang family's provision of medicine for her suffices as compensation. Our accounts are settled, and no further recompense is necessary. Upon hearing that Wang Yang had no intention of accepting any reward from the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiu's brows furrowed deeply. The grace of restoration could not be repaid with mere herbs. Such a gesture was beyond his capacity. Yet, he understood that offering Wang Yang money would be futile. He began to ponder desperately what he could offer as a reward that would compel Wang Yang to accept it without making the Ouyang family appear miserly. Chapter 35. The Yang family reaps great benefits. Divine Healer Wang, since you are so insistent, I shall refrain from offering you these mundane items. I see you are also a martial artist, so I shall gift you a sword. With utmost seriousness, Ouyang Xiu turned to Wang Yang, disregarding whether Wang Yang would consent, and promptly summoned someone to retrieve a sword from the Ouyang family treasury. Shortly thereafter, a lavish golden longsword was presented to him. Gazing et Wang Yang. Ouyang Xiu spoke gravely. Divine Healer Wang, this sword was acquired during one of my expeditions. It is forged from a type of meteorite gold and can be worn as a belt in daily life. When engaged in battle, one need only channel their true energy into it, and it will transform into a weapon capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Most importantly, its metallic properties cannot be detected by security instruments. You may travel by plane or train without any concerns. Upon hearing Ouyang Xiu's description of the golden sword, Wang Yang's eyes brightened. The ability to slice through iron with ease alone marked it as a divine weapon. Especially appealing was its undetectability by security metal detectors, making it far more convenient to carry than other divine weapons. The willingness of a martial artist to gift such a treasure to Wang Yang spoke volumes of Ouyang Xiu's sincere gratitude. Yet, even recognizing Ouyang Xiu's earnestness, Wang Yang declined the sword. I have already stated that my assistance was solely to repay the Ouyang family for the medicines provided to Yang Mi. If you do not wish to owe a favor, then neither do I. With a stern expression, Wang Yang turned on his heel and began to walk away, no longer wishing to converse with the Ouyang family. Wang Yang desired nothing but to earn what he wanted through his own abilities. A divine weapon was merely that. Should he wish for one, he would forge a personal weapon of his own design. If he were to craft one, it would be a silver sword, not a golden one. The aura of the golden sword was overly ostentatious for his taste. The members of the Ouyang family were left dumbfounded as they watched Wang Yang indeed refuse any form of compensation and leave. The divine healer had even turned down a divine weapon like the golden snake sword without hesitation. He sought neither money nor goods. His actions were solely to repay the favor of delivering medicine. Such nonchalance was truly remarkable. Fortunately, the Ouyang family had prepared an ample supply of medicine for Wang Yang's beloved, or else, given Wang Yang's character, they might have found it impossible to enlist his help. Yet, while he had healed Ouyang Xiu, the gratitude owed to the Ouyang family was immense. Merely some herbs, as recompense, would portray them as excessively frugal. The members of the Ouyang family engaged in fervent discussion. Unable to devise a more fitting reward, they ultimately resolved to leverage their resources to fully support the development of Yang's jewelry. It was evident that Yang's jewelry was destined to rise due to Wang Yang's influence. Martial artists are inherently action-oriented, and the Ouyang family was no exception. Once their discussions concluded, the Ouyang family members promptly set to work. That same day, Yang's jewelry received an influx of collaboration invitations. After grappling with stagnation and even contraction in recent years, the company was suddenly thrust into a period of rapid growth. Wang, darling, my parents just called. They said our company suddenly received a plethora of business today. Many shopping malls nationwide are inviting our jewelry company to set up shop and have even proposed a 3-year rent waiver. Some film and television companies are also seeking collaboration with our jewelry line. Yang Mi got Wang Yang, her face radiating jet. Wang Yang, upon hearing Yang Mi's words, felt a swell of happiness as well. Although he and Yang Mi were merely dating and had not yet formalized their union, her parents would not permit her to stay at his home indefinitely. While cohabitation before marriage was commonplace among modern youth, it was often the case for those from ordinary families. They might reside in rented accommodations without their parents' knowledge. However, for the affluent, such as Yang Mi's family, the man's actions were often overlooked, but the woman's conduct was scrutinized. High society families valued their reputations, and marriages were typically arranged within their circles. A woman who frequently spent nights away from home or had a history of cohabitation would find it difficult to marry within such circles. Thus, under normal circumstances, Yang Mi would not be able to stay at Wang Yang's residence tonight. The fact that she could remain here now naturally brought Wang Yang joy. Yet, amidst his happiness, he also felt a touch of exasperation. Just after leaving the Ouyang family, Yang's jewelry had received a multitude of orders. With a mere thought, he could deduce that these orders were undoubtedly linked to the Ouyang family. However, since the events had already unfolded, he could not ask the Ouyang family to retract the orders. All he could do was smile wryly, contemplating the possibility of bringing his parents to the bustling metropolis to enjoy a better life. Wang Yang turned to the beaming Yang Mi and shared his plans. Wealth that does not return to one's hometown is akin to wearing fine clothes in the night. Firstly, it serves to convey to one's parents that they have earned substantial wealth and can now enjoy a life of comfort. Secondly, it is to inform neighbors and relatives that the family has prospered and they should no longer look down upon them. This behavior may seem quite vulgar. Yet Wang Yang embodies such a mundane character. Despite having acquired a legacy and possessing extraordinary abilities, he swiftly amassed a fortune that would take others a lifetime to earn. Nevertheless, his essence remains unchanged, to be a wealthy individual whose parents bask in his glory. Perhaps in the future, his perspective will evolve, becoming less commonplace and embracing loftier ideals. But for now, he remains ensnared in the ordinary. Chapter 36. The Car Purchase Lottery, a Problematic Raffle Box. At this moment, she completely forgot the words she once spoke to herself. She forgot that her time with Wang Yang was merely temporary and that she had promised to return him to Tian Tian. Her current mindset resembled that of an ostrich, burying her head in the sand. As long as Tian Tian remained unaware, she would feign forgetfulness about her existence, cherishing every moment spent with Wang Yang. Wang Yang, oblivious to Yang Mi's mindset, had never truly been with Tian Tian, nor had he uttered any declarations of love. Their relationship was shrouded in a mutual, vague affection, and due to the disparity in their social standings and wealth, he maintained distance from Tian Tian. Thus, he harbored no guilty thoughts in his heart. He regarded Yang Mi as his genuine girlfriend, someone he wished to cherish for a lifetime. After discussing with Yang Mi, Wang Yang promptly took her to the renowned auto city in the metropolis, preparing to purchase a vehicle. Soon, they arrived at the auto city, where a plethora of car brands could be found. From budget to luxury brands, and even the emerging electric vehicle trend, everything was on display. Among them, the electric vehicle movement was undoubtedly the most popular. If Wang Yang were merely driving in the metropolis, he would surely opt for the latest Xiaomi electric car. Driving the Xiaomi SU7 would undoubtedly make him the most striking figure on the street. After all, the reputation of electric vehicles circulated primarily among the youth. Many from the older generation were unfamiliar with them. Particularly in Wang Yang's rural hometown, few were acquainted with electric cars. Thus, driving a trendy Xiaomi 7 would not achieve the desired effect. Hence, his focus remained on the classic luxury brands, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Although he could afford even more luxurious cars with his current means, the impact of such vehicles in the countryside would not compare to that of a Mercedes or BMW. These brands represented the pinnacle of status in rural areas. After a thorough observation, Wang Yang ultimately decided to purchase a Mercedes. The reason was simple. The vehicle was spacious. In the eyes of rural folks, a large, reputable brand equated to luxury. With his decision made, Wang Yang immediately headed to the Mercedes dealership. It appeared that the dealership was hosting an event, as the showroom was bustling with people. Upon entering, neither of the sales representatives attended to them immediately. Is wealth so ubiquitous nowadays that buying luxury cars resembles purchasing cabbages? Wang Yang observed the overwhelmed sales staff, his eyes reflecting surprise. Given the current economic downturn, it was hard to fathom. Luxury vehicles were struggling in sales, and even cars priced below 100,000 were hard to sell. Many luxury brands faced declining sales due to economic challenges and the rise of electric vehicles. To maintain their sales figures, the dealership had organized a grand promotional event, featuring a lottery for car purchases. Today, they advertised that for every 100 vehicles sold, 100 lottery tickets would be drawn. The prizes for the lottery included 3 tiers, the lowest being a 50,000 discount coupon, a second prize of 100,000 off, and the grand prize waiving all costs associated with the purchase. Most buyers of Mercedes vehicles opted for the entry-level models, and a 5,000 discount was indeed a significant temptation. 100,000 off would be an incredible bargain, and the chance to win a vehicle entirely free was enticing. Thus, the dealership was crowded with eager customers. Some worried about being beyond the first 100 and missing out on the lottery opportunity, urgently urging sales staff to finalize their orders to participate in the drawing. Wang Yang found himself unintentionally caught up in the excitement. He couldn't help but wonder if the dealership owner would weep if he won the free ticket. Observing the lively scene in the dealership, he felt a surge of curiosity. He had long decided on the vehicle he wished to purchase, the top-tier Mercedes-Benz S63. This model cost nearly $2.5 million, and with various luxury options and taxes, it would amount to around $4 million. The profit margins in car sales were not as high as one might think. If Wang Yang won a free ticket, the dealership would incur a loss of $4 million, likely wiping out half a year's profits. Yet, amidst the throngs of people, he began to doubt his chances of being among the first 100 buyers. Nevertheless, he was no longer financially constrained. Even without any discounts, it mattered little to him. Thus, after paying the deposit and signing the purchase contract, he casually joined the queue with Yang. As time passed, a look of surprise crossed Wang Yang's face. There were numerous people ahead of him, and despite their eagerness to draw from the lottery, no one had yet won the grand prize. Witnessing this, he recalled an online article he had come across, which suggested that in promotional events at shopping centers, while grand prizes did exist, they were often inaccessible to the general public. It was merely a gimmick to attract customers. The grand prize tickets were usually hidden in specially constructed compartments, accessible only to insiders who knew how to retrieve them. Ordinary customers, even if they suspected something was amiss, would only touch the exterior of the box, never reaching the grand prize. Was it truly the case, as the article suggested, that the grand prize was concealed in a special compartment, eluding the grasp of ordinary individuals? As he pondered this, Wang Yang could not resist the urge to employ his unique insight to examine the situation within the box just before his turn arrived. As he did so, he noticed a customer probing inside the box, particularly focused on the top. Clearly, this individual had also read similar theories online, attempting to uncover a grand prize. However, after a thorough search, he had not succeeded. Observing his actions, Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle internally, as he had already discerned the location of the hidden compartment. With such a method, even a lifetime of searching would not yield the grand prize. It was impossible for an ordinary person to uncover it. However, today, given his presence, fate dictated that the grand prize would be revealed. If the dealership was conducting a dubious lottery, he had no reason to abstain from utilizing his extraordinary perception. Chapter 37. Winning the Grand Prize. Soon, it was Wang Yang's turn to draw. As he had suspected, none of the customers ahead of him had managed to win the grand prize. When it was his turn, he calmly reached into the lottery box, appearing no different from the other patrons. Yet, only he understood that he was not simply rummaging aimlessly. Instead, he was accessing the hidden compartment at the bottom of the box, rather than the top as others had presumed. Thus, those who fumbled above were destined to find nothing of value. However, even those searching below could not unlock the hidden compartment. Only someone with extraordinary insight, like Wang Yang, could directly perceive the contents of the box. The mechanism to open the hidden compartment was located at the four corners. All corners had to be pressed simultaneously to reveal the lower wooden panel and access the coveted first prize beneath. Hence, those rummaging above could never hope to uncover the grand prize. Under normal circumstances, the first prize at Store 4 would forever remain beyond the reach of customers. Once the customers had drawn their fair share, a designated insider would extract the first prize without raising any suspicions regarding Store 4's lottery activities. This would allow Store 4 to continue hosting similar events to entice customers. Yet today, Store 4's plans were destined to fail. They had disregarded the rules, believing it impossible for luck to determine the winner of the first prize. Wang Yang, however, would not adhere to their regulations. Swiftly, he pressed the four corners, prying open a small gap in the lower wooden panel, and retrieved the first prize trapped beneath. After ensuring everything was in order, he feigned surprise as he glanced at the prize, turning to Yang with a look of astonishment. Yang, do you see that I have won the first prize? Upon hearing Wang Yang had won, Yang was instantly taken aback and seized the prize ticket from his hand. Once she discerned the words, first prize, she erupted with excitement, embracing Wang Yang. Darling, you've won the first prize, granting you a free car purchase. Today, your new Mercedes-Benz is on the house. Discovering antiques, successfully betting on stones, and now winning a free car, Wang Yang's luck seemed unparalleled. Indeed, my husband is the luckiest man in the world, Yang shouted joyfully, although both she and Wang Yang had long ceased to care about the $4 million. The fact that he had won the free payment for the grand prize filled her with genuine elation. Witnessing Yang delight brought happiness to Wang Yang as well. Once Yang had calmed down from her exuberance, Wang Yang handed the prize ticket to the man responsible for conducting the lottery. The man, named Tian Yulong, was the son of the store's owner, having designed the lottery event alongside his father. He was well aware that the lottery box had been tampered with. Customers could never win the first prize. Thus, while Yang Mi cheered, he was already in shock. When Wang Yang presented the ticket, he could hardly believe it, repeatedly inspecting the ticket for signs of fraud. Impossible. How could you have won the first prize? Tian Yulong glared at Wang Yang, his face contorted with rage. You cannot have one. This ticket is flawed, and we at Store 4 do not acknowledge it. Wang Yang had anticipated that Store 4 might reject his first prize. Therefore, he had already begun recording a video on his phone. Upon hearing their refusal to acknowledge his first prize, Wang Yang raised his voice. If you believe my first prize is invalid, then open the lottery box and examine all the tickets inside. If a second first prize is found, it would prove my ticket is indeed flawed, and you could report me to the authorities. But if there is no second prize, and you still refuse to acknowledge mine, I will have no choice but to contact the police and share the video online, exposing how your Store 4 cannot honor its commitments to customers. Wang Yang's threat turned Tian Yulong's expression grim, for he knew there was only one first prize in the lottery box. Now that Wang Yang had retrieved it, there could not possibly be another. Thus, he had no evidence to prove Wang Yang's first prize was fraudulent. However, if he were to grant Wang Yang the prize, Store 4 would face imminent bankruptcy. The order Wang Yang had placed was for a Mercedes-Benz worth over $4 million. A customer willing to spend such a sum was certainly memorable. Given that the company's cash flow had dwindled to below $4 million, he was determined to prevent Wang Yang from claiming the prize. Yet if they did not honor the prize, and Wang Yang reported them, the repercussions would be dire. In this age of rapid information exchange, a single scandal could devastate the reputation of their dealership. Faced with such a dilemma, Tian Yulong, inexperienced in handling such matters, felt akin to an ant on a hot stove. However, wisdom comes with age. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his father approached. Looking at Wang Yang, he forced a smile. Sir, I am Tian Pengfei, the owner of Store 4. We changed our first prize tickets yesterday, and the previous ones did not resemble yours. My son mistakenly believed your ticket was flawed. He did not intend to dispute its validity. I hope you can understand. Understanding is possible, but I demand you finalize the contract and deliver the car. Once the vehicle is in my possession, I will have faith in the authenticity of your store's promotion. Should you fail to deliver, no amount of eloquence will convince me. I will contact the authorities and seek recourse. Wang Yang's tone was resolute, displaying a firm stance that left no room for doubt. Not only Wang Yang, but also other customers present began to gather around, instinctively siding with him. Many individuals pulled out their phones to join Wang Yang in recording the events unfolding at Store 4. Some irate customers, even more enraged than Wang Yang, began to berate Tian Pengfei and his son. Chapter 38. The Tian family's refusal to honor the prize. Redeem the prize immediately for this gentleman. Customers are akin to deities. Now that a deity has won the first prize, are you unwilling to grant it? Deceiving a deity, as the scriptures say, will lead you both to damnation. If you cannot manage a lottery, do not conduct one. Your lack of integrity will hasten the demise of Store 4. If you do not redeem this gentleman's prize today, we shall collectively boycott this shoddy establishment and refuse to purchase vehicles here. We will share this video online. And with so many voices, it will surely create a stir, accelerating the downfall of your failing store. The chorus of indignation erupted from the crowd. Some even posted live updates online, spending hundreds to boost the visibility of their posts. After all, those who could afford a Mercedes-Benz were not deterred by a small expense. Observing the growing unrest, Tian Pengfei and his son felt an increasing sense of urgency. Turning to Wang Yang, Tian Pengfei forced a respectful smile. Sir, I will arrange for someone to finalize your purchase contract immediately. Rest assured, I will provide you with the first prize. However, since you require the fully equipped model with all options, it will take an additional day to install those features. Would it be acceptable for you to return tomorrow morning to collect your vehicle? Wang Yang gazed at Tian Yulong's father in astonishment that he was willing to redeem the first prize. After all, under normal circumstances, such a prize was unattainable. The tampering of the lottery box indicated that the Tian family had never intended for anyone to win the first prize. He doubted they would ever consider allowing someone to drive away with a vehicle worth $300,000 to $400,000 for free. He was certainly not concerned about the $4 million vehicle. Thus, he was confident that the Tian family would not permit him to drive it away. Despite the pleasant words spoken by Tian Yulong's father, it was merely a facade to navigate the current situation. Although Wang Yang saw through this charade, he remained unfazed. He believed in the adage that one must meet force with force. What he proposed today was reasonable, and he was willing to wait another day. Very well, he declared. Today you shall assist me in equipping the vehicle with the options I desire. Tomorrow morning, I will return to collect it. If I am unable to do so, I shall find my own resolution. With a subtle smile, Wang Yang paid no heed to Tian Yulong's displeasure and promptly exited the dealership with Yang Mi. Tian Yulong, watching Wang Yang depart, could no longer contain his dismay and quietly remarked to his father, Tian Pengfei, Dad, how could you agree to let him pick up the car tomorrow? We were planning to mortgage that vehicle for a loan. If we hand it over, our family's liquidity will be compromised. With bankruptcy looming, it will be wiser to transfer the car into my name for my use. Observing Tian Yulong's impatience, Tian Pengfei felt a wave of disappointment. He understood that his son was not yet capable of managing the family business. However, as he had only one son, all family assets would ultimately be entrusted to Tian Yulong. Therefore, despite his dissatisfaction with Tian Yulong's actions, he led him into the office to provide an explanation. Remember, we are in business. Reputation and credibility must always come first. Even if we are to breach our contract, we cannot do so in front of a multitude of customers. If word of today's event spreads, our future endeavors will lack trust. Should that occur, we would be utterly doomed. In such situations, regardless of your inner thoughts, you must outwardly agree. Upon hearing his father's explanation, Tian Yulong's expression shifted to one of realization. So, you mean we should placate him for now, but ultimately not provide him with a car tomorrow? He queried. However, if we do not deliver the vehicle, he will undoubtedly cause a scene or even expose us online, leading to further complications. While Tian Yulong grasped his father's intentions, he could not shake off his unease about the impending confrontation with Wang Yang. Sensing his son's apprehension, Tian Pengfei replied with a hint of resignation. If you fear his outburst tomorrow, we must resolve this matter completely tonight. He left his contact information and address on the purchase intent form. Knowing where he resides makes it easy to find him. I encountered him at the old Master Tian's birthday banquet. He possesses a collection of valuable antique paintings, making him a prime target. You must understand that individuals with wealth but no connections are seen as easy prey by certain opportunists. If his information is leaked, there will be those who ensure he doesn't survive the night. Tian Yulong's eyes widened in understanding as his father's plan became clear. Yet, despite comprehending his father's perspective, he felt a surge of anxiety and asked, Dad, are you referring to Scarface Lee and his associates? Many have sought their assistance, but in the end, they have been ensnared and ruined. Tian Pengfei regarded his son's cautious demeanor with a nod of approval. You recognize the dangers posed by those individuals. Do not worry. We will not enlist their services. We will merely joke about a nouveau riche individual purchasing an extravagant Mercedes from us, casually mentioning that he recently acquired a batch of Baisher paintings valued at 200 million. Those in the know will not pass up the opportunity to act against Wang Yang, ensuring he does not see dawn. Tian Yulong realized his father intended to orchestrate an indirect attack, avoiding any direct involvement with Scarface Lee. The notion of not providing them with leverage was illuminating. Dad, I understand what to do now. I am friends with Scarface Lee's brother-in-law. I will go find him and casually divulge Wang Yang's information. If Wang Yang is eliminated tonight, we will not need to deliver the car tomorrow. A look of excitement crossed Tian Yulong's face as he confirmed that there was nothing left to discuss and promptly left the office, eager to spread the news of Wang Yang being a newly rich individual. Chapter 39. The Bandit Scarface Lee. At the Buy-In Club, a gathering of luxury car enthusiasts from affluent backgrounds, Tian Yulong arrived after leaving the dealership. Upon spotting Scarface Lee's brother-in-law, Lin Shan, he approached the group and feigned a melancholic demeanor. What troubles you, Tian Yulong? You seem quite downcast, Lin Shan remarked. What has happened? Speak up. My friends are here and can surely assist you. We will not allow any outsider to bully you. The camaraderie among the club members was palpable, each one displaying a willingness to defend their friend. However, Tian Yulong, having navigated this circle for quite some time, was well aware of their true nature. They would band together to intimidate the weak, but would swiftly distance themselves from any serious threat. Adhering to his plan, he began to lament aloud. It's nothing too significant. Really, do you remember that Wang Yang who made an appearance at Old Master Tian's birthday celebration? He had the audacity to visit my family's dealership today and won the grand prize, a free Mercedes. Just recently, he stumbled upon 200 million worth of genuine Baisher artworks, and now he scores this tremendous luck. Is he truly the favored child of fortune? What infuriates me is that he left behind an address for a lavish villa in a luxury estate, valued at 200 million. Our family has struggled in this city for years and cannot boast such wealth. Why should he be rewarded for sheer luck while we toil for decades? His voice echoed with indignation, masking a deeper intent. Listening to Tian Yulong's tirade, the wealthy second-generation members of the club could not help but join in the criticism. That villa, worth 200 million, is indeed a true mansion in this city. He certainly does not deserve to reside there. Wealth gained through luck often evaporates just as swiftly. Wang Yang is clearly riding high on a wave of fortune, unaware of his precarious position. It is only a matter of time before he suffers a significant downfall. The group continued to express their disdain for Wang Yang. Those who had not attended Old Master Tian's banquet, especially those who had prepared gifts only to be overshadowed by Wang Yang, were the most vocal in their condemnation. Only Lin Shan, Scarface Li's brother-in-law, turned to Tian Yulong with curiosity and asked, which villa of Wang Yang's is worth 200 million? Where is it located? Upon hearing Lin Shan's inquiry, Tian Yulong recognized that he had piqued Lin Shan's interest, who was eager to investigate Wang Yang's whereabouts for potential action. Although aware of Lin Shan's motives, Tian Yulong feigned ignorance, replying, "It's Villa 16 in Tongtian Garden. You must be familiar with the neighborhood. Those villas typically start at 200 million. Those who are able to reside within the community are indeed the true affluent." I harbor doubts about Wang Yang's choice in purchasing that villa. Perhaps he hopes to meet a few wealthy and beautiful women, given his apparent talent for living off others. I hold such men in disdain. If the opportunity arises, I shall gladly teach him a lesson. Lin Shan chuckled, exuding an air of righteousness. Then, as if struck by sudden thought, he abruptly rose and said, "I just remember my brother-in-law called for me today. You all continue to enjoy yourselves here. I must go find him." As Lin Shan departed, some of the astute young heirs began to sense something amiss, their eyes revealing a glimmer of intrigue. This was particularly evident when they glanced at Tian Yulong, whose expression of curiosity was unmistakable. Clearly, they had discerned that Tian Yulong intended to use this situation to his advantage. In truth, more than half of the young heirs had an inkling of what was unfolding. The aptitude of these wealthy offspring far surpasses that of the average individual. This is not to say that they are inherently more intelligent. In fact, the majority of people possess similar levels of intelligence. However, these fortunate heirs benefit from the finest education from a young age and are exposed to experiences far beyond those of ordinary people. More importantly, their upbringing involves valuable mentorship, allowing for considerable trial and error without significant repercussions. Thus, their overall astuteness appears markedly superior. Even Lin Shan recognized Tian Yulong's intention to manipulate the situation, for the stakes were exceedingly high, a villa valued at 200 million and an authentic Qi Baisha masterpiece. Such prospects were undeniably enticing. Soon, he arrived at his brother-in-law Scar Li's residence and disclosed the intelligence he had gathered. Inside the room, upon hearing Lin Shan's words, Scar Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lin Shan and asked, "Are you certain that Wang Yang is merely a nouveau riche with no substantial background?" Lin Shan, perceiving his brother-in-law's skepticism, replied earnestly, "Brother-in-law, Wang Yang is nothing more than a penniless young man who has just graduated from university, hailing from small county. He has only recently made money from antiques, a veritable lamb with no connections. If we can secure him, we stand to gain substantially." Scully, swayed by Lin Shan's conviction, was instantly intrigued. "Very well, then. Tonight, we shall undertake a significant operation. I will call the brothers and invite them over for dinner. Afterward, we shall devise a plan to infiltrate the villa community and, come nightfall, storm Wang Yang's residence. Once this venture is complete, in addition to the usual share of the proceeds, I shall reward you with an extra 5 million as compensation for your valuable information." Scar Li's excitement was palpable, as he was known for his generosity in dealings. Such a disposition was essential for attracting loyal followers. Hence, he consistently treated his men with kindness, ensuring a devoted band of loyalists remained by his side. After briefing Lin Shan, Scar Li promptly began making calls. Within approximately half an hour, his room welcomed a gathering of 7 or 8 individuals. Among them were burly men specializing in physical prowess and professionals wearing glasses, adept at lockpicking. Once everyone had arrived, Scar Li outlined the plan for the night's operation. Upon learning that a wealthy target awaited their attention, every face in Scar Li's team lit up with anticipation. As the clock struck, the atmosphere grew tense with excitement. "Brother Scar, How shall we proceed tonight? Rest assured, we will execute flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. This nouveau riche has no connections. As long as we clean up the scene, it will remain an unsolved mystery. Only those with connections attract persistent investigations, whereas a wealthy individual without ties is nearly impossible to trace. It is a rare opportunity that we have stumbled upon. The fervent voices of Scar Lee's formidable associates echoed around him, already envisioning the sumptuous lifestyles they would lead once they reaped the rewards of their endeavor. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, he had unwittingly become the target of many, set to be preyed upon that very night. After leaving the shop, he accompanied Yang Mi on a shopping spree, specifically aiding her in selecting various gifts for her parents. As she aptly put it, as a girlfriend making her first visit to meet Wang Yang's family, she felt it imperative to prepare an ample array of presents, clothing, wellness products, a gold bracelet for her mother, and a tea set for her father. Fortunately, Yang Mi's BMW 5 Series had a sufficiently spacious trunk. Otherwise, they could not have accommodated such an abundance of items. Yet even with ample space, the trunk was filled to capacity. The pair continued their shopping until dusk, with dinner being settled in the mall. However, as the clock approached 9, Wang Yang could no longer bear it and insisted on leaving the mall, exclaiming, "That's enough. We have more than enough gifts. With so many items, I fear my parents might think I am relying on you for financial support." The security of the villa community, in the eyes of Scar Lee and his band of professional thugs, was utterly ineffectual. No matter how grand the security claims, the personnel were merely ordinary guards, little different from the elderly gatekeepers. At most, they presented a slightly more polished demeanor. After parking the car, the couple entered the villa and immediately collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Despite Wang Yang being a formidable martial artist, a day spent accompanying Yang Mi on her shopping escapades left him feeling inexplicably fatigued. He wondered how ordinary men managed to endure such outings daily. Outside the villa, while Wang Yang and Yang Mi rested, Scar Lee and his crew gathered at the entrance. Each member donned masks, hats, and sunglasses, effectively disguising their identities. Even if captured by surveillance cameras, their features would remain obscured, making identification nearly impossible. Upon reaching the villa entrance, the lockpicker promptly produced his pre-prepared tools and set to work. Astonishingly, the electronic lock, reputed to be the world's most secure and valued at over 100,000, was successfully opened in mere seconds. Though the sound of the lock being picked was subtle, it was nonetheless audible to Wang Yang, who lay in bed. The sound was distinctly unusual. His hearing, akin to a finely tuned radar, allowed him to detect even the faintest of noises. As he counted the intruders, he confirmed that 10 uninvited guests had entered his sanctuary, and a fierce killing intent flashed across his face. Such an unexpected intrusion was nothing short of malevolent. Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi and said, "There are a group of intruders outside, and they surely harbor ill intentions. I must confront them. You should remain here and keep safe to avoid any harm." Upon hearing that intruders had breached their sanctuary, Yang Mi's face filled with apprehension. She looked at Wang Yang and cautiously replied, "Darling, please don't take any risks. Let's just lock the door and call the police. This door is sturdy enough to keep them out." Wang Yang smiled. With a sense of helplessness, I gazed at Yang Mi. If they could easily breach the outer security door, how could the bedroom door possibly deter them? However, rest assured with my abilities, I'm not easily harmed by petty thieves. If you are worried, you may watch from the second floor as I deal with them. I will act swiftly, and they will have no chance to ascend. Wang Yang's words filled Yang Mi with embarrassment. She understood that, as Wang Yang had stated, it was foolish to expect the bedroom door to hold back those who could bypass the security door. "All right, I will watch you from upstairs. Just be careful, and do not get hurt," Yang Mi said cautiously, her gaze fixed on Wang Yang. Although he appeared meticulous, she knew he would not deceive himself in such matters. Yet, the thought of so many intruders outside still stirred her concern for his safety. "Do not worry, they will not lay a finger on me," Wang Yang replied with a confident smile, donning his pajamas as he stepped outside. As he approached the staircase, the group led by Scar Lee spotted him descending. Lin Shan excitedly pointed at Wang Yang and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, that is Wang Yang, the one who made 2 billion with antique calligraphy and paintings." Upon hearing this, Scar Lee's eyes gleamed with greed. He drew a dagger, menacingly threatening, "Brother, we have come seeking wealth. Do not call the police or flee. Simply hand over your money, and I will ensure my men spare your life. But if you choose to call the police or resist, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Will giving you money guarantee my safety?" Wang Yang feigned fear as he continued down the stairs, maintaining some distance from Scarred Li and his gang. He aimed to get closer before striking, wishing to capture them all in one fell swoop. Despite his FAAD of fear, Scarred Li sensed something was amiss as Wang Yang approached. They had engaged in many kidnapping ventures before, and typically, their victims would panic and flee, forcing them to break down a bedroom door to seize them. Wang Yang was the first to approach them willingly. Something is not right. This person is not genuinely afraid. It seems he is deliberately stalling us to reach him more swiftly, Scarred Li thought, suddenly enlightened as he observed Wang Yang drawing nearer. He instinctively shouted, "You, stop right there. Just stand still." Wang Yang, taken aback by Scarred Li's sudden command, halted unexpectedly. However, having descended the stairs, he was now merely a few meters away from Scarred Li. This distance was sufficient for him to charge forward in an instant, without concern about being unable to reach them. With a cold, murderous intent, Wang Yang unleashed his power. He propelled himself off the ground, leaping towards Scarred Li and his gang like a leopard. A martial artist. He is a martial artist. Scarred Li's face turned pale with terror as he witnessed Wang Yang's explosive speed. He immediately commanded his men to charge at Wang Yang, while he himself, resolute, retrieved a secret weapon from his pocket, a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike toppling a thug to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Scarred Li remained standing. After all my days hunting geese, today I nearly had my eyes pecked out by one. But no matter. Thank goodness I brought this truth with me. Now, I shall blow your head off with one shot. Let us see whether your fist is faster or my bullet. Scarred Li raved, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Clearly, he had hesitated to fire earlier for fear of hitting his own men. Now, with all his subordinates down, there was no one to shield Wang Yang from the bullet. He was indeed a clever thug, wary of having his men absorb the bullet. If Wang Yang were an ordinary martial artist, he would have truly been in peril today. However, having cultivated the profound techniques of the 8-9 mysteries, a top-tier martial artist with both internal and external mastery, his body could withstand the force of a master. Mere bullets would not harm him. With exhilaration, Wang Yang summoned his true energy to his hand and struck the incoming bullet with force. Bang! The sound of the gunfire resonated as Wang Yang's hand swatted the bullet away as if it were a fly. With precise control, the bullet struck Scarred Li's right hand, the one holding the gun. Ah! Scarred Li cried out in agony, the weapon falling from his grasp. In the same moment, Wang Yang charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Scarred Li's face. The impact sent Scarred Li reeling back, rendering him unconscious. On the second floor, Yang Mi stood frozen, witnessing the entire ordeal unfold below. Her heart had nearly leapt in her throat upon seeing Scarred Li draw his weapon. She almost leapt from the second floor to join Wang Yang in a tragic fate. She believed if Wang Yang were to perish, her own life would hold no meaning. Life was a gift from him. Should he die, she would follow him into the abyss. It was only when Wang Yang deflected the bullet that her heart revived. He is my man. How strong he is. He can swat away a bullet with ease. He did not deceive me. Those thugs truly cannot touch a hair on his head. With admiration, she gazed at Wang Yang, feeling as if she had become weak all over. I must make even the gods tremble, becoming the woman who has conquered the divine. Wang Yang was unaware that his display of prowess had excited Yang Mi to the point of exhilaration, as if she had taken a potent elixir. Having resolved the situation, he lifted his head to Yang Mi on the second floor, stating, "Call the police and have them take them away." On the ground, Scarred Li, hearing Wang Yang instruct Yang Mi to alert the authorities, panicked completely. They were not only guilty of today's robbery, but had committed numerous other crimes, with lives lost. If the police were summoned, all their misdeeds would surely be uncovered, leading them to a certain death sentence. None would escape. Desperation etched on his face. He pleaded with Wang Yang, "Do you not wish to know why we chose you? Spare us, and I will reveal who betrayed you." Scarred Li's words sparked intrigue in Wang Yang. Initially believing these were mere thugs seeking easy wealth in a wealthy neighborhood, he now sensed deeper motives at play. Yet, even with this newfound understanding, he would not grant them mercy. "Fear not. I shall inform the police of your earlier words. If you have someone behind you, the authorities will take care of it," Wang Yang scoffed, signaling Yang Mi to proceed with the call. On the second floor, Yang Mi, hearing Wang Yang's directive, promptly took out her phone to report the incident. The luxurious Tantian garden, being in close proximity to the police station, saw officers arrive within 10 minutes. Subsequently, Wang Yang and Yang Mi made their way to the police station to provide their statements. "My dear husband, I have just gathered some information regarding the interrogation. They learned of your sudden wealth through Tian Yulong, which prompted them to come and rob you. However, Tian Yulong's actions can at most be considered as instigating others to commit a crime. Without direct evidence, it is impossible to convict him. Yang Mi wore an expression of displeasure, contemplating how to take revenge on Tian Yulong. Yet, she was merely a privileged beauty, one who, due to a heart condition, seldom interacted with society. Despite her anxiousness, she could not conceive an appropriate plan. It would be unwise to confront Tian Yulong and his father directly, especially so soon after the incident. Even the dimmest investigator would trace it back to him, leading to inevitable trouble. He contemplated a more discreet approach, perhaps poisoning them slowly. In that moment, a thought surged within Wang Yang's mind. He must eliminate Tian Yulong and his father. Without their demise, he could find no solace. Just as Wang Yang pondered on the means of administering poison, the distressed Yang Mi seized his arm. "Husband, when you dealt with those thugs earlier, my legs turned to jelly. At that moment, you were God in my eyes. Now, I intend to conquer you, this living deity, and bring you to your knees." Excited, Yang Mi immediately pulled Wang Yang towards the bedroom. Chapter 42. This license plate, a national treasure. After a busy night, Wang Yang and Yang Mi quickly fell into a deep slumber. While they enjoyed a peaceful rest, Tian Yulong and his father were plagued by insomnia, as the police had come to question them. Though they were merely instigators and had not directly hired anyone to commit murder, they had not technically broken the law. "Dad, what should we do tomorrow?" All of Scarred Li's men were taken down in Wang Yang's home. According to the information I've gathered, Wang Yang is a martial artist. He single-handedly incapacitated them. When the police arrived, all of them were unconscious. Although the law may not reach us, Wang Yang surely knows we conspired against him. What if he seeks revenge? Tian Pengfei looked at his son Tian Yulong with mounting disappointment. Why panic? This is a lawful society. Even if some can disregard the law, Wang Yang is not among them. Although his martial prowess is surprising, it does not warrant such alarm. He wouldn't dare kill openly. Our focus should be on how to prevent him from driving away tomorrow, rather than worrying about his retaliation. Tian Pengfei's serious demeanor contrasted sharply with Tian Yulong's concerns. The latter was astonished that his father seemed entirely unconcerned about Wang Yang's vengeance, only worried about the company's Mercedes that could be taken away. However, after some contemplation, Tian Yulong found himself somewhat relieved, acknowledging his father's reasoning. Wang Yang truly had no means to harm them. The Ouyang family. Several members responsible for external affairs of the Ouyang family were summoned in the dead of night by a phone call. The property manager of Tongtian Garden reported that a group of thugs had invaded the residence of Dr. Wang, attempting to rob him. Although Dr. Wang had dealt with the assailants, the father-son duo behind the scenes remained at large. Dr. Wang has done us a great favor. If we fail to assist him in dealing with these individuals, our families standing in the city will become a mere joke. They resolved to capture the father and son, as Dr. Wang could not act against them directly. Thus, they would resolve the issue on his behalf. A chorus of angry voices arose among the Ouyang clan, soon reaching a unanimous agreement. Yet, Wang Yang was unaware of all this. After nearly an entire night of toil, he awoke with Yang Mi around 10 in the morning. After brushing their teeth and dressing, they set off in Yang Mi's BMW 5 toward the Tian family's Mercedes dealership. Today, they remain oblivious to what we plan. We shall face whatever they throw at us. Regardless of whether they hand over the car, they will pay for yesterday's events. A fierce determination gleamed in Wang Yang's eyes, his murderous intent surging within him. His heritage included a technique to strike vital points by targeting specific acupoints. One could fall gravely ill and die within 7 days as their pulse ceased to beat. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If someone wrongs me, I shall ensure their demise. He was no benevolent soul, nor had he ever aspired to be one. In times of poverty, he had never considered becoming a do-gooder. After acquiring his legacy and strength, the thought never crossed his mind. He merely wished to be a man of pure intent, one who acted according to his heart's desires, unbound by others. He would perform good deeds when encountered with the needy, and he would also commit wrongs against those who overstepped their bounds. For only through death could enmity be fully resolved. Just like Tian Yulong and his father, having once instigated a crime, they could certainly do so again. However, despite Wang Yang's plans, he was taken aback upon arriving at the dealership. The establishment was in the midst of changing its sign. The old sign had been removed, replaced by one reading Huey Benz. Was this their cunning strategy? To avoid delivering the vehicle, they dissolved the old company and registered a new one, claiming that the new entity would not honor the debts of the old. Wang Yang felt a surge of rage, his desire for vengeance intensifying. The car was inconsequential. He was determined to deliver a strike to both Tian Yulong and his father, sending them straight to hell. Filled with wrath, Wang Yang swiftly entered the dealership with Yangmi. To his further astonishment, the salesperson who had assisted him the previous day approached him with enthusiasm instead of avoiding him. "Mr. Wang, your vehicle is currently being fitted with the additional options you selected. It should take about an hour to complete. Our boss instructed me to escort you to his office for some refreshments while you wait. You will be able to drive away in your car shortly. And our boss has even chosen a remarkable license plate number for you. With this plate, you'll be able to traverse the nation effortlessly." The salesperson's eagerness was palpable, as if he were addressing a beloved father figure, his eyes brimming with unspoken flattery. Wang Yang, taken aback by the salesperson's exuberance, felt utterly bewildered. This was not at all how he had envisioned the encounter. He had anticipated evasion rather than such fervent hospitality, even being told he could drive away by noon. "Very well, let us see what tricks you and your father have up your sleeve." Wang Yang contemplated, resolutely deciding to meet with Tian Yulong and his father. Chapter 43. License plate Hu 88888. Dr. Wang, I trust you are surprised to see me. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ouyang Zhenhu, the new owner of Huwei Benz. Upon Wang Yang entering the office, Ouyang Zhenhu rose from his chair, greeting him with warmth. Wang Yang, momentarily stunned by this introduction, began to understand the salesperson's prior enthusiasm. After all, the Ouyang family had long sought to curry favor with him, but had struggled to find the right opportunity, resorting instead to supporting Yang Mi's family business indirectly. Now that Ouyang Zhenhu had taken over as the owner, he would undoubtedly instruct his staff to provide excellent service to Wang Yang. Thus, Wang Yang's enthusiastic reception by the salesperson was no longer surprising. He waved his hand, allowing the salesperson to leave first, and then turned his gaze towards Ouyang Zhenhu. "How did you come to be here and become the owner? What has happened to Tian Pengfei and Tian Yulong?" Ouyang Zhenhu looked at Wang Yang, curiosity filling his eyes, and without any hesitation, he began to explain. In the Magic City, 90% of the properties belong to the Ouyang family. Whether they're local developers or renowned real estate tycoons from outside, anyone wishing to build in the Magic City must entrust their properties to the Ouyang family. This is the unspoken rule of real estate here. The Tongtian Garden where you reside, Wangshini, is also managed by our family. We have already instructed the property management to provide you with the utmost service and to pay close attention to your needs. Any issues you encounter here will be addressed promptly. Ouyang Zhenhu cautiously elaborated to Wang Yang. "We were immediately informed about your encounter with the bandit yesterday. Understanding that you might find it inconvenient to deal with Tian Pengfei and Tian Yulong, our family took care of them." "How so?" Wang Yang asked, intrigued. "They were merely unfortunate. While driving out of the community, they encountered an out-of-control truck, resulting in the tragic death of all 3 family members." Ouyang Zhenhu explained delicately. Although he merely described the accident as unfortunate, Wang Yang was certain that the truck incident was orchestrated by the Ouyang family. This ancient martial arts clan indeed operated differently from typical commercial families. Nonetheless, it was advantageous. The Ouyang family had resolved the matter, sparing Wang Yang from getting his hands dirty. He reflected internally and remarked to Ouyang Zhenhu, "This incident leaves me indebted to the Ouyang family." "Indebted?" Ouyang Zhenhu swiftly interjected. "Wangshini, you saved my uncle, who is a friend of mine. I merely handled a minor inconvenience for you, an act between friends. If you consider such matters as debts, it implies you resent my earlier brashness in the hospital and feel I am unworthy of your friendship." Upon hearing Ouyang Zhenhu's words, Wang Yang understood that the Ouyang family sought to maintain a long-term relationship with him, dispatching Ouyang Zhenhu to establish a connection rather than only reaching out during a family crisis. After the events of the previous night, Wang Yang recognized that despite his strength, he could not resolve every issue through sheer force. Dealing with Tian Pengfei and Tian Yulong would have been far more complicated without the Ouyang family's assistance. "Very well. I acknowledge you as a friend," Wang Yang nodded, accepting Ouyang Zhenhu's friendship. Despite Ouyang Zhenhu's occasional arrogance and prior threats in the hospital, Wang Yang perceived that his core character was not malevolent, but rather a product of his low standing within the family, leading him to seek validation externally. Thus, Wang Yang was willing to accept Ouyang Zhenhu as a friend for the time being. Upon receiving Wang Yang's acknowledgement, Ouyang Zhenhu's face lit up with joy. Members of the Ouyang family excelled in martial arts, and only those deemed inept were tasked with diplomatic duties. Within his generation, He was the least gifted in martial arts, and had spent his time frivolously. The family observed that he and Wang Yang belonged to the same generation and were likely to share common interests, thus assigning him the task of befriending Wang Yang. If he failed in this endeavor, his value to the family would diminish significantly. However, things had changed. He became the link between the family and Wang Yang, elevating his status within the family. His heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment as he looked at Wang Yang, resembling a gleeful child, his chest thumping with excitement. Wang Shini, should you encounter any similar trivial matters in the future, please do not hesitate to call me. Although I may not possess your remarkable abilities, I have the backing of the Ouyang family. Handling such nuisances will be much easier for me, sparing you the trouble. Ouyang Zhenhu continued speaking to Wang Yang, exuding confidence that he would resolve any future inconveniences. Wang Yang observed Ouyang Zhenhu's demeanor, which indicated he did not regard himself as an outsider. And couldn't he help but chuckle softly? Very well. If I encounter any unreasonable individuals in the future, and it is inconvenient for me to intervene, I shall leave it to you. Ouyang Zhenhu, feeling a profound sense of belonging, immediately called to urge the workers to expedite the installation of the features on the Mercedes-Benz. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Yang's Mercedes-Benz was fully customized. Even the license plate had been arranged. The license plate number was Q88888. Wang Yang gazed at the license plate on the Mercedes-Benz and immediately understood why the salesperson had mentioned that with such a plate, one could drive freely across the nation. After all, anyone not foolish could discern that a vehicle bearing such a plate was backed by considerable influence. However, Wang Yang distinctly remembered that the Hu88888 plate belonged to a wealthy individual in the Magic City. The son of that magnate was also a well-known internet celebrity, nicknamed the Prince of the Magic City. His classic catchphrase was, "With my father's Hu88888 plate, you should recognize my status." Unlike those second-generation rich individuals flaunting their wealth online, he genuinely possessed both power and affluence. The Ouyang family must have exerted significant effort to procure this plate overnight. Wang Yang wondered if driving this car would lead others to mistakenly think he was the wealthy heiress father. With a smile on his face, he felt an urge to take the car out for a spin. Chapter 44. The Prince Chin's Discontent. The Mercedes-Benz, while not considered a luxury vehicle in the Magic City, where affluence abounded and properties cost millions, was indeed the most ostentatious car on the streets today. Within a 5-meter radius, no vehicle dared to approach. Even a Lamborghini behind maintained a distance of 5 meters, showing no intention of overtaking. Clearly, the Hu88888 plate had intimidated even the Lamborghini's owner, who refrained from passing. This was face. Wang Yang observed that even a Lamborghini dared not surpass his vehicle, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Though he found such thoughts somewhat vulgar, they reflected his innermost sentiments. He was, after all, a man of the world. When devoid of wealth, he aspired to earn money and become affluent. Once wealthy, he yearned to flaunt his status and bask in the limelight. Living modestly despite wealth was not his nature. He had not yet cultivated such high ideals. He felt compelled to indulge in life's pleasures and experience the opulence of the world, tasting its extravagance before he could rise above the mundane and become a person of refined character. Until then, he chose to revel in the pleasures of life. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, while he reveled in the luxury of his Mercedes-Benz, a group of affluent individuals at a luxury car club were discussing his vehicle. At the Baiyun Club, a gathering of second-generation rich individuals included several who had witnessed the events surrounding Tian Pengfei's demise. At that moment, each of these young elites bore expressions of astonishment as they recalled the unexpected news they had received that day. "Have you heard? Scarred Li and his entourage have fallen, and both Tian Pengfei and his father have perished in a car accident." However, despite their demise, the nouveau riche Wang Yang has still acquired a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, along with the impressive license plate, Hu88888. Is not that plate the property of Prince Qin's father? How, then, did it come into Wang Yang's possession? There must be circumstances unknown to us. Otherwise, that license plate would not be affixed to Wang Yang's new vehicle. Prince Qin has long relied on that plate to boast online and establish his internet celebrity status. Now that the plate has changed hands, he must feel utterly humiliated. Can he truly swallow this indignation? A crowd gathered, murmuring incessantly, particularly when Prince Qin's name was mentioned, a mocking expression instinctively surfacing on each face. These affluent second-generation heirs are merely minor players in the Shanghai elite, confined to their narrow circles. In contrast, Prince Qin has achieved national fame, roaming freely across the country, looking down upon them. Once a member of their club, Prince Qin has not graced its presence in quite some time. Observing his misfortune brings them immense delight. Not only are they ridiculing Prince Qin, but on Douyin, as he opened a live stream out of boredom, hoping to engage with some female hosts. A wave of detractors surged into the chat, unleashing a torrent of mockery. Prince Qin, I hear your father has switched to a new Mercedes. At his age, does he still harbor an adventurous spirit? Prince Qin, I saw someone snap a picture of the new Mercedes owner, and the driver looked remarkably youthful. Has your father found the fountain of youth? The barrage of derision darkened Prince Qin's countenance. Ignoring the female host he had just connected with, he abruptly ended the stream. In a fit of rage, he began to smash his expensive live-streaming equipment into pieces. How infuriating! He is merely a fortunate soul who befriended Ouyang Jinhu. What could he possibly compare to the Qin family? In a frenzy, Prince Qin posted a bounty on his social media, seeking Wang Yang's contact information. It's worth noting the multifaceted nature of human behavior. The wealthy heirs of the Baiyun Club, who had previously mocked Prince Qin, suddenly turned to him upon seeing his post, informing him of Wang Yang's connection to Tian Tian. Wang Yang, a nouveau riche, had inexplicably befriended Ouyang Jinhu. If it were solely a matter of Ouyang Jinhu's influence, the Qin family would not feel threatened. After all, his aunt is the wife of a second-generation martial artist from the Ouyang family, a status far beyond that of the useless Ouyang Jinhu. Yet, as a shrewd businessman, Prince Qin's father has always prioritized amicable relations, which is why he conceded the license plate to Ouyang Jinhu. This does not signify an inability to confront him. Reflecting on the information he had gathered about Wang Yang, a glimmer of determination appeared in Prince Qin's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to the Tian family through his connections. I would like to invite Tian Tian to dinner and request that she brings her classmate Wang Yang. Through his channels, Prince Qin promptly relayed the message to the Tian family. Although they own a few hotels, they are merely ordinary merchants without substantial connections. Unable to rival the Qin family, the wealthiest in Shanghai. A single word from the Qin family could obliterate the Tian family. They had no authority to refuse. Upon receiving the message from the Qin family, Tian Tian's parents quickly approached her to inform her of Prince Qin's invitation for dinner, specifically requesting Wang Yang's presence. Tian Tian was taken aback to hear that Prince Qin wanted to treat her to dinner and insisted she bring Wang Yang along. Could it be that someone in the Qin family was ill and needed Wang Yang's assistance? It must be so, otherwise. Why would the Qin family bestow such a prestigious license plate upon Wang Yang? If that were the case, she would gladly bring Wang Yang along. If he could heal a member of the Qin family, Wang Yang would have a powerful backing in Shanghai. Tian Tian, lost in her thoughts and unaware of the true circumstances, mistakenly believed the Qin family sought Wang Yang's medical expertise. Once her parents left the room, she pulled out her phone and dialed Wang Yang's number, eager to arrange a meeting. Chapter 45. Yang Mi's evasion in the car. Wang Yang was taken aback when his phone rang, displaying Tian Tian's number. How unexpected, he thought. Why is she calling me all of a sudden, while driving? He did not dwell on it and promptly answered the call. Wang Yang, could you spare some time tonight to join me for dinner? Someone wants to invite you through me, Tian Tian explained without reservation. Wang Yang had once harbored strong feelings for Tian Tian. Had their socioeconomic differences not been so vast, they might have become a couple during university, especially after she showed interest in him. After Wang Yang experienced a sudden fortune from his antiques and unexpectedly encountered Tian Tian again, her warmth rekindled his feelings. After all, if he did not have feelings for her, he would not have gifted such an expensive Qi Baishe original to her grandfather. Under normal circumstances, they had a high probability of being together. Yet, an unforeseen illness involving Yang Mi had led to an unintentional closeness between Wang Yang and her. Circumstances had intertwined their lives, and despite Wang Yang not being a fickle-hearted person, he had chosen to maintain a friendship with Tian Tian after becoming involved with Yang Mi. Regardless, Tian Tian held a significant place in his heart, more than that of an ordinary friend, and he would certainly help her when needed. Thus, upon hearing her request, Wang Yang immediately agreed without inquiring as to who was inviting him. Sure, send me the address, and I'll be there tonight. After hanging up, wanting to convey that his intentions were purely to assist an old friend and that he had no other motives, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi beside him and said, Someone is inviting me to dinner through Tian Tian. It seems to be someone of considerable influence. The Tian family wouldn't refuse. Given Tian Tian's character, she wouldn't act as an intermediary otherwise. You should come with me tonight. Yang Mi felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Wang Yang's plan to bring her along. Although she was Wang Yang's official girlfriend, and he had never had another, the thought of meeting Tian filled her with panic. It felt as though she, the mistress, was being brought to meet the legitimate partner. She couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Yang belonged to Tian and that she had taken him away from her. No, I absolutely cannot meet Tian. Yang Mi felt no courage to confront her. Under Wang Yang's gaze, she nervously said, "No, you go see Tian tonight. I'm not comfortable dining with strangers." Wang Yang, not giving it much thought, smiled and nodded. "All right, since you prefer not to meet strangers, I'll go alone tonight." Seeing that Wang Yang had no insistence on bringing her along, Yang Mi felt a great sense of relief. Upon returning home, Yang Mi signaled to Wang Yang to attend to his own affairs, and she promptly entered the bathroom for a soothing soak. While indulging in her bath, she took to her phone to search for some pressing questions. How to capture a man's heart. How to ensure he remains faithful. Instantly, a plethora of answers appeared before her. Some responses were quite conventional, while others left Yang Mi blushing with embarrassment. Nevertheless, she immersed herself in this quest for knowledge, entirely forgetting her initial intention of merely sharing a fleeting moment with Wang Yang before returning him to Tian. Now, her singular desire was to secure Wang Yang's presence permanently by her side. She was willing to pay any price for this, even if it meant engaging with content she had previously scrolled past on Jihu. As long as it aided her in keeping Wang Yang, she would earnestly study it, disregarding any boundaries or principles. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, upon his departure, Yang Mi had earnestly begun her online research. Determined to remain by his side, she had thrown caution to the wind. After a brief period of scrolling on his phone, Wang Yang eventually set off from the villa, following the navigation to the restaurant location Tian had sent him. Throughout this time, his obliviousness to Yang Mi's intentions to evade Tian was remarkable. After approximately half an hour of driving, he arrived at the restaurant where he was to meet Tian. Upon seeing her waiting at the table, his heart instinctively fluttered. Chapter 46. Tian wept. Today, Tian had evidently put in extra effort into her appearance. Already serene and elegant like a rare bloom, she wore a white dress adorned with pearls that formed exquisite floral patterns, glimmering like stars. Complemented by her tall, slender figure, she appeared even more enchanting and graceful. Indeed, as Wang Yang entered the restaurant, he noticed that more than half of the men present had their gazes fixed upon her. She was still as breathtaking as ever. Just like during their university days, wherever she went, she was the center of attention for all men. He admonished himself internally, reminding himself that he was now in a relationship with Yang Mi, and no matter how beautiful Tian appeared, he could not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. It was only after calming his heart that he approached her. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Tian rose joyfully. "Wang Yang, sit beside me. If that Qin Shao arrives, he can only sit across from me." With a bright smile, she eagerly pulled Wang Yang down beside her. The moment she grasped his hand, Wang Yang felt a rush of emotion. Although he was no longer a novice, having spent several days with Yang Mi, sharing kisses and embraces, he found himself inexplicably stirred by this simple contact. His heart raced uncontrollably, prompting him to remind himself to remain calm. It's merely a casual handhold. There's no need to be so flustered, he chided internally, drawing upon his martial training to regain control. Subtly withdrawing his hand from hers, he quickly shifted the conversation. Tian, who invited me today. It's Qin Feng from the Qin family, the only son of the wealthy Qin Daong. Perhaps someone in his family is ill and needs your help, she replied with a serene expression, sharing her speculation with him. Before he could redirect the topic further, she curiously inquired, "Why isn't Yang Mi here with you? Wasn't she supposed to be with you 24 hours a day due to her condition?" Wang Yang chuckled at Tian's question. "Yang Mi has completely recovered. Her heart is healthier than that of many athletes. She doesn't need to be by my side constantly anymore." Hearing this, Tian's face lit up with a joyful smile. "That's wonderful. I'm so glad Yang Mi has recovered. We've been friends since childhood. Although we aren't sisters by blood, our bond is closer than that of sisters. Every time I thought she might suddenly fall ill, I can't tell you how many times I secretly cried. Now that she is fully well, it's truly a blessing." However, she added with a hint of disappointment, "It's rather inconsiderate of her not to tell me right away, but to let you be the bearer of such news." Tian expressed her joy, her excitement evident despite her words of reproach towards Yang Mi. Clearly, she considered Yang Mi a sister. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile at the sight of her happiness for Yang Mi. It's truly fortunate that Yang Mi has a good friend like you. However, she might have been too preoccupied with enjoying her newfound health to think of this. I'll have a word with her when I return. suggesting she gather you and the other girls to announce her recovery publicly. Wang Yang's words caught Tian Tian off guard. Being an astute individual, she immediately sensed the unique nature of Wang Yang and Yang Mi's relationship. Cautiously, she gazed at him. Wang Yang, are you and Yang Mi together now? Yes, we are, Wang Yang replied, fully aware that this revelation would be painful for Tian Tian. However, he believed that facing the truth would be better than dragging it out. Yet, he underestimated the depth of Tian Tian's feelings for him. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like precious pearls, rendering her beauty even more striking. The heartache of unrequited love is a bitter pill to swallow. Wang Yang, witnessing her sudden breakdown, felt a surge of panic, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged moment, he cautiously reached out to wipe her tears. Yet, despite his efforts, Tian Tian remained silent, merely sobbing quietly, her expression one of profound sorrow. And her tears fell like pearls, breaking Wang Yang's heart. Curse that Qin Feng. If he hadn't arrived late, we would have already started discussing matters. And Tian Tian wouldn't have had the chance to ask about Yang Mi. Wang Yang simmered with anger, already harboring resentment toward Qin Feng. Despite not fully understanding his intentions in inviting him, Tian Tian cried for over 10 minutes without a sign of Qin Feng's arrival. Once her tears subsided and her emotions stabilized somewhat, she looked at Wang Yang, her face still stained with tears. Why'd it have to be Yang Mi? We met first, and I could sense your feelings for me. Why did you suddenly choose to be with someone you just met? Wang Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her question. He couldn't very well admit that he had been swayed by Yang Mi's allure and had succumbed to his desires. Just as he grappled with how to respond, Qin Feng finally made his entrance, boldly taking a seat directly across from Wang Yang and Tian Tian. As Wang Yang observed the flustered Tian Tian soothing her tears, he could not help but mockingly exclaim, "It seems I have arrived too late and missed quite the performance. However, it matters little. I have grown weary of the melodrama of love-stricken fools. I am here for but one purpose, to transfer my father's license plate to my name, after which I shall take my leave. You two may retreat to a hotel and indulge in your romantic escapades." Chapter 47. The finger that was broken. Wang Yang was not one to seek the limelight. Although the license plate who 88888 was indeed desirable, it was also excessively conspicuous. Wherever he drove, a crowd would invariably gather. He despised that sensation. Wealth was meant to be acknowledged by those who ought to know, serving as a testament before acquaintances. Gaining respect for his parents and rendering those who once looked down upon him to gaze upwards was sufficient for Wang Yang. The opinions of strangers held no significance for him. Yet today, Qin Feng's deliberate display of arrogance, compounded by his tardiness, compelled Wang Yang to engage in unwelcome conversation with Tian Tian, inadvertently causing her distress. This incident had already etched a grudge in Wang Yang's heart against Qin Feng. Now, upon his arrival, Qin Feng's condescending mockery further inflamed Wang Yang's ire. Even though Wang Yang had no desire for the ostentation of the Who 88888 plate, he was resolute in retaining it. He had no intention of enduring another moment in Qin Feng's presence. With a frigid demeanor, Wang Yang fixed a glacial gaze upon Qin Feng and stated, "I have no inclination to converse with someone who arrives late. You may leave now." Qin Feng, taken aback by Wang Yang's audacity to dismiss him, felt his countenance darken with indignation. "Wang Yang, do you genuinely believe that your association with Ouyang Jinhu grants you immunity in this city? Do you think Ouyang Jinhu's status is as exalted as it appears from the outside? His standing within the Ouyang family is not as lofty as you assume. It is precisely because he lacks stature within his family that he resorts to flaunting his power externally. True members of the Ouyang family with genuine status do not squander their time engaging in frivolities." Qin Feng, with a cold glare, sought to elucidate this notion to Wang Yang, attempting to convey that he was not intimidated by Ouyang Jinhu's influence. Wang Yang, however, was rendered speechless by Qin Feng's misguided belief that Ouyang Jinhu was his ally. With a derisive expression, he retorted, "If you hold Ouyang Jinhu in such contempt, why not demand a license plate from him? It was he who bestowed it upon me. If you can secure his approval, I shall gladly transfer it to you. If you lack the capability, then begone and cease your incessant babbling. Begone." Upon hearing Wang Yang's command, Qin Feng's face flushed with rage. Ever since his father, Qin Daong, had risen to prominence as the wealthiest individual in the city with the Ouyang family support, he had been renowned as the Prince of the Magic City. Before his name was established, he had already been strutting through the city with impunity. After his reputation as the Prince of the Magic City became known, He had gained notoriety across the nation. The word begone had never been uttered to him in such a manner in over 20 years. In a fit of fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Yang, exclaiming, "You have crossed the line. Even Ouyang Jinhu would not dare to speak to me in such a way. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath, and I shall no longer regard Ouyang Jinhu's face." An overwhelming sense of irritation washed over Wang Yang as he regarded the incessantly chattering Qin Feng, akin to a colossal fly buzzing incessantly in his ear. He was already vexed by how to console Tian Tian. At that moment, witnessing Qin Feng's ceaseless prattle, Wang Yang erupted. He reached out and seized Qin Feng's finger that was aimed at him. With a sharp crack, Wang Yang exerted force, and Qin Feng's finger was instantly broken. "Ah!" Qin Feng cried out in agony, unable to suppress his pained exclamation. "Wang Yang, how dare you? Even Ouyang Jinhu would not dare to lay a hand upon me. How could you?" Qin Feng was stunned, unable to fathom that Wang Yang had the audacity to strike him. Yet Wang Yang was unconcerned with his disbelief. In his desire to silence Qin Feng, he seized a napkin from the table and violently stuffed it into Qin Feng's mouth. Then, he glared at him and declared, "If you wish to confront me, bring forth your true capabilities. Cease your incessant chatter. Your buzzing is intolerable." Fury consumed Qin Feng. He felt his dignity had been insulted. Especially as he noticed the gazes of numerous patrons drawn to the commotion, he was nearly consumed by the desire for vengeance. Yet, recalling Wang Yang's swift and decisive actions, he understood that Wang Yang was a martial artist. He could not hope to match him in combat. Even summoning bodyguards from outside would prove futile against Wang Yang. So, this was a martial artist. It was no wonder that Ouyang Jinhu, that good-for-nothing, had befriended him. It was because the martial artists within his clan did not acknowledge him, and he sought validation from those outside. Yet, the martial artists of the outside world could hardly compare to those of the Ouyang family. "Once I summon my cousin, I shall see if you can remain so defiant." Seething with rage, Qin Feng flung the napkin from his mouth and glared menacingly at Wang Yang as he made his way toward the exit. Once he had ensured a sufficient distance, he turned and hissed at Wang Yang, "I will remember this humiliation. I shall not let it go unpunished. You break one of my fingers, I shall break one of your legs. And do not think to seek Ouyang Jinhu's protection. The individual I will summon holds far greater weight within the Ouyang family than he does. Even the king himself could not save you." Wang Yang, observing that Qin Feng had resumed his tirade, rose in anger, prepared to confront him once more. However, he had clearly overestimated Qin Feng's courage. The moment Qin Feng saw Wang Yang rise again, he turned tail and fled toward the restaurant's exit in disarray. In his haste, he stumbled and fell flat on his face just before the door. Yet even in that state, he dared not pause and scrambled to his feet to continue his flight. Evidently, Wang Yang's recent assertive actions had made it clear that he was unafraid of Qin Feng's background. To avoid further humiliation before Wang Yang, he fled in a state of frantic disarray. A mere buffoon, Wang Yang scoffed dismissively, regarding Qin Feng's threats with utter disdain. The Ouyang family was wholly devoted to flattering him. Regardless of whom Qin Feng might summon from the Ouyang family, his humiliation was assured. Thus, Qin Feng could only accept the disgrace he had incurred. Chapter 48. Tian Tian's desire for recklessness. Wang Yang, why her? Why Yang Mi? I knew you before she did. Why would you choose her? Am I not as pretty as Yang Mi? Tian Tian gazed at Wang Yang with a face full of grievance. Although her tears had ceased to fall, her expression remained one of profound sorrow, as if she were determined to seek clarity. Wang Yang, confronted with such a heart-wrenching sight, fell silent. He was reluctant to admit that he had succumbed to his desires, leading to his association with Yang Mi. However, he understood Tian Tian far too well. If he did not provide her with a clear answer today, it would likely become a lingering wound in her heart, haunting her for a lifetime. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. It was best to speak candidly. Once everything was laid bare, in time, she would come to accept it. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang organized his words internally and ultimately chose to confide in Tian Tian. Gazing at Tian Tian, he earnestly remarked, "The presence of a solitary male and female in the same room poses an immense test of character for a man. I succumbed to this trial, and thus found myself entwined with Yang Mi." At this, Tian Tian's expression grew exceedingly complex upon hearing Wang Yang's seemingly simple justification for choosing Yang Mi. Just as Wang Yang believed that Tian Tian would gradually come to terms with his relationship with Yang Mi, her words left him utterly astounded. What era are we in? Wang Yang, you feel obligated merely because you shared a bed? If your concept of love is so simplistic, I could easily acquiesce. Let's find a hotel, and I shall completely surrender myself to you. I would even elope with you, leaving the bustling metropolis behind, as I have amassed a considerable sum sufficient for our life abroad. Even if Qin Feng sought revenge, he would lack the means to pursue us overseas. Tian Tian's resolve and fervor were palpable. Under Wang Yang's astonished gaze, she boldly grasped his hand, attempting to lead him outside. After all, he could never bring himself to share a hotel room with her. Observing Wang Yang's reluctance to accompany her, the tears she had managed to suppress began to flow anew. She can, yet I cannot. Tian regarded Wang Yang with an increasingly resentful expression. Standing at a height of 172 meters, she was 2 centimeters taller than Yang Mi. In terms of beauty and poise, she was celebrated as a flower of wealth within her circle, never having been outshone at any gathering of affluent women. Apart from her figure not being as exaggerated as Yang Mi's, she could find no aspect in which she fell short. Wang Yang, hearing Tian describe herself in such superficial terms, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet, he did not wish to further discourage her. Thus, he turned to her, explaining, "No, I am not so shallow. In my eyes, you have always been the most beautiful woman, incomparable to Yang Mi in any regard." Hearing this, Tian's heart lightened somewhat. Realizing that Wang Yang would not accompany her, she slowly wiped away her tears and lifted her gaze to him. "If you refuse to join me at the hotel, then accompany me to a nightclub. I desire one night of unrestrained indulgence, to experience the thrill of drinking to excess. However, I do not wish to be preyed upon by those sordid men who lurk in bars." Upon hearing Tian's intention to revel in a nightclub, Wang Yang was taken aback. Tian, often referred to as the flower of wealth due to her serene and noble aura, possessed an innate elegance that required no ostentatious attire. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been regarded as a refined, noble woman of exemplary character. Even in contemporary society, her demeanor rendered her a natural outcast in such establishments. The notion that she wished to experience the wildness of a nightclub to the point of inebriation was wholly unexpected for Wang Yang. However, upon witnessing the determination in Tian's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced to her request. He understood that if he refused, she would still seek out the nightlife. Should Tian be harmed as a result, she would never forgive him. "All right, I will accompany you. Wherever you wish to go in the city, I shall be by your side," Wang Yang promised earnestly. Upon hearing his words, a smile returned to Tian's face, marking the second instance of joy she had shown that day. The first had been when Wang Yang entered the restaurant and she waved at him. Seeing her smile once more brought Wang Yang immense relief. He decided to indulge her in this escapade, believing that a cathartic release would help her find clarity. He reassured himself that once she had drunk enough, he could provide her with some genuine comfort, alleviating any lingering distress. With this thought in mind, he stood and followed Tian out. Soon, they arrived at Wang Yang's car. At Tian's urging, they headed directly to the bustling nightclub, Platinum Han. When they reached Platinum Han that evening, it was just after 8 o'clock. Though it was not peak hours, the parking lot was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, including Porsches and Lamborghinis, showcasing the opulence of the venue. Wang Yang even spotted a monstrous black Bugatti sprawled across the pavement. Indeed, being the most vibrant nightclub in the metropolis, it was not surprising to see supercars valued at tens of millions. As Wang Yang reflected on the extravagant cars in the lot, he remained oblivious to the envious glances directed at his own license plate. Observing Wang Yang's Mercedes with the auspicious number 88888, several luxury car owners could not help but express their admiration. What a remarkable plate. Just the sight of it eclipses all the other cars in the lot. However, I recall that this plate belongs to Prince Qin's family, and his vehicle is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, not a Mercedes. The sudden appearance of this car suggested that it belonged to someone of considerable influence, possibly a dragon crossing the river. In that moment, within the vibrant ambience of the nightclub, an opportunity arose for introductions. A group of individuals engaged in animated discussions, and those who initially intended to enter the venue paused, casting their gazes toward Wang Yang's vehicle, eager to ascertain his appearance. Unbeknownst to him, as he had merely just parked, Wang Yang had become the focal point of everyone's attention. Upon exiting the car, he promptly proceeded towards the entrance of Platinum Han, accompanied by Tian. Observing their approach, an astute marketing representative at the door swiftly made his way to greet them. "Hello, I am Xiao Yang, the marketing representative for Platinum Han. Are you acquainted with any marketing personnel? If not, Xiao Yang can serve you, ensuring that you are arranged in the finest booth and provided with exceptional service. The young man named Xiao Yang looked at Wang Yang and Tian with an eager expression, his face betraying his nervousness. He led the way ahead. Wang Yang merely nodded in response, choosing not to engage in further conversation with Xiao Yang. Upon hearing Wang Yang's affirmation, Xiao Yang's excitement surged as he began to lead the way. As they walked, he pulled out a walkie-talkie to communicate with the nightclub staff. "Reserve a booth for me. I have a distinguished guest, a guest with a license plate number who 88888. It is imperative that the best booth is reserved for him. No matter who it has been previously booked for, it must be cleared for my guest." Upon overhearing Xiao Yang's communication, Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The significance of a mere license plate in a nightclub setting was something he had never anticipated. After all, for those ostentatious young, wealthy individuals, losing such a formidable asset that could equip them globally is akin to losing half their lives. Wang Yang chuckled wryly, soon arriving with Tian at the booth that Xiao Yang had insisted upon through the intercom. The booth was ideally situated, directly opposite the dance floor on the second level. "I want to drink Ace of Spades, the one everyone raves about on Douyin," Tian declared before even settling down, eagerly calling for the drink. In no time, an array of vibrantly colored Ace of Spades bottles was brought to their table. Once opened, Tian filled each of their glasses to the brim. "Cheers," she exclaimed, tilting her head back to down her drink in one go. Witnessing this, Wang Yang felt a surge of concern, yet under Tian's watchful gaze, he too finished his drink. Seeing him follow suit brought a satisfied smile to Tian's face, and she promptly poured herself and Wang Yang another full glass, ready to continue the revelry. Observing her enthusiasm, Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle helplessly as he reached out to gently restrain her hand. "Aren't you here to enjoy the nightlife? If you keep drinking like this, you'll be out cold after just 3 glasses. Your desire to experience the nightlife will be utterly dashed," Wang Yang advised, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Upon hearing his counsel, Tian's gaze drifted irresistibly towards the dance floor below. There, men and women swayed to the pulsating lights, their bodies moving in sync with the exuberant shouts around them. Each face bore an expression of sheer abandon. Captivated by the scene, Tian, influenced by the effects of alcohol, seized Wang Yang's hand and dashed towards the dance floor. "All right, let us go down and have some fun. But remember to protect me. Don't let any other men take advantage of me. Only you have the right to do so," she declared, her cheeks flushed with the thrill of intoxication. The bold words she uttered, one she would never dare speak in sobriety, made Wang Yang feel as though she was transformed into someone entirely different. "Ah!" Tian exclaimed, dancing wildly and shouting with a fervor that was indescribable. Instantly, a throng of men gravitated towards her, eager for her attention. Seizing the moment, she exclaimed, "Wang Yang, do you see this? My allure is undeniable. So many men are drawn to me. Why aren't you?" she boasted. "They say the most beautiful women congregate in by Jinhan. Tonight, I will ask these men if I am indeed the most beautiful woman here." With that, she sprinted towards the stage, audaciously snatching the microphone from the host's grasp. "Lights, focus on me. I want everyone in by Jinhan to see my face," she shouted, her drunken bravado sending shockwaves through the staff. "This woman is the partner of the illustrious who 88888. She can do as she pleases. We cannot afford to cross such a formidable figure," the staff whispered among themselves. Suddenly, the voice of the nightclub owner crackled through the earpieces, instructing the lighting technician to illuminate Tian as per her demand. Once the spotlight was on her, Tian erupted again. "Do you think I'm beautiful? Am I not the most stunning woman in by Jinhan?" Her fervent gaze met the crowd below, and a chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the men. "Beautiful. You are indeed the most beautiful woman in by Jinhan. For years, no one has surpassed your beauty." The crowd roared, many whistling and gazing at her with a mix of admiration and infatuation, utterly captivated by her enchanting presence. With pride swelling within her, Tian pointed at Wang Yang, proclaiming, "Tonight, I'm giving myself to this man beside me. Do you think he will accept? Accept? Only a fool would refuse such a stunning beauty. Brother, you are truly fortunate." Voices clamored from the crowd, filled with envy and admiration for Wang Yang. Yet, despite the fervor, few dared to make a move against him, as many recognized that he was a significant figure with the WHO 88888 license plate, beyond the reach of ordinary nightclub patrons. As the lights shone down on him, Wang Yang's brow furrowed deeply, feeling the weight of their collective gaze. After a moment of silence, he turned to Tian Tian. Tian Tian, you've had too much to drink. No, I'm not drunk. My mind is perfectly clear, she insisted, her arms wrapping around his neck, her eyes barely open in her inebriation. It was evident that her tolerance was lower than anticipated. Despite the drink being merely ace of spades, its effects had overwhelmed her. Realizing this, Wang Yang nodded repeatedly. All right. I promise. Let us not make a scene. Let South leave this place. Okay, I'll follow your lead, Tian Tian replied cheerfully, leaning against Wang Yang's shoulder and promptly drifting off to sleep. As he watched her finally succumb to slumber, relief washed over him. Had she continued her antics, he would have been at a loss for how to manage the situation. Comforting women was not his forte. At that moment, he found himself harboring a deeper resentment towards Qin Feng. Had it not been for his tardiness, this unfortunate series of events could have been avoided. The mere thought of breaking his fingers was too lenient a punishment. With anger simmering within, Wang Yang cautiously embraced Tian Tian's waist, making his way down towards the exit. As he moved, the onlookers, eager for entertainment, erupted into raucous shouts. Get a room. Sleep with her. A chorus of voices clamored, especially from the men, who were captivated by Tian Tian's beauty. Wang Yang, hearing their loud exclamations, felt increasingly exasperated. It seemed almost inhumane to not take advantage of the situation. Just as he descended from the stage, Qin Feng entered by Jin Han. As one of the city's elite second-generation, wealthy individuals, Qin Feng was a familiar face by Jin Han. The moment he stepped inside, many recognized him. It's young Master Qin. I heard that the Hu 88888 license plate originally belonged to his father. I wonder how that newcomer got his hands on it. Observing his imposing demeanor, whispers spread that he might be seeking trouble with the newcomer. Some speculated about the impending confrontation between the local elite and the upstart. As the murmur spread, more patrons contacted their friends to witness the spectacle. Wang Yang, with his keen hearing, quickly caught wind of the chatter and turned to see Qin Feng entering. Let us settle this issue before leaving, he thought, preferring to handle Qin Feng in the booth rather than being cornered in the hallway, subjected to the stares of onlookers. However, he was not alone in this endeavor. Beside Qin Feng stood a man of considerable stature, his high temples bulging, muscles prominently defined, indicative of a formidable martial arts background. He was at the pinnacle of the second tier, poised to break into the first tier of martial artists. Such prowess at this age signified an exceptional talent for martial arts. Wang Yang pondered the implications of defeating his opponent in a single strike, considering whether it might shatter Qin Feng's martial spirit, a notion he deemed rather cruel. Should he adopt a more magnanimous approach and resolve the matter in 3 moves instead? After some contemplation, Wang Yang resolved to gauge his opponent's attitude before determining how many moves would suffice. As he mulled over this, Qin Feng pointed towards Wang Yang, addressing his companion. Cousin, this is the person who broke my finger. You must incapacitate him and then leave him to me. Upon hearing Qin Feng's directive to Ouyang Jintian, Wang Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. Yet, before he could devise a plan to instill fear in Qin Feng, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ouyang Jintian, the very ally Qin Feng had summoned, suddenly struck out, not at Wang Yang, but at Qin Feng himself. With a resounding slap, Ouyang Jintian raised his hand and forcefully struck Qin Feng across the face. Instantly, Qin Feng's visage swelled, resembling that of a bee-stung face. Witnessing this scene left Wang Yang bewildered. Ouyang was supposed to be Qin Feng's ally, not his assailant. The severity of the blow was astonishing. Qin Feng, rubbing his swollen face, stared incredulously at Ouyang Jintian. Cousin, why are you hitting me? I strike you to save you, Ouyang Jintian retorted gravely. Now, kneel and apologize to Dr. Wang. You must earn his forgiveness. Let me remind you, Dr. Wang is a benefactor of my Ouyang family, possessing immense merit towards our clan. At present, only I am aware of your provocation against him. Thus, your only recourse is to plead for his pardon. Ouyang Jintian's gaze bore down on Qin Feng, his eyes filled with a steely resolve. Qin Feng, upon hearing these words, felt an even greater confusion. However, one fact became evident. Ouyang Jintian was not Wang Yang's subordinate, but rather attempting to curry favor with him. Just as his cousin had struck him without hesitation, it was an act meant to appease Wang Yang. Despite this newfound understanding, the prospect of kneeling before Wang Yang to apologize was a bitter pill to swallow. Though seated in a private booth, numerous eyes could still observe their encounter. As a prominent scion of the elite, frequently patronizing the venue, Qin Feng was well aware that such an act would irreparably tarnish his reputation. I cannot kneel, he declared vehemently. Such an act would not only ruin my name, but also elevate Wang Yang's status, erasing any doubts about his capabilities as a rising force. After being struck, I shall not become a mere stepping stone for his fame. Such a concept is utterly unreasonable. Qin Feng's face was a mask of grievance, adamantly refusing to kneel before Wang Yang. Observing this defiance, Ouyang Jintian's frustration mounted. With a determined resolve, he delivered a fierce kick to Qin Feng's knees. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. With his legs broken, Qin Feng had no choice but to submit and kneel. As Qin Feng sank to the ground, Ouyang Jintian turned to Wang Yang. Dr. Wang, my cousin has been spoiled by our family since childhood and may not comprehend the gravity of his actions. I have taken it upon myself to discipline him. Although Qin Feng did not verbally apologize, he had knelt, receiving the punishment he deserved. Wang Yang harbored no intentions of further humiliating him. Noticing Ouyang Jintian's anxious demeanor, he responded with a placating smile. Let this matter be resolved. If he does not provoke me again, I shall not pursue him. Ouyang Jintian exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Wang Yang's declaration. Dr. Wang, I will take my leave with Qin Feng, so as not to impose upon you any further. With Wang Yang's nod of approval, Ouyang Jintian hoisted the moaning Qin Feng away from the venue. Outside the club, onlookers were left in stunned silence as they witnessed the once menacing Qin Feng being carried away with broken legs by his own companion. Did I see that correctly? Qin Feng was incapacitated, and by someone he brought with him? They murmured in disbelief. The very person who had shattered Qin Feng's legs was his cousin, a figure whom Qin Feng held in high regard. Why had he so abruptly altered his allegiance and rendered such a brutal punishment? Was it due to an inability to confront the rising tide of Wang Yang? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Although they remained unaware of Wang Yang's true identity, they instinctively labeled him as a formidable force. When Wang Yang exited the club, cradling the inebriated Tian Tian, the eyes of the crowd were imbued with a newfound respect. The once bustling venue became eerily quiet as patrons instinctively parted to grant him passage, allowing him to traverse unimpeded. However, not all were deterred. Some women, emboldened by their confidence, approached Wang Yang as he passed, playfully flirting. Handsome, a drunkard is not worth your time. Why not let me keep you company tonight? Several audacious women, unable to resist, flaunted their charms as Wang Yang walked by. They would readily follow him at the mere invitation. Yet, Wang Yang was not one to indulge in reckless pursuits. Despite the captivating allure of several women, he resolutely declined their advances, reminding himself, my Yang Mi possesses a figure far superior. I have no need for distractions. After successfully escorting Tian Tian to the car, Wang Yang found himself in a quandary. He was unsure of her residence. I must awaken her and inquire about her address, he thought, shaking his head in exasperation as he gently nudged Tian Tian in an attempt to rouse her. However, she remained deeply intoxicated, her eyes firmly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Is she truly this inebriated? He wondered, bemused. It was merely one drink. Her alcohol tolerance is astonishingly low. After a moment of internal debate, he resolved to navigate to the nearest five-star hotel, intending only to provide her with a place to rest. As he guided Tian Tian into the hotel, he efficiently secured a room, but upon entering, he was beset by uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully assisted Tian Tian to the edge of the bed, gently laying her down. This is my first time helping a woman remove her shoes. Yang Mi has yet to experience this. How ironic. He mused with a wry smile as he meticulously removed Tian Tian's footwear. With her shoes off, he lifted her onto the bed, quietly covering her with a blanket, preparing to depart. Yet, just as he turned to leave, an unexpected occurrence unfolded before him. Tian Tian, who should have been intoxicated and at his mercy, unexpectedly sat up and tightly embraced him from behind just as he was about to turn and leave. Don't go. In front of so many people at the nightclub, you declare that you accept me. If you leave now, you will be unfaithful and fail to uphold your promise. Her anxious voice resonated in Wang Yang's ears. Chapter 52, Settling Tian Tian, or Being Settled. I already have Yang Mi. Wang Yang forcefully suppressed the surge of emotions within him, turning to face Tian Tian directly. Realizing that evasion would not resolve the issue, he finally chose to confront it openly, hoping to clarify matters. Yet, he was utterly perplexed by the intricacies of women's emotions. In matters of the heart, women seldom adhere to reason. Tian Tian was acutely aware that she had been the first to know Wang Yang, and he had always harbored feelings for her. Under normal circumstances, it should have been she who was with Wang Yang, not Yang Mi. She often felt as though Yang Mi had stealthily stolen Wang Yang away from her, taking him when she was least vigilant. Wang Yang's true affections lay with her. His feelings for Yang Mi were merely superficial desires. If he truly loved her, he should be with her. Thus, when Wang Yang turned to counsel Tian, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. By the time he comprehended the situation, her kiss had already landed fiercely upon his lips. At that moment, he once again recognized how weak his resistance to feminine allure truly was. Initially, he had succumbed to Yang Mi's advances, becoming entangled with her in a haze of confusion, allowing her to become his woman. Now, with Tian, the woman he had adored for years, taking the initiative, his self-control crumbled even further. Just a second prior, he had contemplated clarifying to Tian that he was indeed a man with a girlfriend and that he could not afford to make another mistake. However, the next moment, as Tian's kiss enveloped him, he became utterly lost in the moment, desiring nothing more than to embrace the woman in his arms. After all, she was the object of his affection throughout his university years. Now that she had taken such an assertive step, remaining indifferent would render him less than a beast. Faced with such a choice, he would rather embrace the former. Yet, just as he was about to succumb completely to Tian's kiss, she abruptly pushed him away. Gasping for breath, she steadied herself after the kiss had left her slightly breathless. Observing her state, Wang Yang realized his lack of self-discipline. Just a kiss from Tian had made him forget the boundaries he had vowed to uphold. Had she not pushed him away, he might have found himself in bed with her that very night. Why was his resolve so weak, completely vanishing in the presence of beauty? In this moment of self-reproach, he felt an overwhelming embarrassment as he dared not look at Tian. She noticed his discomfort and laughed. "What's the matter? Are you worried I'll hold you responsible and demand you break up with Yang Mi? Rest assured, I'm not like her. I would never stoop to being a third party in someone else's relationship." With a proud demeanor, Tian earnestly declared, "I insist on taking you to a hotel. Not to seduce you, but simply to ascertain whether you hold a place for me in your heart. I will wait until you are no longer with Yang Mi before we can be together. Unlike her, I have my dignity, and I refuse to play the role of a mistress." She continued, "I believe it won't be long before you part ways with Yang Mi. After all, your connection with her is purely physical, lacking any real love. Eventually, you'll grow tired of being with her." Wang Yang was taken aback, realizing that Tian's every action that night had merely been a test, not an attempt to seduce him or steal him away from Yang Mi. As he stood there dumbfounded, Tian added, "While I want to demand that you break up with Yang Mi immediately, you must promise me one thing. Until you do, you cannot avoid me. I want to be your closest confidant. Whenever I need you, you must come to me without letting your feelings for Yang Mi overshadow our friendship. At all times and in all places, my needs must take precedence over Yang Mi's. In your heart, I must always be your number one." Wang Yang found her request somewhat excessive. If he were to comply, it would seem as though she were the legitimate girlfriend, while Yang Mi would be relegated to the role of the mistress. However, despite the seemingly unreasonable nature of her demand, he found himself softened by the sight of her earnest gaze. "I have maintained a clear conscience with her. As long as we respect the boundaries, everything will be fine," he reassured himself, ultimately nodding in agreement with Tian. "I will no longer avoid you. Whenever you need me, I promise to come to you at the earliest opportunity." Tian's face lit up with joy upon hearing his words. Wang Yang, relieved to see her cheerful demeanor restored, felt a weight lift from his heart. However, as the night wore on, he realized that his absence would surely cause concern for his parents. Yet, seated at the edge of the bed, she remained still, her adorable little feet swinging at the edge of the bed. She pointed at her shoes on the floor and looked at Wang Yang. "Those are your shoes. You need to put them on for me." With a resigned smile, Wang Yang knelt down to help Tian with her shoes. Being together did not necessitate sharing a bed. As long as he could see her every day and remain her top priority, he would find happiness. Tian beamed with joy as Wang Yang fastened her shoes, then composed herself and, with a semblance of propriety, followed him out of the hotel. Qin Feng, a prominent second-generation rich heir in the metropolis, was grappling with the absence of paternal affection he had long endured. Information about his rise in the affluent circles of the city spread like wildfire. Chapter 53. The Mysterious Antique Ghost Market. The Qin family. Without a single word of concern, his father silently withdrew a whip, striking Qin Feng's back mercilessly. "Remember this. I will not interfere with your indulgences, but if you dare to act out again, you will face dire consequences. This time, you merely broke your legs. Next time, you may not be so fortunate." Filled with rage, Qin Feng's father wished he could shatter the whip in his hands. His sister had married into the Yang family, and with a brother-in-law to back her, he felt he had no standing against Wang Yang, who was supported by Yang Xiu, the most promising heir of the Yang clan. He had no grounds to confront Wang Yang. Had it not been for the fact that Qin Feng was his only son, he would have sought reconciliation between Qin Feng and Wang Yang. Now, he could only hope that Wang Yang would be magnanimous enough to let the incident involving Qin Feng's injury serve as a resolution to their conflict. As night fell, time slipped away unnoticed. It wasn't until the early hours, with Yang Mi's playful pleas for mercy, that they finally succumbed to sleep. They slept soundly until 10 in the morning, but even upon waking, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, while Yang Mi appeared radiant and rejuvenated. A stark contrast to her tearful pleas for mercy the night before. Today, how can she be more spirited than me, a martial artist? Wang Yang was somewhat perplexed, finding the constitution of women to be rather peculiar. As Yang Mi noticed Wang Yang's gaze upon her, she swiftly donned her nightgown, denying him any further opportunity to gaze at her. No more looking. If you wish to see, I shall allow you ample time tonight, she said with a blissful expression, urging Wang Yang, who, after expending considerable energy, now craved a hearty meal to replenish his strength. Wang Yang, observing Yang Mi's demeanor, suppressed his rising impulse and prepared to brush his teeth and freshen up, intending to also enjoy a substantial meal. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Surprised, he promptly answered the call. Wang Yang, join me for lunch today, and this afternoon, I will take you to a place to hunt for antiques. This is a location I learned about from my grandfather, a mysterious ghost market, came the cheerful voice of Tian Tian from the other end, brimming with excitement, as if she were introducing him to a whole new world. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yang's face lit up with astonishment. The ghost market, a pitfall for antique enthusiasts, held an air of mystery, especially in the eyes of history students. Wang Yang had always been intrigued by the ghost market, but had never had the chance to visit due to various reasons. Thus, the prospect of experiencing the authentic ghost market piqued his interest. All right, send me the address, and I will come to find you, he replied eagerly. After hanging up, he turned to Yang Mi. Tian Tian has invited me for lunch, and this afternoon she wants to take me to the ghost market. You should come along. Yang Mi shook her head vigorously, refusing. No, I have plans to go shopping this afternoon. I won't be joining you. Her swift rejection left Wang Yang feeling somewhat helpless. The thought of meeting Tian Tian alone made him a bit apprehensive. It's just a casual meeting. I just need to exercise a bit of self-control. It's daytime. She wouldn't do anything, he reassured himself silently as he stepped into the bathroom to brush his teeth and freshen up. While brushing, he took out his phone, attempting to gather information about the ghost market in the city. After all, having worked in an auction house, he had dabbled in the antique business. Yet, during all this time, he had never heard of a ghost market in the city. His curiosity about it was undeniable. However, it seemed that information about the antique ghost market was not widely circulated among the general populace. Wang Yang searched extensively online but found no relevant details. The earliest mention of the ghost market in the city dated back 20 years, when it was said to take place every night on Huanghai Avenue, where many tomb raiders or individuals who acquired antiques through illicit means would come to sell their items. Back then, those seeking to purchase antiques at a lower price would choose this location for transactions, as prices here were significantly lower than the standard market rates. However, the number of counterfeit items was also considerably higher than in legitimate antique shops. Those lacking a discerning eye were likely to be deceived here. Even renowned antique appraisal experts have been fooled at the ghost market, as top-notch counterfeiters operated in this domain. Moreover, with the darkness descending, even the most skilled appraisers could make errors. However, the ghost market on Huanghai Avenue had vanished for the past 2 decades. Since its disappearance, ordinary people could no longer access its location. Tian Tian wouldn't deceive me. Since she mentioned the ghost market, it must exist. Yet, this ghost market is hidden so deeply that the general populace has been unable to catch even a whiff of it. Wang Yang pondered, realizing that the ghost market was more elusive than he had imagined, which only deepened his fascination. After finishing his grooming, he couldn't contain his excitement and drove towards the restaurant where Tian Tian had sent the location. Upon entering the establishment, he immediately spotted Tian Tian, who was adorned in a white long dress, her neck graced with a pearl necklace. She exuded an aura of affluence, her beauty and charm truly deserving of the moniker the flower of wealth in the mortal realm. As she waved at Wang Yang, signaling him to take a seat, he felt the envious gazes of numerous men in the restaurant directed at him, tinged with jealousy and inexplicable hostility. It was evident that the notion of a beautiful woman being a source of trouble held true in any era. Without strength, one was deemed unworthy of such beauty. Wang Yang chuckled inwardly, dismissing the men's gazes, and quickly settled beside Tian Tian. Tian, I couldn't find any information about the ghost market online. Could you share some specifics with me? He had been holding on to his curiosity throughout the journey, and upon seeing her, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. Yet, in response to Wang Yang's eager inquiry, Tian merely smiled mysteriously. Don't rush. Let's enjoy this meal first. Once we finish dining, I will naturally take you to the ghost market for some treasure hunting. If I tell you too soon, you won't be able to focus on our meal, she said, signaling the waiter to hasten the service. Wang Yang, observing her demeanor, could only smile helplessly, suppressing his curiosity, and decided to relish the meal with Tian before embarking on their adventure to the enigmatic ghost market. Chapter 54. Unearthed from Beneath. Wang Yang, you must try this Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a specialty here, simply exquisite, Tian encouraged him. And this dish of oil-splashed shrimp is prepared with a local touch. Let me peel one for you. In a private dining establishment, Tian continually served Wang Yang, even peeling shrimp for him, her attentiveness akin to that of a devoted girlfriend. Under her nurturing care, it would be untruthful for Wang Yang to claim he wasn't enjoying the moment. After all, he was only human. Who could remain indifferent? His fondness for Tian, combined with her gentle and considerate demeanor, filled him with emotional warmth, making it difficult for him to suppress his feelings. I must control myself. I absolutely cannot make a mistake. Next time, I must bring Yang along. With her by my side, Tian's behavior would surely be more restrained. Wang Yang constantly reminded himself that this was a rare occasion to experience such special treatment, and thus allowed himself to enjoy Tian's attentiveness without guilt. The meal unfolded sweetly between the two, lasting nearly an hour, even without the accompaniment of alcohol. Once they had satisfied their appetites, around 2 in the afternoon, Tian turned to Wang Yang and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the ghost market." Wang Yang, upon hearing her words, sprang to his feet with excitement. However, once in the car, he couldn't help but glance at Tian. I read online that the ghost market is only open at night because it disappears by dawn. Why are we going to a ghost market that operates in the afternoon? This contradicts what I found online. Tian chuckled upon hearing that Wang Yang had done his homework. The ghost market used to be held at night because there were fewer people on the streets. But now the streets at night can be even busier than during the day, so that's no longer feasible. Therefore, a group of antique enthusiasts pooled their resources to establish a location for transactions. Many antique lovers are older and prefer not to stay up late. So they decided to hold the ghost market every Sunday afternoon, she explained, enlightening Wang Yang on the differences between the current ghost market and what he had discovered online. Understanding this, his anticipation for the afternoon's ghost market visit grew immensely, knowing it only opened once a week. This place is truly a gathering of connoisseurs, where genuine craftsmanship is an impossibility. What is not authentic is sufficiently deceptive to be sold as the real thing. Those with discerning eyes will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards here. However, those lacking such acuity may find themselves in dire straits. Wang Yang is the only one who is absolutely immune to being deceived. Such a venue is where he truly belongs. The likes of Panjiayuan, filled with trinkets, would be a waste of his talents. Previously, he had no access to information about the ghost market, forcing him to rely on luck amidst the plethora of crafts at Panjiayuan. Now that he is well informed about the ghost market's intricacies, his anticipation has only intensified. After inputting the address into the car's navigation system, he directed Tian to guide him to the ghost market. Upon arrival, Wang Yang was taken aback by the unexpected sight. The ghost market was situated in the outskirts of the metropolis, concealed within a garment factory. Entry was only permitted through a back door, accessible only to acquaintances. Those unfamiliar with the area would never suspect that a specialized antique trading market lay hidden within. As Wang Yang parked, he observed a number of luxury vehicles already present, predominantly of a more subdued and mature style. His Mercedes, youthful in comparison, stood out distinctly. It seemed that antique collectors were predominantly of an older generation. Reflecting on this, Wang Yang entered the factory's warehouse with Tian after she reported a name to the guard. From the exterior, the warehouse appeared to be unremarkable. However, upon entering, one would immediately notice that it was not overflowing with goods. Instead, it resembled a series of stalls akin to those at Panjiayuan, lining a main thoroughfare within the warehouse. The lighting was exceedingly bright, illuminating the space like daylight, ensuring that visibility was never compromised. As Wang Yang and Tian stepped inside, the guard promptly closed the door behind them. Clearly, even the factory staff were largely unaware of the ghost market's existence within the premises. Its covert nature suggested the possibility of illicit activities. Wang Yang mused internally, leading Tian toward the nearest stall. His expression shifted to one of surprise upon closer inspection. The items displayed were somewhat encrusted with unclean soil, as if freshly unearthed. Most significantly, Wang Yang's trained eye suggested that these artifacts appeared to be genuine. Were they all relics unearthed from tombs? Curiosity piqued, he discreetly activated his third eye to scrutinize the items before him. After a thorough examination, disappointment washed over him. Every piece, be it porcelain or bronze, was a counterfeit. None were authentic. Indeed, his appraisal skills require refinement. Yet, knowing they were fakes, he felt confident he could uncover their flaws. Driven by a fierce competitive spirit, Wang Yang picked up a porcelain bowl to examine it closely. The vessel was a small bowl, representative of the Song dynasty, entirely white and produced by the Ding kiln. However, upon tactile inspection, he sensed discrepancies in its texture. It lacked the fine quality typical of genuine Song dynasty wares. This distinction was subtle, and had he not already concluded that it was a fake, he might have overlooked it altogether. It was likely that seasoned experts could ascertain its authenticity at first touch, explaining the absence of clientele at this stall. Contemplating this, he gently placed the bowl back down under the proprietor's expectant gaze, offering a light smile as he prepared to explore further. Wang Yang, now wiser, first conducted a sweeping observation of the stalls with his third eye, dismissing the entirely counterfeit ones before approaching the remaining vendors. However, not all stalls contained authentic pieces. Most exhibited a mix of genuine and counterfeit items, the latter significantly outnumbering the former. Whether one would be deceived depended on their expertise. With a clear objective, Wang Yang soon arrived at a stall specializing in porcelain. The display featured an array of Tang Sankai pieces, several poultry-shaped figurines, 2 camel-shaped vessels, and a variety of vividly colored horses. The Tang Sankai pottery is most renowned for its tricolor horses, with an example fetching an astonishing $43 million at an auction in Hong Kong in 2018. That particular piece was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Typical Tang Sankai horses are valued around several million. At present, a crowd had gathered around the stall, with most eyes fixated on the horses, attempting to discern their authenticity. Wang Yang, however, discreetly directed his attention to the 2 camels. These Tang Sankai camels stood approximately 50 centimeters tall, their bodies a rich brown adorned with a beautifully crafted blanket. The blanket featured a green trim with vibrant black, red, and green patterns, presenting a striking visual appeal. Small figures with distinct Western regional styles adorned the blanket, creating a vividly colored tableau. Yet, the greater fame of Tang Sankai lies with the horses, which symbolize success, attracting more collectors' interest. Thus, the camels garnered little attention. Having already surveyed the stall with his third eye, Wang Yang noted that aside from the 2 Tang Sankai camels, only a few poultry figurines were genuine. The poultry held little value, making the camels his primary target. He pondered the origins of these camels, impressed by their presence. Despite having a clear goal, he did not immediately reach for the camels, but instead chose to examine 2 of the horses first. After a thorough inspection and confirming the horses were indeed fakes, he quickly identified their flaws. Merging practical experience with theoretical knowledge, Wang Yang's skills in antique appraisal began to subtly improve. If he continued at this pace, he might soon be able to discern the authenticity of antiques without relying on his third eye. After a pretense of meticulous observation, Wang Yang inquired about the prices. The stall owner's face brightened with joy upon hearing his question. The poultry figurines were priced at 30,000 each, while the pair of Tang Sankai camels was set at 100,000, not sold separately. Each Tang Sankai horse was valued at 1 million. These items were purportedly consigned for sale by a high-ranking official eager to liquidate them for an overseas transaction, all declared authentic. The owner's exuberance suggested an unshakable confidence in the quality of his wares. Wang Yang regarded him with skepticism, suspecting that the proprietor himself might be oblivious to the true nature of the goods. He was evidently a mere intermediary, perhaps genuinely representing a high-ranking official in haste to emigrate. Yet, it was equally plausible that this was merely a fabricated narrative. His convincing demeanor left Wang Yang unable to detect any inconsistencies. After all, storytelling is an innate skill among antique dealers. Whether the items were real or counterfeit, Wang Yang was determined to acquire them. Wang Yang made a decision in his heart, yet he did not immediately voice it. The individuals in such places are all astute. Spending money too readily can easily lead to unnecessary troubles. Hence, after some contemplation, he turned to the stall owner and inquired, "Can we negotiate the price? I have quite a few items in mind, and your quoted price seems somewhat excessive." The stall owner's smile grew warmer upon noticing Wang Yang's genuine interest in purchasing. "Well, if it were my own merchandise, I could certainly negotiate. However, this batch is consigned to me by a high-ranking official, and the price has been fixed. I truly cannot entertain negotiations." The stall owner exuded enthusiasm, yet the price remained unyielding. Observing the stall owner's demeanor, Wang Yang was inclined to believe his words. These items were indeed consigned by some high-ranking official. It was evident that these Tang Sankai were gifts bestowed upon him. However, the counterfeit porcelain horses were rampant, and it was clear that the recipient had received fakes. The craftsmanship of these counterfeits was remarkably high. Neither the official nor the stall owner appeared to have detected the forgeries. Yet, those who frequented antique markets were likely to include genuine connoisseurs. Should the Tang Sankai horses fail to sell, it would inevitably raise suspicions for the stall owner. It was time to act. He could no longer afford to waste time. Wang Yang sighed internally and promptly indicated the porcelain figurines, poultry, and 2 Tang Sankai camels he wished to purchase. "I will take these. Please calculate the total." He expressed a sense of reluctance as his gaze lingered on the Tang Sankai horses, clearly desiring to acquire 1 or 2, but constrained by his finances. The stall owner's joy was palpable upon realizing Wang Yang's commitment to buy. After all, the afternoon ghost market had just opened, and making a sale so quickly was a fortuitous start for him. Concerned that Wang Yang might change his mind, he swiftly provided the total. 7 pieces of poultry and livestock amount to 210,000. 8 Tang Sankai figurines total 240,000. The 2 Tang Sankai camels cost 1 million, bringing the total to 1,450,000. Upon hearing the stall owner's final offer, Wang Yang immediately scanned the payment and transferred the sum of 1,450,000. Once the transaction was completed, Tian, who had been quietly following Wang Yang, took the box from the stall owner and carefully packed all the Tang Sankai. Once secured, she cautiously addressed Wang Yang. "Wang Yang, are you short on funds? I still have over 10 million in my account. If you desire, I can purchase those Tang Sankai horses for you as well." "I will take these horses," Wang Yang responded. Just as Tian's words fell, a man in his 40s rushed toward the stall owner with urgency. He scanned for payment, even more anxious than Wang Yang had been, clearly fearing that if he delayed, others would seize the opportunity. After completing his payment, he turned to Wang Yang with a smug expression. "Young brother, your discernment is commendable. You recognize these Tang Sankai as genuine. However, in the world of antiques, it requires not only keen eyesight, but also financial means. The impoverished have no place in this realm, lest they watch as others snatch away the treasures they covet." Chapter 56. I hope you can still smile. Wang Yang regarded the middle-aged man, who was eagerly displaying his acquisition, his expression filled with bemusement. The man had been eyeing the Tang Sankai stall before Wang Yang's arrival. Hesitating and observing, Wang Yang's purchases evidently convinced the man that the Tang Sankai were indeed authentic. Fearing that Wang Yang might borrow money from Tian to buy the remaining pieces, he was now impatient. Yet, even if he secured the remaining Tang Sankai horses, he still felt that Wang Yang's acquisition of the camels, poultry, and figurines was akin to him losing money. Thus, he regarded Wang Yang with displeasure, eager to flaunt his victory and mock him. Typically, in the world of antiques, individuals procure items independently, even if another customer makes a wise purchase. Wang Yang would not offer any guidance. The essence of this field lies in one's discernment. Alerting others disrupts the unspoken rules. Thus, even as the middle-aged man hastily bought the remaining Tang Sankai, Wang Yang had initially intended to remain silent. However, circumstances had changed. The stall was now devoid of any items. Even if he revealed the fakes, it would not affect the stall owner's business. Since the man had openly mocked him, Wang Yang decided to confront him. He fixed a cold gaze on the middle-aged man and said, "Do you truly believe I lack the funds to purchase those Tang Sankai horses?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. He assumed Wang Yang had refrained from buying the horses due to insufficient funds. However, Wang Yang's words prompted him to reconsider. Could there be something wrong with those Tang Sankai horses? The middle-aged man, now anxious, set aside his banter with Wang Yang and began scrutinizing the horses closely. Yet, No matter how meticulously he examined them, he could not discern any flaws. In truth, the level of craftsmanship in these Tang Sankai horses was exceptionally high. If it were not for Wang Yang's discerning eye, he would not have detected the discrepancies. With his keen perception, he first confirmed that the Tang Sankai were indeed problematic, then identified the specific areas of forgery. However, he had no intention of revealing these details to the middle-aged man. The man's futile attempts to assert the authenticity of the horses only served to intensify Wang Yang's amusement. At that moment, under Wang Yang's disdainful gaze, the middle-aged man inspected several Tang Sankai horses, his eyes inevitably returning to Wang Yang. I have examined them thoroughly. These Tang Sankai horses are indeed genuine. You merely failed to borrow money from that beautiful lady in time and lost out on the remaining Tang Sankai, thus resorting to malice against me. The middle-aged man, steadfast in his belief, repeatedly asserted the authenticity of his Tang Sankai horses. Yet, the more he insisted, the brighter Wang Yang's smile became. For when one truly believes in their assertions, they need not resort to such empty rhetoric. The more one explains, the more their inner turmoil is revealed. Consequently, after the middle-aged man's lengthy defense, Wang Yang mockingly replied, Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Chinese culture is profound and expansive. The same words, when uttered with different tones, can convey vastly different meanings. Wang Yang's tone dripped with sarcasm, evident even to the most oblivious observer. The middle-aged man grew increasingly uneasy. Nearby, some observers who had been perusing other stalls instinctively gravitated toward the unfolding conflict. Upon hearing the exchange between Wang Yang and the middle-aged man, their gazes fell upon the Tang Sankai horses. However, the craftsmanship of these horses was so lifelike that, in such a short span, they could not discern their authenticity. Ultimately, one of the middle-aged man's acquaintances spoke up, Lao Jia, this afternoon, Master Ma will be coming as well. He is an expert on Tang Sankai. Once he arrives, let him authenticate the pieces, and you will know the truth. Upon hearing his friend mention Master Ma's impending arrival, the middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement. Turning to Wang Yang, he said, Do you know who Master Ma is? Any antique he handles can be immediately authenticated. He has never made a mistake in all this time. After a brief wait, Master Ma will arrive, and I intend to ask him to authenticate these Tang Sankai artifacts. At that moment, we'll see what you have to say. Huh? Wang Yang merely chuckled sarcastically, choosing not to engage further in a verbal spar with the middle-aged man. After all, no matter how intense the argument, it would pale in comparison to the blow of discovering that those Tang Sankai horses are mere forgeries. There are a total of 10 Tang Sankai horses, each priced at $1 million, significantly below market value. Together, they amount to a staggering $10 million. This middle-aged man, a dealer in antiques, clearly engages in buying and selling for profit. Furthermore, he appears to have limited assets. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated so long to acquire those Tang Sankai pieces, acting only hastily after Wang Yang purchased a batch. Thus, Wang Yang surmised that the $10 million he spent on the Tang Sankai could very well deplete the man's entire fortune. When Master Ma verifies the authenticity of the antiques, he will not even know how to express his despair. Engaging in verbal just now is trivial compared to the salt that will be rubbed into his wounds later. Wang Yang, however, chose to ignore the middle-aged man, yet the latter grew increasingly arrogant. Hearing Wang Yang's mocking laughter only fueled his pride. Once Master Ma completes his appraisal, you will realize that the Tang Sankai worth tens of millions has been snatched away from you. If you can still laugh then, I will concede you possess true skill. Wang Yang chuckled coldly once more, eagerly anticipating Master Ma's imminent arrival. At that moment, the tightly shut warehouse door swung open once again. A group of middle-aged men escorted an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire into the premises. Upon seeing this elder, the middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement. Master Ma has arrived. I will now ask him to authenticate this batch of Tang Sankai. With uncontainable enthusiasm, he hurried over to the elderly gentleman, bowing and nodding. He pointed eagerly at the Tang Sankai horses that had already become his property. After about a minute, the elder nodded slightly and, accompanied by the middle-aged man, approached the display of Tang Sankai horses. Master Ma, could you kindly lend your discerning eye? The middle-aged man regarded the elder with utmost reverence. Under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged man, the elder quickly picked up a Tang Sankai horse and began his meticulous examination. After a full 10 minutes, he set the artifact down and looked at the middle-aged man with a sympathetic expression. Xiao Zhu, these Tang Sankai pieces are likely high-quality replicas. Xiao Zhu, also known as Zhu Jiangang, was indeed the name of the middle-aged man. The elder was Master Ma San, a renowned expert in antique appraisal. His willingness to assist Zhu Jiangang stemmed from their neighborly relationship. Zhu Jiangang had grown up under his watchful eye. Hearing Master Ma's words, Zhu Jiangang was left utterly dumbfounded. Fake. All of them are fake. I am doomed. That 10 million was my entire savings. Even the money from selling my house is tied up in this. I was preparing to buy a new home, and now I've lost not only the large apartment, but even my small one. His face was a mask of despair as he suddenly turned his gaze upon Wang Yang, seeing in him the embodiment of his misfortune. It's all your fault. If you hadn't hastily purchased that Tang Sankai camel, I wouldn't have felt pressure to buy the other Tang Sankai horses. Wang Yang, taken aback by Zhu Jiangang's audacity in blaming him for his own misfortune, felt speechless. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on such a person and merely let out a dismissive chuckle. However, Zhu Jiangang was already teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Wang Yang's mocking laughter was akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, sending Zhu Jiangang into a complete spiral of despair. I can't take it anymore. Zhu Jiangang suddenly roared in rage, spitting blood from his mouth. As the blood flowed, he collapsed backward, losing consciousness on the spot. Wang Yang stared in disbelief at Zhu Jiangang, who had fainted merely from one of his scoffs. Is he really that volatile? At this moment, Master Ma spoke again, instructing the individuals who had entered with him. Immediately, two men supported the unconscious Zhu Jiangang and prepared to take him to the hospital. Once Zhu Jiangang was escorted away, Master Ma walked directly toward Wang Yang. My dear friend, may I take a look at the Tang Sankai camel you possess? Master Ma's eyes sparkled with curiosity, evidently intrigued by the conflict between Zhu Jiangang and Wang Yang. Wang Yang held great respect for Master Ma, a learned elder. He had even attended lectures given by Master Ma at Magic City University on antique appraisal. However, due to the large number of students, Master Ma had not recognized him. Hearing Master Ma's request, Wang Yang promptly handed over the Tang Sankai camel. Master Ma's appreciation for Wang Yang's willingness brought a newfound warmth to his gaze. He accepted the artifact and began his serious examination. After a thorough 10 minutes, he returned the Tang Sankai camel to Wang Yang, expressing heartfelt admiration. Indeed, this is a genuine piece. Your ability to discern treasures is remarkable. Might I have your contact information? Should there be any future antique appraisal events in our circle, you are most welcome to join. Upon hearing Master Ma's words, Wang Yang's face lit up with interest. In the world of antiques, collectors often invite others to view rare items. It serves both as a social gathering and as a safeguard against potential fakes. The prospect of being introduced to a circle of true antique enthusiasts thrilled Wang Yang, a history major with a passion for antiques. Eagerly, he provided Master Ma with his phone number. Master Ma, surprised that Wang Yang had no business card, nonetheless took diligent note of the contact. Afterward, he handed Wang Yang his own card. Should you need assistance, feel free to call. Being older, I have made many acquaintances, and I can help you with minor troubles, Master Ma said with a gentle smile. After Wang Yang accepted the card, Master Ma departed to examine other antiques. Wang Yang, now accompanied by Tian Tian, made his way to another stall. This stall, coincidentally, also featured Tang Sankai pottery, specifically a variety of horses. Each Tang Sankai horse was vibrantly colored, capturing the essence of galloping steeds in various poses. There were a total of 18 horses on display. Initially, this stall had attracted considerable attention, but after Zhu Jiangang's significant misstep with the Tang Sankai horses, patrons instinctively avoided it. Thus, when Wang Yang and Tian Tian approached, the stall was devoid of customers. Seeing Wang Yang's arrival, the stall owner quickly managed to smile and addressed him. The Tang Sankai here is quite different from what is offered next door. These pieces were entrusted to me by a team of treasure hunters to help them sell. The price is the same as next door, each item priced at 1 million. A fixed price, acquiring them means profit. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao, in dire need of military funds, specifically trained a group of professional tomb raiders. However, as this practice became somewhat official, he cleverly rebranded them as Magan Shaowei, a title that sounds far more respectable. Yet, we're the Magan Shaowei now. They are merely a band of grave robbers, using the title to embellish their reputation. As for the 18 Tang Sankai horses before him, Wang Yang could not ascertain if they had come from a tomb raiding team. Nevertheless, in his eyes, these horses radiated a historical luminescence, undoubtedly authentic. He had not approached sooner due to the antiquities trade's principle of first come, first served, and the throng of people that had gathered earlier. Now, with the area cleared, he would not let this opportunity slip by, preparing to acquire all 18 Tang Sankai horses in one fell swoop. Chapter 58, Gilded Qing Dynasty Enamel 8 Immortals Vase. I shall take all 18 Tang Sankai horses, Wang Yang declared, pulling out his phone to make a quick payment. The vendor, witnessing Wang Yang's extravagant display, beamed with delight and promptly contacted the Ghost Market's management for assistance. After all, with so many items, it was impossible for just him and Tian to transport them alone. The Ghost Market offered delivery services, allowing customers who felt insecure about transporting their purchases to have them delivered safely to their homes. Should any issues arise during transit, the organizers of the Ghost Market would assume responsibility for any losses. Surrounding onlookers, taken aback by Wang Yang's swift acquisition of 18 Tang Sankai horses, exchanged astonished glances. Goodness, that young man has struck again, decisively claiming 18 Tang Sankai horses at once. How audacious, they murmured among themselves, recalling that while they had inspected those horses, the sudden appearance of all 18 at once raised significant concerns. The market for Tang Sankai porcelain was rife with forgeries, and purchasing fakes could lead to devastating financial losses. The authenticity of Wang Yang's 18 pieces remained a mystery. The murmurs caught the attention of Mr. Ma, who was inspecting a Yuan dynasty porcelain vase at another stall. Observing Wang Yang's decisive action, he felt a surge of curiosity. How could he be so decisive, inspecting all 18 horses in just 1 minute? Isn't he afraid of making a costly mistake? Mr. Ma pondered, putting down the porcelain vase and approaching Wang Yang once more. Young friend, may I take a closer look at your Tang Sankai horses? He inquired, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Wang Yang, hearing Mr. Ma's request, smiled and nodded. Of course, Mr. Ma, please take a look. Your expertise may help me ascertain their authenticity. Mr. Ma, encouraged by Wang Yang's invitation, retrieved his magnifying glass and began examining the Tang Sankai horses meticulously. However, given the sheer number of pieces, he could not afford to spend 10 minutes on each. Yet, to minimize any potential errors, he devoted a minute to scrutinizing each one. After 18 minutes, he stood up and addressed Wang Yang earnestly. I have conducted a preliminary inspection and have not found any signs of forgery. However, with the current advancements in technology, I would hesitate to make a purchase without a thorough 2-hour examination. Your boldness in making such a decisive move in just 1 minute is commendable, but I cannot match your audacity. Wang Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment at Mr. Ma's unabashed praise. His decision to act swiftly stemmed from the confidence instilled by his heavenly eye, which had confirmed the authenticity of the Tang Sankai horses. Were it not for that assurance, he would have hesitated to act. After all, making such a substantial investment of 18 million was a considerable risk, even with his recent lucrative ventures. I simply have a profound affection for these Tang Sankai horses, which prompted my hasty decision, Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile, opting not to elaborate further. Today, he was on a mission to discover hidden treasures, as there were still many more antiques to uncover at other stalls to adorn his villa. He harbored a grand ambition of eventually establishing a private antique museum to showcase his collection, providing a space for those who appreciate antiquities yet cannot afford them to broaden their horizons. However, just as Wang Yang prepared to depart with Tian, Mr. Ma spoke up again. Wang Yang, when you have a moment, might I visit your home to examine these Tang Sankai horses more closely? I have a friend who shares my passion for them, and I would love to bring him along. Wang Yang was taken aback by Mr. Ma's request. Realizing his enthusiasm for antique appraisal was genuine, he readily agreed, and upon seeing Wang Yang's consent, Mr. Ma resumed his exploration of another antique stall. As Mr. Ma walked away, Wang Yang promptly left with Tian, heading toward a porcelain stall that had caught his eye. In truth, this market was predominantly filled with porcelain vendors, with only one stall dedicated to bronze artifacts and 2 for paintings. Wang Yang had no intention of purchasing any bronze pieces. Such acquisitions were strictly prohibited by law, and any private ownership was deemed a crime. Although he had caught a glimpse of genuine artifacts at the bronze stall, he had no desire to risk such a venture. Soon, Wang Yang arrived at his chosen stall, which specialized in Qing dynasty enamel vases. He held a particular fondness for these vases, as they represented his first significant find after inheriting his knowledge. The stall boasted dozens of Qing dynasty enamel vases, each vibrant and visually stunning. However, his focus was solely on a pair of 8 Immortals vases, standing approximately 25 centimeters tall and 13 centimeters long. Adorned with gilded rims and a predominantly blue body, decorated with delicate floral accents. The most distinctive feature was the embroidered 8 immortals at the base, crafted from simple lines that formed 8 lively figures. A single 8 immortals Qing Dynasty gilded enamel vase had previously fetched a staggering 3,500,000 at an auction. Once a pair is formed, the value skyrockets. A single vase can sell for 350,000, while a pair can command a price of 1 million. After a moment of feigned inspection, Wang Yang inquired about the price of the Qing Dynasty enamel vases. Each is priced at 100,000, the vendor replied. I acquired them from a wealthy heir, likely stolen from his home. I assure you of their authenticity, though they cannot be sold through legitimate auction houses. However, if you intend to keep them at home, you will encounter no issues. The vendor, seeing Wang Yang's evident interest, began spinning tales to entice him further. Chapter 59. Buy. Purchasing antiques as casually as buying cabbage. The veracity of the vendor's story was beyond Wang Yang's discernment. He was only aware that among the pile of Qing Dynasty enamel porcelain vases, this pair of gilded 8 immortals vases was genuine. Therefore, as soon as the proprietor finished quoting a price, he swiftly scanned the code and, without hesitation, purchased the exquisite pair. He then proceeded to scour the next stall he had previously selected, continuing his relentless shopping spree. While other buyers, wary of acquiring counterfeit items, meticulously examined the antiques with magnifying glasses, hesitating to commit, Wang Yang had already swept through stall after stall, acquiring one antique after another. Initially, onlookers were taken aback by Wang Yang's rapid purchases, but soon they became desensitized to his behavior, akin to a frenzied market vendor. Some even whispered among themselves, speculating that Wang Yang was a nouveau riche newcomer to the antiquities trade, possessing a keen eye and ample financial resources. Each year, a few such individuals emerged in the circle, but they typically stumbled and fell hard. In the world of antiques, one must tread cautiously. A single misstep could lead to financial ruin. Experts like Master Ma would take no less than 10 minutes to scrutinize an antique. How could Wang Yang possess the confidence to make a purchase after only a minute of casual observation? If even a fraction of the items he had acquired were authentic, he would count himself fortunate. Otherwise, apart from an initial Tang Sankai camel, the rest could very well be forgeries. The crowd continued to chatter. And although Master Ma had authenticated the Tang Sankai camel Wang Yang had initially purchased, many remained convinced that the subsequent antiques were likely imitations. Clients followed closely behind Wang Yang, observing him spend lavishly and becoming increasingly anxious about the potential for being deceived. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd heightened her concern. She wanted to advise Wang Yang, but feared it might embarrass him. Ultimately, she could not resist leaning in, whispering softly in his ear, Wang Yang, these antiques are quite expensive. Perhaps you should heed their advice and observe more carefully until you're absolutely certain before making a purchase. Wang Yang felt a tingling sensation in his ear, as though Tian were playfully teasing him. Her closeness not only made his ear itch but stirred something deeper within him. He reminded himself to remain composed and replied, This is my first visit to the ghost market, and I simply wish to indulge in a shopping spree. Next time, I shall exercise restraint. Upon hearing Wang Yang's desire to indulge, Tian relinquished her attempt to dissuade him. She recognized that when her friends were in high spirits or feeling down, they often succumbed to the urge to shop without restraint. In fact, Wang Yang's current sentiment bore a striking resemblance to that of women lost in the throes of retail therapy. No wonder women enjoyed shopping so much. The exhilarating sensation of acquiring items, especially when each purchase could yield substantial profits, was utterly intoxicating. Wang Yang reveled in this feeling as he continued his shopping odyssey. Ultimately, after traversing through all the stalls, he had spent over 30 million. Though the expenditure was significant, Wang Yang calculated that if he chose to sell all the antiques, he could potentially earn around 80 million. For an ordinary person, such a sum would be immensely satisfying. However, for Wang Yang, it barely elicited any joy. In the antiquities trade, unless one encountered a national treasure worth over 100 million, substantial profits were elusive. A single excursion to a ghost market, held just once a week, yielding only 50 million, paled in comparison to the potential of gemstone gambling. Contemplating the reality that he had nearly exhausted the genuine items at the stalls, Wang Yang prepared to leave with Tian. Just as he relayed his home address to the market manager for the delivery of his antiques, Master Ma approached him once more. Addressing Wang Yang, Master Ma sheepishly said, Wang Yang, a few of my friends have heard about your acquisition of a batch of Tang Sankai horses and are eager to take a look. Rest assured, I guarantee that if they are genuine, The price will exceed market value. You will not suffer any loss. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback by Master Ma's words. His original intention for the antiques was to decorate his home, not to sell for profit. However, after some contemplation, he decided to acquiesce to Master Ma's request. 2 Tang Sankai horses would suffice for his collection. He had no desire to amass too many, as it would only serve to diminish the elegance of his collection and cast him in the light of a mere nouveau riche. More importantly, through this transaction, he could establish connections with other collectors in the antiquities circle. In the future, if he sought to acquire specific antiques that were unavailable in the market, he could turn to these individuals. The finest pieces circulated exclusively within the circle, never to be found outside it. With a sense of resolve, Wang Yang nodded at Master Ma and said, "Very well, I will send you my address and contact information. You may arrange for your friends to come directly to my home." Upon hearing Wang Yang's agreement to his request, Master Ma felt a wave of relief wash over him. After Wang Yang provided the address, Master Ma wasted no time in contacting his friends, arriving at Wang Yang's villa even before the delivery vehicle from the ghost market. However, when Wang Yang beheld Master Ma's friends, he was taken aback. Among them was none other than Jin Long, the owner of the Jin Long auction house. During his time at the company as an intern, Wang Yang had only seen Jin Long from a distance and had never been in a position to converse with him. He could hardly believe he would encounter his former boss under such circumstances. "Master Ma, Mr. Jin, since the Tang Sankai pieces have yet to arrive, why don't we enjoy some tea in the living room for a while?" Wang Yang warmly welcomed both Master Ma and Mr. Jin. Chapter 60. The 2 elders respect Wang Yang as if he were a deity. Master Ma, Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin, surprised that Wang Yang recognized him without an introduction from Master Ma, looked at him with curiosity. "Young friend Wang Yang, you know me?" Jin Long inquired, his eyes filled with intrigue. Upon learning that Wang Yang had interned at Jin Long's company, Mr. Jin displayed a look of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, young Wang Yang. It is a pity that the Jin Long auction house is too modest to accommodate someone of your stature." In Mr. Jin's eyes, Wang Yang was akin to a grand Buddha that the auction house could not afford to cultivate. A person who could spend over 30 million in a single visit to the ghost market would never be satisfied with the salary offered by the auction house. More crucially, Master Ma had specifically informed him that Wang Yang's expertise in discerning antiques might surpass even his own. With such formidable skills and ample financial resources, unless he was willing to allocate a significant portion of the auction house's shares to Wang Yang, it was improbable to entice him to join. However, Mr. Jin was keen on maintaining a long-term relationship with Wang Yang. In the auction business, forging connections with experts in antique appraisal was of utmost importance, as it provided additional avenues for consultation when faced with uncertain antiques. In his heart, old Jin pondered deeply. His gaze towards Wang Yang instantly grew warmer. Furthermore, he inquired whether Wang Yang, the young friend, believed there were any talents among the staff below that had yet to be discovered. If so, he would appreciate the insight, as the Jinlong auction house was in need of promoting a batch of middle-level managers. Compared to the recommendations from higher-ups, he placed greater trust in someone like Wang Yang, who had genuinely worked at the grassroots level. Upon hearing old Jin's words, surprise filled Wang Yang's eyes. He never anticipated that someone who had barely completed his internship could influence the appointment of middle management within the company. Yet, faced with old Jin's earnest gaze, he smiled and replied, "I have only interned for less than 3 months, and I don't know many people in the company. If I were to recommend someone, it would be Qiao Xin, who's been guiding me. Although she is a woman, she possesses a forthrightness that surpasses many men, and she conducts her work with utmost diligence and responsibility. Her affability ensures that she would excel as a middle manager." Upon hearing Wang Yang's recommendation, old Jin immediately committed the name to memory. The saying goes that returning home wealthy is akin to donning fine clothes in the dark at the right moment. He would publicly attribute the promotion to Wang Yang, certain that the news would reach him. In the eyes of former colleagues, Wang Yang would instantly gain a more esteemed reputation, fostering a closer relationship between him and the Jinlong auction house. Wang Yang was taken aback that old Jin would consider promoting Qiao Xin based solely on his word, without any internal investigation. Since joining the company, he had been under the mentorship of Qiao Xin, the spirited young woman from the Northeast. If the company had a traditional apprentice system, he would have referred to her as master. Naturally, he was pleased to assist in her promotion, which made his gaze towards old Jin even more ardent, the conversation becoming less formal and more sincere. Observing Wang Yang's change in demeanor, Old Jean recognized that Wang Yang was genuinely happy about the potential promotion of Xiao Xian. It appeared their relationship was more than mere colleagues. They shared a bond that warranted special consideration for Xiao Xian's advancement, serving as a bridge between the auction house and Wang Yang. As they spoke, their conversation continued until the delivery from the ghost market arrived, bringing with it a plethora of antiques, at which point they ceased their discussion. They began inspecting the Tang Sankai horses, each scrutinizing a piece with magnifying glasses, their expressions serious and focused. After approximately 10 minutes, they each completed their examination of a Tang Sankai horse. The horse I inspected is genuine, one confirmed. Mine is also authentic. It seems all these Tang Sankai horses are indeed real. Old Jean and Mr. Ma exchanged astonished glances, both acutely aware of the time and effort Wang Yang must have invested to acquire these antiques. The thought of Wang Yang's discerning ability left them in awe. In an instant, they both entertained this notion, marveling at the extraordinary level of Wang Yang's expertise. They continued their examination, inspecting several more horses until they verified that each one was indeed a genuine artifact, with not a single counterfeit among them. Can we inspect the other antiques as well? Young friend Wang Yang, we are merely curious to see if there are any fakes among your collection. I only wish to purchase 6 Tang Sankai horses. And I assure you, I harbor no intention of coveting your other items. Mr. Ma and Old Jean expressed somewhat sheepishly. Understanding their skepticism, Wang Yang confidently replied, "Since you two are interested, please feel free to further inspect these antiques. It will also serve to validate my own discerning eye." Upon receiving his consent, the two elders eagerly resumed their inspections, examining piece after piece. With each item they scrutinized, their astonishment only deepened. After examining a dozen items, their gazes instinctively returned to Wang Yang, though now filled with a sense of reverent admiration, as though they were mere mortals standing before a deity. Chapter 61. Tian Tian blocks Yang Mi. At home, both Mr. Ma and Old Jean were renowned figures within the antique community, truly titans in their field. Old Jin's journey from a humble antique dealer to establishing the grand Jinlong auction house attests to his remarkable achievements in the realm of antiques. Yet, it was precisely because of this that they fully comprehended the sheer difficulty Wang Yang faced in acquiring such a collection of authentic antiques in such a brief period, an accomplishment they deemed unattainable in their lifetimes. Thus, regardless of their age difference, they gazed at Wang Yang with a sense of reverence typically reserved for divine beings. Young friend Wang Yang's expertise in appraisal far surpasses mine. Since founding the auction house, I have encountered many appraisal experts, but I have never met anyone with Wang Yang's speed and accuracy. They expressed in heartfelt admiration. Old Jean, who had a stronger business acumen, began addressing Wang Yang as Master Wang Yang instead of young friend. Wang Yang, witnessing such deference from these esteemed figures, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, their esteemed positions were earned through genuine appraisal abilities, while his own expertise still paled in comparison. Esteemed elders, your words are overly flattering. I merely possess a bit of luck and the courage to act decisively. The primary reason I was so resolute is that the prices were within my acceptable loss range. In terms of appraisal expertise, there remains much I can learn from you both, Wang Yang said humbly. Seeing Wang Yang, whose appraisal skills clearly exceeded their own, maintain such humility only deepened Mr. Ma and Old Jin's respect and admiration for him. No wonder he had achieved such success. His unflappable demeanor and lack of arrogance set him apart from typical young individuals. As they regarded Wang Yang, the complexity of their thoughts deepened. Remembering the purpose of their visit, they set aside their scattered reflections and began discussing the purchase of the Tang Sankai horses. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Old Jean decided to acquire 8 Tang Sankai horses. He sought not only to add to his personal collection, but also to assist several longtime clients of the auction house in finding these exquisite pieces. Though the transaction did not take place through the auction, the price Old Jean offered was undoubtedly fair, at 5 million for each Tang Sankai horse. Wang Yang's collection, if auctioned, would fetch a maximum of 5 million per piece, ensuring that this transaction was mutually beneficial, with neither party at a disadvantage. Master Wang Yang, I have already transferred the 40 million to you. Please check your bank notifications, Old Jean said respectfully, looking towards Wang Yang with great deference. As the voice of Elder Jean faded away, Wang Yang's phone chimed with a message. Your bank account 9527 has received a deposit of 40 million. The balance is now 150 million. Wang Yang gazed at his bank card balance, which had dwindled to less than 9 digits. and felt a complex array of emotions as it returned to 9 digits once again. After all, he had been spending recklessly in the ghost market that afternoon, intent on lavish expenditures. Yet, not only had he refrained from spending, but he had also earned an additional 10 million and acquired a room full of antiques. It seemed that money can indeed multiply rather than diminish. It is only the impoverished who worry about how to earn. The wealthy accumulate wealth at a pace that far exceeds their spending, often fretting instead about how to expend their fortunes. Wang Yang reflected on this, sensing that perhaps in the future, a weekly foray into the ghost market would not only spare him from financial depletion, but might even augment his bank savings. This was without considering any significant windfalls. Should he happen upon a few major treasures in the ghost market, it was likely his savings could multiply several times over. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Elders Jean and Ma also shared in this delight. As dinner time approached, the two elders took their leave. Once they departed, Tian, who had been quietly following Wang Yang, could no longer suppress her curiosity and turned to him. We all graduated in history. Our classes focused on historical knowledge, not appraisal skills. I recall you merely browsing appraisal knowledge online and occasionally working part-time at an antique shop to cover living expenses. When did your expertise in appraisal soar to such heights? Among Wang Yang's classmates and friends, Tian was undoubtedly the most familiar with him. His sudden elevation in antique appraisal skills had astonished and garnered admiration from both Elder Ma and Elder Jean, making her all the more curious. Wang Yang, noticing the curiosity etched on her face, smiled lightly and replied, "Perhaps I had an epiphany. Moreover, it isn't just antique appraisal. I'm also quite adept at stone gambling. This villa was purchased with the money I earned from it." Upon hearing that this luxurious villa was acquired through Wang Yang's stone gambling profits, Tian's gaze towards him brimmed with admiration. He was indeed the man she had long admired in university, the epitome of excellence. It was unfortunate that Yang Mi had seized the opportunity, aware that Wang Yang was impulsive and unable to control his desires. She had taken advantage of their private time together while he treated her illness to ensnare him, becoming his girlfriend before Tian could make her move. Thoughts of this scenario filled Tian's mind with discontent. The fact that she had known Wang Yang first, yet Yang Mi had managed to get close to him first, left her feeling quite irked. She felt compelled to confront Yang Mi, to assert that her connection with Wang Yang was entirely legitimate and that she had never been a third party. Yet, the memory of Yang Mi's avoidance during their previous two encounters only intensified her resolve to meet her. Perhaps she could arrange for dinner at Wang Yang's home tonight and wait for Yang Mi there. With this in mind, Tian turned to Wang Yang and said, "Wang Yang, I remember you mentioning your culinary skills during our school days. May I enjoy a meal prepared by you in your new home today?" Chapter 62, A Culinary Misstep Awaits. Wang Yang's face lit up with a smile at Tian's request for a meal cooked by him. "All right, I'll notify the property management to prepare the ingredients. Today, you shall taste my signature dishes." He also intended to inform Yang Mi, advising her to wrap up her shopping early so she could join them and sample his cooking, as she had yet to experience it. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Tian smiled and said, "Great. I haven't seen Yang Mi in several days. I miss her dearly." Women are, by nature, exceptional actresses. Even someone as seemingly innocent as Tian, a paragon of grace, appeared genuinely eager to see Yang Mi without ulterior motives in Wang Yang's presence. Wang Yang, oblivious to her intentions, promptly took out his phone to contact the property management and arrange for the ingredients. In the upscale community of Tongtian Garden, various household supplies, including fresh produce, are delivered to residence doors. If a chef is required, the management can even arrange for chefs from renowned restaurants to come and cook on site. This is the inherent value of premier villas. Wang Yang was under specific instructions from the Ouyang family to be well taken care of, so the property management service was exceedingly meticulous. Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, the property manager on the other end of the line responded warmly, "Mr. Wang, would you like the ingredients washed and chopped, or shall we arrange for a chef to come over?" Wang Yang chuckled lightly and declined. "No need, just deliver the ingredients. I wish to cook a meal myself." After he concluded the call, he began to text Yang Mi. At the global harbor, Yang Mi and a few friends were exhausted from shopping, each with a cup of milk tea in hand. When she saw Wang Yang's message, a sweet smile graced her lips, but upon reading its content, anxiety washed over her. Although she was the legitimate girlfriend, the only one Wang Yang had ever acknowledged, the mention of Tian waiting at his home made her feel as if the rightful position was being threatened. She could not allow herself to encounter Tian. That was out of the question. In the villa at Tongtian Garden, Wang Yang sighed in mild exasperation. What an unfortunate coincidence. This is my first time cooking at home, and you shall miss out. He shared this news with Tian Tian, never suspecting that Yang Mi was intentionally avoiding her. Tian Tian, however, had harbored doubts from the very beginning, feeling that Yang Mi was deliberately evading her. Thus, when Wang Yang sought her out twice and Yang Mi did not accompany him, it only fueled her resolve. Let her evade me for a lifetime. She can choose never to meet me again, Tian Tian thought, extinguishing her desire to confront Yang Mi. Tian Tian was the epitome of a charming southern belle. Even her normal speaking voice could sweeten the hearts of listeners. When she deliberately added a flirtatious tone, it was enough to melt any man's heart, including Wang Yang's. He felt restless, unable to remain in the living room any longer. Fortunately, the property management service was prompt and attentive. Within minutes, all the necessary ingredients were delivered, fresh and of the highest quality. Wang Yang's keen sense of smell confirmed that there were no pesticide residues, just pristine, organic vegetables. He politely waved goodbye to the property staff and headed into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Just as he thought he could enjoy a moment of solitude away from Tian Tian, she entered the kitchen as well. Wang Yang, let me assist you, she exclaimed. Do not underestimate me. I sometimes cook at home. My mother taught me that a good woman must be adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, so I've been honing my culinary skills. Today, you will cook and I will handle the chopping. With a tender gaze fixed on Wang Yang, her voice grew sweeter still. It seemed she possessed a natural talent in this regard. If she ever aspired to be an internet celebrity, all she would need to do was call out Big Brother in that sugary tone, and countless admirers would be willing to lavish their fortunes upon her. Yet, she was not merely content to stay idle. From time to time, she would extend her hand to adjust Wang Yang's clothes, to wipe the sweat from his forehead, as if she were a newlywed bride assisting him in the kitchen. Observing Tian Tian's devoted demeanor, Wang Yang felt as though his heart might melt under the tenderness radiating from her eyes. Particularly, each time Tian Tian leaned in close to whisper flirtatiously in his ear, her voice sent delightful shivers through him. He feared that if he did not usher Tian Tian out of the kitchen soon, he might err in his culinary endeavors. Chapter 63. Restless Nights and Insomnia. Wang Yang, with an air of helplessness, promptly pushed Tian Tian away from the kitchen to avoid making mistakes. He soon led her to the living room and settled her onto the sofa. Grasping a chef's knife, he wielded it with an effortless grace, slicing the ingredients with precision. Whether into chunks, strips, or shreds, every piece was uniform in size, as though measured by a ruler. Most striking was the speed at which he worked. For instance, transforming an eggplant into exquisite, dragon-like shapes, which previously took him 5 to 6 meticulous minutes, now took a mere handful of seconds. Similarly, cutting a potato into shreds that once required at least a minute and resulted in uneven sizes now took only seconds, with perfect consistency. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback by the dramatic improvement in his knife skills. He realized that his training as a martial artist had significantly enhanced his physical control, inadvertently refining his culinary techniques to an astonishing degree. Such proficiency might rival even the finest chefs in 5-star establishments. Filled with admiration for his own progress, he began to focus intently on his cooking. In the living room, though Tian Tian sat upon the sofa, her gaze never strayed far from Wang Yang in the kitchen. As she watched him deftly maneuver the knife with a speed reminiscent of lightning, embodying a striking aesthetic of violence, she was utterly mesmerized. Having studied culinary arts herself and trained under the chef at her family's hotel, she recognized that Wang Yang's skill far surpassed that of even the hotel's top chef. The mere display of his knife work heightened her anticipation for the dinner that awaited. As she quietly mused, her admiration for Wang Yang grew immensely. Unbeknownst to him, his modest exhibition of culinary prowess had endeared him further to her. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in his cooking, a habit cultivated since childhood. His unwavering focus on any task was the very trait that had propelled him from small county to becoming a distinguished student in the history department of a prestigious university in the metropolis. With each dish he prepared, an array of visually appealing and flavorful meals emerged: stir-fried eggplant, poached chicken, and chilled shredded potatoes. Though these were simple home-cooked dishes, when Wang Yang presented them at the table, Tian Tian could not contain her admiration. Wow, Wang Yang, your knife skills are exceptional, surpassing even those of the chefs at my family's 5-star hotel, she exclaimed. Am I the first girl to taste a meal you've personally prepared? Her words, sweet as honey, echoed in the air, and the way she playfully emphasized his name made Wang Yang feel as though his heart might melt. Without hesitation, he picked up a piece of cola chicken wing and placed it directly into her mouth. "Eat," he instructed succinctly, returning to his meal with an air of silent concentration. Tian, observing Wang Yang's demeanor, couldn't help but smile. After 4 years as classmates in university, she understood his character well. Recognizing that her incessant calls of his name had genuinely reached his heart, she reflected on the wisdom she had encountered online. No man could resist the allure of a woman playfully calling his name. In hindsight, she regretted her previous reticence. Had she been more proactive, perhaps she would have won Wang Yang's affections before Yang Mi had the chance to claim him. The thought of her feelings for Wang Yang, which had remained unspoken while she waited for him to confess, only fueled her frustration at Yang Mi's opportunistic advance. Despite Wang Yang's stoic demeanor, she felt compelled to continue her affectionate teasing. After finishing the chicken wing he had offered, she exaggeratedly declared, "Wow, Wang Yang, your cooking is even better than that of my family chef. I wish I could enjoy your meals every day." Wang Yang, unable to dismiss her playful tone, resigned himself to her continued chatter. Although her voice stirred something tender within him, he found himself reminiscing about the tranquility of her more composed persona. It seemed that he could only witness that serene side of her in the presence of others. He pondered the notion often expressed online. Women possess two faces, one that is poised and sophisticated in public, and another that is playful and childlike in the company of their beloved. In this moment, Tian undeniably displayed the latter. Though their physical relationship remained innocent, emotionally, she had already begun to regard him as her own. With a shared smile, they quickly finished their meal. Under Tian's guidance, Wang Yang drove to her residential community, the renowned affluent district of Tang Chun E Pin in the metropolis. "Remember my address. When I reach out, just gonna pick me up," she said cheerfully, waving goodbye to him until he nodded in agreement, at which point she turned happily to enter her neighborhood. Wang Yang exhaled a long sigh of relief as he watched her disappear into the complex. While their time together was sweet and brought him immense joy, he felt overwhelmed by Tian's magnetic pull. The prospect of spending prolonged periods alone with her filled him with apprehension regarding potential missteps. He found himself unable to sleep, his energy far too vibrant. Every night with Yang Mi had involved late-night escapades, expending his excess energy before he could find rest. Now, without her presence, he found himself restless and unable to sleep. "I shall practice instead," he resolved. Although we live in an age of declining spiritual energy, he reminded himself that he was still a peak second-tier martial artist, not yet a true master, and there remained room for growth. With that thought, he settled into a meditative posture on his bed and began to cultivate his skills in the 8-9 mystical arts. Chapter 64, Hunyuan Baiwapam. As the night passed unnoticed, Wang Yang replaced sleep with rigorous practice. The 8-9 mystical arts circulated throughout the night, leaving him not fatigued, but rather invigorated and filled with vitality. Although he had not achieved a breakthrough, he could distinctly sense that his bottleneck had thinned slightly. With consistent practice, he was confident he would eventually surpass this barrier and fully enter the realm of mastery. Moreover, he understood that there was no need to rush. Even at his current peak state, the unique properties of the 8-9 mystical arts allowed him to temporarily unleash the combat power of a master-level martial artist. The master has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and even a practitioner at the master level can navigate this world with ease. It is imperative for one to refine their martial techniques. Otherwise, possessing immense inner energy is futile. Wang Yang, with a sense of reflection, resolved to search for a formidable martial technique within the heritage teachings. After much contemplation, a unique form of boxing emerged in his mind, the Hunyuan Baiwapam. This is a powerful technique that integrates both palm techniques and footwork. However, there is an even more significant reason for Wang Yang's choice. The training process of this technique is reminiscent of Tai Chi, characterized by its deliberate slowness, allowing one to practice in a park without attracting undue attention. Other martial forms within the heritage, while many rival the Hunyuan Baiwapam in strength, are far too dynamic and violent, inevitably drawing crowds wherever one might practice. Wang Yang, by nature, prefers subtlety to ostentation. "Hunyuan Baiwapam, you are the one," he affirmed. Having firmly committed the techniques to memory, he promptly departed from a villa and drove to a large park by the Huangpu River. Although the villa offered splendid views and a quaint square for practice, Wang Yang favored the tranquility of the Huangpu River for his Hunyuan Baiwapam training. Practicing martial arts is akin to cultivating one's spirit. The same technique, when executed by individuals with varying states of mind, yields entirely different combat styles. According to the teachings, practicing in a serene environment enhances the grandeur and power of the techniques. The Hunyuan Baiwa Palm is a majestic technique, ideally suited for training in the ambience of the Huangpu River. Upon parking his vehicle, Wang Yang found a spacious area by the river and began to practice the Hunyuan Baiwa Palm. He subtly shifted his feet, envisioning a complete Baiwa diagram centered around himself. With his palms positioned in a Tai Chi-like starting stance, he commenced his practice. Each movement was deliberate and slow, his steps gentle, even softer than the Tai Chi practiced by the elderly in the park. However, any martial artist who happened to pass by and witness Wang Yang's technique would feel a chill run down their spine, unable to meet his gaze. For although his movements were slow, they seemed to contain boundless power, as if an endless river surged within his palms, ready to unleash its might at any moment. This is the essence of the Hunyuan Baiwa Palm, formless and formless, accommodating all things. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang was absorbing the ceaseless flow of the Huangpu River into his practice, which resulted in such formidable effects. However, not everyone could achieve such results from the Hunyuan Baiwa Palm. Only with a pure heart, free from distractions, could one attain such mastery. Wang Yang's purpose in training was not to seek strength for its own sake, but rather to ensure that when the need for combat arose, he possessed a martial technique, rather than merely relying on raw energy. His mindset inadvertently aligned with that of a pure heart, which is why he succeeded in mastering the secret of the Hunyuan Baiwa Palm, perfectly integrating the river's relentless flow into his practice. At this moment, Wang Yang remained unaware of the transformation in his technique. He continued to practice, lost in the joy of training. For someone embarking on their first experience with martial arts, he found himself captivated by the exhilaration of his practice. Ordinary fitness routines can enthrall countless individuals. What more so, the vast realm of martial arts. Just as Wang Yang immersed himself in the joy of his training, a group of men and women jogging along the Huangpu River passed by him. All were clad in karate uniforms, with only the two leading figures being adults, while the rest comprised spirited youths. Clearly, they were students under the tutelage of a karate instructor, engaged in morning exercises to strengthen their bodies. Upon witnessing a young man, seemingly fresh out of university, practicing a technique slower than Tai Chi, many could not suppress their laughter. Instructor, what kind of martial art is that person practicing? Can such a slow technique truly possess lethality? Is it applicable in real combat? The curious youths turned their gaze towards the two instructors. Upon hearing their remarks, the karate instructors exchanged disdainful glances. Perhaps it's a variant of Tai Chi. The exaggeration surrounding Tai Chi in our country has led to countless factions. There must be over 100 different styles. Just remember, regardless of the style, Tai Chi is absolute garbage. Only karate represents true, effective martial arts. They continued, not just Tai Chi, but many of the ancient martial arts touted in our country lack real combat efficacy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so easily debunked by social media influencers. Frustration weled within Wang Yang. What had started as a tranquil practice was disrupted by this group's incessant mockery. For someone with keen hearing like Wang Yang, their jeering felt akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly in his ears. Instantly, his interest in continuing his practice waned. However, he had been accumulating immense energy in his palms throughout his training. Unable to release this pent-up energy, his heart remained unsettled. In a moment of distraction, his gaze fell upon a large boulder nearby, and instinctively, he struck it with his palm. Though his movements had been slow, when he finally unleashed his energy, his footwork propelled him forward in a burst, covering 8 meters in a single step, placing him directly before the 2-meter-tall boulder. And then, his palm, previously languid, became a flash of lightning, striking the boulder's center with tremendous force. The sound of the impact resonated like thunder. In the astonished eyes of the karate students and their instructors, the boulder began to fracture around the point of impact, crumbling inch by inch. With Wang Yang's palm withdrawing from the boulder, it shattered completely, leaving only a scattering of debris behind. Not even a fist-sized fragment remained. Staring at the devastation wrought by a single strike, Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was astonishing. Under normal circumstances, he did not possess such devastating power. Was it the effect of the Hunyuan Bagua? Had he truly integrated the essence of the Huangpu River into his technique? The teachings had indicated that understanding the true essence of martial arts was no easy feat. Many masters possess innate energy, but fail to grasp the true meaning of martial arts. How had he achieved this so effortlessly? Wang Yang's face was a canvas of astonishment, yet it was painted with a smile of joy. Ultimately, how one comes to understand is irrelevant. What mattered was that he had succeeded. From this moment onward, he would be a true practitioner who comprehended the essence of martial arts. He could easily overpower those masters who lacked such understanding. This was a momentous occasion, one worthy of celebration. With a face beaming with delight, Wang Yang headed towards his Mercedes nearby and drove away without casting a glance at the karate students or instructors. They were but flies. Engaging with them would only sully his eyes and hands. Of course, should they continue their foolish provocations, Wang Yang would not hesitate to deliver a lesson they would never forget. However, at that moment, both the students and the two instructors were rendered speechless by the power of Wang Yang's strike, no longer daring to utter a single disparaging word. As Wang Yang approached the imposing Mercedes, the surrounding karate instructors instinctively lowered their heads, too intimidated to gaze in his direction. They resembled a flock of frightened ostriches, wishing to bury their heads in the ground. For such a group of terrified apprentice coaches, Wang Yang could hardly muster the energy to waste on them. His sole desire was to celebrate, unperturbed by their presence. Thus, once he entered his vehicle, he swiftly drove away, never once casting a deliberate glance at those karate instructors. Watching Wang Yang depart, the karate instructors collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. He was gone. The terrifying figure had vanished. The man had effortlessly shattered a 2-meter-high boulder with a single strike. Just moments ago, they had feared he might suddenly advance towards them and deliver a similar blow. His speed was astonishing, covering 8 meters in a single stride, surpassing even the pace of leopards they had observed in the wild. Indeed, they had underestimated the ancient martial arts of Xia. It was not a matter of incompetence, but rather that genuine masters concealed themselves among the populace, while those who sought fame were merely opportunists masquerading as martial arts masters. A chorus of astonished voices erupted from the karate students. Some, unable to believe their own eyes, rushed to the side of the shattered stone to inspect its authenticity. "Coach, was that boulder really genuine? Could our master have shattered such a massive stone? Coach, do you think our master could prevail against that man? Didn't you say the ancient martial arts of Xia were impractical in combat? Yet, it seemed that man's speed and the power of his strike utterly eclipsed our master's abilities." Curiosity bubbled among the youth, who began to doubt the martial philosophy imparted by their instructors. As the students voiced their thoughts, two coaches broke into a cold sweat. They longed to boast that their master was not inferior to Wang Yang, yet such a claim would be swiftly debunked. Given the students' nature, should they dare to speak, they would insist on dragging their master to the Huangpu River to shatter stones themselves. With an awkward expression, one coach finally admitted, "Our master is just an ordinary person. The strength of that man's strike could likely rend a tiger or leopard. Our master cannot compare." Hearing that their master was no match for Wang Yang, disappointment flooded the students' faces. They had been extolling the virtues of karate as the world's most formidable martial art, only to find that a mere passerby could effortlessly vanquish their master. It was utterly disheartening. "Anyone can pursue karate if they wish, but I will no longer study it. I want to learn the ancient martial arts of Xia and become a powerful individual like that man." A throng of young voices buzzed with discussion, with some even posting videos of the incident on Douyin, inquiring about the martial art practiced by Wang Yang. Moreover, it was not just one individual who shared a video. The karate students collectively spread the footage, seeking anyone who might identify the martial art of the mysterious passerby. Those with financial means even offered a bounty of 10,000 yuan in the comments, eager to learn what style he practiced. With money fueling their promotion, the video of Wang Yang effortlessly shattering a 2-meter boulder rapidly gained traction on Douyin. Skeptics, who had never believed in the potency of ancient martial arts, voiced their doubts online, questioning the authenticity of the boulder and suggesting the video was artificially produced. However, some true connoisseurs of ancient martial arts fell silent upon witnessing Wang Yang's feat. Genuine masters from the grassroots level began sharing their own stone-breaking videos online. While they could not replicate Wang Yang's feat of smashing a 2-meter boulder with a single blow, they showcased their own abilities in breaking bricks and stones, capturing the attention of many. In a short time, Douyin experienced a modest surge in videos showcasing ancient martial arts. Yet, Wang Yang remained oblivious to all of this. After leaving the scene, he called Yang Mi, hoping to arrange a celebration together. Chapter 66. Reunion with the northeastern girl, Xiao Xin. "Are you awake? I'll come pick you up for breakfast." Wang Yang dialed Yang Mi's number from his car, eager to connect with her. Upon hearing his voice, a radiant smile spread across Yang Mi's face, as if she wished to hang up the phone and leap into his arms immediately. After breakfast, I need to go to the company to hand over some things to you, so I can't accompany you right now. Wang Yang could only chuckle helplessly upon hearing this. Yang Mi was the only daughter of her parents, and the company would eventually be hers. In the past, her heart condition had prevented her from taking over, but now that her health had improved, she was gradually being introduced to the company's operations. Wang Yang felt a pang of nostalgia as he ended the call. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed Tian's number, hoping to invite her to celebrate his newfound understanding of martial arts. However, his heart sank when the call connected, and he learned that Tian was occupied with her grandfather that day and could not meet him. After hanging up, he fell into silence, realizing he had no one left to share his joy with. As he thought of his parents, he recalled a recent conversation and dismissed the idea. His intention in acquiring a car was to return home in prosperity and enjoy life with his parents. Yet, when he called them that evening, he discovered they had gone on a group tour. Suddenly, he found himself devoid of anyone to share his happiness with. Just as despair began to creep in, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing the caller ID, a look of surprise crossed his face. It was Xiao Xian, the spirited northeastern girl who had once expressed her willingness to accompany him. Although nothing truly had transpired between them, they had indeed shared a bed that night, and even exchanged a kiss. Had they not both been inebriated, it was likely they would have gone all the way. Awakening the next morning, both felt a sense of awkwardness. Since their last encounter, they had not been in touch, making her sudden call a delightful surprise. Despite his surprise, Wang Yang promptly answered, recognizing that aside from Xiao Xian was his only friend. Once the call connected, Xiao Xian's voice reached him immediately. Wang Yang, I've been promoted. They said it was your and the chairman's suggestion that led to my advancement. Wang Yang felt a surge of appreciation for Jean Lao's efficiency upon hearing her reason for calling. He chuckled. Jean Lao bought several antiques for me, and upon learning of my internship at the auction house, he inquired about the company. I casually spoke well of you, and it seems it made a difference in your promotion. Hearing Wang Yang acknowledge his role in her advancement filled Xiao Xian with sweetness. She had once thought he was just a man who took advantage of her and vanished, but she realized he had kept her in mind, proving his worth as a true friend. Do you have time today? She asked over the phone. Today, I happen to have a day off, only to be unexpectedly notified by phone that I had been promoted. I longed to visit the wild animal park in Shanghai to celebrate my advancement, a place I had always wished to explore but never found a suitable companion. Come, let us go together today. I shall entertain you during the day, and in the evening, I will treat you to drinks. Initially, Wang Yang merely sought someone to share his joy. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's invitation, he readily agreed, saying, all right, just let me know your location, and I'll come to pick you up. We will head straight to the wild animal park. Without hesitation, Xiao Xian shared her location with Wang Yang. Upon receiving her details, he promptly drove to her vicinity. Approximately 20 minutes later, he spotted Xiao Xian standing by the roadside. Today, she wore a vibrant red gown that radiated warmth, reminiscent of the day Wang Yang received his inheritance. Her long black hair had subtle waves at the ends, and her smile revealed a charming dimple, lending her an alluring yet playful demeanor. Without uttering a word, one could hardly discern her origins as a girl from the Northeast. When she waved and smiled at Wang Yang as he rolled down the window, countless male gazes were drawn to her. Such a stunning girl from the Northeast. One could only wonder whom she would eventually end up with. Wang Yang mused silently, treating Xiao Xian as merely a buddy, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. As Xiao Xian settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, she gazed at Wang Yang with curiosity. Wang Yang, you have truly upgraded. You are now driving a Mercedes. Even General Jean has purchased antiques from you. Have you recently struck gold again? Wang Yang smiled lightly, ensuring Xiao Xian was secure before steering the car towards the wild animal park. Upon hearing of Wang Yang's newfound fortune, Xiao Xian was genuinely delighted for him. As someone from a humble background, she simply believed that earning money was a good thing, completely unaware that the value of Wang Yang's license plate far surpassed merely making a few million. An hour later, they arrived at the wild animal park. Due to it being a weekday, there were not many people purchasing tickets. As the departure time approached, they found themselves alone on a sightseeing vehicle. Having unexpectedly received a promotion and not needing to report immediately, now, to also have the fortune of monopolizing a sightseeing car. Indeed, today was a day of good fortune. Xiao Xian brimming with joy, shouted excitedly through the wire mesh of the sightseeing vehicle. Wang Yang, sharing in her exuberance, echoed her sentiments. Indeed, today is a lucky day. Good things are happening for both of us. The two of them, filled with happiness, excitedly captured photos of the wildlife passing by their vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the tour bus soon approached the tiger enclosure. A majestic Siberian tiger, upon their approach, casually clawed at the iron mesh. To their astonishment, the sturdy barrier collapsed entirely. Chapter 67. The tiger escaped. Qiao Xian's legs went weak. With a loud crash, the iron mesh fell to the ground. It seemed that the area meant to secure the steel rods had somehow corroded, causing the rods to loosen. Thus, when the tiger's paw brushed against the mesh, it came crashing down. With the fall of the barrier, the only protection between Wang Yang, Qiao Xian, and the tiger vanished. The driver, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. Even more astonishing was Qiao Xian, who, in that moment, instinctively spread her arms in front of Wang Yang, as if to shield him. Wang Yang, you should retreat. Let it eat me first. Once it's full, it won't bother you, she declared with determination, her legs trembling in fear, yet resolutely standing her ground. Wang Yang, taken aback by her bravery, realized that this girl from the northeast had more courage and loyalty than many men. However, he never anticipated that she would exhibit such selflessness in the face of danger. With a fierce roar, the Siberian tiger leaped into the vehicle, advancing towards Wang Yang and Qiao Xian. This is madness, Wang Yang thought, recognizing the tiger's primal instincts as it regarded them as potential prey. In that instant, he set aside his reservations and activated his internal energy, ready to unleash his formidable abilities. Should the tiger take another step forward, he would deliver a crushing blow, ending its threat immediately. The martial arts instructors had been right. Wang Yang was now capable of tearing apart beasts like tigers and leopards. However, the instincts of such predators far surpassed those of humans. As Wang Yang harnessed his power, the tiger sensed an overwhelming presence emanating from him, momentarily perceiving him as a towering figure poised to strike. Fearful, the Siberian tiger tucked its tail and fled, emitting sounds akin to a frightened dog. Other tigers in the vicinity, initially approaching, also retreated in haste, sensing an impending danger. The driver, witnessing the tiger's retreat, wasted no time and sped away, eager to exit the park as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian, relieved to see the tiger depart, felt her legs give way, collapsing into Wang Yang's arms. Wang Yang, my legs have gone weak. I can't stand, she admitted, grateful for surviving the ordeal. In that moment, all she desired was to rest against Wang Yang's warm, broad chest, disregarding any notions of propriety or intimacy. Her primary concern was safety, and everything else faded into insignificance. While she sought solace, Wang Yang found himself in a predicament. Qiao Xian's figure was striking, and the firm contours of her physique, developed from years of hard work, were undeniable. As she pressed against him, he could not help but notice the delightful firmness, a sensation heightened by his heightened sensitivity as a first-rate martial artist. Control yourself, Wang Yang, he chided inwardly. Qiao Xian risked her safety to protect you. How could you take advantage of her vulnerability? He firmly held her waist, ensuring she remained steady against him. Curiously, he inquired, Silly girl, why did you stand in front of me just now? You are a woman. It is not customary for a woman to protect a man. Qiao Xian paused, momentarily taken aback by his question. After a long silence, she replied with poise, I invited you to the wild animal park. Naturally, I must bear the brunt of any trouble. Moreover, do not speak of traditional roles. I'm a girl from the northeast, and in a fight, you might not even stand a chance against me. Wang Yang fell into silence upon hearing Qiao Xian's words. Qiao Xian possessed the robust physique typical of northeast women, her stature not resembling that of an ordinary model, tall and emaciated, but rather she was a picture of muscular strength. Growing up in the northeast, she had evidently engaged in agricultural labor from a young age, her body adorned with well-defined muscles. Particularly notable were her thighs, robust and powerful, reminiscent of someone who had trained in dance for years. Fortunately, her height, standing at a commendable 178 centimeters, lent her a striking athletic beauty. Were she any shorter, her muscular build might have appeared bulky. This very stature endowed her with a strength that surpassed many men. Had Wang Yang not acquired his inheritance, he might have struggled against Qiao Xian. With a bemused expression, he turned to her and said, Remember, if such a situation arises again, stay behind me. Qiao Xian, hearing his words, immediately expressed her apprehension with a dismissive, "No, no, no, there won't be a next time. In this lifetime, I doubt I will encounter such a peril again. If we face something like this again, we might not be so fortunate. Indeed, there shall be no next time." Wang Yang replied with a smile, echoing her sentiment. Noticing his calm demeanor and the absence of fear throughout, Qiao Xian's curiosity piqued. "Wang Yang, I never realized you possessed such courage. You faced life and death danger without a hint of fear. Unlike me, whose legs are still trembling." She sighed. "In my life, I have never encountered a fright so severe that my legs turned to jelly. This is a first, and you must keep it a secret. Moreover," she insisted, "once we get out of here, we must confront the park authorities. They nearly cost us our lives, and they owe us an explanation." Her expression turned serious at the thought of her narrow escape from peril, determination etched across her face. Chapter 68. "I demand 10 million. Will you compensate?" "Yes, we must demand an explanation." Wang Yang concurred, his expression turning cold. Had he not received his inheritance and summoned his skills to scare off the Northeast Tiger at a critical moment? Both he and Qiao Xian might have become prey to the tigers in the park. This matter required redress, unbeknownst to them, as they deliberated on seeking accountability. The owner of the wildlife park, Li Tao, was quaking in fear, his legs trembling even more than Qiao Xian's. Despite having a secretary to support him, he collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by dread. "It's over. This is a disaster. The owner of car number who 88888 nearly lost his life in my wildlife park. He could easily strip me of everything. Thankfully, he emerged unscathed. Otherwise, his connections would surely demand my entire family as compensation. Even if he escaped unscathed, the wrath he would unleash was beyond what an ordinary businessman like Li Tao could withstand. If even Qin Feng had suffered broken legs and the richest man had refrained from confronting him, how could he possibly face this impending fury?" Despair echoed in Li Tao's words. In that moment, fleeing abroad was not an option, for all his money was already invested, leaving him with insufficient funds for survival. Thus, he suppressed the urge to escape. After what felt like an eternity, he instructed his secretary notify the finance department to transfer any available funds to the company account. Also, have them contact the bank and prepare for a loan. No matter the cost, we must weather this storm. If they could navigate this crisis, he would then address his staff, ensuring they understood the gravity of the situation when the influential figure stepped out of car, who 88888. Fury erupted from Li Tao as he contemplated the gaping hole his employees had dug for him. Meanwhile, Wang Yang and Qiao Xian remained oblivious to Li Tao's turmoil. Once the vehicle exited the animal activity area, Qiao Xian rushed to confront the driver. "Contact your company's higher-ups. They must come to see us immediately. Today's events demand an explanation. If we do not receive satisfactory answers, I will take this matter to the internet, rallying the public to demand justice." Her anger surged forth, revealing the unyielding spirit of a Northeast woman. Faced with her relentless questioning, the driver felt the weight of anxiety pressing down upon him. Prior to their journey, he had been warned that the passengers were esteemed guests, and he was to ensure their utmost satisfaction. Offending such distinguished guests was not an option. With a look of exasperation, he quickly dialed his superiors in front of Qiao Xian. After the call, he nervously managed a smile, saying, "Our boss is on his way. Please wait a moment. He has instructed me to convey that today's mishap was entirely our fault, and he is willing to accept any punishment, ensuring you receive satisfactory compensation." Upon hearing this, Qiao Xian's anger subsided slightly. She pulled Wang Yang to sit and rest for a moment, but couldn't help but mutter, "Wang Yang, just sit quietly for a bit. I will handle the negotiations with that owner. When it comes to disputes, it is often easier for us women to take the lead. If he does not provide us with a satisfactory resolution, I will ensure he understands the strength of a Northeast woman." Wang Yang observed Qiao Xian taking charge, surprised by her assertiveness. Typically, in such situations, men would assume the role of protector. Earlier in the Tiger Park, Qiao Xian had been at the forefront, and now she was clearly prepared to confront the owner head-on. Wang Yang admired her loyalty and courage, realizing he was witnessing the true essence of a Northeast woman. He thought to himself, had he known that after a few drinks, she would cheerfully proclaim her delight and encourage him to relax, he would have been even more impressed. He decided to observe for now. If she could not resolve the issue, he would intervene, but at that point, the stakes would be far greater than mere compensation. Wang Yang reminded that, allowing Qiao Xian the opportunity to engage with the wildlife park's owner, knowing that this was only a matter of financial restitution. When he intervened, it would be a matter of life and death. Xiao Xin was unaware of Wang Yang's intentions. Seeing him obediently seated without the urge to assert himself was a source of satisfaction for her. She detested men who felt the need to dominate in front of women. Such behavior revealed a fundamental disrespect for femininity. While men could certainly stand up for women, it should be done with their consent, rather than a rush to showcase their own valor. In her view, a man should act as a woman's support, not as a reckless bulldog. Wang Yang's demeanor pleased her immensely. Deeply moved, she swiftly prepared for battle, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the owner of the wildlife park to demonstrate the true fighting spirit of a northeastern girl. At long last, amidst Xiao Xin's furious anticipation, Li Tao, the owner of the wildlife park, approached. Standing at a height of 1.6 meters and weighing 180 pounds, he jogged over, resembling a rolling ball as he reached Wang Yang and Xiao Xin. Breathing heavily, Li Tao, without pausing to catch his breath, immediately bent down to apologize to them. I sincerely apologize for today. It was a mistake on our staff's part to dispatch a vehicle that was due for repairs, causing you both distress. We acknowledge all our faults and will compensate you accordingly. As long as you two can forgive us for this error, we are willing to offer any amount of compensation. His tense voice echoed with urgency. In seeking forgiveness, he had lowered his stance to the utmost degree. However, Xiao Xin had encountered many who spoke beautifully yet hesitated to part with their money when it came time to pay. She suspected that, due to the crowd in the lobby, he merely wished to placate her, fearing that she might disclose the earlier incident and disrupt the park's operations. Once she was lured into his office, she was certain he would reveal a different demeanor. With fierce determination, Xiao Xin fixed her gaze on Li Tao. You speak so eloquently, claiming you are willing to compensate any amount. How about we ask for 10 million? Chapter 69, 5 million each. 10 million. Upon hearing Xiao Xin's demand, Li Tao's heart surged with indescribable joy. He had already instructed the finance department to prepare 30 million in cash. He even had the company's vice president contact the bank. If 30 million were insufficient, he was prepared to secure further loans. He was willing to pay any price to quell Wang Yang and Xiao Xin's fury. The prospect of parting with such a large sum initially felt daunting. Yet now, with Xiao Xin asking for only 10 million, it was nothing short of heavenly news. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have celebrated with firecrackers. Elated, Li Tao eagerly turned to Xiao Xin with a smile. Please provide me with your account number, and I will have the finance department transfer 10 million to you right away. Xiao Xin was taken aback by Li Tao's readiness to comply. This was not the response she had anticipated. In her mind, she envisioned him turning pale and angrily rebuking her for making such an exorbitant demand. She expected to engage in a vigorous debate, ultimately negotiating for a few $100,000 in compensation. Her expectations were modest, as she understood that, although the situation seemed perilous, neither she nor Wang Yang had sustained any injuries, and thus, the compensation could not be substantial. Asking for 10 million was merely a tactic to intimidate Li Tao, making him realize they were not to be trifled with. During negotiations, she believed he would have to offer at least a few $100,000, as anything less would be untenable. To her astonishment, Li Tao not only accepted her demand, but did so without hesitation. For a moment, she found herself speechless, struggling to comprehend the situation. Her rationality could not fathom that a capitalist like Li Tao would generously offer such compensation. Yet, with his words already spoken, she found herself with little to say. Fine, I will provide him with my account number. Let us see what tricks he is up to. Filled with confusion, Xiao Xin turned to Li Tao and recited her bank account number. Upon receiving it, Li Tao immediately relayed the information to the finance department waiting nearby. Transfer 10 million to this account right away, he ordered urgently. After approximately a minute, the finance department sent a message confirming the successful transfer. He then looked at Xiao Xin and said, the money has been sent. Please check your phone for the notification. Xiao Xin, initially stunned by his announcement, suddenly found herself in disbelief when a notification sound from her phone rang out. Opening her phone, she saw the message confirming the deposit of 10 million. Finally realizing that Li Tao had not been deceiving her, he genuinely intended to compensate her. It truly was that easy to receive such a sum. She no longer doubted Li Tao's integrity. It seemed that the near brush with danger had alarmed him. Now, he merely wished to silence them with money to prevent the incident from escalating online and causing the wildlife park to shut down for rectification. With this thought in mind, she turned to Li Tao and said, all right, I have received the money, and we will keep today's events confidential, ensuring your business remains unaffected. However, You must learn from this lesson and conduct a thorough inspection of all tour vehicles to prevent similar incidents in the future. Of course, I will ensure that all tour vehicles are rigorously checked. I will also take immediate action to address the staff and dismiss those who are negligent in their duties, guaranteeing that such occurrences will not happen again. Li Tao repeatedly assured Xiao Exan, his demeanor earnest, as if he were a schoolboy earnestly pledging to a teacher. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that his peripheral gaze was continuously observing Wang Yang. In his mind, only if Wang Yang was appeased would this crisis truly be resolved. Noticing Wang Yang's approving nod as he addressed Xiao Xian, Li Tao understood that the crisis had indeed passed. However, Xiao Xian remained unaware that the exorbitant compensation was entirely due to Wang Yang's influence, believing instead that Li Tao was simply intimidated by the potential disruption to the park's operations. After delivering her reprimand to Li Tao, she promptly turned and pulled Wang Yang away. As they walked, she discreetly confided to him, "The owner of the wildlife park is frightened, which is why he has agreed to pay us so much. Once he realizes what has happened, he may very well regret it. We should leave quickly and find a place to divide the money." Once they had exited the parking lot, Xiao Exan, seated in the passenger seat, quickly retrieved Wang Yang's bank account number from previous transfer records and completed the transfer of 5 million. Looking at Wang Yang, she exclaimed joyfully, 5 million each. We struck it rich today. In times of hardship, we share. In times of fortune, we rejoice together. Though Wang Yang did not particularly need the 5 million, he regarded Xiao Xian's straightforwardness with admiration. While they were not a couple, he resolved to assist her should she encounter trouble in the future. In times of difficulty, he would stand firm. In times of blessing, he would not hoard the fortune for himself. Many men would fail to exhibit such loyalty as Xiao Xian had shown. Unbeknownst to her, her gesture of sharing the money only deepened Wang Yang's respect for her. With the assurance that her bank account now held 5 million more, Xiao Xian was practically bubbling with excitement. While this exuberance might seem somewhat undignified, coming from an ordinary family, she understood she had suddenly become wealthy and deemed it essential to celebrate. Observing that noon was approaching, she eagerly turned to Wang Yang and said, "I know a fantastic barbecue restaurant that serves exquisite food. Although it is a bit pricey, I have refrained from indulging a second time. Now that we have money, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Let us eat heartily and drink well, and not return until we are tipsy." Not returning until tipsy? Wang Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Neither his drinking capacity nor his tolerance was particularly commendable. Last time, the two had indulged excessively, ending up sleeping in the same bed. Had they not been so inebriated, it was likely that events would have taken a different turn. Today, he was genuinely apprehensive about losing control under the influence of alcohol and potentially making a misstep with Xiao Xian. Chapter 70. Another round of intoxication. Xiao Xian observed Wang Yang's silence after she declared that they would not return until they were thoroughly drunk, and her expression soured instantly. "Wang Yang, with my striking looks as a northern beauty, I fear no exploitation even in inebriation. Why do you, a robust man, behave so coyly? It's rather vexing." Xiao Xian's sudden outburst left Wang Yang visibly irritated. As a man, he could hardly tolerate being likened to a timid woman. He then turned to Xiao Xian and proclaimed, "Let us set the navigation. Whoever backs down halfway today shall be deemed a coward." "Agreed," Xiao Xian replied with enthusiasm, immediately activating the car's navigation towards the barbecue restaurant she had chosen. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at the establishment. Unlike the delicate ambience of most eateries in the metropolis, this barbecue joint exuded a rugged charm typical of the North. Near the kitchen, large cuts of meat hung prominently, whole beef and lamb legs, along with various meat strips over a meter long. Diners could request as much as they desired, whether the owner cut it or they did it themselves. The pricing was by the pound. The two ordered eagerly, spending over 300 yuan, including drinks. The total reached a mere 500. One could indulge themselves, but not neglect a friend, right? Xiao Xian, this northern beauty, certainly possessed a touch of the unconventional spirit. Wang Yang couldn't help but admire her more with each passing moment. However, when Xiao Xian poured him a generous glass of unfiltered beer, his admiration waned considerably. She was clearly intent on a night of unrestrained revelry. Wang Yang, feeling the weight of his limitations, swiftly popped a piece of beef into his mouth, knowing that drinking on an empty stomach would lead to quick intoxication. "To fortune today, we must toast," Xiao Xian declared. "To wealth and prosperity, we must drink. To our friendship, Tested through thick and thin, we must raise a glass. Wang Yang, witnessing her exuberance, wore a bittersweet smile. He truly struggled with his alcohol tolerance. Even after training, it had not improved. Previously, he had read tales of heroes who could drink endlessly without a trace of inebriation. It was only after his own training that he understood such narratives were mere fabrications. Reflecting on the tales of the past, he recalled how the white dragon of the journey to the west had lost control after a few drinks, leading to disastrous consequences. It became clear to him that the notion of martial arts enhancing one's alcohol tolerance was utterly absurd. He resolved to concoct a batch of antidotes for future emergencies. With a resigned smile, he repeatedly raised his glass. Xiao Exen, noticing his reluctance, promptly scolded him. Wang Yang, I've said it before, tonight, we drink without worry. Even if I were to get drunk and you took advantage, my character wouldn't lead me to disclose it afterward. We have faced life and death together. Aside from our parents, we are the closest people to each other. Wang Yang, realizing the gravity of her words, ceased his hesitations and decisively lifted his glass. To not returning until we're drunk. Whoever flinches is the coward. With a newfound resolve, Wang Yang was ready to embrace the night. 1 glass, 2 glasses. He no longer pondered the consequences of intoxication and surrendered to the moment. Xiao Xian had already considered him her closest confidant, and to hold back now would be a disservice to their genuine friendship. As they clinked glasses repeatedly, intoxication set in, and Xiao Xian began to unveil thoughts she had long kept buried. Her life was far more intricate than he had imagined. Her father had once been a notorious figure in their locality, and throughout her youth, she had been a formidable presence among her peers, even resorting to violence. However, everything changed in her 3rd year of junior high when her father was imprisoned for his criminal dealings, leaving her mother and siblings to fend for themselves. Her mother transitioned from a socialite to a store owner, barely scraping by to support Xiao Xian and her brother's education, driven by the desire to transform their circumstances. Xiao Xian dedicated herself to her studies, ultimately securing admission to a prestigious university. Yet upon graduating, she realized that earning a substantial living was far more challenging than academic success. While her current salary was decent and sufficient to support her family, it fell short of her dreams of wealth that would elevate her family's status. Just when she believed her aspirations of prosperity were unattainable, fortune smiled upon her with a promotion and an unexpected windfall of 5 million, solidifying her belief that Wang Yang was her lucky star. Wang Yang, you have profoundly altered my life. From now on, do not hesitate to reach out to me for anything. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Fueled by the alcohol, Xiao Xian poured out her heart. However, as she finished her heartfelt confessions, she realized that Wang Yang had already succumbed to drunkenness. His head resting on the table. Look at you, little drinker, you've barely had a sip. Though she too was feeling the effects of the alcohol as she helped him towards the exit. Thud. Upon entering their room, she unceremoniously tossed Wang Yang onto the bed and plopped down beside him. Under the influence of alcohol, she impulsively draped one of his arms over her, nestling against him as if she were his wife. Chapter 71. Why are your eyes closed? As the sun set, painting the clouds in hues of crimson, many gazed in awe at the splendid sight, capturing it with their phones. Yet, while others were finishing their workday, Wang Yang awoke, having slept through the evening. If on waking he were to find a stunning beauty beside him, envy would surely ensue. But at this moment, Wang Yang felt no joy, only confusion. To his bewilderment, he discovered he was once again in bed with Xiao Xian, their bodies entwined intimately. Her attire was disheveled, bearing unmistakable signs of their previous night's antics. Amused yet disconcerted, he internally lamented how he seemed to take advantage of her when he was unaware. His gaze fell upon Xiao Xian, who appeared enchanting and defenseless, stirring within him a sense of restlessness and thirst. He realized that if he continued to gaze upon her, he might not be able to resist the urge to misbehave. Lying on the same bed was entirely due to his intoxication. His consciousness was not sufficiently clear. Now that he had awakened, it seemed rather excessive to take further advantage of Xiao Xian. Wang Yang admonished himself to rise promptly from the bed and prepare to flee. However, his hasty movements inadvertently stirred Xiao Xian from her slumber. As she groggily opened her eyes, she immediately spotted Wang Yang beside her. In her confusion, she reached out to touch his face, curious as to how he had ended up there. "Good morning," she greeted, and Wang Yang was instantly rendered speechless. It was dusk. They must have slept through the afternoon after drinking. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared that nothing untoward had occurred between them. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Xian's smile turned awkward. I may have had a bit too much to drink as well, but it's of no consequence. We merely shared a bed, nothing more. Why do you look at me like that? If anything, it's the women who are at a disadvantage in such situations, not you men. If something had actually happened, you would have been delighted. Xiao Xian explained cautiously. Initially, she felt a bit bashful, but upon realizing the disparity in their genders, her confidence surged. Ultimately, she boldly pointed to her long legs and teased Wang Yang, saying with such a fine figure, "It's only because of drunkenness that you had the chance to touch me. You've certainly hit the jackpot. But don't feel embarrassed. Consider it a sisterly act of kindness. Don't think for a moment that I haven't noticed you stealing glances at me in the office." Wang Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her words. As she had pointed out, her figure was indeed remarkable, and working together, he sometimes found it difficult to avert his gaze. Thankfully, Xiao Xian seemed unconcerned by such matters, displaying a magnanimity that set her apart from other women who, despite dressing provocatively, would vehemently condemn men for merely glancing at them. Xiao Xian was generous and did not regard herself as an outsider. Wang Yang couldn't help but admire Xiao Xian's demeanor, yet his attention was fixated on her perfect long legs, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Xian, who appeared so carefree, was blushing deeply. Beneath that seemingly nonchalant exterior, she was quite nervous. After all, she was still a woman lying in bed with a man's gaze fixed upon her. Not reacting would have been unusual. Flustered, Xiao Xian quickly adjusted her long dress, attempting to cover herself more modestly, once again concealing her exquisite figure. Witnessing this, Wang Yang instinctively expressed a hint of regret, feeling as though he had not yet had his fill of the sight. "Ah, Wang Yang, do you truly wish to touch me? I regard you as a brother. Yet you covet my beauty. Today, I must teach you a lesson, so you understand the consequences of such desires." Seeing Wang Yang's expression of regret, Xiao Xian playfully threatened him and pounced, wrapping her arms around his neck, wanting him to feel her strength. Caught off guard by her sudden assault, Wang Yang's instinctual reflex kicked in. He grasped Xiao Xian's wrist and pressed her down to prevent any further struggle. However, just as he was about to say something, Xiao Xian slowly closed her eyes under his gaze, as if resigned to whatever fate awaited her. Chapter 72. The Overbearing Female CEO. Yang Mi, weren't we just brothers? Why have you closed your eyes? Wang Yang was taken aback to see Xiao Xian, who usually exuded a carefree spirit, now appearing tense and vulnerable. He had no desire for their friendship to transform into something else. Xiao Xian was his only friend, one who had endured both life-threatening trials and the wealth that followed. One woman, Yang Mi, was sufficient for him. Adding another like Tian would be challenging enough, and a bold northeastern girl like Xiao Xian would only complicate matters further. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Wang Yang quickly rose from beside Xiao Xian. The thought of having closed his eyes, anticipating a kiss, made his face flush. Despite her usual bold demeanor, she found it difficult to meet his gaze. Sensing the palpable awkwardness in the room, Wang Yang realized that any word spoken would only worsen the situation, so he swiftly got off the bed. "If you encounter any issues, just give me a call. I can help with anything." With a firm thud, he closed the door behind him, and Xiao Xian exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet, recalling Wang Yang's parting words about his girlfriend waiting for him at home, her expression soured. "Having a girlfriend is such a big deal. Huh? Saying that as if I was pining for you. With legs like mine, I have countless admirers. Just because I don't want a boyfriend doesn't mean I crave men." Xiao Xian grumbled to herself. Yet her mind wandered back to the moment she accidentally touched Wang Yang's well-defined abs. The memory of his rock-hard muscles sent a shiver down her spine, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Clearly, regardless of her outward bravado, she had been stirred by Wang Yang's unintentional allure. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, as he left, Xiao Xian's reaction lingered in her mind. Once he had exited the community, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside had been far too suggestive. Remaining any longer, he feared he might make a grave mistake. After holding back all night, his resolve had faltered. If he continued to stifle himself, he would be unable to control himself in future encounters. Wang Yang, feeling utterly bemused, hailed a taxi to the restaurant where he had lunch and promptly called Yang Mi. His frustration was mounting, and only Yang Mi, his legitimate girlfriend, could help alleviate it. On the other end of the line, Yang Mi was preparing to leave the office. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, she swiftly grasped the underlying message, that her time belonged to him until 11 that evening. Realizing this, a smile of delight spread across Wang Yang's face. Today, Yang was dressed impeccably. She wore a crisp white short-sleeved shirt and a form-fitting black skirt, complete with rimless glasses perched on her nose, exuding an air of authority that transformed her from alluring to a commanding CEO. Yang, noticing Wang Yang's astonishment at her appearance, felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Seated together on the sofa, Wang Yang reflected on the considerable wealth he needed to expend. How long will it take to spend all this money? I want to see you for many days. Wang Yang fell silent at Yang Mi's words. Although he was aware that the Yang family's jewelry business was extraordinarily wealthy, with assets in the hundreds of billions, he was nonetheless taken aback by the 10 billion investment made during their first acquisition trip to Tangchong. It was a stark reminder of his own financial struggles since inheriting his fortune. Having earned a mere few hundred million, acquiring a villa and a car, I find myself uncharacteristically complacent, a mindset of small wealth and contentment that is unworthy of the legacy of the celestialized sect. Perhaps it would be better to journey to Tangchong with Yang, allowing us not only to remain together, but also to seize an opportunity to increase my bank balance. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang gazed tenderly at Yang, who looked reluctant to part ways. He affectionately declared, "Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I shall accompany you to Tangchong tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yang face lit up with joy. "Darling, we'll meet at the airport tomorrow morning," she said, planting a quick kiss on Wang Yang before swiftly exiting the car and hurrying towards the luxurious residence. Wang Yang watched her leave, then proceeded to prepare 3 generous bowls of instant noodles and cut a large plate of marinated beef. Having battled fatigue, he had not even eaten dinner the previous night, leaving him severely drained. Normally someone who eats in moderation, he devoured the simple noodles with an insatiable hunger, akin to one who had not eaten for 3 days. In the living room, Yang parents observed their daughter ravenously consuming her meal, their eyes filled with deep resignation. "That boy Wang Yang is truly excessive, only bringing trouble to our precious daughter, neglecting even her dinner." Yang father seethed, wishing he could confront Wang Yang immediately. In contrast, Yang mother took a more relaxed view. She glanced at her husband and softly reassured him, "Young people are vigorous if he is too busy to eat. It simply indicates that Wang Yang is in good health. Our daughter will only find happiness with him. Unlike you, who at just over 40, seems to decline daily, finishing in mere minutes, unable even to soften instant noodles. What good is that to me?" Yang father, caught off guard by his wife's sudden shift in focus, turned red with embarrassment, feeling the urge to reclaim his former vigor. However, as he gingerly touched his slightly protruding back, his frustration dissipated. "I have an upset stomach. I need to use the restroom," he muttered, quickly retreating. Watching her husband leave, Yang mother sighed with a bittersweet smile and headed towards the bedroom. Unaware of the chaotic conversation her appearance had sparked, Yang lay down and fell asleep within 3 minutes, clearly exhausted from the day's events. Meanwhile, Wang Yang's demeanor was markedly different. After finishing his meal, he settled cross-legged on his bed, beginning his cultivation of the 8-9 profound art. The energy acquired from his inheritance had long been depleted, leaving him reliant on his practice to gradually dismantle barriers and strive for mastery. Cultivation could substitute for sleep, invigorating him for the following day. Thus, in Yang absence, he opted for training. The night slipped away unnoticed. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, Wang Yang awoke not fatigued, but rather more spirited. After breakfast, he headed straight to the airport. Upon arrival, he found Yang waiting for him. Though she was not alone, several company employees accompanied her, including a financial officer, a gem appraiser, and 2 bodyguards. Clearly, Yang parents had confidence in her leading a billion-dollar transaction, supported by a capable team. Despite it being her first time representing the company in Jade acquisition, there was little doubt of success. "Darling, let us set off," Yang beamed, guiding Wang Yang through the airport corridor. Behind them, the members of the Yang Jewelry Company eyed Wang Yang with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the future son-in-law of the conglomerate. Half a day later, as the plane landed, Wang Yang and his companions had just exited the airport when the reception team began waving at them. Once in the car, the reception person reported on recent developments in Tangchong. "Ms. Yang, many jewelers have arrived here to purchase jade, and prices have been continuously rising. All jade merchants are currently withholding sales under the auspices of the Tangchong Chamber of Commerce, artificially inflating prices. Even those jewelers who arrived before us have had no success in acquiring jade from the merchants. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's brows furrowed in concern. Yang Jewelry's acquisitions primarily relied on jade merchants active in various gambling stone markets, as the company needed to purchase jade in large quantities across all price ranges. Relying solely on individual purchases from casual gamblers was impractical given the limited time. Now, with the merchants withholding their stock, she found herself with $1 billion, but unable to spend it. Noticing mi es troublet expresión, Wang Yang afeccionadamente said herche. Do not worry. I'm here for you. Our requirements are modest. We only need to acquire the lower-end jade. As for the mid to high-end jade, I can gamble and sell it directly to you. If those merchants refuse to sell the lower-end jade, I'll simply need to exert myself a bit more and gamble for the stones we need. His voice, though soft, radiated an unshakable confidence. Yang Mi's face brightened with joy upon hearing his words. Having witnessed Wang Yang's gambling prowess, she held no doubt that he would assist her in fulfilling the jade acquisition task. However, Yang Mi's trust in Wang Yang did not extend to the rest of the Yang Jewelry team. Observing how easily he had placated Yang Mi with mere words, they exchanged glances filled with skepticism. They believed that his charm would only serve to manipulate their young executive. Mid to high-end jade will be sold to, and the lower-end jade can be rounded up. It's not as simple as picking a ripe watermelon with a tap, they murmured inwardly. Even seasoned farmers occasionally misjudge their produce. The complexity of jade gambling was magnitudes more challenging. If he boasted now, but failed to deliver later, they would relish the opportunity to see how he would wriggle out of it. The members of Yang Jewelry continued to harbor doubts, their gazes toward Wang Yang reflecting their disapproval and concern for Yang Mi's well-being. If they had not been cautious about openly advising her to maintain distance from him, they would have spoken out long ago. As Wang Yang observed the distrustful stares from the Yang Jewelry team, he merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Their current skepticism would soon transform into admiration once he successfully aided Yang Mi in completing the jade acquisition task. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. Stepping out of the car, Wang Yang was immediately struck by the vibrant scene before him. In the center of the street lay a small plaza, equipped with numerous large jade cutting machines. Along the sides of the street, there were countless stalls, hundreds in total, while a few offered various jade ornaments aimed at tourists. The majority specialized in selling raw jade stones. Many individuals, influenced by the lively atmosphere, lingered at the gambling stone stalls, either watching others gamble or participating themselves. Wang Yang, captivated by the bustling street, felt an irresistible urge to join in the jade gambling himself. However, considering the primary purpose of this journey, he suppressed the restlessness within and turned to Yang Mi, saying, "You should first contact those jade merchants to see if we can procure some low-end jade from them." Yang Mi nodded seriously and immediately called the jade merchants that Yang's Jewelry frequently collaborates with, inquiring whether they could purchase low-end jade. "Young Master Yang, President Chu of the Chamber of Commerce has issued a strict order that no jade merchant is allowed to sell even a single piece of jade. In Tengchong, the Chu family is paramount. Offending them means that even if we have money to earn, we will have none to spend. Young Master Yang, let me share a tip. President Chu is hosting a banquet tonight for all representatives of jewelry companies. If you wish to acquire jade, you can come to the Tengchong Grand Hotel tonight." One after another, the jade merchants on the phone regretfully declined Yang Mi ultimately. They all subtly conveyed to her that if she wished to procure jade, she should attend the banquet hosted by President Chu at the Tengchong Grand Hotel that evening. Clearly, this information was specifically relayed to the merchants by President Chu himself. Otherwise, it would be improbable for each merchant to hint at the same thing. Seeing Yang Mi hang up the phone, her expression grew more troubled, prompting Wang Yang to smile and comfort her. "Do not worry. I will accompany you to the Tengchong Grand Hotel tonight to see what President Chu has in store for you jewelry merchants. For now, let's focus on gambling for stones and aim to secure a few exquisite jade pieces to satisfy your company's demand for high-end jade." Upon hearing Wang Yang's intention to gamble for stones, prioritizing the needs of her company, Yang Mi's face lit up with joy, nodding eagerly as if pecking at grains. "All right, darling, let's gamble for stones this afternoon. We shall conquer." With excitement, Yang Mi immediately pulled Wang Yang to the nearest stone gambling stall. The stall primarily offered two types of jade raw stones: pure gamble jade raw stones and semi-gamble jade raw stones with small openings. Even if a semi-gamble jade raw stone had only a few centimeters of opening, the mere sight of jade would cause its value to soar. Previously, when Wang Yang had little money, he would not even consider such semi-gamble jade raw stones. However, today as he approached the stall, his gaze immediately fell upon those semi-gamble jade raw stones, as they had already undergone preliminary screening. Lacking in capital was no longer a concern. As long as there was sufficient profit, he could procure them. Wang Yang thought to himself, discreetly opening his third eye to examine the condition of the jade. At a glance, he confirmed that these semi-gambled jade raw stones had been specifically selected by masters for opening. The openings were mostly positioned precisely where the jade was located, showcasing the best side of the jade raw stones. The less desirable aspects were conveniently concealed within. If he were to purchase such jade raw stones and extract the jade within, only about 3 out of 10 would yield profit. A small portion of the semi-gambled jade raw stones had poorly placed openings, revealing none of the jade's quality, thus significantly diminishing their value. Some of these raw stones genuinely contained no jade or had poor quality jade. However, a few did contain fine jade, and purchasing them could result in substantial profits. Yet, the quantity of such jade raw stones was exceedingly scarce, as it was evident that the masters hired for the openings were true experts in stone gambling, with a very low error rate. It remained a mystery how these masters could determine, based on the external characteristics of the jade raw stones, where to create the openings. Wang Yang had secretly experimented with the knowledge learned online, observing stone skin, various patterns, and the manifestations of the serpentine band. However, his own conclusions often diverged significantly from the actual internal conditions revealed by his third eye. Fortunately, with his third eye, he could directly see the interior of the jade raw stones, ensuring he never made mistakes in gambling. No matter how skilled others were, they still made numerous errors in judgment. Wang Yang felt a wave of emotion as he identified which semi-gambled jade raw stones would guarantee profit and promptly called over the stall owner to finalize his purchases. This one, and this one, he declared, sweeping his hand to buy 13 jade raw stones. The smallest was the size of a papaya, while the largest was comparable to 2 watermelons. In terms of price, the lowest was 300,000 and the highest reached an astonishing 18 million. Acquiring all 13 raw stones cost Wang Yang a staggering 48 million, having his bank savings. Seeing Wang Yang's extravagant purchase, the owner immediately grinned and arranged for his assistants to help transport the jade raw stones. Soon, the stones were moved to the center of the square, where dozens of stone extraction machines were working tirelessly, none idle. Another unsuspecting buyer had come to extract stones, purchasing several jade raw stones at once, marking him as a super naive buyer. Today alone, over 100 buyers had come to extract stones, with only 3 truly succeeding. The majority faced total losses. Gambling stones was a perilous endeavor. A single cut could lead to either heaven or hell. It was not as easy as making money. Indeed, if it were truly profitable, who would still sell jade raw stones? The owners would be personally gambling instead. A crowd of onlookers murmured, casting scornful and sympathetic glances at Wang Yang. Evidently, no one believed he could profit from such a large-scale purchase of jade raw stones. Chapter 75, Exquisite Heart-Shaped Red Jade. Quickly remove the waste stones. Please invite the next buyer. Excited voices echoed around the square. The atmosphere at the stone extraction site was more vibrant than many evening venues, fueled by the thrill of financial gain. Wang Yang observed a despondent buyer descending from the extraction stage, immediately directing his assistants to move his jade raw stones onto the extraction platform. As Wang Yang prepared to extract the stones, the surrounding onlookers buzzed with excitement. Look, the buyer who purchased over 10 jade raw stones is about to start extracting. They speculated whether he was an exceedingly naive buyer or a true expert in gambling stones. In reality, those buyers who had faced losses were accompanied by stone gambling experts, yet they ultimately ended up with nothing. In the realm of stone gambling, theoretical expertise was of little value. Even those who had once thrived on it could face ruin if they failed to know when to stop. A crowd of people continued to speculate, with scarcely anyone holding faith in Wang Yang. Only Yang Mi, regardless of the surrounding murmurs, gazed at Wang Yang with admiration. You have yet to witness Wang Yang's skills in stone gambling, which is why you dare to question him. Once you see the results of his stone gambling, you will admire him just as I do. With a face full of reverence, Yang Mi watched Wang Yang, eagerly anticipating the reactions of the crowd when he unveiled the jade pieces. Under her adoring gaze, Wang Yang swiftly marked the first jade raw stone. This was a type of jade raw stone from the new mine, known as the Mulyuan Ganmasa jade. According to the experiences of stone gamblers, jade from old mines was more likely to yield jade and generally held greater value. However, despite being from a new mine, the Mulyuan Ganmasa jade was particularly favored by some due to its rich production of violet and red jade, offering the potential for significant gains if lucky. However, in the case of normal green jade, the typical water type generally holds little value. The rough jadeite stone known as Mulanganma Sa, owned by Wang Yang, is valued at merely 800,000, placing it among the lower tier of the jadeite stones he purchased. Nevertheless, Wang Yang chose to select it as his auspicious beginning for this round of stone gambling. Although the jadeite's window did not reveal any jade, Wang Yang's keen intuition sensed the presence of a remarkably large red jade within. This red jade, with its blood-red hue and exquisite clarity, displayed no trace of impurities, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. More importantly, its shape was heart-like, and the jade's patterns were so perfectly arranged that it seemed to pulse with life. An exceptional piece of red jade, such as this, could be appreciated as a natural work of art without the need for any carving. While Wang Yang was uncertain of its exact worth, he understood that it must be extraordinarily valuable. He had no intention of selling it, for since being with Yang Mi, he had yet to present her with any gifts, despite her spending hundreds of thousands on clothing and shoes for him. He wished to gift this unique heart of red jade to Yang Mi as their first token of affection, a fortuitous beginning, a gift for his girlfriend. This was precisely why Wang Yang chose it as the first piece to be cut. After marking the lines on the rough jade, he promptly instructed the cutter to proceed. The cutter, surprised by Wang Yang's lack of intent to polish the stone sides for an initial inspection, raised an eyebrow at such unwavering confidence in his gambling skills, seemingly unwilling to waste a moment. With a sense of awe, the cutter began to follow Wang Yang's marked sections. As the first face of the jade was sliced away, revealing a vast expanse of red, sharp-eyed onlookers gasped in astonishment. The jade had yielded red jade, a rare find of considerable size, likely worth a significant sum. The stakes had risen. The first piece of jade had indeed appreciated. Could this young proprietor be so fortunate? Quick, let us clean it and examine the quality of this red jade. Boss, is this red jade for sale? I am willing to offer a high price. I will bear the ensuing risks, a chorus of voices exclaimed. Yet Wang Yang had already discerned the internal condition of the red jade and had no intention of parting with it at that moment. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he maintained a composed demeanor, observing the cutter meticulously refine the cut surface. As the polishing and cleaning concluded, the quality of the red jade became evident to all. Explanation of quality. Type refers to the internal crystal structure of jadeite. The finer the crystalline particles, the better the quality. Water denotes the jade's transparency. The higher the transparency, the better the quality, categorized from high to low as glass type, ice type, mushy type, and dull type. Upon discerning the quality of the red jade, another wave of gasps erupted. It was nearly transparent, an exquisite glass type. This was a phenomenal increase in value. Quickly, cut the remaining sides to see what they reveal. Excited voices rang out from the crowd. Though the red jade belonged solely to Wang Yang, the onlookers shouted with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they were the owners themselves. The mere act of observing elicited such passion. One could only imagine the fervor had they actually participated in the stone gambling. Wang Yang, deeply moved, signaled for the cutter to continue with the other sides. Receiving his cue, the cutter promptly proceeded to slice the second face. With the buzzing of the cutting machine, the second side was soon revealed to the eager crowd. It's red again, and this side appears entirely crimson. Quickly clean it to assess its quality. The excitement in the square escalated as the onlookers, their faces flushed, shouted in exuberance, seemingly as if they too had become the owners of the red jade. Even Yang Mi, standing beside Wang Yang, was swept up in the excitement, exclaiming with fervor and transforming into a besotted admirer. Yet, Wang Yang remained composed, fixated on the cutter, urging him to expedite the cleaning and cutting of the remaining sides. Acknowledging Wang Yang's request, the cutter began to polish and slice another side of the jade. Soon, the second glass-type red jade was presented once more to the crowd. If all four sides were of glass type, it was unfathomable to consider how much this extraordinary red jade could fetch. I previously suggested that these proprietors consistently incur losses in their stone gambling. It seems they were merely accumulating luck, which has now manifested in Wang Yang. Voices of astonishment echoed throughout. As the crowd's astonishment towards Wang Yang deepened, Yang Mi gazed at him with increasing anticipation, her eyes sparkling as she witnessed the remarkable appreciation of his first jade rough. In a moment of fervor, disregarding the throngs of onlookers, she leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Darling, you are incredible. I adore you." Her admiration for Wang Yang was palpable. Her heart-shaped red jade, yet to be revealed, but her eyes sparkled with affection. With her exuberance, Wang Yang could not help but mentally chide her for her enchanting charm, urging the cutter to continue revealing the stone. The third and fourth sides were soon unveiled, and the entirety of the red jade was laid bare before the crowd. Once the complete form of the red jade was discerned, all present were left speechless, unable to fathom their eyes. This red jade bore an uncanny resemblance to a natural heart, and moments ago, Wang Yang had even felt as if it might be beating. Perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by the interplay of light and the delicate patterns on its surface, which harmoniously created an aesthetic that evoked the sensation of life. A perfect work of art, a wholly natural masterpiece. Even a master carver would struggle to replicate its beauty. One could only imagine its potential selling price. The astonished murmurs resonated through the square as jade merchants began feverishly bidding. 50 million, 70 million, 80 million. Ultimately, a foreign woman, fluent in Mandarin, introduced herself as Jocelyn, the Asian regional president of Kelly Jewelry. On behalf of Kelly Jewelry, I am willing to offer 110 million for your exceptional red jade. Upon hearing the foreign woman's bid, the crowd fell silent, all eyes curiously fixed upon her. Jocelyn stood tall, likely around 1.80 meters. With golden hair and blue eyes, she epitomized the allure of a Western beauty. Her striking features, high cheekbones, and bold red lips radiated an aggressive charm that even many Hollywood actresses would find formidable by comparison. With Jocelyn's offer of 110 million, a hush enveloped the crowd. Clearly, no one was willing to bid higher. Observing the silence, Jocelyn's eyes sparkled with triumph. However, Kelly Jewelry was distinct. As an international jewelry company, it catered to numerous royal clients from smaller nations. Such a rare red jade would undoubtedly attract affluent members of Middle Eastern royalty, willing to pay exorbitant sums, ensuring a substantial profit for Kelly Jewelry. I apologize, but I have no intention of selling this piece of red jade. I plan to gift it to my girlfriend as a token of our love. Wang Yang ignored the gradually unpleasant expression on Jocelyn's face. After completely rejecting her, he promptly picked up the heart-shaped red jade, roughly the size of papaya, and approached Yangmi. Since we have been together, I have yet to present you with a gift. I hope you won't think it's too late for me to offer you this first present. Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to give her such a precious heart-shaped red jade, excitement filled Yangmi's face, and tears of joy streamed down uncontrollably. However, instead of reaching out to take the valuable gift, she opened her arms wide and embraced Wang Yang tightly. It was evident that, in her heart, Wang Yang held far more significance than the heart-shaped jade. Seeing her this way, Wang Yang tenderly wiped away Yangmi's tears before placing the heart-shaped jade in her arms, encouraging her to hold it. Once she had it securely, he released her and continued to draw black lines on the second piece of jadeite, indicating to the cutter how to proceed with the cuts. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the cutter began to slice the second piece of jadeite. Below, Jocelyn watched in astonishment as Wang Yang, after dismissing her, completely ignored her presence. His gaze never once fell upon her, and her eyes widened in surprise. She was acutely aware of her own beauty, knowing that wherever she went, she always captured the attention of men, both abroad and in Xia country. It was the first time she encountered someone capable of completely disregarding her. A master in the art of jade gambling, yet utterly indifferent to her allure. He was indeed an intriguing man. She wondered whether he would continue to unveil exquisite jade. If so, he couldn't possibly gift them all to his little girlfriend, could he? Jocelyn looked at Wang Yang with curiosity, eager to see if she could procure other precious jade from him. Chapter 77, 13 Consecutive Gains. Soon, Wang Yang's second piece of jade was revealed. It was an ordinary ice-type, Zhengyang green jade. Ice-type jade belongs to the second tier, slightly less valuable than glass-type, but still classified as high quality. Zhengyang green holds value beneath the imperial green, comparable to yang green and apple green. Although this jade did not reach the high ice category and contained a small amount of cotton, its vivid green hue ensured a high value. Most importantly, it was substantial, about the size of a watermelon, sufficient to create many bangles. As the jade was cut and cleaned, nearby jade merchants began to frantically bid. 30 million. I bid 30 million for this Zhengyang green jade. 35 million. I offer 35 million. 38 million. I represent Kelly Jewelry with a bid of 40 million. A cacophony of voices continued, and ultimately, it was Jocelyn from Kelly Jewelry who placed the highest bid, suppressing all others. Seeing that no one else was competing, Jocelyn glanced triumphantly at Wang Yang, as if her eyes were saying, "Surely, this time you will sell the jade to me." However, the next moment, Jocelyn was taken aback. Wang Yang directly placed the watermelon-sized ice-type, Zhenyang green jade, at Yang Mi's feet. He then addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang jewelry belongs to my girlfriend's family. The jade I cut will be sold primarily to Yang jewelry. Until their high-quality jade is sufficient, I will not consider selling externally, so please refrain from bidding. Upon hearing Wang Yang's declaration, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Yang Jewelry, a billion-dollar jewelry company, though not particularly famous globally, stood as the pinnacle of jewelry firms in Modu. No wonder he was willing to present such a valuable gift to his girlfriend. She had this level of background. Whispers filled the room as the jade merchants abandoned their aspirations to purchase the jade. Only Jocelyn remained, her expression filled with unwillingness. This was her first time representing the company, or rather, her family's business. Kelly Jewelry was backed by her family. Her youth and position as the Asia regional manager were due to this connection. However, competition within her family was fierce. If she failed to deliver results, someone would surely take her place. A single success might be chalked up to luck. Two could be seen as coincidence. But if he produced exquisite jade 3 times in a row, it would no longer be mere chance. If he truly was a master at jade gambling, even if his girlfriend had Yang Jewelry behind her, she would spare no effort to win him over. Jocelyn's gaze remained fixated on Wang Yang, her eyes brimming with ambition. Unbeknownst to him, his consecutive successes had already made him a target in Jocelyn's sights. As he noted the silence and bids, he promptly sketched black lines on the 3rd piece of jadeite, instructing the cutter to follow his markings. Upon receiving Wang Yang's directions, the cutter and his assistants secured the jadeite. Once the assistants began sprinkling water on the jadeite, they activated the cutting machine to commence work on the 3rd piece. Soon, the 3rd piece of jade emerged, a block of ice-type apple green jade. Although it was smaller than the previous Shenyang green, it still held a value of 20 million. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted with admiration, gasping at the prospect of yet another lucrative gain. This marked his 3rd consecutive profitable jade, prompting speculation about his skills in jade gambling. Even masters have their off days. Tengchong has never lacked skilled jade gamblers, yet those who continually bet eventually faced ruin. As a chorus of awe-filled exclamations surrounded him, some envious individuals secretly wished for Wang Yang to face misfortune, hoping he would squander his earnings from jade gambling. Only Yang Mi and Jocelyn remained unaffected. The former gazed at Wang Yang with increasing affection and admiration, while the latter, like a hunter spotting prey, was filled with greed. Yet Wang Yang remained oblivious to the fact that he had become Jocelyn's target. After the 3rd piece of jade was cut, he placed it at Yang Mi's feet before continuing with the 4th piece of jadeite. Each jadeite piece required at least 20 minutes to cut, with 13 pieces to process. He needed to hurry, lest he be unable to finish by the afternoon. Sighing, Wang Yang reflected on the exhausting nature of earning money, quietly observing the other cutting machines. He hoped to acquire a few more to expedite the cutting of several pieces of jadeite simultaneously. However, his hopes were ultimately dashed. When he arrived, he had fortuitously found an empty spot. Now, following his 3 successful reveals, even a piece worth over 100 million, the excitement among the jade gamblers had reached a fever pitch. Not only were there no idle cutting machines available, but each machine had a queue of eager gamblers waiting. It was clear he wouldn't find another machine that afternoon. Fortunately, there was still time. He should be able to complete all the cuts before 5 o'clock, allowing him to enjoy dinner later. Wang Yang sighed inwardly, silently marking black lines on the remaining jadeite. Once the 4th piece was cut, he directed the cutter to proceed with the 5th piece. One by one, with each jade cut, profits soared. At the very least, the value has doubled. Over the course of 4 weeks, those who initially believed that Wang Yang's success was merely a stroke of luck were left utterly astonished. They understood too well that no one could rely solely on fortune to consistently predict such significant gains. Not a single misjudgment had occurred. He was truly a master in the art of stone gambling. A multitude of discussions ensued, as despite Wang Yang's performance far exceeding their expectations, many were still reluctant to accept that he could continue to profit. Only Jocelyn gazed at Wang Yang with the reverence reserved for a rare treasure, her eyes brimming with avarice. Chapter 78. A tenfold increase, 480 million. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yang exhaled deeply as the final emerald was unveiled. He turned to the members of the Yang Jewelry Company who had arrived that afternoon and instructed them, "Please appraise these emeralds." Given the prevalence of those willing to take risks for money in Tengchong, the value of these emeralds was too high. Leaving them here overnight would only invite unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Wang Yang's directives, the members of Yang Jewelry nodded in agreement. The gem appraisers were tasked with evaluating the value of each emerald while the drivers began arranging for transportation. They were acutely aware that Tengchong, being a border area of the summer country, was not as secure as the inland regions. There were indeed individuals who had committed impulsive crimes for the sake of money. Soon, the gem appraisers reported the prices of the emeralds. At Yang Mi's request, each emerald was assessed at the market's highest valuation. Ultimately, excluding the exceptional red jade, the remaining 12 emeralds were collectively valued at 3.7 billion. Adding the 11 billion for the red jade, it meant that Wang Yang's initial investment of 48 million had surged tenfold. The net profit had reached nearly 300 million. Indeed, in terms of speed of profit, gambling on stones proved to be swifter. While antiquities could also yield substantial returns, they paled in comparison to the stability and rapidity of stone gambling. Wang Yang reflected, observing the transfer of 37 billion to his account from Yang Mi. He resolved that henceforth, collecting antiquities would be a mere hobby. When in need of funds, he would prioritize earning through stone gambling. Both Wang Yang and Yang Mi were elated. The high-end emeralds, valued at 37 billion, had allowed her to exceed her targets. Given the scarcity of high-end emeralds, her parents had set her a goal of merely 1 billion. Now, she only needed to acquire mid to low-end emeralds to complete her procurement task. Beaming with joy, Yang Mi immediately embraced Wang Yang's arm, exclaiming, "Darling, let us wander about and find a place to enjoy some local delicacies from Tengchong. Later this evening, we can head to the Tengchong Grand Hotel and see if we can secure the mid to low-end emeralds we need at the banquet." Wang Yang agreed enthusiastically. There was no shortage of exquisite dining options in the Magic City, and he believed it would be delightful to sample the local specialties. They made their way to the exit of the square, but just as they were about to leave, Jocelyn from Kelly Jewelry suddenly blocked their path. She extended her business card to Wang Yang, stating, "Mr. Wang, here's my card. The Yang Jewelry Company, backed by your girlfriend, primarily deals in mid to low-end emeralds. The demand for high-end emeralds is limited, and they cannot possibly absorb the high-end emeralds you will be gambling for in the coming days. Allow me the opportunity to purchase all the high-end emeralds you acquire tomorrow. I assure you, I will offer you the highest market price." Upon hearing Jocelyn's proposal, a contemplative expression crossed Wang Yang's face. He understood that, as Jocelyn indicated, Yang Jewelry's main market was domestic, focusing on mid to low-end emerald accessories. Although there was some demand for high-end pieces, sales remained limited due to consumer preference for established international brands. Given Wang Yang's output of high-end jade, Yang Jewelry would indeed struggle to absorb them. However, Kelly Jewelry was a different entity altogether. It was a global jewelry giant, a true luxury brand in the jewelry industry. Its clientele included wealthy individuals from around the world, and it could readily accommodate any quantity of high-end emeralds. Understanding this, Wang Yang accepted Jocelyn's business card. "I will notify you by phone tomorrow when I am gambling for stones. The highest bidder will prevail, as there can be no accurate valuation without a bidding process." He preferred an on-site auction where the highest bid would determine the outcome. Jocelyn, noticing Wang Yang's reluctance to grant her exclusive rights, displayed a hint of disappointment. Unfazed by her thoughts, he promptly took Yang Mi's hand and departed, heading towards a well-reviewed local restaurant nearby. As Jocelyn watched Wang Yang leave, her gaze remained unacknowledged. Leaving her feeling vexed, she instinctively lowered her head to check her outfit, questioning whether she had dressed alluringly enough. Sporting a white tank top and ultra-short denim shorts, her ensemble was undoubtedly provocative. The way her figure accentuated her attire was evident, as many men's eyes were drawn to her. Yet, she pondered why Wang Yang's attention had not lingered on her. Was it due to the presence of his girlfriend, compelling him to act as a gentleman? "I will find a moment to be alone with you, and I shall ensure you are ensnared in my designs, assisting me in seizing complete control of Kelly Jewelry." Jocelyn thought as she gazed at Wang Yang's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a fervent determination. However, Wang Yang remained oblivious to her intentions. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wang Yang and Yang Mi quickly ordered a table full of local specialties. After dining and allowing their meal to settle, they arrived at the Tengchong Grand Hotel around 8 o'clock. At that moment, the Emerald Hall was bustling with jewelers from outside the area, including Jocelyn, whom they had encountered earlier. These jewelers, familiar with one another, huddled together to quietly discuss the purpose behind Chairman Chu's gathering of the group. "I have received a tip-off that Chairman Chu and his family intend to monopolize the sale of emeralds. meaning we will only be able to purchase from them in the future, one jeweler remarked. If that were all, it would be manageable. But I have also heard that he plans to take a service fee of 10% from each transaction. With such a high fee, how much profit can we possibly retain? The jewelers expressed their concerns, clearly unsettled by the prospect of exorbitant service fees imposed by the Chu family. Just as their discussions grew animated, a tall young man in traditional attire, flanked by a group of admirers, entered the hall. The jewelers, who had been chattering moments before, fell silent in unison. The young man was none other than Chu Lanshan, the newly appointed president of the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce. As Chu Lanshan surveyed the room, a satisfied smile spread across his face upon seeing the attendees greet him with cheer, regardless of their private conversations. Just as he was about to take the stage to announce the purpose of the evening's gathering, his gaze suddenly fixated on Yang Mi, who stood beside Wang Yang. Chapter 79. Chu Lanshan of the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce. Chu Lanshan's reputation for being a lecher was well known. In the circles of the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce and among jewelers, it was common knowledge that to gain his favor, one must present beautiful women as a way to curry his attention. Observing the delight on his face as he regarded Yang Mi, those familiar with him quickly grasped that she had caught his eye. Although Wang Yang was unfamiliar with Chu Lanshan's temperament, he instinctively felt displeased when he noticed Chu Lanshan's gaze, filled with surprise and greed, landing upon Yang Mi. Without hesitation, he stepped in front of Yang Mi, effectively blocking Chu Lanshan's view. As Wang Yang positioned himself before her, Chu Lanshan's brows furrowed slightly. How petty. Merely a glance, and he cannot endure it. If I were to claim her, he would surely be incensed. Chu Lanshan mused, dismissing Wang Yang's obstruction from his mind. This was Tongcheng, the stronghold of the Chu family. Here, there was no woman he could not conquer. He did not believe that Yang Mi, who had appeared at the Jade Hall and clearly had intentions, would be beyond his reach. No rush. Let me first attend to the matter at hand. Suppressing his desires, Chu Lanshan strode to the stage. Once he stood upon the jade platform and grasped the microphone, the crowd fell silent. Observing the hush that enveloped the assembly, Chu Lanshan spoke with satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, on my way here, I caught wind of a rumor that I would take a 10% service fee from your transactions with jade merchants. I wish to clarify that this is entirely unfounded. My heart is not so dark, nor is that of the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce. We shall only take a 1% service fee for each transaction. However, this fee is not without merit. We will ensure absolute fairness in these dealings. Should anyone dare to bypass the chamber for private transactions, be they jade merchants or jewelers, they shall find themselves barred from Tongcheng henceforth. Upon hearing that the service fee was merely 1%, rather than the rumored 10, many in the Jade Hall visibly relaxed. A 1% fee was not unacceptable. With the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce facilitating transactions and ensuring security, this cost seemed reasonable. They contemplated that while a 1% fee would slightly diminish their profits, it was still manageable. The jewelers engaged in hushed discussions, ultimately deciding to acquiesce to Chu Lanshan's arrangements. Observing their deliberations, Chu Lanshan's face broke into a triumphant smile. The rumor of a 10% service fee was a tactic he had deliberately spread to corner the merchants into a position of desperation, only to subsequently reveal the 1% fee, prompting swift acceptance. Had he announced the 1% fee directly, the merchants would have found it hard to agree. It is worth noting that the annual jade trade in Tongcheng amounts to an astonishing sum, often exceeding several trillion. A 1% service fee could yield the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce tens of billions annually. Such steady income would be unfathomable. Yet, money was but one aspect. More importantly, the Tongcheng Chamber of Commerce would firmly grasp the lifeblood of jade merchants and jewelers, solidifying the Chu family's position. Filled with self-satisfaction, Chu Lanshan addressed the crowd. Since there are no objections to my arrangements, please proceed to my secretary to register. Accurately state the quantity of jade you require, and we will arrange merchants to fulfill your needs in one go, sparing you the time of searching for jade merchants individually. Upon hearing this, several smaller jewelers promptly approached Chu Lanshan's secretary to convey their needs. Larger jewelers, though reluctant, shared a wry smile and also approached the secretary to register their procurement requirements. Yang Mi, observing the proceedings, promptly pulled Wang Yang over to register. On stage, Chu Lanshan watched Yang Mi approach the secretary, a glimmer of greedy delight flickering in his eyes. Now that she had registered, she was clearly in need of my assistance. Merchants are driven by profit. With her dependence on me established, securing her would pose no difficulty. Chu Lanshan, brimming with excitement, positioned himself confidently before Wang Yang and Yang Mi as they prepared to depart. He entirely disregarded Wang Yang, who was linked to Yang Mi, and addressed her with a self-assured smile. "Beautiful lady, might I be so fortunate as to obtain your contact information?" Despite being the president of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce, who could easily obtain Yang Mi's registered phone number from his secretary, he deliberately sought her contact in front of Wang Yang. He intended to assert his claim over her, signaling to Wang Yang that she had caught his eye. More importantly, he was convinced that a woman seeking to purchase jade would not dare to refuse his request for her number. To his surprise, Yang Mi resolutely replied, "I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. He doesn't like me having too many contacts with other men, so I cannot provide you with Mr. Chu's number." Chu Lanshan's expression darkened immediately upon receiving her outright refusal. He had never anticipated that a woman in need of jade would possess the audacity to reject him. Clearly, she was too young to comprehend the unspoken rules of the business world, yet she dared to decline my request. Nevertheless, it mattered not. When she finds herself unable to procure jade and faces obstacles, she will learn how to confront me. Though she withholds her phone number now, she will eventually come to me, eager to redeem herself and cater to my whims. As Chu Lanshan suppressed his rising anger, he forced a smile upon his somber face, gazing at Yang Mi and saying, "Very well, that is indeed a pity. However, I believe there is a connection between us. It is only a matter of time before I acquire your number." With that, he turned and walked with a darkened expression towards his secretary. Upon seeing the name and number Yang Mi had left with the secretary, he scowled and instructed, "This Yang Mi of Yang's jewelry lacks sufficient qualifications. Further investigation is required. Notify all jade merchants that until I give my approval, no one is to engage in private transactions with her." Chapter 80. Yang's jewelry is blacklisted. The secretary, upon hearing Wang Yang's orders, nodded vigorously. After Chu Lanshan departed, he began contacting the jade merchants to relay his commands. Although these merchants were unaware of how Yang's jewelry had offended Chu Lanshan, they nonetheless expressed over the phone their absolute refusal to engage in any transactions with Yang's jewelry. Yet, Yang Mi remained oblivious to all of this. After leaving the Tengchong Grand Hotel, she took Wang Yang's hand and strolled along the street. Although the peak time for stone gambling was at night, and Wang Yang could have potentially earned billions with his clairvoyant abilities, he suppressed his desire for profit and accompanied Yang Mi as they leisurely wandered outside. The couple, akin to freshly graduated university students, held hands aimlessly as they meandered about. Whenever they encountered enticing street food, they would stop to sample a portion. When faced with picturesque sights, they embraced and captured sweet moments in photographs. However, Wang Yang remained unaware that as Yang Mi selected 9 photos to create a grid, she discreetly blocked Tian for viewing them before posting them on her social media. Though she was Wang Yang's only girlfriend, proudly holding the title of his legitimate partner, she was nonetheless terrified of Tian. Despite Tian being her closest confidant, she had grown too fearful to meet her in person. Now, even as she showcased her affection online, she felt compelled to shield Tian from seeing it. Despite being the legitimate girlfriend, she lived like a mistress, a rarity in the entire nation. Even when she cautiously posted on social media, afraid to let Tian see, Yang Mi's face radiated joy. Clearly, as long as she could be with Wang Yang, even if it meant indulging in a clandestine relationship, she was content. However, while the two were blissfully wandering around, admiring the nightscape of Tengchong, Yang Mi's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed the driver's number. A look of confusion filled her eyes as she regarded the incoming call. The driver, who acted as Yang Mi's half-assistant in Tengchong, was typically discreet and would not call her at night under normal circumstances. Why would he be calling me at this hour? Curiosity piqued, she answered the call. Immediately, the driver's anxious voice came through. "Miss Yang, I just received alarming news. President Chu of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce has announced that all jade merchants are prohibited from trading with us." The Chu family, behind President Chu, was the most entrenched power in Tengchong, having held sway for over a century. Without persuading President Chu to retract his statement, acquiring a single piece of jade would be impossible. They would have to rely solely on their luck. Clearly, the driver was a competent employee. Having gathered intelligence prior to arriving in Tengchong, he had successfully established a channel to receive news about the targeting of Yang's jewelry. Upon hearing the driver's report, Yang Mi's brow furrowed deeply. "I understand. I will find a way to resolve this." Seemingly calm, she reassured the driver, but once the call ended, her expression grew even more troubled. She was acutely aware of the reason behind Chu Lanshan's animosity towards Yang's jewelry. Having merely refused to provide him with her phone number, he retaliated by demanding all jade merchants to shun them. Anger and grievance filled her as she cast a pitiful glance towards Wang Yang for assistance. Seeing her pout and her cheeks puffed in indignation, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her lovely, collagen-rich face. Yang Mi, feeling neglected as Wang Yang jested instead of offering solutions, instinctively opened her mouth to bite at his hand. Of course, she couldn't bring herself to bite down hard. Instead, she playfully nibbled, flashing her adorable, pearly white teeth at him in a mock display of defiance. How can I make that Chu Lanshan relent? Do I need to buy him a gift to apologize? Wang Yang, witnessing Yang Mi's not the readiness to apologize to Chu Lanshan, ceased his playful antics and began to explain earnestly. His underlying intention is to make you submit to him. He desires to possess you. Unless you are willing to offer yourself to him, he will not allow those jade merchants to collaborate with Yang's jewelry. Due to her congenital heart condition, Yang Mi had been well protected by her parents and had little exposure to the sordid realities of the world. Thus, she had failed to grasp the blatant implications of Chu Lanshan's intentions. However, while she may have been inexperienced, she was not foolish. Upon hearing Wang Yang's analysis, the sinister nature of Chu Lanshan's desires became clear to her. The very thought of him wanting to exploit her sent her into a rage. He must be dreaming. Even if Yang's jewelry cannot procure a single piece of jade starting tomorrow, I will not allow him to lay a finger on me. I am your woman, Wang Yang, and I will not let any other man touch me. As she raged, Yang Mi instinctively flailed her arms in frustration. At that moment, had Chu Lanshan been in front of her, her fiery temperament might have led her to scratch his face without a second thought. Wang Yang chuckled at her resemblance to an angry little cat. While laughing, he comforted her, "Do not worry. Chu Lanshan does not wield absolute power in Tingchong. At most, he can deter those jade merchants from working with Yang's jewelry, but he cannot prevent us from gambling on stones. Starting tomorrow, I will put in extra effort to search for not only high-quality jade, but also ordinary jade. I will ensure that when we leave Tingchong, your 10 billion is fully converted into jade, fulfilling the task entrusted to you by your parents." Upon hearing that Wang Yang planned to personally take action to secure lower-end jade for her, Yang Mi's admiration for him blossomed even further. With a burst of affection, she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his lips in the middle of the street. Only when their breaths grew hurried did she release him, smiling contentedly. "Darling, I am so glad you came to Tingchong with me. Without you, I would have returned empty-handed. But now, it's different. Chu Lanshan's schemes against me will be of no consequence. I look forward to seeing his face when he realizes how grim his situation has become." Chapter 81. Gambling on stones, sweeping the stock? Just a fly. Why bother with his expression? If he stops harassing you, that would suffice. If he persists in his foolishness, I will ensure he never harbors any intentions towards women again. Wang Yang reassured Yang Mi with a gentle smile, though a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. To the average person, Chu Lanshan was indeed a towering figure, particularly in the Tingchong region, where few dared to provoke him. Yet in Wang Yang's eyes, he was merely a slightly larger fly. Should he foolishly continue to provoke him, Wang Yang could effortlessly swat him away. A fly that could be easily dispatched was hardly worth Wang Yang's concern. Asia mi observet Wang Yang's jomunding demianor. Her heart surged with overwhelming affection, unable to contain itself any longer. Let us rest. Upon hearing Yang Mi's request, Wang Yang promptly hailed a cab and relayed the hotel address. Night passed by unnoticed. The following day, after breakfast, the couple arrived at the Jade Square. Although it was barely past 8 in the morning, numerous tourists were already selecting jade stones. Many were discussing Wang Yang's gambling exploits from the previous day, where he had successfully gambled on 13 pieces of jade in succession, inspiring a wave of envy among onlookers who dreamed of achieving similar fortunes. Listening to their chatter, Wang Yang felt a pang of sympathy. He understood just how slim the odds were of striking it rich with jade stones. These individuals clearly lacked the necessary skills for gambling and were relying solely on luck. Many seasoned gamblers had lost everything over time, without a change in mindset. The majority of these hopefuls were destined for ruin. Yet, even with this realization, Wang Yang chose not to offer any warnings. The path they chose was theirs to bear, and the consequences of their losses were lessons they must learn. Wang Yang was never one to play the role of a saint. He could only care for those close to him. Pondering these thoughts, he quickly contacted the employees of Yang's jewelry and soon arrived at a sizable gambling stall. This stall was notably expansive, stretching over 30 meters long and several meters wide. Among the stalls in the vicinity of Jade Square, this one was undoubtedly among the largest. Upon entering, Wang Yang briefly briefed the employees of Yang's Jewelry and then activated his inner vision to examine the jade stones available. This time, he was not solely focused on high-value jade, but was also determined not to overlook mid-range and low-end jade. For high-end jadeite, his primary objective remains profit. However, for mid-range and low-end jadeite, profit is not his main goal. He does not meticulously select one piece at a time. Rather, he scans a whole area with his eyes. He assesses the jadeite rough stones in his mind. As long as he is certain that he will not incur losses after cutting these jadeite rough stones, he will purchase the entire lot without hesitation. In Chapter 82, he declares, "I want this one, and this one," as he surveys the area. He selectively chooses the jadeite rough stones that have surged in value, whether they are partially or fully gambled rough stones. He spares no effort in acquiring those that have seen significant price increases, with values ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, including one valued at 30 million. In one fell swoop, he spends 80 million to acquire over 20 jadeite rough stones. Next, his gaze shifts to the cheaper jadeite rough stones. Unlike the high-priced stones, which are displayed individually with considerable spacing, these inexpensive stones, the largest of which are merely the size of few fists, are piled together. Their values range from 500 to a few thousand, with only a rare few exceeding 50,000. Typically, buyers scrutinize each stone with a flashlight to assess the likelihood of jadeite emergence, purchasing the ones they find satisfactory for cutting with a small machine. However, this time, Wang Yang deviates from the norm. He has already examined the ordinary jadeite rough stones with his keen insight. Regrettably, none of these ordinary stones possess exceptional jadeite. The probability of high-quality jade emerging from ordinary rough stones is indeed quite low. It is also possible that the visually appealing low-priced jadeite stones have already been cut by the owner himself, leaving no exceptional specimens among them. Wang Yang reflects on this disheartening reality and promptly points to the selected piles of jadeite rough stones, announcing, "I want all of these 7 piles. Please calculate the total price for me." The vendor, taken aback by Wang Yang's sudden decision to purchase 7 piles of jadeite rough stones, finds himself in disbelief. Having been an agent for a certain old mine in Myanmar for over 30 years, he has encountered all types of high-stakes buyers. But never has he seen someone like Wang Yang, who purchases jadeite rough stones in such quantities. The vendor's shock is mirrored by the astonished expressions of the other tourists selecting jadeite rough stones, many of whom find it hard to believe their eyes. They have only heard of lottery tickets being purchased in bulk. Witnessing someone buy jadeite rough stones in such large piles is unprecedented. Just moments ago, they thought Wang Yang was a skilled gambler, but now it seems he is merely a high-stakes player. The jadeite gambling world is fraught with peril, and the greater the risk, the more unpredictable the outcome, increasing the chances of severe losses. A crowd of tourists murmurs among themselves, deeming Wang Yang's gamble excessively reckless, and none of them hold a favorable opinion of him. Yet, Wang Yang pays no heed to their chatter, fixating instead on the vendor and urging him to quickly calculate the price for those 7 piles of jadeite rough stones. Responding to Wang Yang's insistence, the vendor grabs a calculator and begins to input the numbers rapidly. However, the quantity of those 7 piles is indeed substantial, causing the calculator to nearly overheat. After a lengthy 10 minutes, the vendor finally announces the total for these 7 piles of jadeite rough stones is 30 million, including the 23 previously selected stones. The grand total amounts to 110 million. The vendor gazes at Wang Yang, his face brimming with eagerness to please. 110 million means Wang Yang has nearly purchased a quarter of his jadeite rough stones. Little does the vendor know that Wang Yang has effectively cleared out the premium jadeite, which will surely diminish his future sales and affect his business, dampening his current elation. Observing the vendor's delight, Wang Yang refrains from further conversation and promptly completes the payment via QR code. Once everything is settled, he turns to the representatives from Yang's Jewelry and instructs them, "You are responsible for cutting these smaller jadeite rough stones here. Have the vendor prepare several small polishing machines so that we can aim to cut all these smaller jadeite rough stones by this morning. I will take Yang Mi to the square to cut the larger jadeite rough stones." Upon hearing Wang Yang's directives, the representatives from Yang's Jewelry nod in agreement. Having witnessed Wang Yang's prowess in jadeite gambling, they have developed a sense of admiration for him and are ready to follow his instructions without question. After giving them his orders, Wang Yang departs the vendor's stall with Yang Mi, heading towards the jadeite square. He aims to secure several cutting machines while the crowd is still sparse, ensuring that the master cutters can work quickly. Otherwise, with only a morning at their disposal, it may be impossible to cut all 20 to 30 jadeite rough stones. However, he underestimates the enthusiasm for jadeite gambling among the people. Following his remarkable feat of acquiring 13 jadeite rough stones yesterday, the tourists' excitement for gambling has been ignited. Although the hour is still early, only 3 large cutting machines remain available in the square. If Wang Yang delays any longer, he may find himself waiting in line. How can so many people be so unafraid of losses? After today, many will likely suffer significant setbacks, making future gamblers more cautious. Wang Yang reflects on this, promptly directing the staff at the gambling stall to assist him in moving the jadeite rough stones beneath the 3 large cutting machines. He then marks the cutting lines on the stones, preparing to cut 3 jadeite rough stones simultaneously. As onlookers notice Wang Yang's unusual actions, many instinctively turn their attention to him. Upon recognizing him, several cannot help but express their astonishment. It is the same skilled jadeite gambler who acquired 13 rough stones in one go yesterday, and now he is preparing to cut jadeite rough stones again. This time, he occupies 3 large cutting machines. Does he intend to cut 3 jadeite rough stones at once? This seems improbable, having lived in Tungchong for decades. I have never seen anyone simultaneously cut multiple jadeite rough stones. Even the renowned jadeite kings must focus intently during the cutting process, adjusting their strategies based on the results. Can he truly manage to cut 3 jadeite rough stones at once without becoming overwhelmed? A chorus of speculation fills the air as, despite Wang Yang's impressive performance, the crowd's gaze remains tinged with skepticism. In Chapter 83, Jocelyn, the big prize, Wang Yang listens to the murmurs below, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. This is the nature of people. They are quick to dismiss what they cannot achieve themselves, yet when others accomplish what they could not, they swiftly transition from skepticism to blind admiration. Just as yesterday, when Wang Yang brought in 13 jadeite rough stones at once, many secretly mocked him as a likely victim of fate. Yet in the end, their envious gazes transformed into awe, revering him as a figure of near divinity. They are like this. Today, these spectators will be no different, ultimately venerating Wang Yang as a deity in the realm of jadeite gambling. Ignoring the chatter around him, Wang Yang swiftly marks the cutting lines on the 3 jadeite rough stones, calling the 3 master cutters to him to begin issuing his instructions. The black lines have been meticulously drawn, and you are to cut directly along these lines. Once the jade is extracted, proceed to polish the surface gradually. Then move on to the next side without seeking my approval. Wang Yang, with utmost seriousness, instructed the 3 master cutters. Upon hearing his directives, the trio nodded vigorously. Once the 3 jade raw stones were placed beneath the large cutting machine, water was sprinkled, and they were secured in place. Soon, the preparations were completed, and the 3 masters activated the cutting machine, slicing the jade raw stones along the lines Wang Yang had previously drawn. A low hum filled the air as the 3 machines roared to life, prompting excited shouts from onlookers. The young owner who had successfully gambled on 13 pieces yesterday was at it again. Today's owner was even more audacious, bringing over 20 jade raw stones and simultaneously cutting 3 of them. Whether this was sheer confidence or a testament to his formidable gambling skills, it was audacious nonetheless. Whispers rippled through the crowd as some who initially planned to purchase jade raw stones for gambling halted their steps, drawn in by curiosity to gather near the square and watch the cutting unfold. Soon, keen eyes let out piercing shrieks of excitement. The central piece of jade revealed its green hue, and the adjacent stones also showcased vast areas of green. All 3 stones were a gamble that paid off, affirming that the young owner was not merely lucky yesterday, but indeed possessed a true talent for gambling on jade. A cacophony of cheers erupted, transforming the crowd's skepticism into admiration for Wang Yang. Their gazes revered him as one would a deity, mirroring the fervor of yesterday's spectators. Yet, whether they mocked or admired, Wang Yang remained indifferent, focused solely on marking the remaining jade stones, eager to delineate all necessary cutting lines. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Before the 3 jade raw stones were fully revealed, Wang Yang had already sketched the lines for 13 stones. With a sigh of relief, he took out his phone and sent a message to Jocelyn, inviting her to the Jade Square to prepare for purchasing jade. Although he harbored no particular feelings for her, Jocelyn was wealthy. To achieve high prices for jade, it was best to have the jade merchants bid competitively at the site. The more bidders present, the higher the selling price. Thus, while he declined to sell to Jocelyn outright, he nonetheless desired her presence for the auction. At the hotel, Jocelyn received Wang Yang's message, a smile illuminating her face. She promptly instructed her driver to take her to the Jade Square, which was quite close to her hotel. Upon her arrival, she coincidentally witnessed the cutting of the 3 jade pieces. Each was the size of a watermelon, showcasing ice-type Zhengyang green jade. Although they were not the exquisite glass-type imperial green, their impressive size classified them as small masterpieces. As Jocelyn arrived, numerous jade merchants were already bidding on the 3 pieces. The bundle price had surged to 46 million. Listening to the bids, Jocelyn assessed the 3 jades with a discerning eye before confidently declaring, "I bid 50 million." With her offer, a hush fell over the crowd. This price allowed her, as a representative of an international jewelry group, sufficient profit margin. The jade merchants, recognizing the lack of profit in further bidding, hesitated to continue. Wang Yang observed Jocelyn's bid, noting it was 4 million higher than the next highest offer, and a smile crept across his face. Indeed, this affluent woman was the wealthiest among them. A simple message had garnered an additional 4 million. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. Sensing no one would counter her bid, Wang Yang turned to Jocelyn with a smile, declaring deal. Upon hearing this, Jocelyn wasted no time, stepping beside him to transfer the 50 million immediately. After completing the transaction, she waved her hand, and 2 burly men approached to carry away the 3 jade pieces. However, she did not depart. Instead, she remained close to Wang Yang. "Mr. Wang, I intend to bid on all the jade raw stones you cut next. I wish to demonstrate my sincerity. I hope to establish a long-term partnership with you. In the future, any high-end jade your girlfriend cannot use, I shall gladly take." Jocelyn stated, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Having encountered numerous jade gambling experts, including a former Jade King supported by Kelly Jewelry, she had never witnessed anyone as infallible as Wang Yang. Her intuition told her that securing Wang Yang would give her a competitive edge in her family's endeavors. Today, to prove her sincerity, she was determined to acquire all of Wang Yang's jade, even at a loss. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, Jocelyn had resolved to treat him as a prized asset. His focus remained elsewhere, however, as he sensed a hostile gaze directed at him. This gaze was laden with malice, perceptible even from a considerable distance. Following the source of this hostility, he soon spotted Chu Lanshan, surrounded by a throng as he entered the Jade Square, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. However, upon seeing Wang Yang simultaneously gamble on 3 jade raw stones and profit 50 million, his face darkened considerably. Chapter 84, My Woman, I Protect Her. So, he is also a gambling expert. No wonder he managed to win over Yangmi. Yet so what? One's energy is finite. Even if one is a gambling master, how many pieces of jade can one extract in a day? Yang jewelry requires a substantial supply of mid-range and low-end jade. Even if he were to work himself to the bone, it would be impossible for one person to procure that much jade. In the end, Yangmi would still seek my assistance, and at that point, she would be entirely within my grasp. Chu Lanshan glared at Wang Yang, his malice undisguised. Even upon realizing Wang Yang had spotted him, his gaze remained fiercely fixed on him. He strode towards Wang Yang and Yangmi with determination, arriving directly before them. "Ms. Yang," he said, his eyes glinting with greed, "this year's jade yield in Tengchong is somewhat insufficient and must be prioritized for those jewelry companies that primarily source from Tengchong. Your Yang jewelry, while not insignificant in scale, does not exclusively rely on Tengchong for jade procurement, thus placing it lower on the allocation list. If we reach your turn, the jade merchants may have already sold out their purchases for the year, requiring you to return next year to procure jade." Wang Yang watched as Chu Lanshan exerted pressure on Yangmi, clearly attempting to manipulate her. Disdain flooded his eyes. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around Yangmi's waist, fixing a cold, piercing gaze on Chu Lanshan. "Yangmi is my woman. I will handle the jade she needs. You need not concern yourself with it." "Yes, my husband will take care of it," Yangmi affirmed, nodding in agreement, utterly unfazed by Chu Lanshan's threats. Chu Lanshan stood dumbfounded at the sight of Wang Yang and Yangmi's defiance. This was not the script he had anticipated. In the script he crafted, Yangmi was meant to be in a state of panic after hearing his words. However, to his dismay, Yangmi appeared completely unfazed by his threats. It was evident that she underestimated the formidable challenge of relying solely on one person to gamble for a significant amount of jade, leading her to blindly trust the man beside her. Once she comprehends the impossibility of achieving substantial mid-range jade through her own efforts, she will undoubtedly panic. Only then will she realize that fulfilling the company's jade procurement task necessitates my assistance, rendering her entirely at my mercy. With this thought, Chu Lanshan suppressed his growing irritation and cast a seemingly suave smile at Yang Mi Ms. Yang. You may not realize the vast number of jade stones required to procure the large quantity you seek. If one were to rely solely on an individual to gamble for jade, it would conservatively take over a year. It was evident that Chu Lanshan had meticulously researched Yang Mi's background to formulate such a targeted threat, just as he believed he had her firmly in his grasp. Yang Mi's response left him utterly stunned. With a look of disdain, she retorted, "My husband has assured me that he will handle all the jade procurement. Why are you still here rambling? It's truly annoying. You may leave now. Do not disturb my girlfriend's mood." Wang Yang, observing the unyielding Chu Lanshan, felt his expression grow cold. Had it not been for the throngs of people at the jade market, he would have resorted to forcibly expelling Chu Lanshan. Yet, even without physical confrontation, the palpable tension between the two men made it clear that Chu Lanshan could no longer remain in the vicinity, especially under the watchful eyes of many. As the president of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce, lingering in such a manner would only tarnish his reputation and standing in the community. Very well, I shall remain here for the duration. I am eager to witness how you will manage to gather so much mid-range jade without my assistance, Chu Lanshan declared with a grim countenance, leading the members of the chamber away from the jade market. He intended to survey the entire street before gradually applying pressure on Yang Mi. Although his previous two threats had yielded no tangible results, he remained convinced that Wang Yang could not possibly procure the jade required by Yang's jewelry on his own. Yang Mi was merely too naive to grasp this reality. Once she comprehended the situation, she would inevitably seek his help, and at that moment, he would have complete control over her. Humph, when you come begging for my assistance, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of repeatedly rejecting me. Not only will I take you to a hotel before your boyfriend, but I will also leave my mark upon you, ensuring that you never forget me. I shall become your nightmare, an indelible specter in your life. Countless sinister thoughts surged within Chu Lanshan's mind. The repeated rejections from Yang Mi had twisted his expression into one of rage. Yesterday, he had desired Yang Mi merely for her beauty. Now, he was willing to go to any lengths to possess her purely out of vengeance for the humiliation she had inflicted upon him. The prospect of soon conquering Yang Mi filled him with a perverse sense of joy, and a smile crept across his distorted face. However, this fleeting satisfaction lasted scarcely a minute. A moment later, he and his entourage arrived at the booth where Yang's jewelry was stationed. There, the employees of Yang's jewelry, along with the stall owner and assistants, were fervently polishing and cutting jade stones. Sporadically, exclamations of astonishment filled the air. I've struck it rich. Out of this batch of 100 jade stones, 71 have increased in value. What incredible win rate! The jubilant voices of the Yang's jewelry team echoed around them, absorbed in their excitement and oblivious to Chu Lanshan's increasingly dark expression, which loomed like an unfathomable abyss. Chapter 85. Employing underhanded tactics, Chu Lanshan's countenance darkened like a storm cloud. Observing his demeanor, the members of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce grew anxious, discreetly distancing themselves from him. Though Chu Lanshan exuded an air of refinement and elegance, only his subordinates understood the depths of his volatile temperament. Some even suspected him of harboring severe psychological issues. Yet, given the power of the Chu family in Tengchong, no one dared voice such concerns openly. Instead, they silently continued their work, striving to avoid provoking him. As they witnessed the brewing storm within Chu Lanshan, a realization dawned upon them. Someone was bound to suffer the consequences. They hoped they would not be caught in the crossfire. The woman from Yang's jewelry and her boyfriend were fated for disaster. Previously, a couple of tourists had incited Chu Lanshan's ire, and the man had met with a fatal accident, while the woman was said to have been driven to madness, now confined in a psychiatric institution. As the crowd whispered among themselves, curious about how Chu Lanshan would retaliate against Yang Mi and Wang Yang, he summoned the stall owner with a wave of his hand. How long did that Wang Yang spend selecting jade stones at your booth today? Chu Lanshan inquired, his expression darkening further. His words held the power to determine the stall's fate. Without hesitation, the stall owner recounted Wang Yang's selection process, detailing how he had merely taken a swift tour around the booth, spending no more than 5 minutes. He had chosen over 20 high-end jade stones and had pointed out 7 piles of ordinary jade stones, purchasing them all in one go. Chu Lanshan's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the stall owner's account. As a native of Tengchong, he had witnessed countless individuals gamble on jade, including renowned masters of the craft. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as swift and decisive in selecting jade stones as Wang Yang. With a grave expression, he asked the stall owner, were the increase rates for those 7 piles of jade stones truly as high as others have claimed? The stall owner nodded vigorously. Of the 7 piles, 4 profitable. The remaining 3, while not yielding a profit, still break even at current jade values. Chu Lanshan's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. He realized that his conventional threats had lost their efficacy against Yang Mi and Wang Yang. The only means he had to threaten Yang Mi was to restrict her dealings with jade merchants, but such a threat would soon become farcical. How could one person's gambling skills be so preposterously exceptional? It must be luck. Even the most skilled gambler cannot maintain such a high success rate consistently. Chu Lanshan seethed inwardly, vowing to remain vigilant, convinced that Wang Yang could not continue to succeed in amassing mid-range jade for Yang Mi. Although he continuously cursed Wang Yang for being unable to gather the jade required by Yang Mi single-handedly, he was all too aware that his heart was in disarray. He even began to contemplate some underhanded tactics. Waving his hand to dismiss the stall owner, he immediately turned to his secretary beside him, arranged for someone to keep an eye on the owners of Yang's jewelry. Help me compile their stone gambling results for today. I need a precise account of both high-end and mid-range jade quantities. Upon hearing Chu Lanshan's instructions, the secretary promptly nodded, assuring him that everything would be meticulously recorded. Satisfied with the secretary's response, Chu Lanshan darkly instructed the rest of the business association to continue their rounds. As for himself, he left with a grim expression, striding directly toward the Jade Square's exit. The sight of Wang Yang profiting here was unbearable for him. However, as he passed by the Jade Square, he could not help but pause, his gaze filled with increasing animosity directed at Wang Yang at the stone-cutting table. You will not revel in your triumph for long. The woman I desire will not escape my grasp. Chu Lanshan seethed internally, even pondering using underhanded tactics against Wang Yang. Yet, recalling the last time he had gone too far and had been reprimanded by his family, nearly facing confinement, he suppressed his fury for the time being, deciding to wait another day. But given his temperament, he could only wait one more day at most. If today's statistics from the secretary confirmed that Wang Yang could indeed meet the jade quota required by Yang Mi all on his own, he would certainly not allow Wang Yang and Yang Mi to leave with the jade unscathed. I hope you do not force my hand into employing underhanded tactics. Should I choose not to adhere to business ethics in dealing with you, your fate will be dire. Chu Lanshan glared at Wang Yang, then cast a greedy glance at Yang Mi before hastily exiting the Jade Square. Wang Yang remained oblivious to Chu Lanshan's sinister intentions sparked by his gambling prowess. Yet, his acute sense of hostility allowed him to perceive the overwhelming malice emanating from Chu Lanshan as he departed. Was he not willing to relent? Enough. I have extended my opportunity. It is you who failed to cherish it. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened as he watched Chu Lanshan's receding figure. Ultimately, once Chu Lanshan vanished from sight, he thought, should any mishap occur, I will be ready to address it promptly. Yang Mi, who had witnessed Wang Yang effortlessly dispatch a group of thugs, was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Upon hearing Wang Yang's solemn instructions, she nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I will heed your words, my husband. From now on, I shall not leave your side. Even when going to the restroom, I shall have you stand guard outside. Chapter 86. Earning 600 million and being targeted. Wang Yang, upon hearing Yang Mi's declaration, wore a satisfied smile. As long as Yang Mi remained within his sight, he had no need to worry about any harm befalling her, regardless of the schemes Chu Lanshan might devise. Relaxing, he turned his attention back to the 3 jade stones about to be revealed. These 3 stones were all icy, bright green jade, valued similarly to the previous 3 that had been auctioned. In fact, the jade stones Wang Yang purchased today were primarily of this grade. Not a single imperial green glass jade of the highest quality was in sight. But fortunately, the size of these jades was substantial, leaving Wang Yang with no risk of incurring losses. Similar to the jade stone worth over 30 million, which was an enormous piece the size of a grinding disc. Although the resulting jade was merely an ordinary icy, bright green jade and not a rare gem, its size led Wang Yang to conservatively estimate that the value of the cut jade would exceed 200 million. Once revealed, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy within the entire Jade Square. However, the square was already quite noisy. Were it to be unveiled, the throngs gathered could rouse even the deaf to speak. Wang Yang, a lover of tranquility, had decided from the outset to hold off on cutting the 30 million jade stone until last. Yet even so, The incessant bidding for the 3 jade stones left him feeling overwhelmed by the noise. Each time, it was Josephine who won the bids, offering prices far above market value, demonstrating her earnestness. If she could maintain her high bids today, he would consider partnering with her directly tomorrow, selling all the high-end jades to her, which would afford him some peace. Wang Yang reflected on this deeply, discreetly continuing to auction the jade. Soon, apart from the final 30 million jade stone yet to be cut, all the other jades had been sold to Josephine, totaling 320 million. It is worth noting that Wang Yang had only spent 80 million on these jade stones. Curiosity piqued. He watched as several cutting masters carefully sliced the last jade. Not only he, but the eyes of everyone in the jade square were fixated on this massive jade stone the size of a grinding disc. After Wang Yang's successful bids on over 20 jades, no one doubted his gambling abilities any longer. The stone enthusiasts gazing at him were akin to worshippers in the presence of a deity, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Everyone was now certain that this giant jade stone contained jade. Their sole curiosity lay in how valuable the jade could be cut from such a rare and large stone. Finally, under the eager gazes of the crowd, the jade was cut open. As the jade was thoroughly cleaned, the entire jade square erupted in excitement. Goodness, this piece of jade is as large as 3 or 4 watermelons. Having lived in Tengchong for over 30 years, this is the first time I have seen such a large jade. If it were merely large, it would not be particularly rare. The key was its exceptional quality, the true high icy grade, almost approaching glass grade. Its color was also splendid. Though it was bright green, it was a very vivid shade. A high icy bright green jade of such a size, I hardly dare to estimate its value. Various astonished voices echoed around the jade square. Those who had never encountered such a colossal jade continuously exclaimed in wonder. The actual selling price of the jade was of no concern to them. Yet, each of them was flushed with excitement, as if the jade belonged to them. Some jade traders began to make frenzied bids. Although they understood that they were unlikely to outbid Josephine, they still enthusiastically raised their offers, attempting to compete. Master Wang, I am willing to offer 180 million. I wonder if I could acquire this jade. Master Wang, I bid 210 million. Please sell me this jade. Master Wang, I offer 220 million. One after another, the jade traders waved their hands, loudly calling out their bids, trying to catch Wang Yang's attention. Unbeknownst to them, they had all unconsciously begun to refer to him as Master Wang. Even the onlookers, when discussing Wang Yang, instinctively addressed him as Master Wang. In that moment, his status in the hearts of many Tengchong residents had ascended to the level of the divine. Listening to everyone refer to him as Master, Wang Yang could only manage a wry smile. Older individuals may appreciate the titles of Master and Expert, but the youth do not share this sentiment. To young people, those who bear the title of Master or Expert are essentially akin to fraudsters. Just as Wang Yang wore a bemused smile, Josephine began to place her bid. In a scenario where others had bid as high as 270 million, she audaciously raised her offer by an additional 30 million. Master Wang Yang, I shall procure this massive jadeite for 300 million. Jocelyn gazed at Wang Yang, her face alight with fervor. Having witnessed Wang Yang's frenzied gambling over the past 2 days, where exquisite jadeites continuously emerged, she found herself somewhat in awe of him. Yet, Wang Yang remained oblivious to the ardent admiration reflected in Jocelyn's eyes. Upon hearing Jocelyn's bid, no one dared to counter, and he promptly nodded in agreement. As soon as Wang Yang consented, Jocelyn began the transfer of funds. Utilizing a special channel through her group, even benevolent cash transfers were executed instantaneously. Once the transaction was completed, Jocelyn turned anxiously to Wang Yang. Master Wang, you must have seen my sincerity. Can we establish a long-term collaboration? Wang Yang, contemplating Jocelyn's desire for a prolonged partnership, gently nodded. Long-term cooperation is possible, but I shall not sign any contracts. Should your offers fail to meet my expectations in the future, I reserve the right to terminate our collaboration at any time. Jocelyn, upon hearing Wang Yang's stipulation, nodded earnestly. Yes, Master Wang, you possess the right to cease our collaboration at any moment. With Jocelyn's agreement to his terms, Wang Yang ceased any further discussion, taking Yang Mi with him as they exited the jade market, ready to continue gambling. After all, the Yang jewelry needed a substantial quantity of mid to low-end jadeites. To achieve this quickly, he had to keep himself occupied. However, as they entered the gambling area with Yang Mi, his brow furrowed. He sensed that someone was tracking him. Even members of Yang jewelry appeared to be under surveillance. Clearly, these individuals harbored ill intentions. Chapter 87. Will the tall trees be uprooted by the wind? Greed had sparked. Witnessing the rise of jadeite prices, did they intend to kidnap him? No. If that were their goal, merely following him would suffice. There was no need to monitor Yang Jewelry's personnel as well. Wang Yang pondered silently, as he refrained from revealing any signs of being followed. As though unaware of the surveillance, he continued with the employees of Yang Jewelry, choosing a gambling stall to enter. While he appeared to be selecting jadeite rough stones, his peripheral vision discreetly monitored the followers, curious about their affiliations. It was not until he spotted the secretary of Chu Lanshan arrive, with a group reporting to him, that a look of realization dawned on Wang Yang. They were investigating his revenue. Not only were they tallying the high-grade jadeites he obtained at the jade market, but they were also counting the low-end jadeites harvested by Yang Jewelry's employees. With his extraordinary hearing, Wang Yang captured the dialogue between the followers and the secretary of Chu Lanshan. Although lacking direct evidence, he was confident in deducing the reason behind Chu Lanshan's orders for surveillance. He even surmised that if he could procure sufficient jadeites for Yang Mi, freeing himself from Chu Lanshan's constraints, the latter would resort to other means to deal with him, not permitting him to leave Tengchong unscathed. It appeared he was indeed in peril. Some action would be necessary before departing Tengchong. Wang Yang reflected, having confirmed Chu Lanshan's relentless greed. Yet he did not dwell on it. The gambling must go on. Unfazed, he activated his inner vision once more, swiftly assessing the jadeite rough stones of the stall. He discerned which stones would yield profit and which would not. However, after surveying all the jadeite rough stones, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Much like the previous batch, the best he could find here was merely ice jade, with colors limited to standard green and apple green. There were no glassy varieties, no imperial green, and none of the other rare, exquisite hues. Clearly, the chances of encountering top-grade jadeites of glassy quality were exceedingly slim, which explained the skyrocketing prices of those exceptional stones. Well, no premium jadeites means no premium jadeites, he consoled himself. If I earn less, so be it. Overall, I will still profit. With that thought, he called over the stall owner and began to wholesale jadeite rough stones. This one, and this one. This pile, and this pile. Wang Yang pointed continuously, swiftly selecting his desired stones. He ended up choosing 13 half-gambling jadeites and 5 full gambling jadeites, with only 18 stones meeting his high standards. It wasn't that the other jadeites were unprofitable. Rather, their yields were modest, often only amounting to several hundred thousand, with few exceeding $1 million. Wang Yang was disinclined to waste too much time on them. It would be more prudent to visit another stall and acquire larger profits from more substantial jadeite rough stones. Thus, he generally avoided those with profits below $2 million, allowing him to utilize his time more efficiently while leaving some gains for others at the stalls. Regarding the piles of jadeite rough stones, he was not driven by profit. He estimated that as long as he did not incur losses, he would make the purchase. Observing Wang Yang's generous bulk purchase of so many jadeite rough stones, the stall owner beamed with delight, calculating the total price. Ultimately, Wang Yang spent $95 million to acquire all the jadeite rough stones. Once the payment was completed, the stall owner arranged for his assistants to transport the high-end jadeites to the jade market. Moreover, at Wang Yang's request, they began cutting the ordinary jadeite rough stones right at the stall, gambling, cutting, selling jade to Jocelyn, and then continuing to gamble. Wang Yang's day unfolded with the steadiness of a diligent office worker. By the end of a highly efficient day of gambling, Wang Yang had completed wholesale purchases at 4 different stalls. However, the latter stalls were not as large as the first, yielding lesser results. The 3 combined only brought Wang Yang a profit of $9 billion, just $3 billion more than the first stall. Nevertheless, this still caused Wang Yang's assets to soar to $15 billion. More importantly, he had entirely fulfilled Yang Mi's requirements for mid to low-end jadeites, even exceeding expectations. Yang Mi had also temporarily allocated an additional $2 billion from Yang Jewelry to cover the remaining balance. Darling, you are incredible. In just one day, you've helped me gather nearly $10 billion in mid to low-end jadeites. For this quarter, our Yang Jewelry will not lack jadeite materials. I love you so much. Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang, her eyes nearly transforming into hearts. It was evident that her love and admiration for him had reached a blind level. While Wang Yang basked in Yang Mi's adoration, the atmosphere within the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce felt as though a storm was brewing, heavy with tension. Today, the president, Chu Lanshan, had spent the entire day smashing items in his office. As a result, even when the workday ended, no one dared to leave normally. Everyone pretended to be busy, fearing that Chu Lanshan might unleash his wrath upon them. Oblivious to the situation outside his office, Chu Lanshan, upon hearing the latest report from his secretary, learned that Wang Yang had indeed helped Yang Mi gather jadeites in just one day, even earning over 10 billion. His face darkened further. This level of gambling surpasses that of any Jade King in history. Yet, you are too young, unaware of the need for restraint, ignorant that the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. Chu Lanshan wore a gloomy expression, his mind consumed by the thought that Wang Yang was likely celebrating with Yang Mi. Chapter 88. A deposit of 2 billion. The night had quietly slipped by unnoticed. Early the next morning, Wang Yang once again accompanied Yang Mi to the Emerald Square. By this time, the staff of Yang's jewelry had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Wang Yang and Yang Mi together, the male onlookers were instantly filled with envy. Unsure whether they envied Wang Yang's possession of such a remarkable girlfriend or admired his formidable gambling skills. They chose a larger stone gambling stall once again, but this time, as Yang Mi's family did not require additional jade reserves, Wang Yang refrained from selecting low-end jade. Instead, he focused solely on the high-end jade stones in the semi- and fully gambling areas, swiftly scanning the ordinary jade stone section and dismissing it entirely upon confirming the absence of exceptional jade. Before long, Wang Yang had spent 30 million, selecting 16 jade stones that caught his eye and made his way to the Emerald Square. After today, it would be unlikely to encounter such a wealth of high-end jade stones again. He felt compelled to seize this last opportunity to earn a substantial profit. Upon arriving at the Emerald Square, those who had been waiting for a long time erupted in excitement. Master Wang has arrived, and once again he brings a multitude of jade stones. There was palpable anticipation regarding whether Master Wang's jade stones would turn out to be all profitable, maintaining his flawless winning streak. The excitement echoed throughout the square, fueled by the witnessed successes of Wang Yang's gambling over the past 2 days. Many were increasingly curious whether he could uphold his winning record on the final day. However, as Wang Yang surveyed the bustling Emerald Square, his brows furrowed in dismay. The crowd was overwhelming. Not only were spectators packed around the square, but all the large cutting machines had also been claimed by other gamblers. His initial plan to cut several jade stones at once was dashed. Fortunately, upon his arrival, he noticed a fellow gambler who had lost everything being carried away after collapsing at a cutting table. The other gamblers, wary of bad luck, avoided that cutting machine, allowing him to claim it. Otherwise, given the enthusiasm of the crowd, he might have had to wait for hours for his turn, while others feared the misfortune. Wang Yang remained unperturbed. Aware of the internal conditions of the jade stones, he began marking lines on each one, preparing to commence cutting. Once the lines were drawn, the cutting master promptly began with the first jade stone. Instantly, a throng of spectators, previously gathered around other cutting machines, converged at Wang Yang's station. Clearly captivated by the aura surrounding his gambling prowess, Wang Yang did not disappoint. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he effortlessly executed a remarkable 16 consecutive profitable cuts. The jade stones, initially valued at 30 million, soared to a staggering 130 million, netting him a profit of 100 million after selling to Jocelyn. He then initiated a new round of gambling. Due to starting late, he only managed to clear 3 gambling stalls throughout the day, and these were not as substantial as those from the previous day. Nevertheless, these 3 stalls still yielded an additional 500 million, elevating his bank account to a total of 2 billion. This was a considerable sum, though it paled in comparison to Yang Mi's family assets. It was enough to evoke envy from countless others. Once he had spent a reasonable amount, he contemplated methods to acquire more wealth. Satisfied, Wang Yang found himself pondering a temporary respite from the pursuit of profit. However, Jocelyn, enchanted by Wang Yang's gambling skills, remained oblivious to his thoughts, eager to deepen their friendship. Master Wang, I have reserved a restaurant in advance and arranged for some rare delicacies that are usually hard to come by. Since you will be leaving tomorrow, I would like to take this opportunity to treat you to a meal to celebrate our successful collaboration. Jocelyn enthusiastically proposed to Wang Yang. Wang Yang, whose life had few passions, counted eating among them. Hearing about the rare delicacies, he readily agreed. Accompagné by Yang Mi, the trio made their way to the restaurant Jocelyn had prearranged. However, upon entering, Wang Yang's brow furrowed deeply. He spotted Chu Lanshan there, who had entered alongside a middle-aged man whose appearance bore a resemblance to him, albeit the latter appeared gaunt, as if suffering from long-term malnutrition. Due to their proximity, Wang Yang could even hear the faint sounds of insects emanating from the middle-aged man, as though hundreds were crawling upon him. Chapter 89. The Maternal Goo Worms. Wang Yang had always harbored a deep aversion to insects, finding them repulsive. Detecting the nauseating presence of so many insects on the man, he instinctively guided Yang Mi and Jocelyn away, displaying a repulsion akin to avoiding a filthy stray dog emerging from a trash can. Chulan Shan, witnessing Wang Yang's avoidance, felt a surge of anger. How dare he treat me like a loathsome stray dog? Yet he could not unleash his wrath just yet. As he led the middle-aged man into the restaurant, Wang Yang observed their entrance deep in thought. Was it fate that brought them together? Perhaps it was better this way. If Chulan Shan acted first, it would allow Wang Yang to eliminate this nuisance swiftly, ensuring a peaceful night's rest. Wang Yang mused. Despite understanding that Chulan Shan would not allow him to depart from Tengchong alongside Yang Mi unchallenged, he dismissed the potential threat posed by Chulan Shan. As a dual-tier martial artist, his ability to unleash true energy equated to that of a master in martial arts. With his comprehension of the true essence of martial arts, few things in this world could threaten him, and even if there were, Chulan Shan was certainly not among them. Thus, despite sensing the deep-seated malice in Chulan Shan's gaze and the imminent threat of an attack, Wang Yang remained completely unfazed. Before long, Wang Yang and Yang Mi joined Jocelyn in a private dining room, while their bodyguard were seated by Jocelyn at a separate table in the lobby. Though lacking in wine and rare delicacies, the food at the bodyguard's table was largely comparable to that of Wang Yang's trio. Jocelyn was not short on funds and was generous toward her subordinates. Once settled in the private room, Jocelyn eagerly poured wine for Wang Yang. Master Wang, I've had a box of 30-year Mao Tai, specially sourced from the capital. There are 6 bottles in total, and we won't leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated, she said with enthusiasm, preparing to fill Wang Yang's glass. However, before she could pour, Wang Yang raised his hand to stop her. A bottle of 30-year Mao Tai cost between 15 to 20,000, and a whole box would be at least 100,000. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yang would eagerly indulge in such fine liquor, but today was different. Knowing that Chulan Shan was scheming against him in the nearby private room, he was determined not to indulge in drinking. After all, he lacked the capacity to drink without becoming intoxicated. If he were to overindulge and jeopardize his plans, falling victim to Chulan Shan's machinations would result in significant repercussions. With important matters at hand this evening, he resolved to abstain from alcohol. Directly addressing Jocelyn, Wang Yang stated his intentions. Upon hearing that Wang Yang would not partake in drinking, Jocelyn's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Having recently arrived in Xia country, she had quickly learned an essential truth. A close business relationship in Xia country often requires shared drinking experiences. However, observing Wang Yang's resolute demeanor, she refrained from further urging him to drink and instead switched to tea. Nevertheless, she looked at Wang Yang with eager anticipation, attempting to deepen their friendship through conversation. As a beauty, she had always excelled at leveraging her looks for social connections since her school days. With her charm, she could swiftly become friends with anyone she desired to know. It was this formidable social acumen that had enabled her to rise above familial competition and become the regional manager for Asia at such a young age. Yet today, her social skills seemed to falter. In the face of her overtures and allure, Wang Yang appeared utterly oblivious. Was she not even as appealing as those exotic delicacies? Jocelyn felt a wave of frustration wash over her, once again questioning her own allure. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yang's lack of awareness was the root of her self-doubt. Relishing the rare delicacies of bear paw and pangolin, he savored each bite with delight, his entire focus consumed by the exquisite cuisine. It wasn't just him. Even Yang Mi was engrossed in her meal, completely ignoring Jocelyn's attempts to charm Wang Yang. These exotic dishes were a rarity, even for someone as privileged as Yang Mi, as they were forbidden in their homeland. Consequently, both Wang Yang and Yang Mi were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Such was the bond of matrimony. Their evident affection for one another was striking, and it was no wonder Wang Yang seemed entirely unfazed by her beauty. Watching Wang Yang and Yang Mi revel in their meal, radiating a harmonious couple's synergy, Jocelyn couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and melancholy, realizing that their relationship was far more profound than she had imagined. Consequently, any inappropriate thoughts she had harbored were swiftly extinguished, and she chose to immerse herself in the meal, channeling her frustration into appetite. Meanwhile, Wang Yang and the others continued to enjoy their meal in a nearby private room. However, Chu Lanshan wore a pitiful expression as he pleaded with the middle-aged man. Uncle, just grant me a mother-child worm. You saw how that Wang Yang looked down on me when I entered, as though he were avoiding a filthy, stray dog. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. You must give me a mother-child worm, so I can regain my dignity. Chu Lanshan gazed at the middle-aged man with a face full of supplication. Upon hearing Chu Lanshan's words, the man's expression turned to one of deep resignation. Lanshan, your talents are not suited for raising worms. Your body has not undergone long-term cohabitation with them, and directly nurturing mother-child worms will impose a tremendous strain on your health. I can provide you with the worms, but you must promise me to destroy the mother worm within a week, or else the burden will lead to your demise due to excessive blood loss. The middle-aged man was Chu Lanshan's uncle, Chu Yunfei, a mysterious Gu master from Yaojiang. Indeed, most of the Chu family were Gu masters. Only those family members unsuited for raising Gu would manage the family's businesses externally to generate revenue. After all, raising Gu requires substantial resources. Without sufficient funds, one might be drained by the very creatures they sought to nurture. At this moment, upon hearing his uncle's consent to provide the mother-child worms, a jubilant smile spread across Chu Lanshan's face. Rest assured, uncle, I am merely seeking to vent my frustrations. In 7 days, I will have had my fill. By then, I will resolve both them and the worms, ensuring it does not jeopardize my health. Chu Lanshan raised a glass to toast his uncle, hastily affirming his intentions. Chapter 90. Chu Lanshan will come tonight. Inside the private room, Wang Yang finally set down his chopsticks, feeling satiated. After downing the last half bottle of cola, he even let out a satisfied belch. After such a lengthy meal, it was surprising that Chu Lanshan had not sought revenge yet. It appeared that he intended to make his move later that evening. Wang Yang hoped he would act sooner rather than later, for if he did not resolve this matter, he would hesitate to approach Yangmi otherwise. If he were to be interrupted mid-endeavor, it would be quite the predicament. As these thoughts swirled in Wang Yang's mind, he even felt an urge to confront Chu Lanshan directly in his private room. However, once the three of them exited the room, this notion dissipated entirely. The door to the room occupied by Chu Lanshan stood wide open, revealing an empty interior. Clearly, he had already departed the restaurant. The Chu family held considerable influence in this area, making it easy to track his whereabouts. However, finding Chu Lanshan would not be as simple. Thus, rather than aimlessly searching for him, it would be wiser to wait for him to come to him. He would never allow himself and Yangmi to board a flight out of Tingchong without facing him first. Therefore, Wang Yang was certain that Chu Lanshan would seek him out that night. He hoped for an early confrontation, wishing not to delay his evening's pleasures. As he gazed at Yangmi's voluptuous figure, rivaling that of a thoroughbred, his heart raced with anticipation. He could only pray for Chu Lanshan to arrive promptly. Yet, disappointment lingered as the clock struck 11, and still, Chu Lanshan had not made an appearance. Even though he anticipated retaliation from him, he dared not provoke Yangmi at this late hour. Otherwise, should they be interrupted during an intimate moment, it would be exceedingly embarrassing, and Yangmi might even inadvertently expose herself to Chu Lanshan. Such an eventuality was absolutely intolerable. Yangmi was his woman, and he would not allow any other man to gaze upon her vulnerability. Scrolling through Douyin, he wished that the women on the platform would reveal even less. Yet when it came to his own woman, he did not wish for even a hint of exposure. The night could bring unforeseen events. So he ensured the covers were snugly wrapped around Yangmi. He glared at her and sternly instructed, "Make sure you don't expose yourself." His fierce tone finally brought a serious expression to Yangmi's face. "All right, I will heed your word, darling," she replied, nodding earnestly as she ensured the blanket was tightly secured. Yet, even then, there was no trace of fear on her face. Clearly, she had complete faith in Wang Yang, trusting that with him by her side, no one could approach her and disturb her peace. Observing Yangmi's unwavering trust and admiration, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. For a man, the trust and reverence of his woman bring greater joy than any gift. Just as Wang Yang basked in the warmth of Yangmi's faith, a sudden sound echoed from the closed door, a soft chime. It was the sound of the room card unlocking the door. Realizing that Chu Lanshan had arrived, Wang Yang was surprised that he had not forced his way in, but had instead used the room card to unlock the door. This was somewhat unexpected. However, considering Chu Lanshan's background, it seemed reasonable that he possessed a room card. After all, given his status, the hotel staff would not dare refuse his requests. It was not merely a matter of a room card. Even if Chu Lanshan aimed to take over the hotel, the owner would have no choice but to comply. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Yang's gaze turned to the slowly opening door. As the door creaked open, Chu Lanshan stealthily entered, evidently intending to infiltrate quietly. However, upon stepping into the room and observing the brightly lit interior, along with Wang Yang, who sat on the bed, gazing towards the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. It was clear that Wang Yang had anticipated his arrival and had been waiting. The mocking glint in Wang Yang's eyes suddenly illuminated a realization within Chu Lanshan. He was not particularly unsettled despite the unexpected turn of events. Casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yang, he scoffed, "You managed to predict my visit for revenge tonight. I must admit, you possess some wit. Yet, if you were truly aware of my intentions, you should have fled immediately rather than awaiting tomorrow's flight. Escaping by car under the cover of night would have made it inconvenient for me to pursue you in the bustling metropolis. Nevertheless, you squandered this singular opportunity and will now find yourself at my mercy, watching helplessly as I toy with your beloved." Wang Yang, amused by Chu Lanshan's confidence, retorted with sardonic disbelief, "You think you can best me with that spindly physique or the few minuscule insects you just released?" Chu Lanshan was taken aback, unable to grasp how Wang Yang had discerned his use of the cursed insects. Chapter 91. A single finger determines life and death. He was not a loquacious individual, and the lengthy discourse was merely a ruse to distract Wang Yang, while he covertly unleashed the cursed insects into both Wang Yang and Yang Mi's bodies. The mother and child heart-biting worm was aptly named. The child worm could tear through human skin and infiltrate the heart via the bloodstream, while the mother worm exerted control over the child worms. By manipulating the mother worm, one could command the child worms to viciously assault their host's heart, inflicting unbearable agony that no one could withstand. Even the most steadfast warriors would collapse in desperation, seeking an escape from the torment. Despite the formidable nature of the mother and child heart-biting worm, it required infiltration into the heart to function effectively. Prior to such intrusion, the cursed insects were akin to any ordinary insect, merely possessing tougher exoskeletons and a more discreet flight pattern. Yet, should they be detected within the human body, they could be swatted away as easily as a fly. Thus, practitioners of the cursed arts preferred to lurk in shadows, executing their deadly arts in silence rather than confronting their foes directly. Although not a professional sorcerer, Chu Lanshan was raised in a family of sorcerers and understood this well. His choice to visit Wang Yang's room under the veil of night aimed to capitalize on the slumber of both Wang Yang and Yang Mi, enabling him to discreetly employ the cursed insects without attracting attention. However, now that Wang Yang had seemingly discovered his infiltration, Chu Lanshan's heart raced with anxiety. How could this be? The sound of the child worms was far quieter than that of a mosquito. How could he have possibly heard them? Nonetheless, even if Wang Yang had detected the child worms, it did not guarantee he could prevent their invasion of his body. The child worm's bite was swift, allowing only a singular opportunity for Wang Yang to retaliate. Should he delay, the worms could find their way into his bloodstream, sealing his fate within a fleeting thought. Chu Lanshan reassured himself repeatedly, convincing himself that even if he had released 10 child worms, as long as 2 breached their defenses, he would emerge victorious. Yet, as the child worms drew closer to the bed occupied by Wang Yang and Yang Mi, his heart plummeted. With a single movement, Wang Yang struck with such speed that Chu Lanshan could not even comprehend the action. Though he was a martial artist at that moment, all the child worms met their demise beneath Wang Yang's swift hand. By the time Chu Lanshan realized the futility of his plan, Wang Yang had already risen from the bed and was approaching him step by step. Even though he was not shorter than Wang Yang, in that moment he felt dwarfed, as if Wang Yang could effortlessly swat him aside like an insect with a mere gesture. "No, I cannot die. I am Chu Lanshan of the Chu family. With wealth and women at my disposal, there is no way I can perish here." Panic-stricken, Chu Lanshan pleaded, "No, Wang Yang, you cannot kill me. I am Chu Lanshan of the Chu family. I have the entire family backing me. Should you take my life, the Chu family will seek vengeance without mercy. You cannot withstand the wrath of the Chu family sorcerers." Wang Yang regarded Chu Lanshan's desperate attempt to leverage his family ties with a bemused smile. Sorcerers were indeed formidable, particularly in the realm of assassination, making them an insidious threat. Most martial artists, unless they reached the pinnacle of mastery, could easily fall victim to a sorcerer's underhanded tactics. Even a first-rate martial artist could meet their end at the hands of a newly initiated sorcerer. Thus, most martial artists avoided antagonizing sorcerers, especially those from sorcerer families. However, Wang Yang was different. He was a natural nemesis to sorcerers. As a peak dual first-rate martial artist, his skin was more resilient than that of a rhinoceros. Even without channeling his vital energy, blades and swords could not harm him, let alone the bites of cursed insects. The only way for the cursed insects to affect him was to be ingested, where they could wreak havoc within him. Yet his vital energy, cultivated through the 8-9 profound art, was not only immensely destructive, but also possessed remarkable regenerative properties. Wang Yang could swiftly eliminate the cursed insects with his formidable energy, rendering him entirely unharmed. Thus, while Chu Lanshan's threats might hold weight against a typical martial artist, they were nothing but a jest in Wang Yang's presence. The Chu family can refrain from seeking vengeance, but should they attempt to retaliate, I would not hesitate to eradicate them, Wang Yang remarked coldly, stepping forward to point a finger at Chu Lanshan's heart. In an instant, Chu Lanshan felt his heart race uncontrollably, each beat quickening as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. I cannot die, he thought, panic-stricken as he flung open the door and dashed outside. The cursed arts could kill, but they could also save. His sole desire was to reach his elders before his heart's turmoil escalated. The secret technique of the Tianyin sect. The heartbreaking finger would accelerate one's heartbeat to the brink, culminating in a complete cessation of life. The Chu family is a lineage of Gu masters. To cure Chu Lanshan, one must possess a unique Gu worm capable of devouring true energy, specifically the profound energy concentrated at the heart of Chu Lanshan. However, he does not believe that a modest family like the Chus could harbor such a formidable Gu worm. Chapter 92. The Chu family holds divine iron. A powerful family understands one fundamental principle: to avoid creating formidable enemies. If the members of the Chu family are truly wise, upon witnessing the true energy at the heart of Chu Lanshan, they would recognize the danger of provoking it. Should they prove to be foolish and continue their vendetta, they would doom their entire clan. Wang Yang contemplated this, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly tempered his emotions, slowly closing the door and locking it. Regardless of whether the Chu family would seek revenge, that was a matter for tomorrow. Tonight, they would certainly be preoccupied with saving Chu Lanshan and would have no time to disturb him. Thus, he could proceed with his affairs with Yang Mi without concern for an unexpected intrusion that might disrupt their plans. Yang Mi, upon seeing Wang Yang approach, eagerly patted the space beside her, inviting him over. Observing Wang Yang's earlier dismissal of Chu Lanshan, she mistakenly believed he had frightened him into fleeing, which only heightened her enthusiasm. She still wished to indulge in one last day of reckless abandon with Wang Yang. As for Chu Lanshan, within such a brief span, his appearance had deteriorated significantly compared to when he was in Wang Yang's room. Beads of sweat poured from his face and body, rendering him akin to a drenched chicken, overwhelmed by an indescribable state of disarray. Upon entering the courtyard of the Chu family, he cried out as if his father had just died. "Uncle, Grandpa, please come out and save me. My heart is racing so fast, it feels like it might leap from my chest. I am so exhausted, my heart is pounding, and I feel like I might perish." His cries echoed, and the Chu family members, who had already retired for the night, rushed out of their rooms upon hearing his distress. Seeing Chu Lanshan in such a pitiful state, they wasted no time and hurried him into the main hall. His uncle swiftly produced several black sesame-like worm eggs from his pocket and administered them directly into Chu Lanshan's mouth. These were special Gu worms that, once inside the body, would quickly revive, transforming into a unique nourishment that temporarily provided sustenance and enhanced overall resistance. The effect was akin to the highly sought-after Ong Ong Yohuang Wan, yet significantly more potent. Under normal circumstances, any serious heart condition could be sustained by these Gu worms, buying time for treatment. However, this time, the Gu worms administered by Chu Lanshan's uncle failed to achieve the desired effect. As they entered Chu Lanshan's heart, they were immediately met with the invisible strangulation of Wang Yang's profound energy. In an instant, several Gu worms perished, unable even to emit a cry before their demise. Nevertheless, as a master of the Gu worms, Chu Lanshan's uncle instantly sensed their death. His expression darkened severely. He hastily produced several more types of Gu worms, pouring them into Chu Lanshan's mouth in a desperate attempt to stabilize his rapidly beating heart. Yet, regardless of which Gu worm he introduced, they were all annihilated upon nearing Chu Lanshan's heart by the overwhelming force of the profound energy. No Gu worm could breach the deadly grip of that energy. This is untenable. The true energy residing within you is far too potent, likely bordering on the innate true energy of a master. Only a goo worm possessing the ability to devour true energy could possibly rectify Lanshan's cardiac affliction. However, such a goo worm can only be cultivated by select few goo gods in the southern frontier. The Chu family lacks such figures. Chu Lanshan's uncle wore a grim expression, ultimately directing his gaze towards Chu Yunfei's grandfather, the head of the Chu family, Chu Zhuang. He appeared deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Chu Lanshan's uncle and inquired, "Are you certain that the true energy in Lanshan's heart is nearing innate true energy?" Chu Lanshan's uncle nodded emphatically. "I am absolutely certain. I have befriended several top-tier martial artists and am convinced that the true energy within Lanshan's heart vastly surpasses that of each of them. Should those martial artists engage in combat with a master of that true energy, they would likely be overwhelmed and killed." The gravity of Chu Lanshan's uncle's words deepened Chu Zhuang's expression, and after a long pause, a resolute determination flickered in his eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the entire Chu family, he slowly approached Chu Lanshan and said with regret, "Lanshan, I am deeply sorry. When your parents met with their unfortunate demise, I vowed to take care of you in their stead. However, today I must retract my promise. Not only can I not save you, but I also lack the courage to avenge you. The foe you have crossed is far too powerful. I cannot lead the entire Chu family into a confrontation for your sake. If our vengeance does not end this adversary in one strike, they would infiltrate the Chu family, and we would all perish." Chu Lanshan felt despair wash over him, realizing that his grandfather was unable to save him, let alone seek vengeance on his behalf. He completely broke down. "No, Grandpa, you must save me. I am still so young. I do not want to die. Grandpa, you cannot abandon me. That Wang Yang can certainly save me. The true energy within my heart was inflicted by him. He can extract it again. We can plead with him, offer him money or treasures, anything. If he would just remove the true energy from my heart, I would bow to him in gratitude." His anguished cries rang out, and in that moment, Chu Lanshan was willing to forsake his dignity for the sake of survival. Hearing his desperate pleas, a glimmer of compassion crossed Chu Zhuang's face. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Chu Lanshan's uncle, Chu Yunfei, and instructed, "Yunfei, go to our family treasury and retrieve that piece of divine iron from beyond the heavens. We shall head to the hotel where Wang Yang is staying." Martial artists yearn for powerful weapons. The divine iron could serve as the core of an extraordinary weapon. Since Wang Yang is a martial artist, he would surely find it irresistible and might spare Chu Lanshan this time. Chapter 93. Do you seek vengeance, Chu family? Upon hearing his father, Chu Zhuang, Chu Yunfei rushed swiftly to the family treasury. Soon, he emerged with a piece of divine iron that the Chu family had fortuitously acquired, a block of divine iron from the emerald mining region. Its entire surface was an emerald green, resembling jade at first glance. However, the Chu family knew well that it was not jade, but a miraculous piece of divine iron. In terms of hardness, it surpassed any steel. If crafted by a master, it could be forged into an extraordinary weapon. The Chu family, being a lineage of Gu masters, had no martial artists and thus had never forged it. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that this divine iron held immense allure for martial artists. No warrior could resist possessing such a powerful piece of divine iron. Moreover, this divine iron possessed a unique trait absent in ordinary weapons. When subjected to machine detection, it revealed no metallic properties, only being recognized as some form of special jade, allowing it to be transported freely on planes or high-speed trains. No martial artist could refuse such a piece of divine iron. Once Chu Yunfei brought forth the watermelon-sized divine iron, sufficient to forge an extraordinary weapon, Chu Zhuang hesitated only briefly before declaring, "Yunfei, come with me and Lanshan to the hotel to find Wang Yang. The rest of the Chu family shall remain here and await news." Upon hearing the instructions from Chao Zhuang, the members of the Chao family nodded in agreement. Only Chao Yunfei, with a pained expression, clutched the divine iron and followed the elder Chao out of the family residence. The divine iron was exceedingly heavy, resembling a watermelon in size, yet weighing nearly 100 pounds, due to the prolonged use of his own blood to nourish the goo worms. A practitioner like him was inherently weaker than the average person. Under normal circumstances, he could not possibly carry such a weight. Now, only by invoking the power of the goo worms within him could he manage to carry the divine iron as he walked. However, this strength was not without cost. It drained his physical potential, leaving both him and the goo worms utterly exhausted after this ordeal. He wondered if the formidable weapon forged from such heavy divine iron would be manageable for Wang Yang. Filled with curiosity, Chow Yunfei placed the divine iron in the trunk of his vehicle and drove hastily to the hotel where Wang Yang resided. However, the hotel was located at the opposite diagonal of the Chow family residence in Tengchong. Even after recklessly running through red lights, it took Chow Yunfei half an hour to arrive at Wang Yang's hotel. The relentless jostling during the journey had rendered Chow Lanshan's complexion as pale as death. Had it not been for the vigorous beating of his heart, Chow Yunfei and Chow Zhuang might have believed he had already succumbed. Without delay, the two hastily brought Chow Lanshan and the divine iron to the door of Wang Yang and Yang Mi's room, nervously knocking on the door. Inside, Wang Yang had just finished a shower and emerged clad in a bathrobe. The sudden knocking at the door startled him, for he knew the hotel staff would not disturb him and Yang Mi at this hour. Curiosity piqued, he discreetly activated his third eye to observe the situation outside. Instantly, the figures of the three generations of the Chow family came into view. However, his attention was immediately drawn to the divine iron that Chow Yunfei carried, the celestial meteorite. Upon seeing the divine iron, knowledge from his inheritance about this special material flooded his mind. The divine iron was a type of celestial meteorite, an exceptional material used for forging divine weapons. Weapons crafted from celestial meteorite were as hard as jade and of unparalleled quality, boasting a remarkable enhancement effect on true energy, amplifying its potency by 30%. The Chow family had brought such a precious item to seek my assistance in saving Chow Lanshan, he mused. Yet, their hopes would ultimately be dashed, for under the influence of my heart-severing finger, Chow Lanshan, if left to await rescue, would not survive until dawn. Given the tumultuous journey he had endured, Wang Yang feared that by the time he opened the door, Chow Lanshan would be dead. Even if the Chow family sought to bargain with the divine iron for Chow Lanshan's life, they might not even have a chance to speak. Wang Yang, filled with myriad emotions, slowly approached the door, instructing Yang Mi to remain in bed and not to come out. As he reached the door, he opened it with a measured motion. "What brings you here?" he inquired, feigning annoyance at the disturbance. The expressions of Chow Yunfei and Chow Zhuang turned tense at Wang Yang's demeanor. After all, if he were to erupt in anger, they would have no means to defend themselves given their proximity. Without hesitation, the head of the family, Chow Zhuang, addressed Wang Yang. "Mr. Wang, I am Chow Lanshan's grandfather. My grandson acted foolishly and offended you. I have brought the celestial divine iron from our family collection to atone for his actions. As a martial artist, with this divine iron, you can find a master craftsman to forge a weapon tailored to your needs. I implore you to show mercy and spare Chow Lanshan this time." Upon hearing Chow Zhuang's words, Wang Yang deliberately shifted his gaze to the celestial meteorite, a look of delight spreading across his face. Seeing his evident satisfaction with the divine iron, Chow Zhuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, just as he believed this precious offering would sway Wang Yang to spare Chow Lanshan, the latter's subsequent words left both Chow Zhuang and Chow Yunfei utterly bewildered. "I am indeed pleased with this celestial divine iron, but it seems you have arrived too late. Chow Lanshan has clearly ceased to breathe. Even if I were to extract true energy from his heart, he could not be revived," Wang Yang explained solemnly, feigning regret. As the gravity of Wang Yang's statement sank in, Chow Zhuang and Chow Yunfei turned their gaze towards Chow Lanshan, only to realize that his heart had indeed stopped beating. He was dead. Their expressions transformed into a complex mixture of emotions. Yet, in the next moment, they could hardly dwell on Chow Lanshan's demise. For Wang Yang spoke once more. With a calm smile, he addressed them. "The principle of retribution has remained unchanged throughout history. Chow Lanshan sought to take my life, and thus I took his. He intended to unleash the mother-child heart-devouring goo upon my heart, and I ensured he experienced the agony of his own heart before his demise. If your family believes I should not have killed Chow Lanshan and seeks vengeance, I am more than willing to oblige. I wonder how the Chow family plans to proceed." Chapter 94. A Life Lost, Yet I Desire the Divine Iron. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Chow Zhuang and Chow Yunfei instinctively shook their heads in refusal. They had tested numerous goo worms on Chow Lanshan, yet none had managed to save him or even improve his condition. This made it abundantly clear to the Chow family that Wang Yang's true energy was uniquely potent, possessing an extraordinary lethality against goo worms. It was highly likely that any goo worm sent into Wang Yang's body would be instantly obliterated by his overwhelming true energy, rendering them utterly incapable of harming him. Under such circumstances, How could they dare to seek revenge on Wang Yang for Chao Lanshan's sake? After all, only Chao Lanshan had perished. The Chao family remained intact, still holding significant influence in Tengchong. At worst, Chao Lanshan's death would tarnish their reputation, revealing to some that the Chao family, while formidable in their domain, faltered in the face of true power. However, a damaged reputation was far preferable to the annihilation of their entire clan. Thus, even though Chao Zhuang was Chao Lanshan's grandfather, he would never lead the family into a vendetta against Wang Yang, risking the chance of the goo worms harming him. Turning to Wang Yang, Chao Zhuang clarified, Mr. Wang, the principle of retribution and repayment is a long-standing tradition in our nation. Chao Lanshan, in his ignorance, sought to harm you. Your actions were merely just. The Chao family will not retaliate against you for Chao Lanshan's actions. Wang Yang's heart sank at Chao Zhuang's swift declaration of non-retribution. He had genuinely hoped that the Chao family would act with zeal, seeking vengeance for Chao Lanshan's death regardless of the cost. Such a response would have allowed him to justify eliminating the Chao family entirely and claiming the celestial meteorite for himself. With the forging techniques from the inheritance of the Eye of Heaven sect, he could transform the celestial meteorite into a weapon of his own. However, with Chao Zhuang's unambiguous statement that the Chao family would not seek retribution, Wang Yang found it inappropriate to resort to violence and seize the treasure. Yet, since he had already set his sights on the celestial meteorite, he could not allow the two to take it away. Thoughts churning, he turned to them once more. Very well, since your family has no intention of avenging Chao Lanshan, it is time for me to settle accounts with the Chao family. As Wang Yang contemplated continuing to hold the Chu family accountable, both Chu Zhuang and Chu Yuntian were momentarily taken aback. Not a single hair on Wang Yang had been harmed, yet Chu Lanshan had already paid the ultimate price with his life. They could hardly fathom what further accountability Wang Yang sought from the Chu family. Observing their bewilderment, Wang Yang calmly continued, Chu Lanshan was not a goo master. The goo worms did not come into existence out of thin air. Your family must surrender the original owner of the goo worms. He provided them, and thus bears a share of the responsibility for my attempted murder, which he must repay with his life. Of course, you may choose not to comply, and in that case, I shall personally investigate the Chu family. However, I cannot guarantee that innocents will not be harmed during the process. Wang Yang's threat darkened the expressions of Chu Zhuang and Chu Yuntian further. To prevent Wang Yang from entering the Chu family under the guise of investigation and implicating them, Chu Yuntian, no longer silent, stepped forward and addressed Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, it was I who provided the goo worms to Chu Lanshan. No other members of the Chu family are involved. One man acts, one man bears the consequences. You are indeed a formidable individual. Wang Yang smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Chu Yuntian as if contemplating how to penalize him. This caused Chu Yuntian to panic. For Wang Yang had effortlessly dispatched Chu Lanshan with a mere gesture. If he were to punish him, it could just as easily result in his demise. Just as he felt a surge of anxiety, Chu Zhuang spoke decisively, his years of experience evident in his demeanor. Mr. Wang, it was indeed a grave error on Chu Yuntian's part to involve the goo worms. The Chu family is willing to apologize for this matter, and this piece of divine iron shall serve as our token of contrition. I hope you shall show mercy and spare Chu Yuntian this time. Wang Yang regarded Chu Zhuang with appreciation as he recognized his true intentions, his respect for the older man growing. I am not a butcher who relishes in bloodshed. Given your family's sincere apology, I shall consider our grievances resolved. However, if any member of the Chu family crosses my path again, do not blame me for settling old and new scores alike. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuang immediately reassured Wang Yang. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, the Chu family will not retaliate against you in any form henceforth. Should you return to Tengchong for gambling stones, we shall extend every possible courtesy. The sheer strength with which Wang Yang had lifted the 100-plus-pound divine iron without even channeling his energy left both Chu Zhuang and Chu Yuntian in a state of dread. They understood that with Wang Yang's formidable energy and mastery of martial arts, he was virtually the nemesis of goo masters. If he were to turn against them completely, he could easily dismantle the Chu family on his own. Thus, any member of the Chu family must not provoke Wang Yang again. Whenever he graced Tengchong with his presence, all Chu family members were to greet him with smiles. Failure to do so would result in expulsion from the family. With a grave expression, Chu Zhuang instructed Chu Yuntian, and together they departed, carrying Chu Lanshan's lifeless body. Now, a profound fear of Wang Yang had extinguished any lingering animosity within him. The mere act of Wang Yang grasping the celestial jade had revealed a fraction of his martial prowess, a display that had utterly terrified Chu Zhuang and Chu Yuntian, an outcome he had not anticipated. Upon returning to his room, Wang Yang casually placed the celestial jade beside the bed. Lacking the tools to forge a divine weapon, he felt no inclination to study it further. "Darling, where did you acquire such a large stone?" Yang Mi inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Seeing her intrigue, Wang Yang replied with a smile. "This is a gift from the Chu family as compensation, marking the end of our grievances." Chapter 95. Yang Mi encounters Tian Tian. Exclusive divine weapon. Upon hearing Wang Yang's explanation, Yang Mi's interest in the celestial jade intensified. However, when she learned of its detailed purpose, her enthusiasm waned. As women typically exhibit little interest in weaponry. Night passed unnoticed. The alarm clock rang, rousing Wang Yang and Yang Mi from their slumber. They quickly brushed their teeth, washed up, changed clothes, and left the hotel. It was not until after 7 in the evening that their flight arrived at the airport in Modu. After disembarking, Yang Mi waved farewell to her colleagues, expressing, "Thank you all for your hard work during our trip to Tengchong." Yang Mi's demeanor towards her employees was that of a commendable boss. Indeed, as she announced a paid day off for each employee, the staff of Yang's jewelry erupted in joyous laughter. "Thank you, Ms. Yang. Long live Ms. Yang." They cheered. "We shall take our leave now and not disturb you and Master Wang." As the employees departed, Yang Mi felt a wave of relief wash over her. In their presence, she had maintained an air of authority, but once they were gone, she relaxed, embodying the demeanor of a burgeoning heir to a billion-dollar conglomerate. Having been held closely by Wang Yang for 3 consecutive nights, the prospect of sleeping alone once more stirred a deep sense of reluctance within her. Observing her distress, Wang Yang comforted her, saying, "It's just a night apart. We shall be together again by day. Let us go enjoy a meal. Your smile brings me joy." Hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Yang Mi's face, enhancing her already striking beauty. Even in an airport bustling with flight attendants, her smile effortlessly outshone the crowd, capturing the attention of men nearby. As Wang Yang carried a large stone in one hand and embraced Yang Mi's slender waist with the other, envy and admiration filled the eyes of those who passed by. Such a beauty can be a curse, he mused. Had this been ancient times, bringing along a woman like Yang Mi would have been perilous. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Yang led Yang Mi towards the airport parking lot. Opening his phone, he located a well-known restaurant in Modu that Yang Mi had mentioned and promptly drove towards their destination. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the esteemed establishment within the affluent circles of Modu. However, upon entering, Wang Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated a grand, opulent restaurant befitting the wealthy, yet found the decor to be rather unremarkable, devoid of private dining rooms. This revelation made him realize that the affluent were not easily deceived. Only exceptional flavors could truly captivate the wealthy. Lavish restaurants were reserved for business gatherings and social displays, while everyday dining choices prioritized taste over extravagance. The establishment before them boasted a singular specialty dish, an exquisite stew priced at 8,888, not cheaper than the more ostentatious venues. Yet, the affluent chose to dine here instead. As they settled at their table, Yang Mi eagerly signaled for the server to bring their signature stew, her face alight with anticipation. "Darling, the owner here is a Cantonese who has blended Guangdong cuisine with hearty northern dishes to create this unique stew. The ingredients are all nourishing, featuring various game meats. All entirely legal, no bear paws or anything of that sort. Even so, many cannot find such a variety of game meats. I'm certain you will enjoy it." Yang Mi enthusiastically shared details about the restaurant's signature dish, clearly delighted by it. Wang Yang gazed at Yang Mi with newfound interest in the unique dish being prepared. However, before the meal could be served, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the restaurant. "Grandpa, I've already reserved a table just by the window." The voice, imbued with tranquility, resonated in the air and inexplicably instilled a sense of calm. The owner of this voice was none other than Tian Tian. Clearly, as Yang Mi had mentioned, the restaurant's specialty cuisine had garnered an excellent reputation within the affluent circles of the city, prompting both Yang Mi and Tian Tian to think of this place immediately after disembarking from their flights. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang was about to wave and call out to Tian Tian, wishing to join her and her grandfather for a meal. Yet, just as he was about to do so, Yang Mi unexpectedly placed her hand over his, urging him to refrain. "I need to spend some time with you alone today. I won't have much time later to accompany you," she insisted, her expression betraying her anxiety. Observing Yang Mia's earnestness, Wang Yang ultimately relinquished his intention to summon Tian Tian. Yang Mi, relieved by Wang Yang's acquiescence, exhaled deeply. Unbeknownst to her, however, Tian Tian had caught a fleeting glimpse of the two together as she entered the restaurant. Clearly witnessing Wang Yang's gesture that had been halted by Yang Mi's hand, Tian Tian smiled, observing Yang Mi's reaction upon seeing her enter, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Not only did Yang Mi prevent Wang Yang from calling out to her, but she also lowered her head, seemingly fearful of being discovered, a victorious smile creeping onto Tian Tian's face. Ah, she possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Recognizing her place, Tian Tian mused internally. As long as she remains cognizant of her position and avoids interfering with my interactions with Wang Yang, I shall continue to acknowledge her existence. In her heart, Tian Tian was aware that Yang Mi was indeed Wang Yang's legitimate girlfriend, while she herself could only be regarded as a confidant with mutual affection. Nevertheless, she felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, offering Wang Yang a distant smile before guiding her grandfather to their reserved table and signaling the waiter to serve their meal. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone and began messaging Wang Yang. I have a business banquet organized by the company tomorrow afternoon. Would you accompany me shopping for clothes in the morning and then join me for the banquet in the afternoon? Meanwhile, Wang Yang received the unexpected message from Tian Tian. Confusion etched on his face. He couldn't fathom why she had chosen to message him instead of approaching him directly. Across from him, Yang Mi observed Tian Tian seat her grandfather without approaching, mistakenly believing that Tian Tian was unaware of her presence with Wang Yang, which relieved her immensely. However, due to her concern about being discovered by Tian Tian, she approached the meal with great caution, speaking little and behaving unlike her usual self. Throughout the meal, she focused intently on her food, the pot of assorted game meats and mushrooms, cooked with a secret blend of spices, was indeed as delectable and appetizing as Yang Mi acclaimed. As a martial artist, Wang Yang's appetite far exceeded that of an average person, and he devoured 4 large bowls of rice. While the dish could have easily satisfied 5 individuals, Yang Mi barely had a few bites, leaving the rest to Wang Yang, who even finished off 2 bottles of cola. I miss my parents too? Yang Mi nodded vigorously, wishing to leave the restaurant at once. Yet whether her longing was for her parents or a desire to evade Tian Tian, only she truly knew. Throughout the meal, Wang Yang remained oblivious to Yang Mi's attempts to avoid Tian Tian. Once they were in the car, Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief and reverted to her chatty self, her chatter continuing until they arrived outside the luxurious residence. I need to familiarize myself with the company's operations over the next few days, so I might not have much time to spend with you, she reluctantly informed Wang Yang, embracing him for over 10 minutes before stepping out and waving goodbye. Indeed, the adage often cited online proved true. Women in love tend to cling to their partners. If she didn't cling to you, it could only signify a lack of affection. After exiting the car, Wang Yang carried the celestial jade into the villa and placed it beside the sofa. He then sat down, carefully examining the jade for the first time, contemplating how best to forge it into a weapon. The Tianyin sect's heritage encompassed a variety of weaponry techniques, including formidable yet obscure arms, such as the Feng Tianhuaji and the 3-pointed double-edged blade. Traditionally, the sect's disciples favored the latter, as its origins trace back to the legendary Erlang Shun, who wielded such a blade. However, after some consideration, Wang Yang decided against creating a 3-pointed double-edged blade. Instead, he resolved to forge a unique long staff from the celestial jade, as carrying swords and blades in contemporary society proved highly impractical. In the Tianyin sect's teachings, there existed a remarkable long staff crafted using traditional carpentry techniques, comprising 18 small, interlocking segments. This versatile design allowed for various configurations. It could be assembled into a pair of arm guards for everyday use, easily dispatching ordinary foes. In the event of a formidable adversary, it could be transformed into a 2-meter-long staff. A length of 1 inch equates to a strength of 1 inch. Possessing such a divine staff, alongside a powerful staff technique, would undoubtedly enable him to overcome most adversaries with ease. The Tianyin sect's teachings included a particularly potent staff technique known as the reversal of rivers and seas, purportedly passed down from the divine monkey Yuan Hong, who descended from the lineage of the water-controlling monkey Wu Jiqi, a nemesis of the legendary figure to Yu. Wang Yang was uncertain of the technique's true power, yet he believed its name aligned perfectly with the martial insights he had inadvertently grasped. With this notion in mind, Wang Yang yearned to commence the forging of his weapon immediately, crafting the long staff that would suit him best. However, he ultimately suppressed his impulse. Acknowledging the absence of necessary tools for weapon creation, a consistently burning forge and a suitable hammer. While finding a hammer would be straightforward, locating a perpetual forge would prove more challenging. Nevertheless, in a city as vast as this, he was confident that with time, he could find one. He could reach out to Ouyang Zhenhu to assist in locating the equipment, and once he had accompanied Tian Tian to the banquet, he would begin the forging process. With the aid of the powerful true energy from the 8 or 9 mysteries, he believed he could complete the weapon in a matter of days. After solidifying his plans, Wang Yang promptly contacted Ouyang Zhenhu, relaying his requirements. On the other end of the line, Ouyang Zhenhu chuckled upon hearing Wang Yang's request. Rest assured, Divine Dr. Wang, I'll take care of the forge and hammer. By tomorrow evening, I will find a suitable place for you, ensuring it does not impede your plans. Though Ouyang Zhenhu may be a flamboyant character, his capabilities in executing tasks were beyond reproach. Since he dared to assure Wang Yang that everything would be arranged for tomorrow night, there was no doubt in Wang Yang's heart regarding his capability. Thus, after hearing Ouyang Zhenhu's guarantee, he contentedly hung up the phone. He brushed his teeth, washed up, and took a quick shower. Once he had completed his preparations, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the 8-9 mysterious art. As the art circulated within him, his vital energy flowed in a unique manner throughout his body, nourishing his internal organs and entire being from within. It felt as though countless tiny hammers were fervently pounding every part of his body, gradually strengthening his physique. The true strength of the 8-9 mysterious art lay in its simultaneous cultivation of both inner and outer aspects. However, Wang Yang had reached the pinnacle of a double first-class level and was currently experiencing a bottleneck. He needed to penetrate this barrier with persistent effort, transitioning from the acquired to the innate, fully stepping into the realm of mastery, in order to achieve a significant enhancement of his physique. At this stage, his training was more akin to routine maintenance, ensuring his body remained free from deterioration and that the potency of his vital energy did not diminish. Yet, despite his understanding of this, Wang Yang felt no urgency. He was still young and possessed ample time to break through the innate barrier. Moreover, even without a breakthrough, when he unleashed the protective aura of the 8-9 mysterious art, his physical strength was comparable to that of a seasoned martial master, rendering him unafraid of any master. This was more than sufficient for him to navigate the world confidently. Thus, his practice was devoid of any sense of urgency, serving more as a substitute for sleep due to his restless solitude. Night slipped away unnoticed. The following day, as dawn broke, Wang Yang quickly retrieved a steel pipe from his home and drove straight to the Huangpu River. Having decided to forge a divine staff, he resolved to practice the river-overturning stick technique with the steel pipe in the meantime, familiarizing himself with this martial art before the actual staff was crafted. His previous unexpected epiphany regarding the relentless flow of the great river's martial essence naturally led him to choose this location for his practice. Upon reaching the banks of the Huangpu River, Wang Yang was taken aback. During his last visit, he had encountered numerous young people in karate and taekwondo uniforms jogging along the path. However, this time, those clad in such attire were scarce, replaced by many wearing various martial arts uniforms from different schools. It struck him as peculiar how the trend among youths to learn martial arts had suddenly shifted. Wang Yang felt a sense of nostalgia, but remained unaware that he was the catalyst behind this transformation. His viral video of shattering a 2-meter boulder with a single punch had captivated countless viewers. Although his identity remained elusive due to the video only showing his silhouette, the sheer power of his strike ignited a fervor for martial arts in many. A significant number of youths who had initially pursued karate and taekwondo began to explore the martial arts of their homeland, leading to a surge in enrollment at various martial arts schools. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang had revitalized the ancient martial arts of his country. After parking his car, he retrieved the steel pipe from the trunk and made his way to the seaside to practice. With one move, then another, he executed the stick techniques, and his eyes filled with delight. Just as he had anticipated, the essence of the ceaseless river had seamlessly integrated into the river-overturning stick technique, enhancing the power of each strike as though he were channeling the force of the great river itself. However, after completing a set of movements, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The steel pipe was too rigid, lacking the necessary flexibility to fully express the nuances of the technique. True stick methods require a balance of hardness and softness. The stick must possess a certain degree of resilience and elasticity. This is why many martial monks prefer to practice with wooden staffs. In reality, while swords and knives can be forged with relative ease, crafting a true staff that is both sufficiently hard and possesses the required resilience is far more challenging. Thus, discussions of divine weapons often center around blades, with staffs rarely mentioned. Were it not for his celestial vision and the support of the 8-9 mysterious art, Wang Yang would not have dared to forge a divine staff. He needed to expedite the crafting of the staff after assisting Tian Tian with her tasks. The steel pipe was incapable of unleashing even a fraction of the power of the river overturning stick technique. Further practice would yield little benefit. With a heavy heart, Wang Yang decided to abandon his training after just one demonstration of the technique. Come out and have breakfast with me. Afterward, we'll go shopping for a more formal outfit. Today's banquet is quite formal, and many wealthy second-generation heirs from the Magic City will be attending. It carries the essence of a matchmaking event for the affluent. Wang Yang, you must be the most dashing one there, so that those men will think twice about approaching me, Tian Tian instructed over the phone. Upon hearing that tonight's banquet was essentially a covert matchmaking event for wealthy second-generation heirs, Wang Yang felt a surge of discomfort. Though he had already formed a bond with Yang Mi and reassured himself that he and Tian Tian were merely friends, he instinctively resisted the idea of other men being around Tian Tian. Thus, after Tian Tian finished her instructions, Wang Yang promptly replied, "Rest assured, tonight I will ensure that those pesky flies do not disturb you." With a serene demeanor, her smile radiated an air of nobility, fully embodying her title as a flower of wealth in the human realm. After ending the call, Wang Yang drove to the community where Tian Tian lived to pick her up. Once he had collected her, and they had a quick breakfast, they headed straight to the mall to begin their shopping. Wang Yang was astonished by Tian Tian's efficiency. Within just an hour, she had selected a suitable long dress for herself. However, the same could not be said for Wang Yang. Tian Tian spent a full 2 hours meticulously dressing him from head to toe, even insisting that he wear the socks she had chosen. With tailored trousers, a checkered short-sleeve shirt, and polished shoes, Wang Yang's style was transformed into that of a corporate elite, exuding an aura reminiscent of a domineering CEO. As for Tian Tian, she donned a blue gown adorned with golden trim, elegant and poised, enhancing her already striking presence. After changing into their new outfits, they shared a light lunch before heading directly to the venue of the banquet. It was at this moment that Wang Yang learned the event was a business investment conference, organized to invite owners of companies valued at over 100 billion. The goal was to encourage investment. With so many affluent individuals gathered in one place, the wealthy had taken the opportunity to announce that they would be bringing their unmarried offspring along to explore potential matches. Consequently, this banquet had evolved into a matchmaking affair for the elite second-generation heirs. Chapter 98, an aura of opulence, captivating the entire venue. The entry requirement was a minimum background of 100 billion group family, truly establishing it as a premier high-end matchmaking event. Not only in the Magic City, but throughout the country, it was difficult to find another gathering of such scale. Thus, this afternoon, it was highly probable that many unmarried wealthy heirs and heiresses would converge here. Although Wang Yang had anticipated this, upon arriving with Tian Tian, he was still taken aback by the lively atmosphere in the hotel lobby. The space was bustling with activity, as older parents accompanied their 20 or 30-something heirs and heiresses, stopping to introduce their children to one another upon encountering acquaintances. Observing the thronging crowd, Wang Yang realized just how many wealthy individuals resided in the Magic City. The vast wealth serves as an entry ticket, and with so many affluent individuals present, the City of Magic truly deserves its title as the financial capital, teeming with the wealthy. Wang Yang mused to himself while waiting for the elevator in the Grand Hall. After several elevators ascended and descended, it was only after waiting for 4 rounds that Wang Yang and Tian Tian finally reached the hotel's top floor. To his surprise, the crowd exceeded his expectations, raising concerns about whether the banquet venue could accommodate so many attendees. However, upon arriving, he discovered that the entire top floor had been transformed into a spacious, interconnected grand hall capable of hosting thousands without any hint of overcrowding. At that moment, the top floor was elegantly arranged in the style of a Western ball, with an array of beverages, pastries, and fruit platters at the center. As Wang Yang and Tian Tian entered, they were guided to the right side of the hall, while the middle-aged guests were ushered to the left. The layout clearly indicated that the organizers had recognized that many affluent attendees had brought their children, prompting a last-minute rearrangement of the venue. The middle-aged individuals, capable of representing their families, mingled with the leadership on the left to discuss financing projects needed in the city. Meanwhile, the younger generation was allocated to the right, encouraged to socialize and forge connections independently. It was evident that the leaders were adept at adapting to circumstances, and Wang Yang noted that such acumen would likely attract numerous investments. With that thought, Wang Yang promptly led Tian Tian to the buffet area. After indulging in barbecued meat for lunch, they found themselves in the mood for something refreshing, like fruit. Observing the second-generation wealthy individuals exchanging business cards and discussing their family backgrounds in an effort to expand their networks, Wang Yang felt no inclination to engage. After all, he did not intend to pursue a business-oriented path and saw little need to know so many people in the commercial sphere. Yet, he understood that beauty remains a rare commodity in this world. As he and Tian Tian approached the buffet table, many eyes instinctively fell upon them, particularly on Tian Tian. Draped in a blue gown adorned with golden trim, she exuded an air of opulence that captivated everyone present. The second-generation wealthy individuals were utterly taken aback by her stunning presence. Those who had never seen Tian Tian before could not help but express their astonishment. Wow, have any of you seen that beautiful woman in the blue dress? I've encountered many lovely ladies, but this serene beauty, radiating innate elegance, is a first for me. If it weren't for the demise of the Qing dynasty, I might have thought I'd encountered a true princess. I must have her. I absolutely must have her. Someone find out about the man beside her. Various murmurs ensued, and some gazes turned greedy as they began to inquire about Tian Tian's connection to Wang Yang. Clearly harboring inappropriate thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yang and Tian Tian were blissfully unaware of the attention they were drawing, happily enjoying their watermelon, as if this elite matchmaking event had nothing to do with them. However, their desire to remain uninvolved did not shield them from the unfolding intrigue. The age-old adage of beauty bringing trouble had never been more relevant. As they relished their fruit, several individuals discreetly uncovered their identities, learning that Wang Yang was the man who had incapacitated Qin Feng in a nightclub altercation. Consequently, most men quickly abandoned any inappropriate intentions toward Tian Tian. Yet, one man remained undeterred. He was Chen Zijin, a striking figure in his 30s, standing at 6 feet tall, dressed impeccably in a shirt, trousers, and polished shoes, radiating a formidable presence. Known for being part of the Sanjin Group, one of the top 10 conglomerates in the city, his background was even more impressive than that of the city's wealthiest, the Qin family. If not for the Ouyang family's support of the Qin family, the Sanjin Group could potentially overpower them, given its entrenched local connections. As a native of the city, Chen Zijin found himself in circles filled with other affluent second-generation locals, which were far more vibrant than elsewhere. Upon noticing Chen Zijin's interest in Tian Tian, individuals quickly gathered intelligence about her and Wang Yang. Discovering that Wang Yang was the man responsible for the incident involving Qin Feng, Chen Zijin's expression revealed surprise. Nevertheless, his gaze toward Tian Tian remained filled with avarice, indicating that he had no intention of retreating. "Come, let us go over there," he commanded, pointing toward Tian Tian, his eyes brimming with possessiveness, clearly unable to contain his desires. Observing Chen Zijin's determination to pursue Tian Tian despite his knowledge of Wang Yang's identity, his gathered wealthy peers wore expressions of concern. "Chen, perhaps you should consider another target. While Tian Tian is indeed beautiful and has captivated many men here, once they learned of her connection to the man who crippled Qin Feng, they all backed off. Our circle isn't lacking in beautiful women. Although they may not compare to her in elegance, they're equally capable in bed. There's no need to offend that mysterious figure for just one woman." A chorus of voices urged Chen Zijin to reconsider. Yet, Chen Zijin dismissed their concerns with a derisive laugh. That mysterious figure is merely a lucky pauper who has clung to the Ouyang family. The Qin family, reliant on the Ouyang family, can only accept their fate with Qin Feng's downfall. My family, however, has no such dependency, and the Ouyang family is on the brink of collapse. Before long, the wealthy circles of this city will be reshuffled. Should I fear a lowly man destined to lose his support? Chapter 99. The Ouyang family's imminent demise? The Ouyang family is shrouded in mystery. Most residents of the city are scarcely aware of its existence. However, Those fortunate enough to mingle in Chen Zijin's circle belong to the upper echelon of society and are well aware of the Ouyang family's significance, recognizing that the wealth of the Qin family stems from their connection to it. Thus, when they heard Chen Zijin assert that the Ouyang family was on the verge of ruin, their shock was palpable. "Chen, where did you hear such news? It's utterly astonishing. If the Ouyang family falls, the Qin family will inevitably follow, triggering an earthquake in the city's business landscape. When a whale falls, all creatures thrive. If the Qin family collapses, we could all benefit immensely. Is your source reliable? A family like the Ouyang, with centuries of history, can truly meet its demise?" The group stared at Chen Zijin, their astonishment beyond mere words. Chen Zijin, witnessing their reactions, merely smiled enigmatically. "You'll find out soon enough. For now, let us focus on acquiring Tian's contact information." With that, he disregarded their inquiries and strode confidently toward Wang Yang and Tian. Seeing Chen Zijin's determination, the crowd abandoned their questions and hurried to keep pace with him. The veracity of the news was uncertain, but they understood that if they did not align with Chen Zijin now, they would be excluded when it came time to reap the rewards from the Qin family's downfall. Soon, they approached Wang Yang and Tian, who were still enjoying their watermelon. With a confident and flamboyant smile directed at Tian, Chen Zijin introduced himself. "Hello, Tian. I am Chen Zijin from the Sanjin Group. Previously, I had been engrossed in company affairs, seldom attending gatherings within our social circle. And it was only now that I discovered the presence of a gem like you among us. I wonder if I might have the honor of acquiring your contact information. Following the conclusion of the banquet, I intend to host a gathering where everyone can unwind and enjoy themselves." Chen Zijin possesses an impressive demeanor, his every word and gesture reminiscent of the archetypal domineering CEO portrayed on television. Any ordinary woman, or even some affluent beauties, would undoubtedly fall under his spell upon encountering such an authentic figure of authority. Yet, he found himself in the presence of Tian, whose heart is solely captivated by Wang Yang, leaving no room for other men. Upon witnessing Chen Zijin approach and demand her contact information, completely disregarding Wang Yang's presence, she was immediately incensed. Without hesitation, she clung to Wang Yang's arm with considerable force, pressing her body closely against his, and turned to Chen Zijin. "My boyfriend dislikes me conversing with strangers. If you wish for my number, you shall need to ask him." Any rational individual would have heeded her words and retreated. However, Chen Zijin was no ordinary person. His confidence was boundless. Even upon hearing Tian's veiled rejection, he did not retreat. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Wang Yang. "I know you. You are the fortunate lad who inadvertently gained the favor of the Ouyang family. While I am uncertain how you managed to secure such connection, I am certainly not like Qin Feng, that useless fellow. The Qin family relies on the Ouyang family for survival, and should Qin Feng provoke you, he can only concede. More importantly, the Ouyang family is on the brink of collapse and can no longer protect you. It would be wise for you to hand over Tian's contact information and distance yourself from her. The Ouyang family is doomed." Wang Yang was taken aback by Chen Zijin's words. After all, he had just spoken with Ouyang Zhenhu the previous night, who had not hinted at any impending crisis for the Ouyang family. However, he merely felt surprised and had no intention of probing further, as he had always relied solely on himself. Chen Zijin's attempt to intimidate him with news of the Ouyang family's downfall bore no fruit. With a cold smile, Wang Yang regarded Chen Zijin with disdain. "Are you finished? If so, be on your way. Do not disturb our enjoyment." Chen Zijin, witnessing Wang Yang's audacity in the face of the Ouyang family's potential demise, was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that a mere commoner, fully aware of his primary support's impending fall, would still possess the courage to dismiss him. Anger surged within him, yet he suppressed it, noting that leaders were conversing with billionaires on the other side of the room, and he did not wish to create a scene that would embarrass his own family or provoke unnecessary trouble. He resolved to bide his time, planning to deal with Wang Yang after the banquet concluded. With a forced smile, Chen Zijin remarked to Wang Yang, "You are quite impressive, bolder than I had anticipated. Once the banquet concludes, we shall engage further. I hope you will maintain your current fortitude and not succumb too quickly, for that would render our game rather dull." Wang Yang merely scoffed at Chen Zijin's bravado. He had never been one for verbal sparring. If Chen Zijin chose not to provoke him after the banquet, that would suffice. However, should he persist in his folly, Wang Yang would ensure that Chen Zijin would regret it for a lifetime. Soon, under Wang Yang's cold gaze, Chen Zijin and his entourage departed. Tian, watching them leave, turned to Wang Yang with concern. Wang Yang, have I caused you trouble? Had I known the Yang family was in distress, I would not have brought you along as a shield. Clearly, Tian believed that the Yang family was Wang Yang's backing, which instilled fear in others, prompting her to invite him as a human shield. Wang Yang, noticing her apprehension, smiled gently. Do you perceive me as someone who relies on the might of others? Fear not. I have never depended on the Yang family. Even if the Yang family were to fall, I would remain unaffected. A mere second-generation rich kid does not possess the stature to intimidate me. If one were to rank those familiar with Wang Yang, Tian would undoubtedly secure the top spot. She was well aware that he had never been one to boast. Thus, his current assertions signified that he genuinely did not regard the Yang family as his support. He must have other cards up his sleeve. Understanding this, Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she returned to enjoying the moment with Wang Yang. However, Chun Zijin remained unaware of Wang Yang's formidable nature. After distancing himself from Wang Yang and Tian, he immediately turned to his companions. Find out who among these attendees has a good rapport with Tian. Arrange for her to host a gathering. I shall attend tonight. At 4 p.m, a group of elegantly dressed affluent young women approached Tian. Tian, it has been ages since our circle gathered so fully. Let us seize the opportunity and host a bonfire party tonight. One of them exclaimed. The venue will be my family's old villa, which is somewhat secluded, allowing us to revel without concern for disturbing the peace. You may bring your boyfriend along. Numerous young men and women from our circle will be present, ensuring a lively atmosphere. The young women were ardent in their invitations. Although Tian yearned for a moment of solitude with Wang Yang, after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately acquiesced to their enthusiastic request. Once they departed, Tian turned to Wang Yang. Their families are partners with my hotel, so it would be rather impolite to decline. If you prefer not to attend such gatherings, I can manage on my own after the banquet. Wang Yang had never been fond of these simple reunions of the affluent, but upon hearing Tian's inquiry, he resolved to accompany her. The timing was too coincidental. Having just clashed with Chun Zijin, the invitation felt orchestrated. I shall join you. It will be interesting to observe how these young elites behave in private, Wang replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his agreement, Tian beamed with delight. Shielded by her family for so long, she remained oblivious to the peculiar undertones of the evening's gathering. Before long, 6 o'clock arrived, and the banquet finally came to a close. The billionaires promptly began making calls to their companies, evidently having identified promising projects during the internal investment conference. The affluent youths also departed in groups, clearly embarking on their next gathering. Wang Yang drove, following Tian's directions, towards the villa for the evening's festivities. The villa was located in the suburbs, quite a distance from the hotel. Adhering strictly to traffic regulations, Wang Yang navigated for over 40 minutes before arriving at the villa. Outside, a plethora of luxury sports cars were parked, indicating that this gathering primarily attracted a youthful crowd. If those in attendance were already stepping into their family businesses, their vehicles would have been more subdued rather than the ostentatious displays of wealth represented by these sports cars. Perhaps I am overthinking. This may merely be a casual gathering, without any connection to Chun Zijin. Wang Yang mused, feeling somewhat surprised, yet proceeding alongside Tian towards the villa. Regardless of whether Chun Zijin is lending a hand behind the scenes at tonight's gathering, he will accompany Tian throughout the event. Ideally, everything will proceed without incident. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he is prepared to protect Tian without hesitation. With this thought in mind, the two soon enter the villa. Inside, the affluent offspring had already begun to revel in the festivities. A master chef, specially invited for the occasion, was grilling in the courtyard, simultaneously roasting 4 whole sheep. In addition to the lamb, various small delicacies were also being prepared. A selection of refreshing cold dishes and fruits was beautifully arranged, allowing hungry guests to satiate their appetites. Moreover, a provocatively dressed beauty had been hired to energize the atmosphere, passionately showcasing her tattooed arms while energetically chanting into a microphone. The ambience in the villa was so vibrant that it surpassed many nightclubs. Upon seeing Tian and Wang Yang arrive, the villa's owner, Xinyu, waved excitedly at Tian, inviting her to join in the dancing. No, you all go ahead. I'll sit here with Wang Yang for a while. Tian declined Xun Yu's invitation, leading Wang Yang to a row of lounge chairs in the courtyard. Her disposition was not suited to such a boisterous environment. However, only about 5 minutes had passed when both of them simultaneously furrowed their brows. A group of 7 or 8 individuals strode in through the entrance, led by none other than Chen Zijin, who had clashed with Wang Yang earlier that afternoon. The presence of Chen Zijin perplexed many of the other wealthy heirs. It was peculiar that someone like him, who had taken over a family business, would condescend to associate with those who merely indulged in revelry. It was likely that he and his entourage were there to confront Wang Yang, especially since the enigmatic figure who had previously dealt with Qin Feng had now set his sights on Chen Zijin. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Realizing that Chen Zijin might be targeting Wang Yang, many onlookers felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness whether this mysterious figure would once again best Chen Zijin or if the latter would prove stronger than Qin Feng and manage to subdue Wang Yang. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chen Zijin quickly approached Wang Yang. Looking down from his superior position, he arrogantly declared, "I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I'll give you another chance. Provide me with Tian's contact information and vacate this place, and I will forgive your rudeness from this afternoon." Wang Yang chuckled in response. "What if I refuse?" He regarded Chen Zijin with disdain, curious about the nature of threats from those in the upper echelons of society compared to the underclass. However, Chen Zijin's subsequent threat left Wang Yang utterly disillusioned. With a menacing tone, Chen Zijin warned, "I will break your legs and toss you out like a dead dog. Is that all?" Wang Yang observed Chen Zijin's menacing demeanor, finding it no different from that of a street thug, and promptly lost interest in further dialogue. It seemed he had overestimated the upper class, or perhaps underestimated human nature. Regardless of wealth, men inherently possessed a violent streak, which explained why certain prominent figures often engaged in public disputes. Contemplating this, Wang Yang stood and directed his gaze at Chen Zijin, or more precisely, at his legs. He had always believed in fairness. When Chu Lanshan sought his life, he had taken Chu Lanshan's in return. Now, with Chen Zijin threatening to break his legs, he felt justified in contemplating a similar response. Chapter 101. The Warriors Behind the Chen Family. Under Wang Yang's icy gaze, Chen Zijin felt an involuntary chill. Wang Yang's cold stare pierced through him like twin blades, instilling a palpable fear that his legs might be severed at any moment. How dare he? With so many people surrounding him, even if Chen Zijin had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to act. Chen Zijin repeatedly reassured himself, forcing himself to maintain eye contact with Wang Yang, unwilling to display any weakness. Yet, in the next moment, panic washed over his face as Wang Yang truly made his move. Despite being surrounded by henchmen, Wang Yang acted independently and swiftly. He raised his leg and kicked towards Chen Zijin's knee. The sound of shattering bones echoed sharply. In an instant, both of Chen Zijin's knees were obliterated. By the time anyone realized what had happened, Chen Zijin was helplessly kneeling before Wang Yang. "My legs!" Chen Zijin cried out in agony, supporting himself on the ground. Witnessing Chen Zijin's collapse, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. He despised having to look up while conversing. This aversion had only intensified since acquiring his inheritance. From a moment, Chen Zijin approached him with a condescending gaze. He had felt displeased. Now, however, he relished the moment. While Wang Yang felt vindicated, Chen Zijin's entourage stood in stunned silence. They were supposed to be Chen Zijin's enforcers. But Wang Yang's strike had been so swift that they barely had time to react. Even as they began to comprehend the situation, fear rooted them in place, paralyzed by the sheer force and speed exhibited by Wang Yang. At their level, they understood that martial artists were indeed real. Wang Yang's decisive kicks had shattered Chen Zijin's knees, making it painfully clear that confronting him was futile. Any attempt to assist Chen Zijin could result in a similar fate. Thus, they merely stood, dumbfounded, watching Chen Zijin's agonized cries without a single person daring to intervene. Wang Yang regarded them with increasing disdain. "It seems your loyal companions lack the courage to defend you. However, this simplifies matters for me." With a chilling smile, he seized Chen Zijin by the collar. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Wang Yang effortlessly dragged Chen Zijin towards the villa's exit, much like one would handle a chicken. Ultimately, in full view of the shocked crowd, Wang Yang discarded Chen Zijin outside the villa's grand entrance as if he were refused. The fabric of Chen Zijin's attire held firm, a testament to the high-end brand, a privilege of the wealthy. Wang Yang reflected on this, committing the inconspicuous label to memory for future reference when shopping for clothes. As Wang Yang departed, Chen Zijin's followers finally sprang into action, rushing to his side. Some helped him to sit up, while others called for an ambulance. Yet, not a single soul dared to mention retaliation. Clearly, Wang Yang's violent display had thoroughly terrified them. Observing their reaction, Chun Zijin's face twisted into a mask of disappointment and fury. Was it merely a few years of martial training that had instilled such fear in them? What a pitiful lot they were. As the Ouyang family, a lineage of martial artists, faced potential ruin, could he still maintain his arrogance? Chun Zijin bitterly barked a few commands, unable to wait for the ambulance, and insisted on being driven to the nearest hospital. Watching Chun Zijin leave, his followers began to murmur amongst themselves. Chun Xiao unexpectedly had us keep an eye on Wang Yang. Does he happen to know any formidable martial artists? Did he not say that the Ouyang family was doomed? Surely, it must be another martial family that could bring down a martial lineage. It is likely that the Chun family has ties to that martial clan. Regardless, we are simply tasked with watching. If Wang Yang attempts to leave, we will merely inform Chun Xiao, as we are not to confront him directly. The chatter among these affluent youths echoed continuously, despite their evident fear of Wang Yang. This time, none dared to approach him closely. Each individual maintained a considerable distance, ensuring they could keep Wang Yang and Tian Tian in their sight. Nevertheless, despite their caution, Wang Yang's keen martial instincts promptly detected their surveillance. Since he was not to be trifled with, he resolved to subdue any dissent tonight. With a disdainful smile, he dismissed the notion of being watched, even refraining from mentioning it to Tian Tian. As soon as the whole roasted lamb was ready, he eagerly pulled Tian Tian over to it, carving off a leg and devouring it heartily. Since beginning his martial training, his appetite had significantly increased. Previously, he could scarcely manage half a leg of lamb in one sitting, yet now he required two to feel satisfied. As he feasted on meat and washed it down with cola, he exuded an undeniable bravado reminiscent of a gallant hero from ancient tales. Observing him, several affluent young women in the vicinity felt an inexplicable flutter in their hearts, tempted to engage with him. Despite sipping cola, he radiated an aura of an ancient knight. Upon closer inspection, his appearance was indeed commendable. While he may not outshine some youthful darlings in looks, his masculine presence eclipsed them all. However, having incapacitated Chun Zijing and discarded him like refuse, it was certain that the Chun family would not let this transgression go unpunished. Pondering whether he could withstand their impending wrath, a group of bold young women approached Wang Yang, eager to exchange contact information. Wang Yang, may we get acquainted? One began. My family specializes in luxury car sales. Should you ever consider purchasing a vehicle, I assure you the best prices. Another chimed in. Your strength is remarkable. May I feel your muscles? A third added, I too wish to touch them. After all, Tian Tian and I are good friends. We simply wish to appreciate your physique, not to compete for your affections, so please do not be upset. One after another, these statuesque, radiant young women presented their business cards to Wang Yang. Some were merely timid in their approach, while others boldly reached out to touch him, with a few even daring to lift his shirt to feel his abs. Had it not been for Tian Tian's presence, Wang Yang might have suspected these women would go so far as to disregard his pants. Sighing in relief as the women departed, Wang Yang exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, Tian Tian, intrigued, moved closer and lifted Wang Yang's shirt herself, feeling his abs. No wonder they all want to touch your muscles. You may not have the bulk of those gym goers, but your muscles are impressively firm. It makes sense that you could toss Chun Zijing aside so effortlessly. With a look of excitement, she instinctively attributed Wang Yang's strength to his muscular physique. Yet, recalling how he had crippled Chun Zijing, her expression shifted to concern. But you were too impulsive. Just expelling him would have sufficed. By directly incapacitating him, you have left the conflict unresolved. Once he recovers, he is bound to seek revenge. Wang Yang, bemused, gently moved her hand away from him and replied with a smile. You do not understand these people. They are akin to dogs. The moment you show any weakness, they will exploit it. It is imperative to subdue them thoroughly to deter any further harassment. Hearing his words, Tian Tian relinquished her desire for reconciliation and instead enjoyed the leisurely moment of savoring roasted meat alongside Wang Yang. However, just as they were about to finish their meal, an unexpected event unfolded. Wang Yang spotted Ouyang Jinhu's figure at the entrance of the villa, accompanied by several others from the Ouyang family, at least a dozen in total. Upon noticing Wang Yang and Tian Tian, they quickly approached with determined intent. Ouyang Jinhu said Wang Yang directly, Wang Xingyi. We have received word that the Tai family's martial artist is on his way here, seeking to avenge Chun Zijing. When they arrive, leave it to the Ouyang family to handle. You need only observe from the sidelines. You are a great benefactor to the Ouyang family, and, as long as we exist, we will ensure you endure no grievances in the Magic City region. Wang Yang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Ouyang family would send support specifically to protect him. While he had indeed saved Ouyang Xiao, he never expected the family to maintain such gratitude. The era of repaying kindness with enmity had long since passed. In modern times, most would take advantage of a benefactor's goodwill. Yet, the Ouyang family appeared to be an exception. As a clan rooted in ancient martial traditions, they retained a sense of honor and camaraderie. Thus, it was no surprise that, amidst their own crisis, they promptly dispatched so many martial artists to aid him upon learning of his plight. Wang Yang contemplated the potential for a deeper alliance with the Ouyang family, recognizing the advantages of having their assistance in navigating trivial matters. With a sense of curiosity, he inquired, "What predicament has the Ouyang family encountered that led Chun Zijing to assert your impending doom?" Ouyang Zhenhu, seemingly resigned, explained, "A martial master from the Tai family in Dongwu City has issued a challenge to our patriarch, demanding a duel by the end of this month. Your uncle, Ouyang Xiao, has been in seclusion, preparing for this confrontation." While acknowledging Wang Yang's martial prowess, he cautioned, "Though you are indeed a martial artist, such a master-level duel is beyond your reach. Youth prevails in combat. Even the most skilled masters cannot escape this truth. Our patriarch is nearing 100 years of age, and his abilities have waned. Under normal circumstances, he would be destined to lose unless he possesses a secret technique to temporarily unlock his full potential. However, even if he were to defeat the Tai family's martial master, the cost to his health would be grave. Regardless of victory or defeat, the Ouyang family is destined to lose their only master warrior. When that moment arrives, should anyone covet the wealth controlled by the Ouyang family, they will be utterly defenseless. A master of external cultivation, you say? He will serve as a whetstone to test my prowess." Upon hearing Wang Yang's assertion, Ouyang Zhenhu nodded fervently. "Very well. I shall certainly inform Master Wang." The warriors of the Ouyang clan who had come to lend their support exchanged glances filled with recognition and goodwill towards Wang Yang. Understanding their own style of action, if the Ouyang family could navigate this crisis, they would not hesitate to serve Wang Yang without a second thought. Yet, they remained unaware that the salvation they believed to be offered by this divine physician was, in fact, Wang Yang's own hand that would resolve the threat posed by the Tai family's master of external cultivation. He intended to use this master as a means to sharpen his own skills and ascertain his standing among the masters. Chapter 103, Arriving with Great Fanfare, Departing in Disgrace. The Tai family had arrived, comprised of 4 imposing men, each towering over 1.9 meters. Each possessed a physique reminiscent of a mighty beast, their muscular frames exuding strength and power. Observing their stature, Wang Yang discerned that these individuals had likely trained in external martial arts from a young age, possibly supplemented by specialized elixirs and medicinal baths. It was inconceivable that they could all exceed such height without such enhancements. The pursuit of martial prowess often comes at a considerable cost, particularly for external cultivation, which demands more resources than the average warrior's training. It seemed that the Tai family, struggling to nurture an ever-growing number of descendants, was hastening to claim the Ouyang family's position rather than waiting for the aging patriarch to pass naturally, thus allowing for an easier ascension. Wang Yang reflected. Without substantial evidence, he felt he could piece together the situation of the Tai family. Indeed, they had expanded significantly over the years, their numbers now tenfold compared to their humble beginnings. However, the economic landscape of Dongwu City had not surged as dramatically as that of the magical metropolis, leaving their wealth inadequate to sustain their martial ambitions. Consequently, the Tai family could not afford to wait for the Ouyang patriarch to die a natural death and swiftly declared war on them. The Chun family had been chosen as their allies, tasked with managing their commercial ventures while the Tai family provided the muscle. With Chun Zijin's legs incapacitated, they were compelled to step forward. At that moment, they wheeled Chun Zijin, encased in plaster, into the room. Under his direction, their gazes swiftly turned towards Wang Yang. The warriors of the Ouyang family also appeared before the Tai family, and upon noticing the number of Ouyang warriors surrounding Wang Yang, a frown creased the brows of the Tai family members. In terms of sheer numbers, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. With only 4 of them present, the Ouyang family had arrived with over a dozen warriors. In a real confrontation, they would find themselves utterly overmatched. Realizing this, one of the Tai warriors whispered to Chun Zijin, "Our numbers are vastly inferior to the Ouyang family." Chun Zijin, witnessing the hesitance of his fellow warriors, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As he was pushed into the villa, He was acutely aware that the affluent young heirs had witnessed the humiliation of his retreat without retaliation. His reputation was in tatters, and he would become the laughingstock of their circle. With a sense of indignation, he turned to the 4 Thai warriors. Must we not make a call for reinforcements? The Thai warriors exchanged awkward glances, clearly uncomfortable. After a prolonged silence, one finally replied, "Our Thai family has only a little over 20 warriors, while the Ouyang family boasts hundreds. Even if we call for help, they will do the same. We remain outnumbered. The only solution lies in our master defeating the Ouyang family's master." Chen Zijin grasped the gravity of the situation. Until the Ouyang master was incapacitated by the Thai family's master, he could not hope to contend with Wang Yang. Yet he was unwilling to leave in utter disgrace. "Please, push me over so I may say a few words before departing," he implored the 4 Thai warriors, relenting somewhat. Upon hearing this, the 4 men complied and soon wheeled Chen Zijin before Wang Yang. The onlooking wealthy heirs were filled with excitement as they observed Chen Zijin's return, noting the imposing stature of his bearers. Wang Yang's entourage was equally formidable, rumored to hail from the illustrious Ouyang lineage, a family steeped in ancient martial traditions, their strength certainly rivaling that of the towering men before them. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, all eyes were drawn to the encounter between Wang Yang and Chen Zijin. Soon, Chen Zijin, with a dark expression, addressed Wang Yang. "What transpired today shall not be forgotten. The Ouyang family cannot protect you indefinitely. Once the duel between our masters concludes, we will settle our scores." Wang Yang's expression shifted to one of amusement at Chen Zijin's threats. "If you seek revenge, feel free to proceed. I am always ready. If you lack the courage, then kindly remove yourself from my sight, lest you disturb my peace." Chen Zijin's face darkened further at Wang Yang's unabashed mockery, yet he found himself powerless to act beyond exchanging empty words. "Let us see if you can maintain such bravado after the duel between our masters," he seethed, shooting Wang Yang a venomous glance before having the Thai warriors escort him away. Wang Yang's sharp tongue had proven too much for Chen Zijin, who feared remaining would provoke him into a fit of rage. Witnessing Chen Zijin's feeble threats before his retreat left the onlookers in disbelief. However, Wang Yang paid little mind to their reactions. Confident that the confrontation had concluded without further complications, he turned his thoughts towards forging his own divine weapon. After all, he would soon face the master of external cultivation, and possessing a divine-grade staff would significantly bolster his chances. With this in mind, he directed his attention to Ouyang Zhenhu. "Have you located the furnace I require?" Upon hearing Wang Yang's inquiry, Ouyang Zhenhu nodded promptly. "We found an old steel mill furnace in the suburbs. After repairs during the day, it is now fully operational. We can ignite it this afternoon, and the temperature is already rising." Chapter 104. The staff is forged. Xiao Xian invites for drinks. The furnace of the steel mill. Wang Yang's eyes lit up at Ouyang Zhenhu's words. The extreme heat of a steel furnace far surpassed that of a conventional fire, drastically reducing the time required to craft his divine weapon. While a regular furnace may only reach temperatures of 100 or 200 degrees, Wang Yang would need 3 days to forge his divine staff. In contrast, the steel furnace could achieve temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Wang Yang estimated that he could complete his task in approximately 3 hours without compromising his evening rest. Upon hearing that Wang Yang had important work to attend to, Tian immediately nodded and smiled, saying, "You can leave directly. I will catch up with my friends here." Wang Yang, pleased with her words, nodded in agreement. Ouyang Zhenhu, upon hearing Wang Yang's statement, promptly communicated with the warriors of the Ouyang family. Soon, those warriors nodded in acknowledgement and departed, following Ouyang Zhenhu's directions to the location of the steel furnace, a somewhat antiquated scrap recycling station. It was evident that the steel furnace belonged to the recycling station. At that moment, the station was devoid of outsiders, with only a few Ouyang family warriors observing. The furnace was strategically placed in an open area, where several warriors continuously fed coal into it, ensuring the flames burned fiercely and the temperature remained high. Thick black smoke billowed from the top of the furnace, visible from a considerable distance. Observing this scene, Wang Yang felt increasingly fortunate for having Ouyang Zhenhu locate the furnace. After all, in modern-day Magic City, coal burning was prohibited. Such dense black smoke would have attracted the attention of environmental authorities, resulting in the immediate extinguishing of the furnace and the apprehension of those involved. It was only due to the deep-rooted influence of the Ouyang family in Magic City that they could find such an obsolete furnace and manage to bypass environmental regulations. allowing him to use the furnace with peace of mind. Excellent. I can forge my divine staff with confidence now, Wang Yang thought, filled with emotion as he retrieved a specially crafted clamp and placed the outer meteorite, jade, into the furnace for smelting. Once the jade glowed a fiery red, he took it out, grasped the heavy iron hammer prepared by the Yang family, and began to strike forcefully. Smelting, striking, smelting, striking. Wang Yang labored for a full 3 hours with scarcely a pause. Only with the formidable 8-9 mysteries did he possess sufficient true energy and stamina. Had he been an ordinary warrior, he would have likely succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor were gratifying. Ultimately, Wang Yang successfully forged 18 small short sticks capable of special combinations. Before the assembled Yang warriors, he began to experiment with the combination of the short sticks. Within mere seconds, he had formed them into a pair of arm guards, which he donned on his arms. Then, channeling his true energy into the arm guards, he raised his arms to let them collide in front of him. The pair of arm guards instantly transformed into 18 small sticks, scattering before him. With a swift motion, he grasped them, and they reassembled into a long staff. The staff, entirely jade green, resembled a piece of exquisite jade craftsmanship, not at all like a weapon meant for combat. Yet, only Wang Yang understood the true strength of this staff. Its resilience and elasticity were astonishing, and its hardness was extraordinary. Even upon colliding with the legendary heaven-defying sword, it would leave no trace. This was undoubtedly a rare divine staff. Since it is entirely jade green, I shall name it the Jade Staff, Wang Yang mused. And after testing the staff's elasticity, he reconfigured it into a pair of arm guards and donned them on his arms. Although it was summer and he wore short sleeves, the jade arm guards did not appear out of place. Their beauty, resembling that of an artwork, made them seem like a unique ornament, attracting little attention. When the Yang family patriarch faces off against that Iron family master, be sure to inform me in a timely manner. Wang Yang cheerfully instructed Yang Zhenhu before making his way outside. As Wang Yang departed, the members of the Yang family could no longer contain their whispers of amazement. Clearly impressed by Wang Yang's forging skills, as warriors, they were acutely aware of the challenges involved in forging the jade staff. How astonishing! Dr. Wang is not only a healer, but also a master forger. I suspect that staff has already reached divine weapon status. Ordinary iron lacks such a hue. A chorus of curiosity arose among them regarding the true level of Wang Yang's jade staff. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, as he walked away, the Yang warriors continued to discuss his feats. The breakthrough of a bottleneck is akin to the persistent dripping of water that eventually wears away stone. Before he realized it, Wang Yang had practiced until dawn, his training supplanting his need for sleep. The fatigue from his 3 hours of forging had entirely dissipated, leaving him invigorated. It was only with the 8-9 mysteries, being a celestial martial art, that he experienced such rejuvenation. Normal ancient martial arts would not yield similar effects. It is time to practice the turbulence staff by the river, which will also serve to test the jade staff. Wang Yang reflected as he brushed his teeth and prepared to drive to the Huangpu River. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he parked his car, assembled the jade staff, and began practicing the turbulence staff by the water's edge. The essence of martial arts erupted forth, each move imbued with the spirit of turbulence. The elasticity of the jade staff allowed Wang Yang to fully realize the intended meaning behind the turbulence staff. Again and again, with each repetition, he gained new insights, his prowess visibly enhancing. Ultimately, he unconsciously fused the Hanyuan upon with the turbulent staff, with the Bagua steps beneath his feet, his left hand wielding the Hanyuan palm, and his right hand brandishing the turbulent staff. His continuous improvement made him oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when his phone suddenly rang that he realized how late it had become. On the screen, the caller ID displayed Xiao Xian's number. Upon answering, Xiao Xian cheerfully announced, "I haven't treated everyone to a meal since my promotion. Tonight, my colleagues are all free, and I would like to invite everyone for drinks. You should come along too." Drinking. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's heart raced with apprehension. He had shared drinks with Xiao Xian twice before, and both times they ended up on the same bed. He was genuinely fearful that this occasion would lead to a repeat of that scenario. It wouldn't happen. How could someone make the same mistake thrice? Wang Yang reassured himself, promptly inquiring about Xiao Xian's location. Upon learning that it was at the barbecue stall where they had dined together for the first time, he readily agreed. "All right, I will arrive on time tonight." After showering and changing his clothes, he hurriedly drove toward the bustling food stall. After some delays, he arrived at the stall just past 7 o'clock. Though night had just begun to fall, the place was nearly filled to capacity. Xiao Xin and her companions were already gathered. Upon seeing Wang Yang arrive, Xiao Xin waved eagerly. Wang Yang made his way over, noticing an empty seat beside Xiao Xin, and without hesitation, he took a seat. Wang Yang, we've already ordered. Feel free to suggest anything else you might want. Don't hesitate, Xiao Xin said, exuding the generous spirit typical of a northeastern girl. Wang Yang, seeing her demeanor, did not hold back and began to order. He requested lamb chops and legs, 2 of each, along with some sea cucumbers and abalone. Once the food arrived, he dug in eagerly. After a day of practicing the turbulent staff, his stamina had been severely depleted, and he was in dire need of replenishment. Observe Wang Yang es hayati apetita. Some colleagues couldn't help but express their amazement. Wang Yang, how come I never noticed your eating habits when we were the company? With an appetite like yours, you could easily become a food vlogger. Another chimed in, with how much you can eat, it seems you might struggle to support yourself on your earnings. Now that Xiao Xin has been promoted, why not consider having her support you? Xiao Xin, were you not always proclaiming that once you earn enough money, you would support a handsome young man? Now that you have been promoted and are thriving, why not consider supporting Wang Yang? Although his complexion may not be as fair, his remarkable appetite surely indicates robust health and vitality, far more practical than a mere pretty face. A group of individuals continuously jested, perhaps inadvertently attempting to match Wang Yang with Xiao Xin. Clearly, Xiao Xin had intentionally left a space for Wang Yang by her side, leading her colleagues to believe she harbored feelings for him. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. Listening to the whispers of the crowd conspiring to unite Xiao Xin and Wang Yang, their former supervisor, Tao, was visibly displeased. He had always harbored feelings for Xiao Xin and had subtly pursued her in the past. It was one thing for him to be unsuccessful in his own pursuits, but to see an intern he deemed inferior being pushed towards her was intolerable. Even more frustrating was the fact that Xiao Xin had never uttered a word of rejection, suggesting that she might indeed entertain the notion of a relationship. All of this left him exceedingly vexed. However, Xiao Xin had now ascended to a supervisory role, placing her on equal footing with him. Her sudden promotion indicated that she was valued by the higher-ups, rendering Tao hesitant to confront her directly. Thus, he turned his ire towards Wang Yang. If he could not reprimand Xiao Xin, surely he could intimidate a university student who had yet to pass his internship. Tao was under the misapprehension that Wang Yang was inadequate and had been encouraged to leave the company by the Human Resources Department. Deep down, he looked down on Wang Yang, viewing him as an easy target. Just as the others continued to playfully match Wang Yang with Xiao Xin, Tao unexpectedly remarked coldly, Wang Yang, you must seize this opportunity. Given that you haven't past your internship, you must be on the brink of starvation, perhaps even going long stretches without meat, which would explain your gluttonous behavior. While the crowd's banter about Wang Yang's appetite was lighthearted and devoid of contempt, there was an undercurrent of envy in the eyes of some male colleagues. As they noted, Wang Yang was not overweight despite his voraciousness, which only signified his robust physique. For men in their middle age, nothing is more enviable than the strength of a healthy man, especially when they themselves are resigned to brewing goji berries in thermoses. Tao's comments, however, were laced with genuine mockery. Instantly, Wang Yang, who had been consumed with his meal, lifted his gaze to Tao. Wang Yang had no fondness for Tao. He found him petty, wielding trivial authority as if it were a weapon. During their time together at the company, Tao's favorite pastime had been bossing around interns, treating them like mere beasts of burden. However, given the challenging job market, everyone had tolerated his behavior, including Wang Yang, who needed the job due to his modest family circumstances. But times had changed. Now, the owner of the Jinlong auction house greeted him with respect. A mere supervisor like Tao lacked the standing to belittle him. With a stoic expression, Wang Yang addressed Tao, his voice steady yet filled with authority. Your tongue remains as foul as ever. When you were my superior, your words carried some weight. Now that I am no longer with the company, do you think you can still slander me? Do you believe your spindly frame could overpower me? Wang Yang's threat momentarily stunned Tao. He assessed his own gaunt figure, which seemed as if it could collapse at any moment, then looked at Wang Yang, whose physique, while not exaggerated, was distinctly muscular. In that instant, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Yet, with so many witnesses, he could not afford to back down before Wang Yang. He could not allow himself to appear weak, as it would irreparably damage his authority as a supervisor. You think you can intimidate me? Do you really believe I would fear your threats? Let me remind you, we live in a lawful society. If you dare to lay a hand on me, prepare to compensate for your actions. You, an intern who has failed to meet the standards, cannot afford to pay me for damages. If you're unafraid of going to jail, then by all means strike me. If I flinch, I am no man, he declared defiantly. Suddenly, a beer bottle soared through the air, striking Tao squarely on the head, causing blood to spill forth. The onlookers were taken aback, for it was not Wang Yang who had thrown the bottle, but Xiao Xin, who, in a fit of rage, had preemptively acted. She glared at Tao, exclaiming, Tao, I gave you face. Do you wish for medical expenses? Name your price, and I shall transfer it to you shortly. Wang Yang, witnessing Xiao Xin's fierce loyalty, felt a surge of gratitude. Her unwavering righteousness had never wavered. Yet he did not wish to rely on a woman to defend him. He reached out, firmly grasping the second bottle she held, stating with quiet strength, I can handle this myself. His commanding tone compelled her to release her grip, leaving her momentarily stunned. To her astonishment, Wang Yang picked up the bottle she had relinquished and hurled it at Tao's head. Thud, thud, thud. He launched 3 bottles in quick succession, each striking Tao with precision. After the third, there were no more empty bottles left to throw. Wang Yang had refrained from tossing the full ones, deeming Tao unworthy of such waste. Afterward, he disdainfully remarked, What is the cost of a bottle? Just give me a figure, and I shall transfer the amount, including Xiao Xin's share. Tao stood speechless, confronted with the apparent nonchalance of both Xiao Xin and Wang Yang regarding money. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. Enraged, he slammed his hands on the table and glared at Wang Yang. You think it's as simple as just paying? Today, not only will I demand compensation, but I will also ensure both of you end up in jail. With that, Tao pulled out his phone, preparing to call the authorities. Observing this unfolding drama, those close to Xiao Xin quickly urged Tao to reconsider, hoping to downplay the situation and persuade him to accept a sum for medical expenses to resolve the matter amicably. However, Tao, the quintessential opportunist, misinterpreted their pleas as signs of fear from Wang Yang and Xiao Xin, prompting him to grow increasingly arrogant. If you wish to avoid my call to the police, each of you must pay me 100,000 yuan and then kneel to apologize. Otherwise, once I make this call, you will both have criminal records and will never find legitimate work again. His face gleamed with satisfaction, convinced he had trapped both Wang Yang and Xiao Xin. He believed that a reputable company would never hire individuals with criminal backgrounds. In his eyes, should he call the police, Xiao Xin, newly promoted, would be dismissed from the company, while Wang Yang, a fresh graduate, would be forever barred from stable employment. Both would have no choice but to acquiesce to his demands, pay him, apologize, and do so without exception. Today, he must ensure that Wang Yang and Xiao Xin pay the price for their impulsiveness. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. In the face of his threats, Xiao Xin disdainfully remarked, I've already called the police. At worst, it's just a few days in detention. As a Northeasterner, I'm not intimidated by this. Previously, when confronted with an economic crisis, Xiao Xin might have feared his threats, as they could jeopardize her job and delay her ability to support her mother. However, she no longer lacked financial means. As a woman unburdened by the pressures of purchasing a home or a car, 5 million was sufficient for her lifetime. It was utterly impossible for her to capitulate just to retain her job. Had there not been a lack of bottles before her, given her profound disdain for Tao, she might have even thrown a couple at him. As for Wang Yang, he was even less likely to care about Tao's threats. After all, he no longer needed a diploma to secure employment. However, even if he was indifferent to the threat, he had no desire to spend a few days in a detention center. Without delay, he dialed Ouyang Zhenhu's number. I've encountered a minor conflict at Dilong de Paidang. Please help me find a lawyer to handle it. Wang Yang had complete faith in the Ouyang family's capabilities. Whether it was merely a matter of a few broken bottles or something as severe as a public altercation, he was certain the Ouyang family could find someone to take the blame and resolve the situation for him. Indeed, this was the case. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Zhenhu immediately responded with a laugh. A trivial matter. I will arrange for a lawyer to come right away. I will also make sure that the personnel on duty will arrive after the lawyer. The lawyer will handle the negotiations. You should continue to enjoy your meal and drink without letting this minor issue affect your mood. Hearing Ouyang Zhenhu's words, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. Looking towards his former colleagues who had been advising Tao, he merely smiled and said, Everyone, I've already arranged for someone to resolve this. Since he refuses to compensate, he will not receive a single cent. A lawyer will be here shortly to handle the negotiations. Let us continue to enjoy our food and drink without allowing this shameless person, El Tao, to disrupt our spirits. The people who had been advising El Tao were momentarily stunned by Wang Yang's statement. However, in the next moment, Xiao Exine spoke up. Realizing that Wang Yang had connections with the owner of the auction house, she understood that his social network must be formidable. Given his assurance, it was undoubtedly true that the matter would be settled. Therefore, she chose to disregard El Tao, addressing the crowd instead. Since Wang Yang has said he has arranged everything, there is certainly no issue. Let us all enjoy our meal and drink without paying any heed to this clown, El Tao. With Xiao Xin, the principal party, involved. Affirming this, the group ultimately abandoned their attempts to persuade El Tao. Under Xiao Xin's direction, the crowd soon resumed their revelry, completely sidelining El Tao. Wang Yang observed Xiao Xin swiftly reviving the atmosphere, prompting everyone to ignore El Tao, who was clutching his head in distress. He could not help but admire Xiao Xin's ability to enliven the gathering. Indeed, her prowess in creating a warm ambience was exceptional. Of course, this was perhaps also related to her striking beauty. Wang Yang reflected on this while continuing to indulge in the festivities orchestrated by Xiao Xin. However, he soon found himself frowning. Xiao Xin was an enthusiastic drinker, not only consuming her own share, but also organizing others to drink with her. Wang Yang had already been compelled to toast several times under her direction. He began to worry that if this continued, he and Xiao Xin might end up intoxicated and muddled, finding themselves in bed together once more. Yet, faced with Xiao Xin's incessant toasts, he could only raise his glass time and again in compliance. Meanwhile, El Tao watched as Wang Yang and his companions genuinely resumed their revelry under Xiao Xin's guidance. Each face was adorned with laughter, as if the gathering had proceeded without incident, thoroughly forgetting his presence. It was as if I didn't exist at all. They truly believed that a single phone call from Wang Yang could resolve everything. Today, I refuse to be dissuaded, regardless of who arrives. I will uphold my principles and will not let you leave until I achieve my goal. With a look of grievance, El Tao pulled out 2 tissues to cover his wounded head, glaring with increasing fury at Wang Yang and Xiao Xi.